Chapter 1. The Malevolent Infant. My name is Liu Zhuifeng, a medical student currently interning at the First People's Hospital of Su Province. However, I find myself reluctant to remain in this place any longer. There is a malevolent presence here. Interns are paired in groups of two, and I am grouped with the academic prodigy, Fu Qingyue. I am not well acquainted with him, nor do I hold him in high regard. After the pre-job training concluded, we were escorted to the obstetrics department. Following a brief tour of the premises, our supervising instructor departed to attend a weekly meeting, leaving the two of us abandoned in the office. I excused myself to the restroom and strolled about. As I approached the door to the treatment room, I nearly collided with someone. Upon closer inspection of the figure before me, I was horrified to see a woman clad in a white coat, her hands drenched in blood, cradling a lifeless infant. It is not a matter of cowardice who would not be terrified in such a circumstance. The deceased infant was mottled with a purplish hue, its skin marred with varying shades of blue, devoid of any semblance of life. Despite my trepidation, I felt a profound respect for this woman. Noticing my elevated voice, she appeared somewhat flustered and, after apologizing, inquired, "Do you know where this should be placed?" I was at a loss for words, internally agonizing and feeling utterly helpless. As a newcomer to this environment, I was naturally oblivious to such matters. Yet, as a man, I couldn't afford to lose face. Just as I was about to speak, a middle-aged man's voice interjected, "Dispose of it in the yellow trash bin." His tone was cold and devoid of humanity. While he had answered our query, I felt no inclination to express gratitude. After delivering his statement, he departed, and I later learned he was the head of this department. I awkwardly smiled at the young woman. With the lifeless body of the infant in her arms, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. After a brief silence, she requested that I fetch a yellow trash bag for her. Reluctantly, I acquiesced despite my inner resistance. As a man, one must maintain a fount of strength, especially in the presence of an attractive woman. I stood there awkwardly beside the treatment room's trash bin, my arm outstretched, my body rigid, my eyes unwilling to glance at the bag, fixating instead on the 7 steps of hand-washing diagram on the wall. By the time I had viewed it for the 33rd time, she returned, her eyes more red than before, clearly having cried. She brought a cardboard box and requested that I place the bag containing the deceased infant inside. She then held the box in silence. I looked at her with sympathy, wanted to offer some words of comfort. "Do not be disheartened, you have done remarkably well." Unable to restrain her tears any longer, she choked out, "I just want to find the child's mother," and asked if she wished to take the baby for burial. She refused, saying I was meddling, and told me to dispose of it. As I gazed at the cardboard box, my heart was a tumult of emotions, leaving me at a loss for words. "Give it to me, I will help you give it a proper burial." An ill-timed voice interrupted. I turned to see Fu Qingyue at the doorway, and his nonchalant tone ignited a flicker of annoyance within me. I responded sarcastically, "Classmate, it's all right, you can leave it to him. Not only is he an academic genius, but he's also a remarkably good person." The young woman shook her head and sighed. "I wish to lay him to rest myself." "Very well then." Fu Qingyue did not press the matter any further and turned to leave. I implored the young woman several times, expressing my willingness to assist her, yet she remained steadfast in her resolve to bury the infant herself. Stubbornness prevailed. Fu Qingyue had an uncanny ability to see through her determination. In matters concerning people, I could not compare to him. Before parting, I glanced at her name tag. It read Wu Qianqian. Her name was quite melodious and suited her character well. Wu Qianqian had arrived 2 weeks earlier than Fu Qingyue and me, and she had already begun assisting the instructor in the delivery room. The following day, she did not show up, and her phone was unreachable. By afternoon, her body was discovered in a small grove behind the hospital. In times of peace, hospitals are often the places with the most death. Wu Qianqian's demise did indeed attract the hospital's attention, prompting the director to be summoned to the president's office for discussions multiple times. The police became involved, but yielded no results. The cause of death was determined to be asphyxiation, with no signs of poisoning or drowning, and her neck bore no marks. It was as if she had chosen not to breathe. Strangely, she had been dead for less than 10 hours, yet her body was covered in purpura, her skin transformed into an eerie shade of blue. Her appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the deceased infant. Dormitory. As we were part of the same group, Fu Qingyue and I were assigned to share a dormitory. Hey, do you think Wu Qianshan's death could be related to that deceased infant? I feigned casualness in our conversation. Fu Qingyue did not look up from his anatomy book, but asked, "Why do you think so?" His question made me feel somewhat ashamed. As a socialist youth educated in orthodox materialism, I should not entertain such superstitious thoughts. After much internal conflict, I finally decided to voice my concerns. Look, it has been 2 months, and the police have found nothing. The surveillance showed only her entering the grove that night. It couldn't possibly be a case of her committing suicide, right? Fu Chenjia's expression remained unchanged. He replied with a single word, "Mem." I was already irked by him, and that one syllable ignited the powder keg of my irritation. How can you be so devoid of humanity? She was a kind girl, and you're so cold-hearted. She brought it upon herself. His voice was as frosty as his demeanor. Damn you, you insufferable academic genius. It'll make you pay for this. In a fit of rage, I lost my composure, wanting to turn his impassive face into a pulpy mess, but he swiftly grasped my wrist. I attempted to kick him, but he deftly sidestepped and twisted my arm behind my back. He pressed his knee against my back, rendering me immobile on the ground, my insults spilling forth uncontrollably. Before long, I felt a sharp pain in my arm, particularly at my wrist, as if it might snap. I was drenched in sweat from the pain, my throat parched from shouting, and eventually fell silent. As I felt my arm might break, he released me, and though I longed to retaliate, I lacked the strength, taking a considerable time to rise. It was a moment of utter humiliation. I'd given her a chance. His sudden remark left me perplexed, prompting me to ask instinctively, "What do you mean by giving her a chance?" The literal meaning. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, I gradually regained my composure, realizing my earlier outburst had been excessive. Reflecting on the day before the incident, Fu Qingyue indeed had offered to assist Wu Qianshan with the deceased infant, but she had declined. The saying goes, a kind heart cannot save a stubborn ghost. Although he had merely voiced a suggestion, it could be considered an attempt to help. Thus, he was not as heartless as I had presumed. The more I pondered, the more awkward I felt, and a tinge of shame washed over me. I mustered the courage to apologize, but he continued to ignore me with his frigid demeanor. Giving up easily is not my style. I was determined to win him over. After 2 months of cohabitation, I had discerned that this fellow was a veritable glutton, yet he despised trouble and would rather forgo a meal than stand in line. There are spiced ribs on the 3rd floor of the cafeteria today. Would you like me to buy some for you? Chapter 2. The Malevolent Infant 2. In that moment, I felt akin to the wicked queen disguised as a witch, wielding a crimson poison apple to tempt Snow White. Fu Chenjiu's expression shifted, his eyes betraying a hint of hesitation. Seizing the opportunity, I pressed him further. "So, what's your decision? If you don't hurry, you'll miss the chance to queue." Fu Qingyue ultimately succumbed to temptation. After we finished our meal, he instructed me to move a chair to sit directly opposite him. I found his request peculiar. It felt rather awkward for 2 grown men to sit facing each other. I had heard that attractive men who are single often have a fondness for other men, yet I had not previously recognized him as one of that ilk. Alarm bells rang in my mind. "I have excellent hearing, so just speak your mind." He stared intently at me for what felt like an eternity without uttering a word, leaving me unnerved. "Bro, you don't have any issues, do you?" Fu Qingyue shot me a look that conveyed, "You're the one with problems," and explained, "If you wish to know the connection between the malevolent infant and Wu Qianshan, just do as I say." I hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly drew my chair closer, scrutinizing him at close range. I must admit, he was undeniably handsome. His features were striking, slightly more appealing than my own. Fu Qingyue instructed me to extend my hand, igniting a piece of yellow paper and tossing it into my palm. When it comes to matters concerning people, he refrained from involvement. I was about to discard the burning yellow paper when he seized my hand, immobilizing me. Even my fingers were restrained. This was far from what I had learned from anatomy texts. Soon, the yellow paper was reduced to ash, and aside from the initial shock, I felt no discomfort from the heat. Once the yellow paper was completely consumed, I found myself in an unfamiliar place. It was a lavishly adorned boudoir, exuding opulence and grandeur. A woman sat before a vanity, her brow furrowed in distress. Could it be that the deceased infant's past life was intertwined with this woman? This woman was the mother of the deceased infant in its first life. Who are you? Fu Chenjiu's voice resonated directly within my mind, startling me. I'm not in your mind, I am in your palm. What do you mean by being in my palm? You're not a bubble tea, are you? Your right hand has made contact with it, and I can only establish a connection through this medium, exploring its past and present. You may consider me akin to a system in a time travel novel. Simply communicate with me through thought. I feel as though my worldview has been ruthlessly ground into the earth. Just as I was about to continue my inquiries, I heard his voice. Remaining here too long will taint you with malevolent thoughts, bringing upon you misfortune. As night fell, the woman extinguished most of the candles, leaving only one flickering light by the bedside, casting a glow upon her face, her eyes seemingly glistening with tears. She merely sat at the edge of the bed, not intending to sleep, as if waiting for some clandestine meeting with her lover. Indeed, before long, a shadowy figure slipped through the window. Chang Fei, the woman softly called, leaping into the man's embrace. The newcomer was a man who tenderly enveloped the woman in his arms. Why did you send the maid to seek me? Jiao Jiao, in just a few days, the imperial examination will commence. I cannot afford to be distracted. To understand, the woman choked out, if it were not absolutely necessary, I would never disturb you. Chang Fei, I fear I may be with child. With child? Have you consulted a physician? The man named Chang Fei's tone was laced with urgency. The woman shook her head in anguish. How could she dare seek a physician? If her father were to find out, it would spell disaster. Chun Chang Fei was her father's student, though of humble origins. He possessed remarkable talent. Her father had always held him in high regard, and through chance encounters, they had developed feelings for each other, leading to an intimate union. They had agreed that once Chun Chang Fei attained his degree, he would come to formally propose. But now, with a child on the way, the situation had become complicated. Conceiving before marriage would bring shame upon her father, who would never tolerate such a scandalous affair. Chun Chang Fei, proud and accomplished, had endured countless hardships for the sake of his studies. She could not become a burden to him. With 3 months remaining until the examination results were announced, in just 3 months, anyone with eyes would discern the truth of Shang Jiaojiao's condition. If her father were to discover this, he would surely sever their father-daughter ties, and it would jeopardize Chun Chang Fei's career. The more she pondered, the more fear gripped her heart, and she deeply regretted her earlier impulsiveness. In tears, she lamented, Chang Fei, this is our first child. I cannot bear to keep this from you. Alas, Chun Chang Fei sighed helplessly. Jiao Jiao, I love you dearly, and I cherish our child, but should we decide to keep him, not only would your father withdraw his support, but I would also become the subject of ridicule amongst my peers, jeopardizing my career. It is my fault for acting on impulse and failing to restrain myself now. You must bear the weight of my recklessness. As he finished speaking, his eyes too glistened with tears. I understand. I truly understand, Shang Jiaojiao replied, her heart torn as she saw her beloved in such distress. She resolved to terminate the pregnancy. There was no one more important than the man before her. The two shared an intimate embrace for a long while, yet I felt a chilling sense of foreboding. Career, reputation, ultimately, these mattered far more than an unborn child. Yet, from the perspective of this child, all of this seemed a manifestation of their selfishness, unwilling to confront the consequences of a fleeting moment of pleasure. Their cries resonated with sorrow, believing themselves to be the victims. But who was truly pitiable? Shang Jiaojiao, having fulfilled her desire to rid herself of the child, eventually married Chun Chang Fei. Chun Chang Fei, burdened by guilt, acquiesced to her every whim. However, after years of marriage, Shang Jiaojiao still could not conceive, despite consulting numerous esteemed physicians, all to no avail. Even her father urged Chun Chang Fei to take a concubine, at least to ensure a descendant. Shang Jiaojiao felt heartache, yet for Chun Chang Fei, she had to swallow her pride. But every time the topic of taking a concubine arose, Chun Chang Fei would storm off, sometimes ignoring his wife for days. Once his anger dissipated, he would return to treating Shang Jiaojiao as he always had. The more he behaved this way, the more guilt consumed Shang Jiaojiao. She lived in a state of perpetual sorrow, and by the time she was not yet 40, she had withered away. In her final moments, she murmured softly, and Qin Chang Fei strained to hear, preparing to lean in closer. But alas, it was too late. He never heard his wife's last words. A sense of melancholy filled my heart. I found this woman to be quite pitiable. One misstep led to another. Regret lingered for a lifetime. I felt a profound sadness, swiftly transported to the next scene. On the rooftop of a teaching building, a group of people stood behind a delicate girl, her face streaked with tears, her eyes filled with despair. She faced the edge of the rooftop, poised to leap. A middle-aged man urgently called out to her, "Yin Yin, don't jump. I beg you. I have already lost your mother. I cannot bear to lose you too. No matter what you have experienced, you will always be my daughter. I will take you away from here to a place where no one knows us, and we can live peacefully, all right?" Then, a bespectacled woman stepped forward to persuade the girl. "Shang Yin Yin, your father has raised you alone with great difficulty. You have always been a sensible child. Please, listen to your teacher and come down." Shang Yin Yin glanced at her teacher, suddenly smiled, yet her eyes were brimming with despair. This teacher Su was not just her homeroom teacher, but also her neighbor. Chapter 3. The Evil Infant. 3. From a tender age, she was deprived of her mother, and her father, a solitary man, was careless and unable to provide her with proper care. Many times, it was teacher Su who lent her a helping hand, a kindness for which she remained eternally grateful. Thus, after she was unexpectedly assaulted by a rogue, she confided only in teacher Su, pleading that she would not inform her father. The shame of such an event would only bring him sorrow, rendering him helpless. Teacher Su deemed the matter too grave to remain concealed and felt compelled to inform Shang Yinyin's father, recognizing that she was merely Yinyin's teacher and neighbor, merely 16. Yinyin's father needed to be made aware of this incident. While she outwardly assented to Yinyin's wishes, soothing her distress, she discreetly relayed the information to Yinyin's father. In the days that followed, Shang Yinyin was plagued by a sense of nausea. Her menstrual cycle delayed by over a month. One day, her deskmate regarded her with an odd expression. Yin, never one to delve into matters deeply, feigned ignorance that in the afternoon, she overheard a conversation in the restroom. "Have you heard about Shang Yin from class 3? One girl whispered. "They say she was raped." The second girl, visibly startled, retorted, "Don't spread rumors. We don't even know her." The first girl dismissed her concern. "Oh, what's the big deal? This news is circulated throughout the entire school. My grandmother heard her father drunkenly lamenting it." She continued, "What a misfortune for him, losing his wife in midlife, and now his daughter entangled in this calamity." The second girl seemed horrified. "Oh my, that's dreadful. Please don't say anything more. She is already pitiful enough." The first girl, with a nonchalant tone, replied, "What does it matter if I don't say anything? Her plight is of no concern to me. I wager the whole school is aware by now." With a sudden thud, the stall door swung open, startling the two discussing girls. Yet, Shang Yinyin remained silent, choosing to stride past them and exit. The two girls exchanged glances, their expressions rife with embarrassment as they hastily departed. Shang Yinyin did not return to the classroom. Instead, she ascended to the rooftop of the teaching building. Approaching the edge, she gazed down below, contemplating. Perhaps jumping would bring an end to it all. Before long, someone noticed her, and the scene reverted to its original state. Not only was the rooftop crowded, but the area below was also filled with onlookers, including the two girls who had been gossiping in the restroom. Now frightened out of their wits, "She wouldn't dare jump. Who doesn't wish to live?" A sharp voice rang out from the crowd. After shouting, the girl trembled, her lips quivering, uncertain if her outburst was meant to bolster her courage, but she felt less afraid afterward. The second girl attempted to pull her away. "Qianqian, stop. Don't provoke her." Qianqian scoffed. "What is there to fear? Qianqian, I'm not the one who bullied her. Am I not merely stating facts?" Indeed, everything they spoke was rooted in truth. However, they were mistaken in one regard. Shang Yinyin was indeed prepared to leap. For most, death is a source of dread. Yet for Shang Yinyin, it represented liberation. With a resounding crash, she fell to the ground, landing directly in front of the girl named Qianqian. Shang Yinyin's eyes widened in shock. Fixated on Qianqian, Warm blood splattered across Qianqian's face, causing her to scream and grab her sister Chunqin. Fleeing in terror, that in an instant, screams and cries filled the air. Xiang Yinyan had perished. She had taken her own life. Along with the child growing within her, suicide is a sin. And regardless of her circumstances, the death of the unborn child rested squarely upon her shoulders, and she would inevitably face the consequences. In many situations, individuals find themselves in desperate circumstances. Exchanging life for life has long been a form of moral coercion. Xiang Yinyan paid the ultimate price, yet the child never sought her demise. It merely wished to live, and by extinguishing its life, she committed an act of transgression. The reason the evil infant pursued Wu Qianqian is intrinsically linked to their past lives. Qianqian and Chunqin, manifestations of duality, would reincarnate in varying forms. Sometimes as one entity, other times as two. Wu Qianqian is the reincarnation of these two girls. Although she bears guilt, it is tied to a previous existence. And her sins do not warrant death. Hence, Fu Qinhua attempted to intervene, as the cry subsided. I returned to my dormitory. In this life, the evil infant's parents were a couple of PhD holders, having chosen to remain childless in their youth. They now, in their 40s, yearned for children but were unable to conceive naturally and thus opted for in vitro fertilization. They had 3 embryos, 2 of which had perished, and I was witnessing the second. After 3 failed reincarnations, the accumulation of malevolent thoughts birthed the evil spirit, granting it supernatural powers that in its infancy. Its powers were feeble, and Wu Qianqian, driven by goodwill, remained unguarded, allowing it to take advantage. Her compassionate heart only served to fortify the evil infant. As the negative emotions amassed, it eventually gained form, marking the commencement of its vengeful rampage. Shang Jiaojiao, Xiang Yinyan, Shang Yuyu. The mother of the evil infant across 3 lifetimes is, in truth, one and the same. The following day, Shang Yuyu was to undergo surgery. Although merely 7 months along, a cesarean section was unavoidable. Otherwise, the 3rd child would also be lost. We accompanied the department head, Hong Qingfeng, into the operating room. On the operating table, we stood on either side of the patient, while Hong Qingfeng and I positioned ourselves on one side. The surgery stretched on for hours. The infant was extracted in under 30 minutes. Yet the mother's condition was complex. After 3 preceding surgeries, we stood for nearly 6 hours, my legs beginning to tremble. Suddenly, Hong Qingfeng handed me something that I instinctively reached out, only to feel a sharp pain in my palm from a prick. "Director, I'll take him to get treated," Fu Qinhua stated. Pulling me away, he led me to the sink, removed his gloves, and applied pressure to the wound, causing me to grimace in pain. Then he placed my hand under the faucet to rinse it. "You rinse it first. I'll fetch some iodine." I watched him walk away. His tall, sturdy figure instilled a sense of reliability within me. A phrase surfaced in my mind. "Wait a moment. I'll go buy some oranges." Moments later, Fu Qinhua returned with iodine, not oranges, and began to clean my wound. Shang Yuyu's blood tests came back clear. There should be no risk of bloodborne diseases. Otherwise, you'd be in trouble. I forced a smile. "Thank you." He glanced at me, his expression one of disbelief. And after bandaging my hand, he said, "You should head back now. I'll inform the director. The baby has safely arrived. And the evil infant is unlikely to approach here for the time being." Such a malevolent being could indeed exhibit fear. Fu Qinhua squeezed my bandaged hand. Hong Qingfeng has been a physician for over 20 years. A miraculous healer, and has handled countless difficult cases. Many infants owe their lives to him, including those with particularly auspicious destinies. Proximity to him brings blessings, especially since he serves as their savior and rebirth father. Chapter 4. The evil infant. Over the years, he has undoubtedly been sheltered by the blessings of these individuals, ensuring that the evil infant could never dare to act out in his presence. Unable to approach at all. Due to our initial unpleasant encounter, I held a bias against Hong Qingfeng. After 2 months of internship, I heard numerous remarkable tales about him, all praising his skill and courage, followed by remarks about his character, often criticized for his poor attitude. Yet aside from that, he was undoubtedly an extraordinary physician, a rare gem. With a clatter, Fu Qinhua collapsed before me. Startled, I rushed to support him, checking for injuries, but he seemed unscathed. I raised my voice to call for help, but the soundproofing in the operating room was formidable, and they could not hear me, just as I was about to abandon him to seek assistance. The operating room door swung open. It appeared Shang Yuyu's surgery had concluded. Tears of relief nearly spilled from my eyes as I exclaimed, "Director Hong, Teacher Zhao, come quickly, Fu Qingyue has fainted." The two directors and several nurses immediately surrounded us. Hong Qingfeng felt Fu Qingyue's carotid pulse and shouted, "Defibrillator! Rescue cart! Hurry! I'll go get it!" A nurse dashed off to retrieve the rescue cart, while Hong Qingfeng swiftly removed Fu Qingyue's shirt and began chest compressions. After just 2 cycles, he was already drenched in sweat. The defibrillator arrived, and following 2 electric shocks, Hong Qingfeng urged his assistant, "Continue compressions." The assistant, like him, had just concluded a 6-hour surgery and was quickly exhausted. I pushed him aside and took over. Just a few compressions in, I felt a sharp pain in my palm. The bandage had soaked through with blood, yet I dared not cease to Fu Qingyue. "Don't die. Please don't die." Blood stained his chest, perhaps mingled with my sweat, that I felt oblivious to fatigue and pain, pressing with all my might, unwilling to relent. Suddenly, a click resonated, and I froze. Hong Qingfeng yanked me away, swiftly wiping the blood away with his sleeve, and delivered a second shock to Fu Qingyue. With a cry of pain from Fu Qingyue, a collective breath of relief escaped everyone present. Hong Qingfeng gently patted Fu Qingyue's face. "Fu Qingyue, you're awake. Do you know who I am?" Fu Qingyue groaned softly, "Director, my chest hurts terribly." Hong Qingfeng breathed a sigh of relief. "It's all right. You just need to rest. We'll discuss things once you regain your strength." As soon as the words left his lips, Fu Qingyue closed his eyes, yet his breathing remained steady, and his heartbeat had already returned to normal, that I proceeded to arrange for his hospitalization and tend to the wound on my hand. A small laceration that had torn slightly due to excessive force, resulting in an alarming amount of blood loss. Teacher Zhao, my mentor, generously granted me 3 days off to care for Fu Qingyue. The next morning he awoke, immediately expressing his hunger. After 2 days, I accompanied him through a series of examinations. Aside from 2 fractured ribs, there were no significant issues. All he needed was rest and recuperation. Feeling a sense of guilt, I took it upon myself to handle all the arrangements, facilitating his discharge. Upon returning to the dormitory, I found myself unable to contain my thoughts any longer. He had no history of heart disease, and the hospital's tests revealed no abnormalities. The rib fractures were likely a result of my own actions. How could he have suddenly experienced cardiac arrest? Could it be that the malevolent infant had targeted him instead of me? My predicament was not due to the evil child, but rather because of you. Fu Qingyue's calm response left me perplexed, as most of the time, I struggled to comprehend his words. "What does that mean? Are you suggesting that my hands, having touched the bag containing the evil infant, inadvertently affected you when you grasped my hand?" Fu Qingyue clarified, "Not exactly. Only direct contact would result in such an effect. Indirect contact would not have a significant impact. Moreover, you merely handled the bag without making direct contact with the infant. Your hands might bear some residual essence, but it is minimal. Even Wu Qianqian, who held the evil infant while wearing sterile gloves, would not face repercussions had she not chosen to bury it. My cardiac arrest is unrelated to the evil infant." That I stared at him, utterly bewildered by his explanation. Seeing my confusion, Fu Qingyue patiently elaborated further. "By assisting you in drawing blood, I became tainted by your essence, causing my soul to traverse into an alternate dimension. Without my soul, naturally, my heartbeat ceased." "Where did you go?" I inquired, that Tio retrieve something. Upon my return, I discovered Teacher Zhao attempting to defibrillate me, and I was in excruciating pain in my chest. "Your ribs were broken, my friend. How could it not hurt?" I feared he would delve deeper into the subject of his ribs, so I attempted to divert the conversation. "Ahem, what did you retrieve?" Faced with Fu Qingyue's piercing gaze, I felt a twinge of embarrassment. Although my intentions were to save him, I couldn't shake the feeling of guilt, uncertain whether it was my technique or the force I applied that had caused his rib fractures. "I'll tell you later. There are more pressing matters at hand." But he lowered his gaze, contemplating for a moment before locking the dormitory door and meticulously sketching symbols on a piece of talisman paper. Once completed, he instructed me, "Lie down on the bed. I asked this what you consider more important. Sleeping? You want me to join you? Are you all right?" Fu Qingyue's serious demeanor indicated he was not joking, like a wooden puppet. I lay down, unsure of how to position my limbs, feeling tense and utterly drained despite never having thought lying down could be so exhausting. Fu Qingyue approached my bedside, saying, "Move in a bit closer. You want to lie down with me?" I was momentarily stunned, questioning whether I had misheard him, twisting my neck to look at him. Yes, his tone reminded me of the first time I placed my palm in his. And I immediately discarded my pretenses that I shifted closer, and Fu Qinghua lay down beside me, igniting the talisman paper in his hand before grasping mine. The instant he held my hand, I felt a jolt of electricity coursing through me, my mind racing with chaotic thoughts. If the police were to walk in and see us like this, would they assume we were lovers committing suicide? The Liu family has been passed down for 9 generations, and I am the sole male heir. My great-grandfather is counting on me to continue the lineage, that if he were to mistakenly believe that I was with another man, he might very well pass away on the spot. Not living to see 100 years, that I could just imagine my father's wrath. He might even resort to desecrating my remains, that as the saying goes, fear not the shattering of bones and flesh, but strive to leave a clear conscience in this world, that my reputation, my legacy. Before I could settle my racing thoughts, I found myself alongside Fu Qinghua in a hospital room. Unlike the typical hospital setting, this room was shrouded in dim light, and the nurse's station was conspicuously empty, with many patient rooms alarmingly vacant. That I glanced at Fu Qinghua beside me, only to realize we were still holding hands. As if sensing my unease, he promptly released my grip. That I took a step towards bed number 5, but Fu Qinghua halted me, stating, "It's bed number 2." That upon opening the door to bed number 2, a thick black mist billowed forth, and I instinctively waved my hands, realizing it had no effect. As the mist dispersed, a chilling sensation enveloped us. Stepping further inside, I discovered Shang Yuyu half sitting on the bed, her eyes wide with terror, her skin a ghastly shade of blue, veins protruding grotesquely from her neck, and a sinister smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Her shoulders sagged unnaturally, as if her joints had been dislocated. In another life, I would have fought against all odds to keep you. You must wait for me, my child. Shang Yuyu spoke, but it felt as though the words were not truly her own. This line echoed the last words of Shang Jiao from a previous life, a sorrowful testament to a mother who had never truly fought for her child. Indeed, the soul of the evil infant is bound to you. Fu Qinghua observed, his gaze fixated on Shang Yuyu, his voice cold and detached. That I believed his words. The evil infant had no intention of answering Fu Qinghua's inquiries. The her referred to was undoubtedly this lifetime's mother. Yet she had abandoned me. That I bore no resentment, having traversed through fire and crossed mountains of blades, seeking yet another chance at life. The old woman had urged me to choose another as my mother. Yet I remained steadfast in my choice, for she had promised me she would fight for me. That I believed her, only to find her words unfulfilled. She desired a child. Whether it was me or another mattered not to her. The evil infant, having gestated through 3 lifetimes without manifesting, was inherently more stable than other infants. Upon realizing I was not the sole one, it had plotted its revenge against its mother. Shang Yuyu had already accumulated karmic burdens in her previous 2 lives. Had it not been for the evil infant atoning for her sins, this life would have offered her no chance of motherhood. Should she force the bearing of another spirit, only one outcome awaited her. This already born child would possess no soul, rendering it a mere shell, devoid of wisdom and existing solely on instinct. Though this would only become apparent once the child reached the age of 1, even if the evil infant chose not to retaliate against Shang Yuyu. Her remaining days would be filled with misery. The malevolent infant lamented bitterly over Shang Yuyu's past and present. Behold, the child she bore will be cast aside without a second thought. She is indeed a heartless woman. With that, the evil infant disregarded the rules of combat and beckoned Fu Qinghua forward. That I could not decipher their movements, but it was evident that Fu Qinghua was at a disadvantage. I stood by, helplessly, contemplating intervening, ready to pick up a nearby stool to strike the evil infant. However, my hands passed through the stool as if it were mere air, and every attempt yielded the same result. What should I do? What could I possibly contribute? Merely cheering him on. After a brief skirmish, Fu Qinghua seized an opportunity, making a slicing motion with his fingers. From the opened wound, a golden light burst forth, piercing the evil infant's eyes. With a piercing scream, the evil infant detached itself from Shang Yuyu, writhing in agony upon the ground. After a struggle, it dissipated without a trace, leaving not a single word behind. Was that truly all? Had he feigned disadvantage to catch the evil infant off guard? Yet in the next moment, I was struck with disbelief as he collapsed, falling rigidly to the ground, just as he had in the operating room. Fu Qingyue, are you dead? I discovered I could touch him, so I gently patted him. Though we were currently separated from our physical forms, I didn't expect to feel a heartbeat or anything of the sort. However, since he had not disintegrated like the evil infant, I tentatively concluded that he was still alive. Shang Yuyu had vanished. Presumably her soul returned to its rightful place. Why could she return, while we could not? I murmured to myself, uncertain of what to do. Shang Yuyu was brought here by the evil infant. Once the evil infant dissipated, she naturally returned. The ethereal voice startled me, sending chills down my spine as I searched for its source. It resembled that of a child, yet I saw no one around. After a frantic search, a baby-like figure appeared within my line of sight. Suppressing my fear, I dared not blink. The creature resembled an ordinary infant, yet spoke with unsettling clarity. Just as before, if the person who brought you here ceases to exist, you may return. Simply slice your finger and touch his forehead, and you shall be free to go. But if he dissipates, won't that mean he dies? The being scoffed. Do you not wish to return? Let me tell you, time here flows differently than in your realm, if you do not leave soon. Others will discover your soulless forms and will deem you dead. If you continue to dawdle, both of you will perish. I find it difficult to trust this entity lightly. Moreover, Fu Qingyue had mentioned to me before entering that if he were to fail, none of us would be able to return, that in my heart, I always held a greater trust in Fu Qingyue. It appeared extremely anxious, as if urging me to eliminate Fu Qingyue. Clearly, it desired his demise. Yet it could only rely on my hand. Given its level of agitation, Fu Qingyue might awaken soon. That I felt a sense of mockery towards this little being. What if you were deceiving me? As long as he does not dissipate, both he and I can return. But if you have tricked me, I shall be condemned to remain here for eternity. How can you expect me to trust you? The entity, seeing my skepticism, became even more frantic, wailing like a child denied a toy. That a thought struck me. Could this be the infant spirit Fu Qingyue spoke of? If it is indeed an infant spirit, its intelligence would be akin to that of an ordinary child, and it would possess no offensive capability. The infant spirit lay on the ground, sobbing pitifully. My good friend said that once this person is gone, his soul will burst forth, inevitably tearing apart this space, and then I can escape through the rift. This good friend it spoke of must be that malevolent infant, judging by its foolish demeanor. The previous words must have been taught to it by that wicked being. How did you come in? I inquired. The infant spirit, looking even more aggrieved, whimpered. I do not know that I was playing hide-and-seek with other infant spirits. And to evade them, I crawled through a rift to get here, but now I cannot get out. It must have been the rift created when the malevolent infant brought Shang Yuyu in. Thank heavens, this ancestor has finally awakened. I felt an immense sense of relief. Having a reliable ally is truly comforting. Fu Qingyue stirred, showing no signs of weakness or unsteadiness, which further reassured me. Please, please, kind brother, take me out of here. The infant spirit clung to Fu Qingyue's leg, tears and snot mingling as it howled. That I felt flustered and could not help but expose its duplicity. Just moments ago, you urged me to kill him. Why the sudden change of heart? It wants to kill me, Fu Qingyue asked, his expression not one of resentment, but rather genuine incredulity. You cannot kill me. The evil spirit is dead. And this space is on the verge of collapse. That if I die, you will lack the spiritual power and will simply disintegrate. That I surmise that the evil spirit must have informed it that my death would grant it freedom. The infant spirit eagerly affirmed. Yes, yes, that wicked infant deceived me. Please, brother, take me out. In my next life, I will serve you faithfully, repaying your kindness for a lifetime. The sincerity in its plea seemed genuine. Devoid of pretense, that Fu Qingyue did not outright reject the infant spirit. I can take you out, but you have harbored malicious thoughts, so you cannot be reincarnated for the time being, nor can you attach yourself to a human. You must find a suitable vessel. Otherwise, you will perish within a minute of your exit. That a minute. I cannot find a living host for you in such a short time. What are the requirements for a vessel? Perhaps we have one in our dormitory. Fu Qingyue shot me a glance, and I continued, hey, during the last lab class, I smuggled a little white mouse back. The infant spirit seemed indifferent to whether the vessel was human or rodent. And after a brief contemplation, Fu Qingyue agreed. Since there is a third life form, you may attach yourself to it directly upon exiting. Do not delay. Without further ado, Fu Qingyue swiftly took action. After a brief moment of disorientation, I heard a loud crash, followed by my body being violently shaken. Lu Zhufeng. Fu Qingyue, wake up! How can you sleep so soundly in here? Didn't you hear the loud knocking? I was on the verge of vomiting from the shaking, and upon seeing the visitor, I quickly exclaimed, "Stop shaking me, Lao Zhao, stop! If you keep shaking, I truly won't wake up." I steadied myself and took in the scene. Good heavens. There was a whole room full of people. Chapter 6, A Narrow Escape. The one shaking me was my supervisor, Zhao Hongyan, and in the room were Fu Qingyue's mentor, Chen Bo, classmates Li Chunchen and Jiang Luan. Most alarming of all was my father, whose face was ashen, silent as he stood there, that I knew he would not dare to unleash his wrath in front of so many people that I attempted to withdraw my hand from Fu Qingyue's grasp. But he held it too tightly, and I found myself unable to break free that I end my struggle. Fu Qingyue also awakened, rubbing his head. What happened? Gradually, he took in the situation without a hint of panic. Tightening his grip on my hand even further, I was exasperated, internally cursing. The urgency of the situation was palpable, yet this fool seemed utterly oblivious to the gravity of the moment. Dumb. Well, since there's nothing wrong, we shall take our leave now. Lu Zhufeng's father, you, can speak with Lu Zhufeng. Lao Zhao wisely chose to exit this awkward situation, casting a significant glance in my direction. As he left, Li Chinchen wore a face of shock the entire time, while Chen Bo and Jiang Luan appeared more composed. Chen Bo even sighed, shaking his head. Once they departed, I could no longer contain myself. Fu Qingyue let go of me that he complied immediately, but I soon realized it was pointless. It was too late to conceal what had been witnessed at Lu Zhufeng. Let's step outside to talk to them. My father gritted his teeth, calling me by my full name. If I went out with him, I feared I would be skinned alive. Fu Qingyue stood up. Uncle Lu, let me go out instead. He left without a hint of awareness and, in a considerate gesture, closed the door, which was already warped that I felt like an ant on a hot stove. Unsure of what excuse to concoct to appease my father, and could only awkwardly ask, Lao Lu, what brings you here? Lao Lu did not respond with the excitement I had anticipated. He simply said, I came to Inn City on business and thought I would check on you. You certainly know how to keep me on my toes, causing such a ruckus. How come he didn't slap me with a big ear pull? Had he been possessed, such a possibility could not be ruled out. No, that wasn't it. If Lao Lu had been taken over, Fu Qingyue would not have remained indifferent. Perhaps Lao Lu had grown soft with age, that I considered that I should sincerely communicate with him. Perhaps he would understand. Lao Lu, whether you believe it or not, Fu Qingyue and I are merely classmates that I cannot disclose the reasons behind it, but I have not lied. Lao Lu scrutinized me for a moment before sighing. You have always been a source of concern. I do not expect much from you. Your grandfather has been thinking of you. His health is not great. Please visit him during the holiday. What happened to Grandpa? Lao Lu replied, 2 weeks ago, he suddenly collapsed. After being taken to the hospital, they diagnosed him with a cerebral infarction that he is not in immediate danger, but he has been somewhat incoherent in speech, and his mobility is not what it used to be. A wave of discomfort washed over me. Grandpa has always been so caring, constantly thinking of me, his eldest grandson, that I quietly acknowledged this and resolved to return home during the holiday. Lao Lu suddenly added, I heard that your roommate is quite a good child. If you wish to pursue a serious relationship, treat her sincerely. Otherwise, do not waste her time. That my inner turmoil dissipated significantly, and I hastily clarified. It's really not like that. What do you mean by pursuing a serious relationship? You don't want your grandson anymore? I still want to marry. Lao Lu weighed my words. Whether you marry or not is of little concern to me, as long as you are well. That is enough that I cannot linger here. I have matters to attend to this evening. Try to avoid causing any more trouble. Had I heard these words at any other time, I would have retorted immediately. Yet, I understood that Grandpa's illness was serious. Otherwise, Lao Lu would not have changed so drastically that I nodded in agreement and accompanied Lao Lu out of the hospital, returning to find Fu Qingyue seated in a chair, engrossed in a book. Although he appeared to be reading, it seemed more like he was lost in thought. Noticing that his complexion was not quite right, I called out to him, Are you all right? I am fine. Although I have expended a lot of spiritual energy, I am not in grave danger. That I retrieved a paper box from the bookshelf, finding a little white mouse gnawing on a piece of dry bread. which struck me as amusing that I attempted to greet it, but it seemed unwilling to acknowledge me. Fu Qingyue advised me against disturbing the mouse. It lacks sufficient spiritual energy to communicate with you. In 3 days, once the malevolent aura dissipates, it will be able to reincarnate on its own. That a thought crossed my mind, and I proposed directly to Fu Qingyue. Brother, do you think it's possible to have it reincarnate into Shang Yu's child? After all, that child currently lacks a soul. Wouldn't that be a win-win situation? Fu Qingyue responded, yes, that can be done, but I am reluctant to proceed with it. That I had previously mentioned that everyone's life trajectory is predetermined and intricately connected with those around them. Forcibly altering it would undoubtedly impact others. The one most affected by this infant would be Shang Yu. She has abandoned her child for 3 lifetimes, and her karmic ties are too profound. Helping her might harm this infant's spirit instead. Did your father come here for any particular reason? Oh, what? My father? I was taken aback by his sudden shift in topic and hurriedly replied. He just came to check on me and reminded me to visit Grandpa during the holiday. I explained everything to him, so he should not misunderstand our relationship. You can rest assured, upon hearing my words, Fu Qingyue's expression grew grave. You should return now. It may become too late. What do you mean by too late? I was taken aback, sensing that the situation was far from simple. Tonight marks the final night of your grandfather's life. I shall accompany you, for it seems there are troubling matters concerning him. Fu Qingyue appeared particularly tense, as if the gravity of the situation surpassed even that of the malevolent infant incident. That I hastily agreed, disregarding everything else, and immediately called Lao Lu, fabricating a story that I felt unrest and simply had to see my grandfather, urging him to take me back to City B tonight. Though he was perplexed, he acquiesced, and I then called Zhao Hongyan to request a leave of absence. When Lao Lu arrived to take me, he was surprised to find Fu Qingyue with me, but he refrained from commenting, allowing us to get into the car first. The journey was filled with an uncomfortable silence, and I dared not inquire about Fu Qingyue's grandfather in Lao Lu's presence. Although Fu Qingyue had never explicitly told me to keep the matters concerning spirits and ghosts to myself, I instinctively felt it prudent not to involve more individuals in this peculiar predicament, as they would likely not believe it. Building trust is not accomplished in a day, yet it can be irreparably shattered by a trivial incident. Upon reaching the service area, I seized the opportunity to ask Fu Qingyue quietly while Lao Lu was preoccupied. Is it true that someone is scheming against my grandfather? Fu Qingyue's expression turned grave. Yes, and this has been ongoing for quite some time. That I cannot ascertain anything without having seen your grandfather. Generally, a person's malevolent energy does not affect others, especially not their own kin. The moment I laid eyes on your father, I noticed an unusual aura surrounding him. That aura did not belong to him, but at the time, I was just regaining consciousness and could not perceive it clearly. Moreover, it vanished swiftly, only to reappear upon you. On me? I conducted a thorough inspection of myself from head to toe, but found nothing amiss. Fu Qingyue urged me not to panic, patting my shoulder. For now, it poses no threat to you. That I cannot intervene at this moment, but in due time, it will inevitably impact your fortune. That we shall discuss this further at your home. Lao Lu returned promptly, and Fu Qingyue and I re-entered the car. My heart remained restless. My grandfather, a man of peace, who could possibly be plotting against him? If decades of suffering were the result of someone's malicious intentions, the hatred must be profound, and I pondered how a descendant could intervene in the grievances of the previous generation. Yet I was resolute that I could not remain oblivious. According to Fu Qingyue, the malevolent energy had transferred from Lao Lu to me, indicating that the force behind this was intent on ensnaring the entire Lu family. Upon disembarking the plane, it was already 10 o'clock, and Uncle Wang, the driver, awaited us. He appeared fatigued, likely due to the lack of rest in recent days. That my father and I hurried to the hospital in City B, where we found my grandfather in good spirits, yet still awake. Not only was he awake, he had even gotten out of bed, retrieving a box of cherries from the drawer and offering it to me. His speech was clear and his steps steady, entirely unlike what my father had described. Dad, has your leg healed? Lao Lu noticed the discrepancy as well, yet seemed pleased without further inquiry. Fu Qingyue offered a brief greeting before falling silent. My grandfather appeared elated. I shall be going home tomorrow. I have been ill for so many years. Since I became aware of the world, I have been unwell. That my body has never felt as light as it does today. Today, seeing the nurse's remark on how delicious this is, I asked them to bring me a box. Xiao Feng, do taste it and tell me if it is truly delightful. Listening to him filled me with sorrow. I squeezed a cherry into my mouth, unable to discern any flavor. Yet I falsely declared, delicious, Grandpa. You should have some too. I extended a cherry towards him, but he gently pushed my hand away. That won't do. The doctor has advised against it. My blood sugar is high. When I asked them to buy this for me, they informed me of the warning. You enjoy it. It was specifically purchased for you. No one had informed him of my return. Lao Lu glanced at me, remaining silent, that I fought back tears, consuming cherry after cherry, that Fu Qingyue was correct. My grandfather was departing. His current state was but a fleeting resurgence. He appeared so joyful, and I wish for this moment to last forever. I am weary now. It is time for rest. You may return, he said, his eyes fixed vacantly ahead rather than upon me. Following his gaze, I saw nothing that I assisted him in lying down, and he quickly closed his eyes. Upon closing the door to the room, I could no longer maintain my composure. I collapsed at the threshold, tears streaming down my face. Lao Lu, seeing my distress, approached to offer a few comforting words, but I did not absorb them. That it was midnight, that I understood Fu Qingyue's implication, at that moment. The oncoming shift of nurses entered the room. I intended to stop them, yet found myself devoid of the strength to rise. Shortly thereafter, gasps of alarm filled the air. Lao Lu dashed inside, while Fu Qingyue stood silently by, saying nothing. Once my grandfather was settled, we returned home, and the clock had struck 4 in the morning. That I gazed out the bedroom window into the stillness beyond. The outside was eerily quiet. The streetlights were unlit, and not even a whisper of wind disturbed the air. I inquired of Fu Qingyue, do you think my grandfather will be reborn into a good life? Fu Qingyue lowered his head, remaining silent for a moment. His soul has already been exhausted in this lifetime. Damn. My heart was consumed by a torrent of hatred, an overwhelming loathing for my own powerlessness. Then, what have you discerned? Who has harmed my grandfather? Fu Qingyue shook his head. Lu Juefeng, perhaps I should not disclose this to you. You ought not to return. You may perish here. Remain in City Inn, keeping your distance from that thing. Once I have recovered, I can assist in dispelling this malevolent energy that I had underestimated this entity. It had been dead for a long time, having set its sights on your grandfather from the moment of his birth, that it will affect your family for generations until the entire lineage ceases to exist. However, your father seems to have been minimally impacted, perhaps due to someone covertly altering certain factors, that my heart brimmed with enmity. Very well, let it come. I wish to see what this formidable force truly is. It has tormented my grandfather throughout his life, and now it seeks to harm me. I fear it not. Fu Qingyue suddenly inquired. Lu Juefeng, to whom do you resemble in character? Your mother. I found this question peculiar, but answered nonetheless. What purpose does this serve? My mother left after giving birth to me. I have never met her. She was a gentle soul, and I do not take after her, that in truth, my disposition bore little resemblance to either my grandfather or my father. Rather, I was much like my great-grandfather. Where is he now? Fu Qingyue seemed to exhibit a hint of excitement, as if he had glimpsed a glimmer of hope. 3 days later, after attending to my grandfather's affairs, Fu Qingyue and I set off for the countryside to seek out my great-grandfather. Perhaps due to the emotional turbulence of recent days, I leaned back in the car and quickly fell asleep. I dreamt of a figure who appeared to be in his teens, his face obscured, a frail body barely supported by tattered, filthy military green clothing, that a loosely fitted cap sat askew upon his head. Adorned with a bright red 5-pointed star, he seemed utterly exhausted, slumped on the ground, his lips chapped and cracked, and one leg twisted at an unnatural angle due to injury, rendering him unable to stand. Forcing him to crawl, distant gunfire echoed, igniting a surge of anxiety within him as he gripped his rifle, which was long devoid of ammunition. No bullets, no provisions, not even a drop of water remained in his canteen. He endured 4 agonizing days of waiting, until at last, help arrived. Yet he dared not cry out, for the clash was ongoing. He could not discern whether comrades or foes approached him. Through gritted teeth, he summoned every ounce of strength to crawl toward the sound of gunfire. But he was just a boy, yet a valiant soldier, experiencing the battlefield for the first time, and narrowly escaping death on multiple occasions. The noise grew closer, filling him with hope. But why was it so distant? He had been crawling for what felt like an eternity. On the brink of collapse, he exerted every fiber of his being to advance, only to sense something pulling him back. That I in despair, he glanced behind to discover his severed leg caught in a trap. The limb had long since lost sensation, and dark blood flowed freely, yet he felt no pain. He attempted to pry open the trap, but found himself utterly powerless. The pain throughout his body was excruciating, yet he knew that if he relinquished his struggle, he would join his fallen comrades. Forever remaining here, as a wandering spirit, he yearned to return, to be with his fellow soldiers. That I in a moment of desperation, he slapped himself, forcing clarity, and continued to crawl forward, tugging at his leg until he wrenched it free. Dark blood spilled onto the ground, but he paid it no mind, pressing on toward the gunfire. The sounds of battle gradually diminished, ultimately fading into silence. The conflict seemed to have reached a resolution. But his time was running short. With victory determined, the soldiers would soon depart to clear the battlefield. Fear began to envelop him, urging him to hasten his crawl. "That do not leave me behind. Take me back," he silently pleaded, unwilling to relent. That at last he glimpsed his comrades on the opposite bank of the river. They had triumphed. He could return. He shouted with all his might, yet his voice was barely audible. Even to himself, as he watched his comrades prepare to depart, he refused to yield. He retrieved the rifle from his back and struck it forcefully against the stones at the water's edge. Hoping to catch the attention of his fellow comrades across the river, that he hammered away for what felt like an eternity, until finally the comrades on the opposite bank turned their gaze in his direction. "There is a comrade over there." Upon hearing this exclamation, he struck even harder, fearing the fleeting opportunity would slip away. Though his mouth formed the words, no sound emerged, yet he continued to shout, as if to release all the grievances and anguish he had endured in recent days. His comrades lifted him onto a stretcher, and he was finally saved, a smile breaking through his parched visage. That I in that moment, I beheld his face. He bore a striking resemblance to me, reminiscent of what my great-grandfather must have looked like in his youth. Yet my great-grandfather had not lost a leg. Who, then, was this man? The driver's voice jolted me from my reverie. That I rubbed my eyes and, alongside Fu Qingyue, disembarked, preparing to walk to my great-grandfather's house. That on the way, I recounted the events of my dream to Fu Qingyue, who wore a grave expression but merely urged me to quicken my pace. Upon arriving at my great-grandfather's home, I knocked on the door, only to discover it was unlocked. That a sense of unease washed over me as I glanced at Fu Qingyue. He dashed into the courtyard, kicking open the door to the main hall, where my great-grandfather sat in the center. His demeanor sharp and unsettling, sending a wave of panic through me. I recognized that look. It was the gaze of a killer to great-grandfather. "Why are you sitting here, Xiaofeng? Has your grandfather departed?" Although posed as a question, his tone was unmistakably assertive. That I nodded, momentarily speechless. The man before me was not the playful old rogue I remembered, but rather a stranger in my eyes. That I felt an inexplicable hostility emanating from him. "You should leave," he declared, instilling a mix of fear and indignation within me. That a torrent of resentment and frustration surged through me, threatening to overwhelm my spirit. Yet I understood that these emotions did not belong to me. I struggled to rein them in, only to find my vision fading to black. I had left my body. It was Fu Qingyue. He struck me with an object that allowed my soul to detach from my physical form. I gazed at myself, astonished to discover I had reverted to the age of 16. No, this was not I. This was that young soldier. He slowly lifted his head, his eyes brimming with defiance. That Liu Zhaoshan, in the 73 years since my death, have you ever regretted your actions? Never, my great-grandfather replied. The young soldier let out a bitter laugh, as if he had anticipated my great-grandfather's response, and nearly roared. "Liu Zhaoshan, I will reclaim what you owe me. One by one, I will ensure you suffer. I fear not death. On the battlefield, I have never backed down. I fought tooth and nail to return, only for you to demand my life as a favor, sacrificing my family for the greater good. How magnanimous of you! You ascend the ranks on the lives of your kin. Does it not bring you joy? My mother lost her life shielding your comrades. Yet she never uttered a word against you. You were raised by her. You promised to look after me. This is how you care for me?" My great-grandfather's expression softened slightly. "I broke my promise. But I do not regret my decision, Dada Wang. Whether or not you are my nephew, my choice remains unchanged. That I am the commander. My duty is to ensure the victory of our revolution. Only through victory can we secure a future. For all these years, I have mourned your death, but look at the nation and its people today. Without the victories of every battle and the brave sacrifices of our comrades, how could they live as they do now? Silence. Your empty words of compassion mean nothing. So many have survived. Why could I not be one of them? Awang screamed in anguish. Why must I die? I was the first to return, yet you decided to allocate the medicine to others. By what right do you choose my fate? Just because I lost a leg. As I witnessed his breakdown, my heart ached deeply. He merely sought a chance to survive. To Tio attain this chance, he endured unimaginable suffering. He was a valiant warrior, unafraid in battle, and even when faced with death, he never surrendered. He sacrificed a leg for the revolution, deserving of love and care as a hero. Yet his superior, his own uncle, had deprived him even of the chance to live. Seeing his nephew in such torment, my great-grandfather's heart grew heavy, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. At that time, they were isolated and helpless, with a severe shortage of medicine. Awang's infection was far too advanced. The antibiotics available could only save 3 others. As commander, he had to make the painful decision to order the medical officer to cease treatment for Awang. Helplessly watching him take his last breath, out of the 300 soldiers, fewer than a tenth returned, and he could not even bring back Awang's body. Awang, depart now. Xiaofeng is but a child. He is innocent. All these years, you have caused him much suffering while by Chuanjiang's side, that he has already left. That is enough. Awang scoffed. Lu Zhaoshan, how can this be enough? Besides, the suffering he endured is all your doing. Had Lu Chunjiang only had a child, my wrath would have shifted to your grandson. Though his health may be frail, he would not bear too much pain for the rest of his life. I could steal life through the essence of 3 generations and continue living within your great-grandson. Yet you still deny me the chance to exist. You cannot live again. Fu Qingyue interjected coldly. I know not where you obtained this notion of stealing life, but even if you succeeded, Lu Zhuifeng's body cannot withstand the essence of 3 generations. It will soon wither under the weight of such resentment. Furthermore, Fu Qingyue continued, to maintain your existence, you would have to harm others. Is this what you desire? Why did you join the army in the first place? For the sake of driving the enemy out. For a normal life, for Awang questioned himself, appearing lost. For you? Are you deceiving me? Why can I not live? I do not wish to harm anyone. I merely want to survive. My comrades, my squad leader, fought valiantly to protect my escape. I must live on for them. Awang, I too wish for your survival. But do we live solely for ourselves? My great-grandfather's emotions flared. Our comrades, who among them does not have wives and children? Who does not wish to live? Must they die for the sake of another? Chapter 9. The theft of life. I know not how you returned, but I understand that if you are aware, then so too must some of your comrades be. Yet they chose differently. You know why. Awang looked up at the ceiling, seeking an answer. For so many years, he had harbored resentment, having been sheltered throughout his childhood, only to die at the age of 16, yet he was acutely aware that far too many comrades of his age had perished on the battlefield. Life is singular, and each life is precious. At such a tender age, he donned the military uniform, placing his life at the mercy of his loved ones, that he understood all too well the shortage of medicine. If it were only for him, several comrades would lose their lives for lack of treatment. Even if he survived, what then? He had lost a leg and could no longer fight. He would only become a burden to the team. His comrades, however, were different. If they survived, it meant an increase in strength, a glimmer of hope for victory. In times of war, human dignity and life are mercilessly trampled upon. People are meant to be born equal. Yet in war, the equality of life is shattered, classified, and weighed against losses. Awang collapsed to the ground in a daze, his face drenched in tears of regret. For the sake of survival, what had he truly done? What did all these years of perseverance amount to? Could he still be reborn? I cautiously asked Fu Qingyue. Though Awang had caused my grandfather a lifetime of suffering, I truly wish for him to have a chance. Fu Qingyue shook his head. He has harmed others. There is no opportunity for rebirth. The one guiding him from behind was far more culpable. He had influenced Awang's emotions through sorcery, exploiting his resentment for evil deeds. He had not succeeded with Awang, but there was one person he had succeeded with. 8 years ago, My grandfather attempted to guide that person but failed, losing his life in the process. That is, you are aware that even if one succeeds in stealing life, it does not equate to true resurrection. Why should I believe you? Owang's tone had shifted from one of hysteria to a quest for an answer, one that would grant him peace even in death. Fu Qingyue replied, "The one who succeeded in stealing life is named Song Yun. You lie to me." Owang immediately went into a frenzy, as if to attack Fu Qingyue, yet he found himself unable to rise. "You must be deceiving me. The class leader wouldn't do that. Fu Qingyue wouldn't give him any chance to evade. He is being controlled by someone having lost his senses, and it is not of his own volition. Thus, my grandfather, regardless of the circumstances, wished to grant him a chance at reincarnation. However, he has committed too many sins, and ultimately, my grandfather failed. He lost his life because of this, yet he harbored no regrets. Class leader Song should not meet such a tragic end. The true villain is the one who orchestrated this scheme of survival and exerted control over him. After class leader Song's soul was shattered, he must have suffered a backlash, swiftly retreating into hiding. He endured a severe blow, rendering him incapable of controlling your soul, only able to influence your emotions, stirring the strongest desires within you that as long as you succeed in your survival. He can reclaim his former power. If I'm not mistaken, you only regained your senses in recent years, correct? The despair in Wang's eyes deepened. You speak the truth. I awakened only to find that I had harmed Chunjiang, and I am filled with regret that I wish to leave, yet I cannot comprehend why I am unable to control myself. Gradually, I have descended into madness. I know something is amiss, yet I am powerless to stop it." Fu Qingyue's voice softened considerably. "I will expel your spirit, using Taigong's malevolent energy to intimidate him. His control will gradually recede, and you can slowly reclaim your former self, Owang. Listen to the authentic voice within your heart. You are a revolutionary warrior. For the sake of this nation, for your loved ones behind you, have you and your comrades ever feared anything?" I understand now that Wang's eyes gradually cleared, and he slowly stood up, straightening his collar, and saluted Taigong. "Commander, soldier Zhang Ming Wang is departing." As soon as he uttered those words, I felt a powerful force pulling me back into my own body that I silently approached Taigong's side, uncertain of what to say. This nearly 100-year-old man had never appeared so fragile in front of others, but he seemed eternally indomitable, ever reliable. That as a leader of a unit, he bore a responsibility far greater than that of ordinary soldiers. Such a mission rendered him incapable of compassion, unable to act as a benevolent elder. Our ancestors shed their blood on this land, and perhaps not everyone among them possessed the resolve to sacrifice everything for the revolution. Many harbored the simplest, most primal desire, to survive, to live with dignity. When the bandits come, they must be driven away. Once they are expelled, everyone can live. The records in history are but a drop in the ocean. Countless nameless heroes have sacrificed themselves on this land, nameless, without monuments, unremembered. The individuals behind this manipulation have engaged in such heinous acts. Days later, Fu Qingyue and I returned to N City. The little mouse in the cardboard box had long since vanished. Presumably reincarnated as Fu Qingyue suggested, Fu Qingyue mentioned that the mastermind behind this had suffered a significant setback and was temporarily incapable of stirring up trouble. Even if he still controlled some souls, he likely could not maintain that control. Now, we share a common enemy. The one who manipulates the survival scheme is currently facing backlash, and the souls in his grasp must have dissipated. Present-day ordinary individuals, even soldiers, possess little malevolent energy. Even if he finds suitable candidates, given his current condition, establishing a connection would be exceedingly challenging. Nowadays, the departed are mostly given proper burials, unlike during wartime, when corpses lay scattered. And souls were restless. Once souls find peace, they quickly reincarnate, lingering for only a brief time. After all, a starving camel is larger than a horse. This old fellow has survived for so long and is not an ordinary being. He would not act without thorough preparation, that if he were to strike with all his might, would Fu Qingyue truly be able to handle it? This half-baked charlatan bears little resemblance to the reliable figures portrayed in films or novels, lacking both extraordinary artifacts and boundless magical power, and there are times when he cannot even protect his own life. After some discussion, we decided to seek assistance. Thus, Fu Qingyue and I ventured to the street of the 1888 bar that evening. His demeanor was worlds apart from the atmosphere here. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. He walked straight into one of the establishments, and I had no choice but to follow before our arrival. He advised me not to accompany him, yet I insisted on tagging along, so I could hardly voice any objections. That Fu Qingyue approached the front desk to order some drinks, and then found a booth to sit down. Although he was seated, sipping his drink, his eyes were scanning for someone. That I glanced around as well. This bar seemed somewhat peculiar. The atmosphere was lively, the equipment was well equipped, yet why were there no women present? At that moment, a man in a floral shirt approached, flanked by two individuals who resembled lackeys. That he sat down right next to Fu Qingyue, almost pressing against him. That I felt a chill run down my spine. Overwhelmed by discomfort. "You two look unfamiliar. Is this your first time here? Allow me to treat you to a couple of drinks," he said, his eyes fixated on Fu Qingyue, casually resting a hand on his shoulder. Realization dawned on me. This must be a gay man. "Fu Qingyue, you rascal. If you were feeling lonely, you could have just said so." Oh wait, that's not right. He was the one who rejected me, yet I insisted on following him. In that instant, I forgot his penchant for self-destruction. When it comes to his own demise, he truly offers no advice. Should I run for my life? Or should I stand up and defend my brother's honor? Fu Qingyue showed no mercy, swatting the man's hand away and coldly stating, "You should not provoke me." "Haha, interesting. I quite like your personality," the man in the floral shirt replied, seemingly unfazed, even appearing pleased. Suddenly, cheers erupted from the stage. And at that moment, the man behind the floral shirt said, "Yao, the one you were eyeing last time, the one with the surname Gu, is on stage." Yao shot a glare at his subordinate, seemingly displeased at the interruption. He glanced at the stage, his gaze somewhat dazed. That a tall, slender man in white was dancing on stage. His physique well-proportioned, his face exquisitely handsome. Unlike other dancers adorned with heavy makeup, he exuded allure with his charming gaze and graceful movements, inciting wild cheers from the audience, causing my face to flush. Startled, I grabbed my drink and gulped it down, only to choke violently. I had forgotten we had ordered alcohol. That Fu Qingyue and Yao exchanged bewildered glances. And then Yao stood up, saying, "It seems we must meet another time. I must go keep company with that beauty on stage." Yao, accompanied by his lackeys, made his way toward the backstage. That I intended to tease Fu Qingyue, only to find him fixated on the person on stage. So I caught him. What a facade of a cool, composed scholar. Beneath that calm exterior, his heart must be in turmoil. As the performance concluded, the man in white bowed in gratitude and prepared to leave. The audience erupted in fervent excitement, with some even crying out in tears. Had there not been a horde of security to restrain them, they might have rushed the stage. Fu Qingyue stood up, startling me. He wouldn't dare confront that Yao fellow, would he? Yao clearly exuded a gangster aura, surrounded by lackeys, making him seem formidable, especially since he had previously shown interest in Fu Qingyue. Fu Qingyue seemed to possess some skills, adequate for dealing with an ordinary male college student like myself, but facing these societal figures would be akin to courting death. Though one might fight valiantly for a beloved, one must also weigh their own capabilities. My mind was torn, yet I resolved to follow and observe the situation. Even if I could not assist, I could at least call for help. That I could not allow Fu Qingyue to face danger without support. Fortunately, as expected of a genius, his intellect was on point at this moment. The Fu Qingyue and I discreetly trailed the man in white, witnessing him being knocked unconscious by one of Yao's lackeys and dragged away. I reached for my phone to call the police, but Fu Qingyue stopped me. Yao's lackey dragged the man into a room on the second floor and closed the door. Once they left, Fu Qingyue approached, and I thought he intended to heroically rescue the beauty, but instead, he pulled me into the adjacent room. Fu Qingyue surveyed the room and muttered something toward the wall at the head of the bed. Suddenly, the wall seemed to vanish, revealing the room next door before us. Fu Qingyue whispered for me to remain quiet, explaining that the occupants of the adjacent room could not see us, but the soundproofing was poor. Right across from us was the bed in the adjacent room, where the man in white lay, his once perfectly styled hair now tousled, sleep rendering him unrecognizable from his stage persona. He appeared clean and innocent. Can a person truly possess such contrasting qualities? Here he comes. The man named Yao entered, leering at the man on the bed, reaching out to caress him. That I was incensed and turned to storm into the adjacent room. to confront this scoundrel. But Fu Qingyue stopped me. "What are you doing?" "No, my friend," I exclaimed in exasperation. "What are you here for?" "To watch a lewd show." "Of course, I intend to save him. Fu Qingyue, I have stated before that if you come, you must heed my words, and you agreed to it." Upon hearing this, I found myself at a loss for words. Indeed, I had consented to him upon my arrival. Could it be that all of this was within his expectations? I suddenly felt deflated, angered, and sank into a chair within the room. "You are truly beautiful, and your physique is equally stunning," Yao Gu exclaimed as he unbuttoned the white-clad man's shirt, marveling at the beauty before him. Leaning down to savor the moment, that a wave of nausea surged within me, and I felt I might be sick, likely due to the alcohol I had just consumed. A piercing scream erupted from Yao Ji's lips. As he evidently struck a fatal blow and was unceremoniously kicked to the ground, he clutched his groin in agony, wailing in despair. The white-clad man chuckled softly, rising slowly, appearing vibrant and unscathed, entirely unlike someone who had just been knocked out. He approached Yao Gu, placing a foot upon him, demanding, "Where is he?" Yao Gu, utterly bewildered, stammered, "I don't know who you're talking about. My lord, I was wrong to covet you. Spare me, please." The white-clad man delivered a swift kick to Yao Gu. Sending him into unconsciousness, he straightened his attire, fastening his buttons. "Will you come out willingly, or shall I summon you?" As he secured his buttons and turned his gaze towards us, it seemed he had long been aware of our presence. Fu Qingyue remained composed, boldly striding towards him that I prepared to follow, only to discover I was obstructed by an unseen barrier. Of course, it turned out to be a wall. Such formidable spiritual energy, to pass through walls effortlessly? I had no choice but to open the door and venture into the adjacent room. "Little one, why are you following me?" The white-clad man was strikingly handsome, with a voice that was enchanting, almost magical, drawing one in effortlessly that I shook my head, forcing myself not to gaze at him, and indeed felt somewhat clearer. After all, I was merely a follower. I could leave the matters in Fu Qingyue's capable hands. "Please assist me, Fu Qingyue. Something is amiss. We are here to seek a master, not to pursue romantic endeavors. Be more alert. Do not fall prey to mere beauty." Chapter 11. The Struggle for Survival. The white-clad man chuckled lightly, seemingly fond of laughter, which only enhanced his attractiveness. "That if you wish for my aid, the compensation shall be considerable." "And how much would that be?" I interjected, noticing Fu Qingyue's prolonged silence. Someone had to take the initiative. We couldn't leave the conversation hanging. Haha. This little one is quite adorable to know. Not really, did I inwardly berated myself, feeling quite disdainful of my own lack of poise. After receiving a few compliments, I found myself at a loss for words. No matter how handsome he was still a man. Focus. I turned my head away, resolutely deciding not to look at his face again, that he found it amusing, and chuckled a few more times. He approached Fu Qingyue and patted his shoulder. "Think carefully. You know what I desire. Meet me tomorrow evening at 7 at the medical department of T University." With that, the man departed. Upon returning to the dormitory, I harbored doubts about his ability to resolve our predicament. Can he truly assist us? He seems to be our age. Should we seek others? As you mentioned, the one controlling the ghostly forces is quite formidable. We must proceed with caution. Fu Qingyue shook his head, and "Oh need. Age is not an issue. I will go to meet him tomorrow." "You must not accompany me. Fu Qingyue, you fool. It appears that not only are you infatuated, but your judgment is clouded. I remain single, and I refuse to let you have your way. What is it that makes this inconvenient? Speak plainly." Fu Qingyue adopted an expression that conveyed, "Since you insist on knowing, do not blame my demeanor. From what has transpired, the psychological impact on you has been quite significant. Your possession has not lasted long, and you have yet to recover. Prolonged contact with him could destabilize your soul." Fu Qingyue's stance was resolute, and I found myself lacking in self-assurance, determined to reflect on my own thoughts. The following evening, Fu Qingyue set out early to meet the white-clad man, that I remained in the dormitory. Feeling listless, attempting to browse the internet for beautiful women to distract myself, but to little effect, the image of him dancing on stage resurfaced in my mind, and I felt as though I were doomed. Yet suddenly, a query struck me. Why had I never encountered such a person from the medical department of T University, despite numerous prior interactions? Although I was somewhat superficial, surely I wouldn't be so easily flustered. Upon reflection, While the white-clad man was indeed striking, Fu Qingyue was not far behind in appearance. What could possibly be the issue? I opened the T University website in search of information regarding the white-clad man. According to Yao Ji's underlings, he was likely surnamed Gu. The accounts from the 5 major universities allowed for mutual access to the campus network that I accessed the T University forum, filled largely with discussions about prominent figures, academics, competitions, and even some gossip about couples. Indeed, regardless of one's intelligence, curiosity about love remains a universal trait that as I scrolled down, I stumbled upon a post from a month ago. Shocking, business school's Jiang Xinyue reportedly confessed successfully to Professor Gu Lin. Gu Lin? Could it be he? I clicked on the post, and indeed, the subject was none other than the white-clad man from the Bière. To my astonishment, he was a professor at T University. Did I end the photograph? He was engaged in conversation with a male student, appearing quite amiable. The male figure was only partially visible, while Gu Lin was captured perfectly. The image was beautifully taken. He was dressed in formal attire, his hair meticulously styled, exuding the aura of an elite professor. His features were exquisite, his face radiating a gentle glow, evoking a sense of healing merely by gazing upon it. For reasons unbeknownst to me, I sensed a profound affection emanating from the photographer towards Gu Lin in this image. That as I continued to peruse the forum, it became evident that Gu Lin was indeed a significant figure at T University, with a mention in nearly every 10 posts, each garnering high engagement. After a lengthy scroll, I began to feel fatigued, closing my eyes to rest, only to unexpectedly drift in a slumber that I dreamed once more. I knew I was dreaming, for I found myself, much like when I dreamed of a Wang, in an unfamiliar environment. This was a bedroom, adorned with a myriad of photographs and posters, all depicting one person, Gu Lin. Before a desk sat a male student, his back to me, as he transferred photos from a camera to a computer, unsurprisingly, all featuring Gu Lin. After uploading the images, he appeared to be adjusting something. Though I was not well versed in photography, it seemed quite professional. His expression was one of intense focus, distinctly different from Yao Ji's lecherous demeanor. His eyes were filled with genuine affection that he seemed to be an art student. With shelves brimming with related literature, and one shelf contained an array of certificates and trophies, haphazardly stacked together, but he approached a cabinet. Opening it to reveal several magazines, meticulously arranged, he carefully extracted one, discovering it to be a medical journal. Pristine and seemingly well-preserved, as he gently flipped through the pages, he landed on one that appeared to have been turned countless times. He made no markings, nor did he crease the pages, effortlessly arriving at that specific page. It seemed to be an interview, with the interviewee's photo prominently displayed, and it was all too evident who it was that I could not fully comprehend the source of this affection, yet I found myself empathizing deeply with this person. The love surging within him, yet buried deep within his heart. After perusing the magazine, he seemed to arrive at a decision, meticulously organizing his belongings before slinging a bag over his shoulder and heading out. He rode his bike to T University, arriving directly at an office door, where he knocked gently. Coming down, a melodious male voice echoed from within. It was Gu Lin. Could it be that he was here to confess his feelings? Professor Gu, hello, I am he. He appeared visibly anxious, nervously fiddling with the cuffs of his sleeves. Please, have a seat. What brings you here? Gu Lin, noticing his tension, offered him a glass of water. That he accepted the water, but did not drink. Instead, he held it in his hands. Professor Gu, I am the one who took the photos for that post. However, I never expected they would be published on the campus website as he spoke. His anxiety intensified. Despite having rehearsed countless times in his mind, he found himself at a loss for words. Would Gu Lin harbor disdain for him? Would he find him repulsive? They had taken his photos and used them to tarnish Gu Lin's reputation. Though he had not been the instigator, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, unable to forgive himself. The so-called guilt often originates from those with a conscience. You took them? Gu Lin's tone remained calm, devoid of any reproach. Yes, I apologized. He was quite frustrated. I understood that you and Jiang Xuezhang were merely discussing matters, not as they claimed that I informed them that the photos turned out splendidly. Might I request a solo shot next time? Gu Ban's gentle words left Yu at a loss, as he envisioned countless reactions from Gu Ban, yet none could have prepared him for this outcome. The bright moon in his heart illuminated him. Yet he felt sullied, unworthy of such moonlight. Do you truly not blame me? Can I really take a picture of you? He inquired cautiously, fearful of mishearing. Chapter 12. A Fleeting Life 3 months prior. He first beheld Gu Ban beneath the blooming roses of the pharmacy. Quietly seated beneath the flowers, engrossed in a book, he appeared as if he had stepped out of a dream, but he covertly captured his image. His heart racing, not even adjusting the camera, but he dashed back to his dorm, carefully opened the photo, which, devoid of any technique, became his finest work. From that moment on, he devoted nearly all his free time to clandestinely photographing Gu Ban. Each time he did so, he felt an agonizing pain within, as if he were a thief, stealing something that did not belong to him. One day, he locked himself away, attempting to put an end to this sinful behavior, but instead found himself tormented by greater anguish, teetering on the brink of madness, even contemplating ending his own life, that he dissolved sleeping pills in water, preparing to drink. Yet upon glancing at Gu Ban beneath the roses, he abruptly relinquished the thought that he was unwilling and unable to part with the sweetness that had emerged from his otherwise bitter existence. Even if that sweetness was ill-gotten, the Gu Ban smiled gently. Of course it's true, the roses by the pharmacy have bloomed, and I adore that place. How about we meet there? Are you free tomorrow? I'm available after 3. He lifted his gaze to meet Gu Ban's, tears welling in his eyes, and wiped them away with force. Then, I shall come to find you tomorrow afternoon. That he joyously stood, carelessly spilling water from his cup, and after bidding farewell to Gu Ban, he stepped outside, inadvertently colliding with someone. I'm so sorry. The stranger assured him it was fine, and he left in high spirits. After wiping the water off himself, the man remarked, "Who is he? What was he doing?" Gu Ban replied, "A rather interesting young lad." The drenched man said, "Hey, Gusha, do not lead astray innocent children. From the looks of that boy, he surely can't handle it. If you're so lonely, I could sacrifice a bit too." After all, our photos have made their rounds on the campus forum, and I was scolded by the old man that if we were to become a couple, my scolding wouldn't be in vain, would it? It appeared this man was the other male lead in the post, Jiang Qianyue, that he had heard of him at home, notorious for having torn apart his family for a man at a young age. Yet from their exchange, it was clear they were not a couple. The uproar had drawn attention, with the Jiang family patriarch threatening to eliminate Jiang Qianyue. A Gu Ban shot him a look. "What? Do you think breaking a leg would be better?" Jiang Qianyue, realizing he couldn't gain the upper hand in their banter, ceased teasing Gu Ban. "Honestly, that boy isn't your type, is he?" Gu Ban's expression grew somber. "Jiang Shao. Emotions like this are hard to control. I do not fancy them, that it's just that when one has lingered in darkness for too long, a single flicker of candlelight becomes precious that I cannot extinguish that flame. Do you understand? You, after all these years, remain an enigma, cold-hearted yet kind, cunning yet innocent." Gu Ban glanced at Jiang Qianyue, refraining from rebuttal. Even he could not fully comprehend himself, let alone others, that he had suffered for his misplaced kindness. And he could see through Yu's feelings for him in an instant that he had never been particularly concerned with such matters. Many had professed their love to him, some fervently, some reservedly, and others like a persistent adhesive. From Yu's eyes, he perceived the unfortunate fate that awaited him, feeling a profound sense of loss. Such a delicate, innocent boy was destined for a life rife with hardship, perhaps even a short one. His only glimmer of hope lay in that timid affection, which Gu Ban could not bear to shatter, knowing the anguish of unrequited love. Let this poor soul possess the last warmth in this cold world. The following day, Yu did not arrive as promised. That he had died, victim to a tragic accident. His form was beyond recognition, his head misshaped, his hands clutching the camera tightly to his chest, before departing. He had meticulously set the camera to its finest state, ready to embrace the happiest moment of his tumultuous life. Such a small wish, shattered by an unforeseen calamity, that I awoke to the sound of a click. It was Fu Qingyue returning. Having dozed off while seated, my legs felt numb. That I stood, stretched, and inquired about the situation. That he merely stated that everything was in order, awaiting the appearance of the one behind the fleeting life. "What troubles you?" Fu Qingyue suddenly asked. "Did you dream again?" "How did you know?" I intended to share the details of my dream with Fu Qingyue, only to find him inquiring first, furrowing his brows. He suggested that I might be plagued by malevolent energy, granting me the ability to commune with spirits, and that I was now being targeted by another entity. That I recalled a previous dream when I discovered Ah Wang had possessed me. It seemed to be the same case again, so I hurriedly relayed the dream's content to him. Fu Qingyue frowned. Perhaps Gu Ban will have a solution. Let us seek him out. Now, is it not too late? Fu Qingyue replied, Extend your hand. He swiftly crafted a talisman and pressed it into my palm. In an instant, we found ourselves in a bedroom. The Jiyu Ban was changing into his sleepwear, buttons yet to be fastened. He seemed to have foreseen our visit, unfazed, leisurely fastening his buttons. Before we could speak, he approached me, cupping my face in his hands, compelling me to meet his gaze. That I was startled, attempting to push his hands away, only to discover I was frozen in place. The sensation I had previously felt upon seeing him, dazed, infatuated, was replaced by panic and fear. That I recognized this feeling stemmed from Hiyu. Yet had he not harbored affection for Gu Ban? Why now, then, did he tremble in fear? Come forth. Your consciousness has lingered within him too long, and it is detrimental. The Jiyu Ban seemed to speak to Hiyu. Yet Hiyu was likely paralyzed by terror, unable to heed his words. That what a coward. Having said that, Gu Ban pressed his lips against mine, merely brushing against them before pulling away. Such audacity! The shock lasted only a second, and I felt an overwhelming sensation as if something were tearing away from my being. Suddenly, I felt lighter. I realized Hiyu had departed from my body. He curled into a corner, trembling till my legs quaked, and my head buzzed from Gu Ban's recent action, leaving me in a daze. Fu Qingyue came to my aid. Gu Ban approached Hiyu. Why did you not come to me directly? I have become this way. I feared I would frighten you. Hiyu desperately squeezed into the corner, as if trying to merge with the wall. Gu Ban chuckled. Nonsense. I am quite brave and not easily frightened. Why not give it a try? Hiyu ceased trembling, hesitating for a moment before gradually standing and turning around. His body was marred with dried blood, his face so distorted that it was unrecognizable. Chapter 13. A Fleeting Life. Part 8. He gazed at Gu Ban, attempting to smile, yet saw his own grotesque reflection in Gu Ban's bright eyes. Tears streamed from the corners of his cracked eyes, and he was overwhelmed with sorrow, covering his face and softly weeping. You have suffered. The Jiyu Ban gently embraced him, and he wanted to push him away, fearing he would soil Gu Ban. Yet Gu Ban's warmth was too inviting to resist. His heart melted in that warmth, and all resentment gradually dissipated. The sound of his sobs began to fade, and his form grew transparent until he vanished entirely. Did he just leave? Hiyu departed without uttering a single word. His wish fulfilled, his spirit settled, he naturally departed. Sometimes, words cannot express even a fraction of the emotions felt. And silence is more poignant. The Jiyu Ban sat down, his demeanor relaxing, as if the gentle person from moments ago were not himself. That he turned to me and remarked, As for you, it seems troubles will be abundant henceforth. I felt somewhat disheartened. Professor Gu, can you not assist? Gu Ban was always quick to smile. His laughter captivating. He said, There is no particular solution. With Fu as your companion, you shall face no grave matters. Consider it an enriching experience in life. Enriching experience, indeed. Having arrived, I choose to find solace in my surroundings. Blaming fate and others is not my style. After discussing specific matters with Gu Ji, we returned to our dormitory. Transitioning to orthopedics, I observed that the physicians in this department often possess a carefree and robust demeanor, creating a relatively relaxed atmosphere. That on this particular day, a unique patient arrived, an elderly gentleman, aged 98, who had suffered a fall resulting in a fractured pelvis, leaving him unable to rise. Generally, few doctors would consider performing major surgery on someone of such advanced age, but directives from higher authorities mandated that the operation must proceed, no matter the risks involved. The surgery was obligatory. This venerable man was reputed to be a graduate of the Whampoa Military Academy and spoke fluent American English. Since his admission to the ward, his chatter had scarcely ceased. And within less than a day, the nurses were beginning to find it intolerable. Fortunately, the soundproofing in his private room was commendable, allowing for a degree of peace when the door was closed. I privately inquired with Fu Qingyue about the peculiar behavior of the old gentleman, wondering if he might be possessed. But Fu Qingyue deemed it unlikely, as he observed no signs of the soul being consumed, indicating that the man's spirit had willingly departed his body. This differed fundamentally from the nature of survival by theft, and given that his soul had already been taken, one might question why it had not been entirely devoured, leaving only a lingering remnant. Though this gentleman had a military background, he bore little malevolence. It was likely he had been a non-combatant during a service, thus not having experienced the horrors of battle. Those capable of manipulating the art of survival would not deign to engage with someone of his caliber, that I felt somewhat disheartened. The initial momentum of our pursuit had waned, that Fu Qingyue and I had returned to N City nearly 3 months ago. Yet the entity behind the act of survival remained elusive. Did this imply that the old man's situation was unrelated to the matter at hand? Not entirely. It merely suggested that the entity was in hiding. Suddenly, I sprang to my feet as Gu Ji appeared unexpectedly. "Professor Gu, what brings you here?" I exclaimed in astonishment. "What else with the surprise? When you two teleported into my bedroom, I didn't express such rudeness." He replied that that moment. Gu Ji had been in the midst of changing clothes, making our abrupt appearance rather inappropriate. Ji Yuji claimed to possess a method to unearth the malevolent entity, that he recited a chant, and we found ourselves in a temple. Perhaps due to the weather, the atmosphere in this temple was heavy with an oppressive aura, and a chilling wind sent shivers down our spines. Upon entering the inner sanctum behind the main hall, we discovered a row of jade tablets, each adorned with names, some marked with incense offerings. This practice is not uncommon. Many individuals purchase jade tablets for their deceased loved ones, hoping to provide them peace in the afterlife through Buddhist rituals. Gu Ji halted before one particular row of tablets, his expression darkening, that I approached to examine the tablets, only to find 4 of them bearing the same name. Songbin Shurjin, yet signed with a Chinese name. Dai Li. Songbin Shurjin had once led the Japanese invasion of N City, committing heinous atrocities, and it was utterly ludicrous that someone would erect a tablet in his honor here. How absurd! How shameless! What sort of world permits victims to commemorate their tormentors? Gu Ji extended his hand, and I witnessed him draw forth something from within the jade tablet, casting it heavily onto the ground. The entity resembled a shapeless mass, devoid of a human form, and he subsequently produced a talisman, rendering the entity immobile. "With my master present, how can his minions still hide?" Gu Ji remarked, and with a mere flick of his finger, the mass began to wail in pain, its cries piercing and devoid of pity. "That Mr. Gu, I believe we can negotiate." A middle-aged couple appeared before us. 3 against 3. A fair contest. I will keep an eye on the one bound by the talisman, while they will handle the other 2. "That you are Dai Li," Gu Ji scoffed. "You've lived quite a while. It's time for you to meet your end." That I had expected him, or that Ji Yu, to be astute. Yet his words came out with the brashness of a youth. Dai Li seemed wary of Gu Ji, preparing to discuss terms with us. "That Mr. Gu, you are a rare beauty. Youth is indeed a treasure. Had I met my foster father 20 years earlier, I too could have maintained my youth." She continued, "You are waiting for someone, but even if you do meet them, you will be left with a face full of wrinkles. Will they not flee at the sight of your aging visage?" Gu Ji remained unfazed by Dai Li's words, "that my affairs require no concern from you. Focus instead on how to resolve your own fate. Dying at my hands will not be a pleasant experience." "Humph." The man accompanying Dai Li, losing patience at Gu Ji's refusal to negotiate, declared, "Who dies is yet to be determined. You hold him, while I will deal with these 2 useless ones before joining you. With just the 2 of us, victory is ours." "Why am I involved in this?" I exclaimed. "I pose no threat to you at all." I glanced pleadingly at Fu Qingyue, hoping he might provide me with some form of protection. Yet he paid me no heed. The middle-aged man advanced to attack me, clearly recognizing that I was the weakest link among the trio. "Get out of the way!" Fu Qingyue bellowed, pulling me behind him. Though my instinct was to flee, I endeavored to maintain my composure, remaining close to the pair of malevolent figures. Meanwhile, Gu Ji and Dai Li had commenced their duel. It was evident that she was no match for him and could barely hold her ground. In stark contrast, Fu Qingyue was being overwhelmed by the man, clearly struggling to withstand the onslaught. That I was anxious, uncertain of how to assist. "Come here, young one," that the ominous mass beckoned, and I instinctively sensed its malice. Opting to ignore it, the entity persisted. "Help me remove this talisman, and I shall grant you eternal life, even bestowing upon you great power. Look at those 2. They are mere pawns, yet they enjoy everlasting life and formidable strength. Do you not desire that for yourself? Observe your current state. Your companion is gravely injured, and you can only watch helplessly, powerless to act. A person devoid of power can only watch in despair as their loved ones suffer." Unable to intervene, silence. I retorted, my resolve shaken by the entity's words. That yes, I witnessed Fu Qingyue sustain injuries. Guji attempted to assist, but was thwarted by Dai Li. Fu Qingyue was struck down by the middle-aged man, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. Let him die, I thought. Suddenly, I seized a nearby object and swung it at the man. With a mere flick of his hand, he sent me crashing to the ground. Blood filling my mouth, that he advanced towards Fu Qingyue, preparing to deliver the final blow, and I yearned to intervene, yet found it nearly impossible to move. At that moment, I desperately wished for power, anything to prevent me from passively watching him perish. Yet, Fu Qingyue did not die. Dai Li ultimately proved to be no match for Gu Ziyi in her attempt to restrain him. She had exhausted herself and was now on the verge of collapse. As the middle-aged man aimed to deliver his finishing blow to Fu Qingyue, Gu Ji delivered a powerful kick, sending him staggering away. You foolish child, unaware of your own insignificance, my foster father, Lord Songbin, possesses unparalleled strength, and you cannot extinguish him at your whim. The man spat blood. Should you kill us today, there will be other followers of Lord Songbin. Can you truly eliminate them all? That can be arranged. But you must first meet your demise. Gu Ji intoned softly, casting a spell upon the man Dada. He screamed, rapidly aging before our very eyes, withering away until he vanished entirely. Jiu Ji turned his attention to Dai Li. I anticipated he would deal with her, as he had the middle-aged man. Yet he merely bypassed her, approaching the ominous mass and adjusting the ring on his finger, drawing the entity within. Once the entity was contained within the ring, Dai Li aged instantly, her hands trembling as she touched her face, now resembling the bark of an old tree. No, I refuse to become this, she cried out in despair. Gu Ji approached and tapped me lightly. I immediately felt a sense of relief, as if I could walk unassisted. That I nodded, noticing his pallor, indicating that the act of containing the entity had drained much of his spiritual energy. He struggled to help Fu Qingyue, and I hurried to assist, feeling dizzy as we managed to support Fu Qingyue, exiting the temple's main hall. Dai Li's wails echoed behind us as we reached the entrance. A vehicle approached, causing me to feel a surge of anxiety that if someone inquired about our presence at the temple in the dead of night, we would have no explanation and might even end up in custody. Fortunately, the driver was not a stranger. It was Jiang Qinyue. Upon seeing our condition, he was initially taken aback before rushing over. He intended to support Gu Ji, but was rebuffed. Instead, he lifted Fu Qingyue and placed him in the back seat of the car as one might a sack. Then he returned to carefully assist Gu Ji, who finally accepted the help. Shall we head to the hospital? Jiang Qinyue asked. Take us to my home, Gu Ji replied, rolling his eyes at Jiang Qinyue, who then ceased his inquiries and closed his eyes to rest. Upon arriving at Gu Ji's residence, Jiang Qinyue first ensured Gu Ji was safely inside. That I steadied Fu Qingyue, waiting for him to return to escort us back to the dormitory, only to find him returning to lift Fu Qingyue once more. Are we also going to Professor Gu's home? I pondered. My friend, it appears you have been quite foolish, given the severity of his injuries. Returning home may mean he will not see the light of tomorrow. Jiang Qinyue lifted his foot to leave, and I could only struggle to keep up with him. He laid Fu Qingyue upon the bed in a bedroom, and Gu Pin entered, holding several yellow talismans and a fragrant candle. His complexion seemed to have worsened, his lips devoid of any color. Gu Pin ignited 3 talismans, transforming them into golden light, which he then affixed to Fu Qingyue's forehead and 2 other places on his body. Stay with him, and should the candle extinguish before dawn, awaken me, he instructed before collapsing. Jiang Qinyue was quick to catch him, carrying him outside. That moment, I was utterly exhausted and overwhelmed with drowsiness. Yet I dared not close my eyes, as a sharp pain throbbed in my chest. I fixated on the candle flame, gradually perceiving it as too. Suddenly startled, I slapped myself hard. It was a close call. I nearly succumbed to sleep. To stave off slumber, I opted to stand vigil here, as it is indeed difficult to sleep without a point of support. Heaven knows how many times I checked Fu Qingyue's breath that night. Each flicker of the candle was a torment for me. Although Gu Pin mentioned he could awaken him again, I had an unsettling premonition that such an action would complicate matters further. Fu Qingyue, I have lived this long without ever showing such devotion to my father, nor have I cared for a young girlfriend. Even my biological father pales in comparison. You must awaken properly, or I shall be quite disappointed. At 4 in the morning, after standing for several hours, the pain in my calves reached its peak, prompting me to pace back and forth in the room. Though I dared not hurry for fear of extinguishing the candle with a gust of wind, that it was the height of summer, and before 6, the dawn would break. Time was fleeting to AT 5:20. At last, I beheld the sun. I had never before sensed such a tremendous vitality emanating from the sun. It gradually rose, sweeping away all shadows that I slumped to the ground, my mind remarkably clear, devoid of any drowsiness. Leaning over the bed, I watched as sunlight gradually illuminated Fu Qingyue's pale face, a warmth blossoming within me that I closed my eyes, and soon, consciousness slipped away. When I awoke, it was already evening, and Fu Qingyue still had not stirred. I went in search of Gu Pin. His complexion appeared considerably improved since the previous night. He informed me that Fu Qingyue was no longer in critical condition and would awaken at the latest by tomorrow. Relieved by Gu Pin's assurance, I felt at ease. Aside from that one encounter at the bar, Gu Pin typically styled his hair up, presenting himself as an academic elite, perfectly suited to his title of professor. At this moment, clad in casual attire, his hair fell gently across his forehead, giving him an innocuous appearance, one that could easily be mistaken for a fresh university student. "Were you peeking at me?" Ahem, feeling somewhat embarrassed at being seen through, I asked, "Professor Gu, I have a question to be frank. Before, whenever I saw you, my heart raced, and I was never entirely lucid. Why has that sensation dissipated now?" Gu Pin, adopting a more professorial demeanor, replied, "It is because your state of mind has shifted. When one has yet to find what they truly care about, they are inevitably drawn to superficial things." His words left me feeling somewhat uneasy. "You are not merely a facade. I genuinely admire you," Gu Pin smiled, rising to stand beside me, suddenly leaning closer. "Now take another look. Do you find me appealing?" His gaze was earnest, devoid of jest, retaining the same allure as when we first met, though his pallor rendered him even more pitiable. Yet within me, tranquility reigned, banishing previous infatuations. "Indeed, you are handsome," I replied sincerely. "What are you two doing?" Jiang Qinyue entered. Gu Pin glanced at him without a hint of embarrassment and made no effort to acknowledge him. I hastily clarified that we had done nothing. Jiang Qinyue scrutinized me from head to toe, nodding slightly, perhaps deeming me no threat, that I felt a twinge of insult. Yet considering he had assisted us, I chose not to hold a grudge. Chapter 15. A Struggle for Life. Ape is a boy who just entered his freshman year this September, resembling a middle school student, thin, small, with dark skin that belies the health of a typical child. His mother, equally slender, is in her 40s, her hair already streaked with gray at this moment. Her eyes are red-rimmed as she converses with Jiang Yi, who usually wears a playful grin, but now bears a grave expression. Ape's diagnosis from the city is accurate. He indeed has bone cancer, and it may have metastasized, Jiang Yi stated. Ape's mother burst into tears. Having traveled a great distance to the province, she had hoped to overturn the city's diagnosis. Believing her son was merely suffering from growing pains, Director Jiang, he is still so young. I implore you, save him. He just got accepted into N University. Our village hasn't seen a student attend N University in a decade. He is a hardworking child, and I will not default on medical fees, she pleaded, attempting to kneel before Jiang Yi, who hurried to lift her up. Ape's mother, please remain calm. This is not a matter of cost. I have already applied for special assistance from the hospital, and I believe it will be approved soon. However, Ape's condition is quite severe. Even with surgery, improvement is not guaranteed, and the chances of success are slim. I understand. I truly do. Thank you, Director Jiang. Even if there is but a sliver of hope, I would sell everything to ensure my child receives treatment. He is my lifeblood. Her words moved everyone present. She is a resilient mother from a poor village in the West, where, as she said, not a single college student emerges in a decade, let alone one attending a prestigious institution like N University. In such harsh environments, the villagers often live their lives confined within the mountains, harboring great disdain for Ape's father, who had ventured into the city. The items Ape's father brought back were regarded with suspicion. They believed these things bore ill fortune, corrupting their ancestral virtues, and would bring divine retribution. When Ape's father proposed sending him to the town for junior high, the villagers accused him of committing unspeakable acts. Declaring he could no longer remain in the village and preparing to flee, they believe his family must have done something wrong, fearing discovery. Indeed, just days ago, that old man Li fell into the water. Surely he was pushed. Lee always traveled that path. How could he have met such misfortune upon the father's return? One by one, the villagers fabricated accusations against him, conjuring baseless charges. This accusation was entirely unfounded. Whether this man is guilty or not holds no significance. If they believe him guilty, he is condemned in their eyes. On the day they attempted to leave for the town, the village chief, accompanied by a group, blocked their path. Ape's father defended himself, asserting he had harmed no one and had been home these past few days. "Who can prove your claims?" asked Zhang Chong, the village bully. "I have no enmity with old Li. Why would I wish him harm?" Ape's father retorted. Zhang Chong sneered. "Isn't it simple? While you were away, old Li frequently visited your home. Surely he was there to woo your wife." Laughter erupted among the onlookers, and Ape's mother blushed with indignation. "Speak with integrity. Do not slander the innocent. What eye of yours has seen old Li visiting our home so frequently, to utter such nonsense before the children? Do you not fear the heavens' wrath? Oh, so you cannot bear to have your secrets revealed." Zhang Chong shoved Ape's mother, her frail form unable to withstand the force, and she fell to the ground, momentarily incapacitated. Witnessing this, Ape's father could no longer tolerate it and immediately grappled with Zhang Chong. "What kind of coward bullies a woman? If you have guts, come at me. Do you truly believe I fear you?" Zhang Chong threatened. "You are unworthy of even carrying my shoes. You are nothing but a worthless scoundrel." The two men fought fiercely, but Ape's father was no match for the brawler Zhang Chong, quickly succumbing to defeat and being pinned to the ground. Ape's mother and Ape rushed to intervene, but were easily pushed aside by Zhang Chong. Seeing Zhang Chong's escalating violence, the village chief grew concerned that someone might be seriously harmed and urged the onlookers. "What are you waiting for? Separate them now, before someone gets killed." Zhang Chong was forcibly restrained by several men, his mouth spewing unrefined words. The village chief gestured for the men to drag him away. Ape's father lay on the brink of death, while Ape and his mother knelt by his side, weeping inconsolably. Witnessing this, the village chief felt a twinge of pity that he was aware that the rumors accusing Ape's father of wrongdoing were unfounded. Yet in this remote corner of the world, there was no one to bring justice upon these villains. That is a mere village chief. He was nothing more than a figurehead, left only to deal with the aftermath. This village, known as the Murder Village, had few adult men with clean hands. The lone path to town was one that no one dared traverse after dark. The crowd dispersed, leaving only a few cold onlookers. Some glancing occasionally at the setting sun in the west, their gazes foreboding, as if they awaited something ominous. After a spell of crying, as dusk approached, Ape's mother appeared to awaken from a trance, hastily wiping her tears and shouldering Ape's father to head outside. Rural women possess great strength. Despite her slight frame, Ape's mother managed to hoist a grown man. She seemed to be driven by fear. Walking briskly without a moment's pause to Ape's father, gravely injured, was rushed to the hospital, but after 2 days he succumbed to his wounds, leaving behind a grieving widow and orphan, alone in the town with no kin. Ape's mother found herself unable to return to the village. Her husband's savings quickly dwindled, forcing her to seek work wherever she could, renting a cheap garage that rarely saw sunlight, filled with an unshakable odor. Fortunately, Ape was an ambitious child, consistently achieving top marks in his studies, and miraculously gained admission to the city's prestigious high school. The academic atmosphere at the school was demanding. Initially, Ape struggled to keep up. But through sheer diligence, he soon caught up that in a broader arena, opportunities abounded. Thanks to his outstanding performance, Ape received a full scholarship and a generous grant, allowing him to pursue his education without burdening his family financially. His performance in the college entrance examination was equally commendable. That on the day Ape received his acceptance letter from N University, he felt as if a new chapter in his life was about to commence. However, fate played a cruel joke as he was diagnosed with bone cancer. Jiang Yi urged me to create another crowdfunding campaign for Ape. After successfully applying, I personally donated 2,000 that the campaign was credible. Coming from a provincial hospital, and many contributed, leaving messages of support that a significant portion of the donors were Ape's alumni from N University, alongside many kind-hearted individuals from society. Though society may seem cold, there are always those with warm hearts, willing to extend their kindness to others. I understood that even if we raised enough funds for the surgery, Ape's survival remained uncertain. Did you donate money to Ape? Fu Qingyue asked me, his brow furrowed with concern as he approached me. Yes, I contributed a bit. What about you? I replied. His illness cannot be resolved by mere donations. Fu Qingyue shook his head, that I recognized that it was not solely a matter of money. But aside from expressing our goodwill, what else could we do? I questioned Fu Qingyue's intent. Upon seeing his determined gaze, my heart leapt with hope. Do you have a solution? Fu Qingyue responded, I cannot assist with the surgery. That relies solely on Director Jiang. However, there are other avenues we can explore. What do you mean by that? You're just an intern. What assistance can you provide? What else? Speak quickly. Fu Qingyue, without holding back, explained, Ape is facing a calamity. If he survives this ordeal, he will find success and peace in his life. This trial is not fatal, but someone has interfered. The more remote the village, the greater the unpredictable dangers lurking within. To mitigate potential risks, Fu Qingyue attached my soul to a talisman, that he ignited a teleportation talisman, and we arrived at the entrance of a village. The scene was one of desolation, although there were numerous houses. Most were dilapidated, giving the impression that no one resided there. That Fu Qingyue traversed the village for a considerable time, encountering not a single soul. Upon reaching a small dwelling, he stepped inside, discovering that the house had long been abandoned, with furniture covered in dust. Venturing into a smaller room, he found it appeared somewhat maintained, with footprints on the windowsill. Yet, why had the occupant not used the front door? Inside, there was only a desk and a simple bed with a straw mat. The desk was clean, its surface covered with glass, beneath which lay several old photographs, including one of Ape's family of 3. That Fu Qingyue opened a drawer, releasing a plume of black smoke. Once it dissipated, he revealed a straw figure bound with grass rope, its limbs restrained, its mouth sealed with yellow paper, and a rusty nail embedded in its forehead. That Fu Qingyue ignited a talisman, setting the straw figure ablaze until it turned to ash. Is that it? I communicated with him in thought, finding the process surprisingly simple. Who are you? What are you doing here? An elderly man, perhaps in his 60s, entered through the window. Upon seeing Fu Qingyue and the ashes on the floor, he became frantic. What did you burn? The old man hastily opened the drawer where the straw figure had been, only to find it empty, prompting him to scream in despair. Do you understand what you've done? You burned the straw figure. The malevolent forces can no longer be contained. The villagers are doomed. Fu Qingyue retorted furiously. So you intended to exploit Ape's fortune to suppress those forces? Do I have a choice? The old man lamented. This village is steeped in malevolence. How many children born here have truly thrived? I had to make a choice between one life and many. What a grand act of charity it is to sacrifice one life for the sake of many. Fu Qingyue coldly replied. For a century, Jiangsu village has been devoid of order and justice, resulting in the demise of countless innocents. As the village chief, you refuse to punish the wicked and instead use the most fortunate individual in the village to quell these forces, leading to an inexorable decline in the village's fortunes. This cycle can only lead to destruction. Tears streamed down the old man's face as he cried, What am I to do? This has always been the way of things. Every day survived is a day gained. Now that you have destroyed the straw figure, the village is truly on the brink of catastrophe. But has it always been right to do so? Fu Qingyue observed the old man, opting to ignore him as he prepared to leave. Yet the elder grasped him tightly, declaring, You cannot escape. This village is doomed, and so are you. Then you might as well let go. Fu Qingyue replied. The village chief, believing Fu Qingyue had no chance of escape, released his grip. Fu Qingyue departed the main room, but the village chief shouted after him, How can you pass through the main house? He is in there. Had it not been for the malevolent spirit guarding the main house, he would not have returned to this decrepit village. That a few old souls lingered here, indifferent to whether they lived or died. However, should the forces within the village remain unchecked, he and future generations would be implicated. Hence his periodic returns. As Fu Qingyue glanced back at the figure the village chief had mentioned, we had not noticed the man sitting at the main house's table upon our arrival. He was covered in wounds and exuded no signs of life, his gaze filled with sorrow and gratitude. He was Ape's father. Leave now. There is no need for you to remain. Ape is safe. Fu Qingyue assured him that he is safe. The village is not. The village chief cried from behind. After walking for some time, we seemed to arrive at a graveyard. Here, the graves lacked markers, and some corpses lay exposed. Having succumbed to the elements over the years, reduced to skeletal remains, dozens of black vapors surged toward Fu Qingyue but halted just shy of him, as if obstructed by an unseen force. They collided violently, yet the barriers remained unyielding. Fu Qingyue calmly sat down in a meditative pose, closing his eyes, reciting incantations I could not comprehend. That a golden light enveloped him, expanding outward, purging the black vapors until they transformed into golden specks and vanished. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently beneath us. What is happening? Is there an earthquake? I exclaimed. Fu Qingyue replied, the village is collapsing. What about the villagers? I inquired. Those who were meant to leave have already departed. Those remaining must face the consequences of their actions. For years, they have thrived by sacrificing the fortunes of others, and now they must reap what they have sown. Is that truly the case? Are you certain there will be no collateral damage? I pressed. Perhaps there will be, but I can do nothing more. We should return. A day later, Apei's surgery was successful. His mother expressed her profound gratitude to Jiang Yi, insisting on presenting him with a red envelope. Director Jiang, this money is not a donation. It is what I earned. I will repay the kind-hearted individuals who donated. Please accept it. Regardless of the circumstances, Jiang Yi steadfastly refused to accept the red envelope. Consequently, Apei's mother made it a point to prepare various delicacies and deliver them to the doctor's office every few days. Reluctantly, Jiang Yi conceded that he could only accept once, urging Apei's mother to take good care of her health so that both mother and son could thrive in the long run. Yet, with an abundance of food that went uneaten, Apei's mother found herself in a quandary. In the adjacent room, Old Man Li advised her against such gestures, suggesting it would be more fitting to present Jiang Yi with a banner instead, both dignified and economical. Apei's mother, overwhelmed with gratitude, intended to offer him the food, only to be halted by a nurse. Annie, your kindness is appreciated, but I cannot consume these. His blood sugar has been elevated for over 20 days. And if it remains uncontrolled, his surgery will be jeopardized. Oh, I am so sorry. I had no idea. Apei's mother quickly abandoned the thought of offering food to Old Man Li, who in turn was quite displeased. Old Man Li grumbled, I can't eat this nor that, and yet I'm poked every day. Why must this little nurse be so heartless? Why not prick herself instead? The young nurse, amused yet exasperated, retorted, would pricking myself cure your ailment? If it could, I would gladly take on that role, but would it suffice? Old Man Li exclaimed, Oh dear. You young lady, I was merely jesting. As a nurse, you ought to show compassion. Being so cold-hearted won't work. Some individuals are like that. When reason is presented, they resort to bullying. Yet, should one be fiercer than they will accuse you of being unreasonable and mock you for being unable to take a joke. They are well aware of how to exploit the meek. The elderly gentleman, Li Yongmin, has reached the venerable age of 83. That he has suffered from diabetes for over 30 years, and the number of times he has been hospitalized is likely beyond his own recollection. He has always struggled to restrain his appetite, consuming whatever he desires, believing that should his levels rise, he could simply medicate, one pill, then two, or perhaps an injection. Now he relies on an insulin pump, a device that continuously regulates his blood sugar. The 3 toes on the back of his left foot have begun to show signs of necrosis, and he has already lost his little toe. The temperature of his foot is notably elevated, requiring him to administer pain relief injections more than 3 times a day. The sites of puncture are bruised and nearly devoid of available spots for new needles. Despite this, he persists in demanding soup, dumplings, and flaky pastries, complaining even about tasteless water, as he is accustomed to consuming alcohol 3 times daily at home, that he accuses his children of mistreating him. And in moments of both pain and longing, he lashes out at anyone within earshot. Nurse Jing Shui, infuriated by his antics, found herself in tears at the nurse's station, struggling to document her observations. She wrote, erased, and rewrote, unable to express herself adequately. Having recently commenced her career, she had never encountered such a difficult patient, and her heart felt heavy with injustice. What is wrong? Your eyes are red, like a little rabbit. Who has bullied you? Upon finishing rounds with her mentor, Jiang Yi noticed Jing Shui simmering with frustration and, out of concern, inquired about her distress. Jing Shui replied, "It's that patient in bed 6. I try to reason with him, but his blood sugar is through the roof. His foot is rotting. Yet he accuses me of being cold-hearted. If I were truly cold-hearted, I wouldn't bother with him at all. His veins are so poor, and he neglects to protect his injection sites, requiring new punctures daily. The pressure is immense. I mentally prepare myself each day, reminding myself to remain calm, no matter what he says. But I still can't endure it. I am a nurse, not a punching bag." Other patients praise my efforts, yet he constantly berates me. The head nurse claims I lack patience and fail to communicate effectively, insisting I should view matters from the patient's perspective. Is it truly the nurse's fault in every conflict? Do patients bear no blame? After venting, Jing Shui burst into tears. Sometimes, one can bear a burden alone. But when someone shows concern, it becomes unbearable. The grievances inflicted by patients weigh heavily upon her, yet she has consistently endured. Perhaps what she cannot endure is the lack of understanding from her peers. Often, it is those closest to us who know precisely where to inflict pain. Jiang Yi, witnessing her distress, softly comforted her. "Ah, that old gentleman. I know he is unreasonable. Don't let it trouble you. I will have a word with him later. Please don't be upset. How about I treat you to some milk tea?" "No." Jing Shui rejected the offer without a moment's hesitation, unable to reconcile the bitterness in her heart with the sweetness in her stomach. "What about strawberry boba? I have some left." Jiang Yi pulled out his phone, opened a delivery app, and asked how much sugar she preferred. "Full sugar," she replied. Indeed, when a woman is angry, one cannot take her words at face value. To discern whether she truly desires something, one must listen with the heart. Jiang Yi handed his phone to me, requesting that I order for all our colleagues before he proceeded to bed 6. His words held weight. He never offered empty promises, which is likely why everyone holds him in such high regard. As I observed Jiang Yi's retreating figure, I felt a sense of reflection. Many people claim they will stand up for you, but most merely speak without intent. Perhaps they genuinely mean it in the moment, yet few follow through. The cloud of gloom lifted from Jing Shui's face as she sniffled and remarked, "Director Jiang is a good person, unpretentious and loyal. He never shirks from troublesome patients, but always supports us." That I nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, it is a privilege to work alongside Director Jiang at the nurse's station." We praised Jiang Yi, and shortly thereafter, he returned, confirming that everyone had placed their orders before promptly settling the bill. Today, with Fu Qingyue and the others in the operating room, Jiang Yi asked me to order for those present, mentioning their preferences and instructing me to ensure everything was accounted for, leaving the milk tea in the duty room. When it comes to being considerate, Jiang Yi truly excels, and his surgical skills are commendable. I happened to catch him on the phone with his wife, his eyes squinting with joy. Rumor has it that his wife is a stunning beauty, which sparked envy among the male doctors in the department during their wedding, prompting many to seek his advice on how he won her heart. But he simply beamed with delight, while the bride boldly declared that it was she who pursued him. When Fu Qingyue returned to the dormitory, I had already dined and was engrossed in reading Shan Hai Jing, a book I purchased after he mentioned it in relation to Cheng Huang, although somewhat obscure and challenging to comprehend. It features many illustrations and annotations, making it quite engaging during idle moments. The text also references a fierce beast known as Tao Tai, one of the 4 great ferocious beasts, alongside Xiongqi, Tao Tai, and Hundun. I had previously encountered a tale involving Tao Tai in a wildly popular web series and pondered whether Old Man Li had any connection to such a creature. I relayed the events concerning Bed 6 to Fu Qingyue, who dismissed my thoughts as fanciful, asserting that the gluttony exhibited by Li Yongmin bore no relation to Tao Tai. Tao Tai is not an ordinary beast. He is a son of the dragon, possessing his own pride, and would not stoop to such levels of greed. The old gentleman certainly has issues, but he is merely an ordinary hungry ghost. So, shall we intervene? I inquired. What do you think? Fu Qingyue responded. Huh. Why are you asking me? Could it be that Fu Qingyue is reluctant to involve himself in this matter? It was possible. He was generally one to avoid meddling in others' affairs. However, given that a malevolent spirit was tormenting humanity, as a principled and capable youth, shouldn't it be our duty to lend a hand? So, you mean to say we can ignore this elder? I couldn't shake the feeling that this was not a reliable course of action. Fu Qingyue chuckled. We may disregard the old man, But we must attend to this hungry ghost. Neglect the human, yet tend to the ghost. Your reasoning is truly unconventional. I marveled, while it was evident that the elder had brought this upon himself. Fu Qingyue's proactive attitude toward the hungry ghost as opposed to the human felt rather disconcerting. In discerning right from wrong, we typically align ourselves with our own kind, and this subconscious bias often leads to injustice. For instance, when faced with both humans and ghosts, the majority would inherently side with the human perspective. Even if the ultimate issue lies with the human, we tend to think, after all, the ghost is already dead. We can afford to be magnanimous and let things slide. The dynamic between conflicting parties often mirrors this. One side remains resolute while the other persists in yielding. As a result, the lines of right and wrong become blurred. And the compromise-seeking party is compelled to retreat repeatedly until they can no longer endure and retaliate fiercely. As Fu Qingyue and I delved into the origins of the hungry ghost. We discovered that he was none other than a fellow patient of Li Yongmin in the endocrinology department, both suffering from severe diabetes. The difference was that this hungry ghost had only lived to the tender age of 20, having recently undergone gastric surgery less than 3 months prior. The hungry ghost, named Wei Hao, had been a jovial young man weighing over 300 pounds, never harboring malice, and was well-liked by his classmates, who often defended him against any ridicule regarding his size. Upon his birth, he weighed a hefty 10 pounds, undeniably a robust little fellow. His family, all somewhat portly, had never considered his weight excessive until Wei Hao's weight reached an astonishing 300 pounds. With an alarming upward trend, this obesity ushered in a plethora of health issues, including hypertension, hyperlipidemia, diabetes, and osteoporosis. It was only then that Wei Hao's parents began to take notice, their anxiety palpable. They embarked on a mission to assist Wei Hao in shedding weight, initially exploring various methods: weight loss pills, gua sha therapy, exercise, and dieting, nearly exhausting themselves in the process. Eventually, through a relative's recommendation, they decided to try gastric reduction surgery. For this congenital obesity, gastric surgery could indeed yield promising results, with numerous successful cases to attest to it. Determined to undergo the procedure, Wei Hao meticulously regulated his diet according to the doctor's prescribed meal plan, refraining from frequent weigh-ins to alleviate psychological pressure. His mother resigned from her job to accompany him, supervising his meals and exercising with him. At last, his blood sugar level stabilized, and the surgery proceeded smoothly. The rigorous self-management in the lead-up to the operation and its subsequent success led him to lose over 80 pounds. Although still somewhat overweight, he felt immensely satisfied that he confidently assured his mother that he could manage alone, encouraging her to return to her normal work routine without further concern for him, observing his steadily improving health. Wei Hao was overjoyed and cherished the fruits of his labor, even exercising strict dietary control during gatherings with classmates. Oh dear, how remarkable! I cannot seem to control myself. I haven't lost a single pound and feel as though I might burst. Chapter 18. A 13-year-old's secret life. The speaker was a girl named Bai Lian, appearing to weigh no more than 80 pounds. She donned a cropped halter top, her shoulders sharply defined, with her ribcage visibly etched against her skin. Her belly even appeared concave. As she spoke in a high-pitched tone, she pinched the skin on her abdomen, exclaiming, "Look, it's all flesh, how annoying!" This distorted sense of beauty and her affected demeanor elicited laughter from those around her, causing Wei Hao's earlier joy to diminish significantly. Yet he understood that girls held themselves to a higher standard than boys, and Bai Lian's remarks were perhaps not directed at him. Moreover, he was gradually improving. One day, he would surely shed the title of fatty. But be careful. Don't exceed 90 pounds. If you do, I want to be able to lift you. Bai Lian's boyfriend, Lu Shixuan, was a frail-looking lad, resembling a gust of wind could topple him. His voice was high-pitched and lacked any semblance of masculinity, leading classmates to refer to him as Lu Shigo, but he often teased Wei Hao, as did his girlfriend. This gathering was organized by their class monitor, Mo Jun, and most classmates found Lu Shigo's demeanor rather off-putting. 90 pounds and can't lift a finger. Is he really a man? He should exercise more. Bai Lian retorted, "What gives you the right to say my boyfriend isn't a man? I know whether he is or not. Is it necessary for you to comment? Girls over 90 pounds are considered fat. Not being able to lift him is expected. Being overweight means lacking self-discipline. One should reflect on whether they've overeaten. If one lacks discipline, they should expect to be criticized. By Lien's tone became fierce and unreasonable, losing the flirtatious lilt she previously possessed. Hey, little sister, read more books. Poor eyesight and a dull mind, huh? Weight is largely influenced by genetics. Not everyone could be as slim as a monkey. A classmate, A, could no longer hold his tongue and joined IN.LU Shishu and snapped. Who the hell are you calling a monkey? What genetics? I reckon it's just that your parents have sinned too much, leading to your genetic fate. Too many wrongdoings, and now you're facing retribution. Seeing his girlfriend insulted, Lu Shigo refused to back down. His small stature appeared somewhat comical next to the tall classmate at Wei Hao interjected. How can you say that? Typically mild-mannered, Wei Hao could no longer contain his anger upon hearing Lu Shigo's remarks. What have my parents done to you? You might insult me as you wish, but you shouldn't speak ill of my elders. Lu Shigo, sensing Wei Hao's fury, felt a surge of confidence and spoke arrogantly. What is it to you, you fat pig? Do you intend to smother me with your weight? I stand by my words, a whole family of fat pigs. Shut your mouth. Wei Hao shouted, lunging at Lu Shigo, poised to strike. However, having recently undergone surgery, he was still somewhat weak that Lu Shigo landed a punch near his wound, which, though healed, sent waves of pain coursing through him. Writhing in agony on the ground, Wei Hao alarmed his classmates, who promptly called for an ambulance to rush him to the hospital. The emergency room confirmed a gastric perforation, necessitating immediate surgery. When Wei Hao's parents learned of their son's predicament, they hurried to the hospital. Upon hearing the details from classmates, Wei Hao's mother felt both heartbroken and guilty, blaming herself for not providing Wei Hao with better genetics. She had thought that as long as her child was happy, a little extra weight wouldn't matter, unaware that her indulgence had caused her son significant harm. Thanks to prompt medical attention, Wei Hao's life was spared for the moment. His mother remained by his side without respite, not leaving until he regained consciousness. Upon awakening, Wei Hao was met with the sight of his mother's haggard expression, filling him with deep remorse that he had caused her worry once more, having grown accustomed to Lu Shigo's taunts. And with classmates rallying to support him, why did he allow himself to be drawn in a conflict with such a petty individual? Why could he not handle the situation with greater maturity? A moment of impulsivity had not only inflicted greater physical suffering upon himself, but had also burdened his parents. How? You're awake. Does it hurt? His mother asked, rising immediately upon seeing him conscious. Wei Hao sought to alleviate her concern. Mom, I'm not in pain. Please don't worry too much about me. Tears welled up in his mother's eyes. Wei Hao rarely complained of pain in her presence. How? Focus on recovering, don't think about anything else. Yes, I understand, Mom. I want to act impulsively again. Once I've recovered, I'll prove to everyone that I can lose weight. Once he shed the excess weight, no one would mock him or his parents that he was determined to succeed. He must succeed. After a month and a half of recovery post-surgery, Wei Hao's condition improved, though his blood sugar management remained challenging. Consequently, he was transferred to the endocrinology department conveniently located next to Li Yongmin. After a week of familiarity, Wei Hao and Li Yongmin grew closer, frequently engaging in conversation. Young man, look at you avoiding this and that. Yet your blood sugar remains unmanageable. You inject so much insulin daily. You might as well be like me, eating whatever you desire. Life is short, just a few decades. What matters most is your own happiness. When you first arrived, your face looked decent. Now you're nothing but skin and bones, old and unattractive. Oh dear, what a pity. Wei Hao remained composed. The doctor mentioned that my condition is due to prolonged nutritional IVs after surgery. If I can return to a normal diet and adhere to my medication, I will improve. Li Yongmin scoffed at Wei Hao's words, his face filled with disdain. You really believe that nonsense? I believe it for a whole day. Only eating the hospital's nutrition meals made me feel anxious. My blood sugar was higher than when I ate freely. The doctor was quite kind and attentive to him. And hearing Li Yongmin disparage the physician made Wei Hao uncomfortable, prompting him to counter. But you didn't take your medication that day. So naturally, your blood sugar would be high. Li Yongmin regarded Wei Hao as someone who had been brainwashed by the doctor. Losing his sense of self that I've been cautious with my diet, so why would I need to take medication? If I'm avoiding certain foods, why not just rely on the medication? Wei Hao felt that communication with this old man was futile. He was far too stubborn that he found it easier to comply when the doctor was present, that he often felt intense cravings, but maintained strict self-control. He envied Li Yongmin's carefree attitude, but recognized that he was still young and could not afford to let himself go. His mother had even quit her job to care for him. He could not afford to falter. Lee Yong-min had poor habits, leaving his belongings in disarray and splattering water everywhere in the bathroom after washing his hands. His temperament was also peculiar. He was resistant to other suggestions, and the nurses were often reluctant to enter their room. Whenever a nurse entered, the old man would find a way to initiate conversation while throwing in a few jabs at the nurses. Yet he was obedient in front of the doctor. Hearing that he would soon be transferred to orthopedics for surgery, Wei Hao's mother felt that the old man was a nuisance and considered moving Wei Hao to a private room. However, no single room was available at the moment, so she had to abandon the idea. Fortunately, the old man would soon depart, so a few more days of patience would suffice. Little did she realize that her actions would ultimately endanger her child. One night, Wei Hao found it difficult to sleep, feeling parched, and his mother went to fetch him some water. Feeling discomfort in his lower back, he decided to walk a bit, but as he approached the restroom door, he suddenly stumbled and fell. The impact was severe, causing Wei Hao to hit the back of his head hard against the ground. Lee Yong-min found it strange that there was no commotion following the fall. Today's youth are so delicate. He got up to check and was horrified by what he saw. Wei Hao had fallen and blood was pooling around him. Lee Yong-min shouted for help. The doctor and nurse rushed in a flurry, while Wei Hao's mother stepped out to fetch water. Upon her return, she was met with the harrowing sight of her son lying on the ground, and she immediately broke down in tears. Hao, wake up! Don't frighten your mother. The medical staff promptly commenced resuscitation efforts on Wei Hao, yet tragically, they were unable to save this young life. Wei Hao's mother was utterly devastated. Collapsing onto the floor, unable to comprehend how, in the brief span of time it took to fetch water, she had lost her beloved son forever. Overwhelmed by anguish, she slapped her own face in desperation, attempting to substitute the physical pain for the unbearable heartache, but her efforts proved futile. Chapter 19. A struggle for survival with all her might, she struck her face, yet the pain was but a mere fraction of the agony within her heart. A mother who loves her child always feels that her affection is never sufficient. Doctors and nurses, along with several nearby patients, rushed to restrain her self-destructive actions. They had witnessed the depth of her love for her child. Knowing that Wei Hao was an obedient and considerate boy, how could fate be so cruel? When Wei Hao's father arrived, he was met with the heart-wrenching scene of his son covered with a white sheet. He gasped for breath, clearly having run in haste, his shirt soaked with sweat, his face drenched. With a heavy thud, Wei Hao's father fell to his knees, his legs unable to support his weight any longer. He wept bitterly, his tall frame curling inwards, utterly helpless that a few men approached to comfort him, attempting to lift him, but their efforts were in vain. Brother, the child is gone. Do not let him leave with an unsettled heart. You must be strong. The sky has fallen. You must bear it that if you crumble, this family will be lost. Wei Hao's father lifted his head, his eyes red and filled with despair, as he cried out in torment. It's my fault. My fault. How? It's all the father's fault. If you were my son, you wouldn't have to suffer like this. No, father and mother. You have done nothing wrong. I don't want to be anyone else's son. Wei Hao's spirit stood beside his father, yet he lacked the power to comfort him. Anxiously, he longed to convey to his parents that he had never regretted being their child, but he was now deceased, and his parents could not hear him. The sky outside began to lighten gradually, heralding dawn, and Wei Hao's soul slowly became transparent, signaling that he had to depart. No, I cannot leave like this. What will become of father and mother? In a frenzy, Wei Hao darted around the ward, and upon discovering himself beside Lee Yong-min, his spirit regained some clarity, but he felt a twinge of unease, for while a part of the blame for his fall lay with Lee Yong-min, the elderly man had not acted with malice. Had he been more alert and cautious, the tragedy might have been avoided. That I'm so sorry, Grandpa Lee. Once I have explained things to my parents, I will take my leave. Thus, Wei Hao attempted to merge with Lee Yong-min's body. However, he quickly realized that he possessed no spiritual energy and could not control Lee Yong-min's actions, let alone communicate with his parents. The next day, Lee Yong-min caused a commotion in the doctor's office, demanding to be transferred to another department, stating he could not share a room with a corpse. Such words were chilling. Originally, Lee Yong-min's blood sugar was unregulated, preventing his transfer, but due to his outburst, the doctors had no choice but to comply, swiftly transferring him to orthopedics. Did I ask that why you chose to help this glutton instead of the old gentleman? Lee Yongmin had not only indirectly caused Wei Hao's demise, but showed no remorse whatsoever. Yet, how could we assist Wei Hao? After leaving, I immediately reprimanded the old man and silently expressed my full agreement with Fu Qingyue's earlier decision. Brother Fu, you truly have a discerning eye. Your judgment is impeccable. Fu Qingyue fixed his gaze upon me, instilling a sense of foreboding. I began to grasp his implication. You mean, let Wei Hao merge with me? Fu Qingyue nodded. Yes, that I gritted my teeth. Very well. It's a case of practice makes perfect. It's not a big deal. Fu Qingyue replied. Then let us act swiftly. His time is running short. We instantaneously transported to bed number 6, where Li Yongmin had already succumbed to slumber, and Wei Hao, a forlorn spirit, crouched in a corner, weeping. Upon seeing us approach, he sprang up in astonishment, exclaiming, You can see me? Suddenly, his expression shifted from joy to fear. No, you two grim reapers. Please don't take me. I still have unfulfilled wishes. This unfortunate child had watched too many movies. How could he mistake us for grim reapers? We were living beings, after all. Though he was a spirit with no spiritual power, it was rather embarrassing for him to fear 2 living humans that we were with the chief every day. Hadn't he noticed? Fu Qingyue reassured him. Do not be afraid. You should have seen us before. We are here to help you. Your time is limited. Fu Qingyue's cold voice served to awaken Wei Hao, who suddenly remembered that he had indeed encountered us before. Tears of blood streamed from his eyes, for he understood that if he missed this opportunity, he would never have another. Overwhelmed by guilt, he constantly thanked us. Thank you, brothers. You are truly kind. Good people will be rewarded. Indeed, good people will be rewarded. Your reward is here. Fu Qingyue crafted a yellow talisman and chanted an incantation. I felt a weight descend upon me, and my body gradually transformed, presumably into Wei Hao's form, that we then teleported to Wei Hao's home, where Fu Qingyue gestured for me to knock on the door. Retreating into the shadows, seemingly unwilling to enter. Who is it? Came Wei Hao's mother's gentle voice from within, followed by the doors swinging open. In just a week, Wei Hao's mother had lost considerable weight, her face gaunt and weary. Upon seeing Wei Hao at the doorway, disbelief washed over her. Hao! Hurry! Come quickly! It's Hao. Our Hao has returned. Hao has truly come back. Overwhelmed with emotion, Wei Hao's mother rushed forward to embrace her son, feeling his warm body and the reassuring sensation of his presence. This was not a dream. Her treasure, her child, had returned. Stop speaking nonsense. How could Hao possibly? As Wei Hao's father approached the door, he beheld his wife embracing none other than their deceased son. How did he dash forward, joining the embrace, and the family wept together in a cacophony of sorrow and joy. Wei Hao's parents drew him into the house, seating him on the sofa, with his mother clinging to his hand, terrified that if she let go, she would lose him again. Father, mother, I'm sorry. I have not returned to life. I merely came back to see you. Wei Hao's parents understood, of course, that their child could not possibly be revived. They were merely deceiving themselves. The figure before them, whether human or spirit, was still their beloved child. Mother knows. Our Hao cares deeply for us. We should be the ones apologizing. You are such a wonderful child. Had you not been born into our family, you would have lived a happy life and would not have met with such a tragic fate. My son, it is I who am sorry. You should have been born into a better family. Never seek another father like me. Wei Hao embraced his parents. Father and mother, being your son is the greatest happiness of my life. I have never regretted being your child. No matter how many lifetimes I endure, no matter what suffering I must face, I will always choose to be your child. Moreover, why would you give up such a wonderful son? If others treated me poorly, wouldn't you suffer for it? There is no one who loves me more than you. I choose only you. Very well. In the next life, we shall still be your parents. Then it is settled. You must not blame yourselves anymore, that I will watch over you from below. You must live well, that I promise, in my next life, I will still be your son. With that, I felt Wei Hao's spirit gradually withdrawing from my body. My own form slowly returning, that a wave of concern washed over me. I feared that Wei Hao's parents would be unable to bear such a blow, yet I could not bring myself to push away their fervent embrace. I had never been held like this before, and a bittersweet ache surged within me. My own father had been more stern than affectionate, and my mother had passed away long ago. That if she were still alive, would she embrace me in the same manner? Her embrace would surely be just as warm. Fu Qingyue entered gently, pulling Wei Hao's parents apart, oblivious to when they had fallen asleep, their faces adorned with serene smiles. I inquired of Fu Qingyue whether Wei Hao could indeed be their child in the next life. That he did not answer directly, but merely remarked that sincerity brings forth miracles, suggesting that perhaps it wouldn't even require waiting for the next life. Chapter 20. A struggle for survival. Li Yongmin's surgery, of course, had not been carried out. His infection worsened, and his blood sugar levels soared beyond measurable limits. That he soon fell into a coma, transferred to the intensive care unit. Clinging to life through various tubes and machines, that TO Live 1's life to the fullest is of utmost importance. Li Yongmin has consistently adhered to his personal motto, living life unrestrained. Naturally, every choice comes with its corresponding price. We must not allow our capriciousness to disrupt the lives of others, nor should we impose our ways of living upon them unduly. If we cannot assist others in advancing, then remaining silent is a form of kindness. A kind word can warm 3 winters, while harsh words can chill a heart in June. Halfway through the internship, the Provincial Institute assigned mentors to each group based on the intern's performances, responsible for guiding future practices and research endeavors. Fortuitously, I was paired with the renowned neurosurgeon Guan Yu. It is said that this distinguished figure had not taken on students for many years, having only taught those from T University in the past. This unprecedented decision to mentor students thrilled the T University interns at the Provincial Institute. Speculation arose that Guan Yu might choose the top student Jiang Luan from T University, but to everyone's surprise, he selected Fu Qingyue instead. One wonders what Jiang Luan must think, as whispers abound, yet no one dares to voice their thoughts openly. People often harbor many unfounded suspicions about those stronger than themselves, most of which are laced with malice. In our first year of graduate studies, the 5 major universities organized a grand academic competition, in which both Jiang Luan and Fu Qingyue participated. Historically, T University had always emerged victorious, with the other 4 institutions merely vying for second place, a title most frequently claimed by N University. Z University, with very few second-place finishes, astonishingly triumphed this time, seemingly endowed with divine assistance. Not only Fu Qingyue, but all 6 competitors were exceptionally talented individuals, each one formidable in their own right. In stark contrast, aside from the prodigious Jiang Luan and the vice-captain, the remaining 4 participants from T University performed poorly, even falling short of the third-place team. The competition was intensely contested, culminating in T University's defeat to Z University. Though merely a contest, winning against T University is a remarkable achievement enshrined in the annals of the school's history. Regardless of their affiliation with the medical college, everyone was enveloped in euphoric jubilation that Fu Qingyue became a celebrated figure overnight. Having been somewhat known prior, yet merely as a diligent scholar, the entire T University community was left reeling. While Jiang Luan faced scathing criticism, the university forum was rife with mockery, some even resorting to gender-based attacks. However, Jiang Luan was no pushover, having emerged from a crowd of thousands at T University. Her success was not solely attributed to talent. That if anyone doubts me, let them challenge me. If I win, I shall bow in apology. If I lose, then silence your disrespectful tongues, who cannot play the hero with words. How many of those who belittle others behind their keyboards possess even a fraction of Jiang Luan's prowess? Before long, the derision ceased. It is somewhat humorous how people, despite being inconsequential themselves, derive inexplicable pleasure from witnessing the downfall of someone they perceive as superior, often mocking them as if they themselves had triumphed over that individual. This time, Guan Yu did not select Jiang Luan, and the campus atmosphere remained undisturbed. When I arrived at the training department to submit documents, I did not find the ever-reliable teacher Lu, but rather a rather young female teacher occupying the office. "Hello, teacher, is teacher Lu not here?" She glanced up at me, her eyes reflecting disapproval, and tossed a form my way, likely exasperated by the influx of students making similar inquiries. "Just fill it out and hand it to me." Her tone was decidedly unfriendly, indicating that my question had irked her. I glanced at her name tag, Tang Xiaofeng. This teacher was evidently no pushover that I decided against further conversation, quickly filled out the form, submitted my materials, and departed in haste. What are you thinking about so intently? Li Chunchen inquired, tapping my head lightly with a rolled-up report. Didn't you go to the training department? You seem preoccupied that Fu Qinghue's gone to the operating room, and I miss him already. I replied, unable to bear her inquisitive gaze, that Li Chunchen wore an insatiable expression of curiosity, and I reluctantly retorted, Miss, one can experiment with medication, but one must not frivolously engage in romantic entanglements that I have reiterated countless times that Fu Qingyue and I are merely roommates. Li Chunchen stuck out her tongue playfully. Who would believe that? Roommates holding hands and sharing a bed? Believe it or not, I cannot help you. Ever since she witnessed Fu Qingyue and me lying together, she had firmly believed in our romantic involvement. Yet, rather than shying away, she expressed unwavering support for our love that transcends societal norms, promising to guard our secret fiercely. As the workday concluded, Li Chunchen prepared to leave and beckoned me to join her. I asked her to go ahead, intending to wait a while longer. Just as she departed, Fu Qingyue returned, appearing rather anxious, urging me to leave quickly that we hurried along, while Li Chunchen lingered by the elevator. Upon spotting us together, a mischievous smile crossed her face. With her presence, I refrained from inquiring about the matter at hand with Fu Qingyue, opting instead for silence. When we reached the ground floor, Fu Qingyue signaled me to hurry, striding purposefully towards the dormitory. He moved with such urgency that I had to nearly run to keep pace with him. Upon entering the dormitory, Fu Qingyue swiftly closed the door, locked it, and drew the curtains in one fluid motion. What on earth is happening? I asked. You've attracted a malevolent spirit. Without allowing me a moment to elaborate, Fu Qingyue pressed a fingertip to my forehead, and I felt a searing pain that rendered me weak, causing me to kneel. The agony was unbearable. It felt as if I were being stripped of my very essence. Suddenly, I sensed a release, and a shadowy figure was forcibly extracted from my being that as it attempted to flee. Fu Qingyue swiftly cast a talisman, pinning it to the ground. This scene felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of how Gu Fan had dealt with that entity before. Soaked in perspiration and drained of strength, I leaned against the wall, stealing a glance at Fu Qingyue. You have sown the seeds of destruction. Have you considered the consequences? The shadow gradually took shape, morphing into that of a man. His face was ashen, with pronounced cheekbones, and his gaunt cheeks clung tightly to his jaw, devoid of flesh, revealing the faint outline of teeth beneath. His eyes were sunken, with dark circles accentuating the whites. Dressed in a patient gown, his abdomen was swathed in layers of bandages, stained with blood and a foul-smelling mixture of pus. Fu Qingyue, terse and resolute, ignited a talisman and directed it at the man. Engulfing him in flames, he writhed in agony on the ground before being utterly consumed, reduced to ashes. You noticed the spirit clinging to me as soon as you saw me, which is why you rushed back to the dormitory? Fu Qingyue nodded. The hospital is rife with surveillance cameras. Should we vanish without a trace, it could spell trouble if discovered that we needed to return to the dormitory promptly to address this. Delay any longer, and you would have succumbed to its control, leading to irrevocable actions that I felt a twinge of concern. We were fortunate this time, but what about the future? We can't always be together. The headquarters cannot function if you are absent while I meet with others. That is simply unrealistic. Fu Qingyue regarded me thoughtfully before handing me an object he wore around his neck. That IT was small and intricately designed, slightly larger than a thumbprint, circular in shape, with an array of indistinct patterns. Tied with a red string, Fu Qingyue kept it on him at all times, and upon removing it, he hesitated, indicating its significance. The time I fainted in the operating room was to retrieve this. It is called Yu Zhao, a token of the Longqing Temple's master, wherein a significant portion of their spiritual energy is sealed before their ascension. That is it truly acceptable for you to give me something so crucial? I felt the object radiating warmth, wanting to return it to Fu Qingyue, but he refused. Aside from the masters of the temple or those who inherit their legacy, ordinary individuals cannot wield this. With it in your possession, malevolent spirits cannot approach you, but it is limited to such spirits. What will you do with it? I asked, worried for his safety. That as long as you remain near me, I can wield its power. That my current spiritual energy is insufficient to unleash its full potential, and no wonder he suddenly seemed so confident. He possessed a family heirloom. I felt grateful, yet somewhat uneasy about wearing something that belonged to a man. If seen by the wrong person, who knows how they might interpret our relationship? However, my life was paramount, and since it would be concealed beneath my clothing, it would likely go unnoticed. What if I lose it? I fretted, realizing the gravity of the situation. Just wear it properly, he replied curtly that I wasn't oblivious. I understood the importance of keeping it secure. I merely wanted to know if there were any recourse in case of loss. But Fu Qingyue's tone suggested otherwise. That a few days later, he presented me with a document that resembled a project proposal. This high-end material really meant for me. With a furrowed brow, I recognized every word on the proposal. Yet when strung together, they seemed rather incomprehensible. That it truly baffles the imagination that this individual shares the same alma mater as me. While our institution is passable, it pales in comparison to the illustrious T University. Prior to pursuing my master's degree, T University had extended an olive branch to Fu Qingyue, which he declined, citing inconvenience. Can you believe it? Is this even humanly comprehensible? I felt a wave of uncertainty wash over me as I returned the proposal to him. Director Guan is indeed an extraordinary person. While other mentors merely assist in crafting a paper, he has directly involved us in a project. What can 2 interns possibly contribute? There are 5 individuals in this project, besides Director Guan. There is a professor from T University and his doctoral student, which hardly presents a monumental challenge. Our responsibilities are minimal. He wouldn't assign us an insurmountable task. This is a rare opportunity for us to learn. Fu, the academic prodigy, expressed dissatisfaction with my rather lackluster learning attitude, displaying an air of frustration akin to that of a blacksmith lamenting over iron that refuses to forge. Yes, you are right, but alas, I can only manage the trivial tasks. My dear brother, you will have to lead the way. Fu Qingyue, resigned, understood my limited capabilities. Director Guan is set to depart for Germany for over a month, and the current planning will mainly be overseen by that professor from T University. Starting next month, we will have a 3-month respite from the hospital, attending the project at T University daily. With the specific schedule to be arranged by the professor from T University, as the saying goes, one's daydreams reflect their daily thoughts. For I dreamed of Gu Ling. He was accosted in the hospital corridor by a middle-aged woman, unable to extricate himself. This woman appeared to be in her 40s or 50s. Dr. Gu, I implore you. My daughter is truly enamored with you that if she cannot see you, she becomes inconsolable, refusing to take her medication. She has just undergone surgery and cannot withstand any emotional upheaval. You must agree to see her. I beg you, I beseech you, our family is struggling. You have exerted yourself to aid us and have cured my daughter's ailment. You cannot abandon her. Gu Ling replied, Madam, I have someone I cherished, as a doctor. My duty is to heal and save lives, yet that does not imply I should sacrifice my own lifelong happiness. The surgery for Qin Shaowan was a resounding success, the result of immense effort from both Director Guan and myself. However, if she remains obstinate and disregards medical advice, the surgery may well have been in vain, rendering our previous efforts futile. Qin Shaojuan's mother exclaimed, Indeed, you and Director Guan have assisted us greatly. I vow to repay your kindness in my next life. Gu Ling gazed at the plainly dressed woman before him and let out a deep sigh. He had indeed communicated with Qin Shaowan, but upon seeing him, she would invariably adopt a lovesick demeanor. Although she had complied with her medication at the time, her compliance faltered in his absence, leading to raucous outbursts in the ward that as a physician. He could not revolve his life around a single patient. Moreover, should he yield, Qin Shaowan would likely escalate her entanglement. After finally securing a brief respite, Qin Shaowan's mother caused a ruckus in the director's office. The director, well aware that the issue stemmed from the patient's obsession rather than any fault of his own, still insisted that he manage the situation delicately, soothing the patient's emotions to prevent further escalation. Qin Shaowan was now fit for discharge. Both the director and Gu Ling had spoken with the patient and her family multiple times. Yet Qin Shaowan adamantly refused to leave. The medical department had no choice but to call in security, leading to Qin Shaojuan's mother creating a scene in the outpatient department, loudly berating the hospital as heartless for refusing to continue her daughter's treatment, claiming they were driving her family to despair. This uproar attracted media attention, which indiscriminately reported the incident. Faced with the severity of the situation, the hospital had no choice but to acquiesce to the demands of the Chun family. Once a precedent was set, it became a recurring issue. Having tasted success, Chen Xiaowan continued to make a fuss to see Gu Ling, and today was no exception. "Dr. Gu, you've come. Why aren't you coming inside to see me?" Chen Xiaowan approached the corridor, seeing her mother clinging to Gu Ling, and immediately intervened, forcefully pulling her mother's hand away, nearly causing her to stumble. The crowd around them grew, and duty nurse Liao Jiao rushed over. "Chen Xiaowan, what are you doing out here? Didn't you say you were feeling dizzy this morning? Don't fall. Let me help you back that I want to go back." Chen Xiaowan angrily swatted away Liao Jia's supportive hand. "Who are you to prevent me from speaking with Dr. Gu? Are you trying to steal him from me?" Liao Jia's hand turned red from the slap, and Gu Ling hurriedly shielded her behind him, sternly stating, "Chen Xiaowan, I have reiterated countless times that our relationship is purely that of doctor and patient. Please cease your incessant pursuit of me. The disturbances caused by you and your family have significantly disrupted my work. My assistance is purely humanitarian. There are no ulterior motives. Moreover, your financial aid was obtained through Director Guan's efforts, and he was the lead surgeon. The person you should be most grateful to is not me. There is absolutely no need for you to pledge your devotion to me." Chen Xiaowan gazed at Gu Ling, feeling as though she had been cast aside. "I understand. You think I am unattractive." She observed Gu Ling shielding Liao Jia, who appeared delicate and fair behind him, and suddenly, she lost her composure, screaming, "Do you like her? If I scar her face, you won't like her anymore." Chapter 22. A relentless struggle. As Chen Xiaowan spoke, she lunged towards Liao Jie. Jiu Ling, quick-witted, grasped Chen Xiaowan and instructed Liao Jia to contact security. Liao Jia, terrified, rushed to the nurse's station, pressing the emergency button while informing security that someone was attempting to cause harm. The strength of a frenzied individual is formidable. Even for Gu Ling, it was no easy feat to subdue Chen Xiaowan without causing her injury. Reluctantly, he embraced her, dragging her into a room to prevent her from harming others. While several patients nearby came to assist, some inadvertently sustaining scratches from Chen Xiaojuan's nails. Witnessing her daughter being restrained by several men, Chen Xiaojuan's mother panicked. "What are you doing? Let my daughter go." A nearby female relative intervened. "Your daughter is out of her mind and poses a threat. She must be promptly taken to a psychiatric hospital. How can you be so oblivious at your age?" Chen Xiaojuan's mother, in a frenzy, pointed at the relative and shouted, "Your daughter should be the one sent to the psychiatric hospital. My daughter is perfectly fine. If you dare take my daughter away, I will cause a scene at the provincial office. Let us see if Dr. Gu can continue working after that." Security soon arrived, quickly subduing Chen Xiaowan. Her mother attempted to strike the security personnel, but was also swiftly restrained. She was held tightly, her voice rising in desperation. "Help! The doctor is trying to kill someone." Seeing her mother captured, Chen Xiaowan became frantic. "Dr. Gu, you can't treat me this way. I truly care for you." The Chen mother-daughter duo was escorted away by security, and Gu Ling adjusted his wrinkled white coat, inquiring about Liao Jia's condition. Liao Jia's hand was red and swollen, her hair disheveled, and an elderly man who had been scratched comforted Liao Jia. "Nurse Liao. Dr. Gu, don't be afraid. This world still upholds justice. If they dare to stir trouble again, I will testify for you. I've been a soldier for decades. I'm not afraid of their threats." Liao Jia chuckled at his words. "Then I'm counting on you. But first, please come over. I need to treat your wound that we can all testify. With their behavior, how can doctors continue to treat us? How can we trust them to help us wholeheartedly? I believe they should have been expelled long ago. Such people only take advantage of kindness. Indeed, we cannot allow doctors to suffer in both sweat and blood. Allowing such toxic individuals to remain will only damage the relationship between us and the doctors." That night, Chen Xiaowan was sent to a nearby neurology hospital. Although her mother was reluctant, she was powerless to prevent it. Unable to enter, she could only hear her daughter's wild screams from within. With no other recourse, she resorted to her old antics, causing a scene at the provincial hospital's outpatient department. This time, however, no one indulged her. Security had grown increasingly intolerant of her disruptions, and after multiple incidents, they unceremoniously escorted her out. She sat outside the hospital, weeping. Having caused so many disturbances, many recognized her and deemed her unreasonable, thus ignoring her. After several reports, The media also deemed it detrimental to their reputation to continue covering such matters. With no avenues left, Chen's mother felt utterly helpless, watching her daughter suffer. She might as well end it all. Staring at the entrance of the neurology hospital, recalling the heart-wrenching experiences of these past years, she closed her eyes and with all her might, charged her head against the stone wall of the entrance. The following day, Dr. Gu, someone is looking for you. Having just returned from surgery, Gu Ling was informed by a colleague that someone had come to see him, that he entered the discussion room to find two unfamiliar men, one of whom displayed his identification. Dr. Gu, good day. I am Li Zheng from the In-City Public Security Bureau. We have some inquiries regarding the death of Ms. Zhang Yehua and would appreciate your cooperation. Zhang Yehua? Li Zheng. Yes, please have a seat. Ji Yubin settled into his seat, where Officer Li informed him that Zhang Yehua was the mother of Chen Xiaowan, who had been tragically killed in an accident outside the neurology hospital the previous night. It was understood that prior to Zhang Yehua's untimely demise, she had experienced a conflict with Gu Bin, prompting her to seek clarification on the matter. Dr. Gu, there is no need for you to be anxious. We are merely here to gather some information. Our plainclothes officers have come to avoid causing you any unnecessary distress. Ji Yubin succinctly recounted the circumstances surrounding Chen Xiaojuan's initial consultations up until her admission to the neurology hospital. Officer Li, already somewhat familiar with the situation due to the previous altercation involving the Chen mother-daughter duo, found Zhang Yehua's reckless behavior astonishing. He could not fathom why the two women had descended into such madness. Although Dr. Gu was undeniably attractive and possessed a gentle demeanor, why could she not simply accept the rejection with grace rather than covet what was not hers? After his conversation with Gu Bin, Officer Li proceeded to interview Liao Jia and all witnesses present that day, recognizing the gravity of the situation despite it being unrelated to the hospital. The loss of life demanded careful handling. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the media caught wind of the incident, swarming the hospital like flies drawn to a festering wound, sensationalizing the story. Consequently, online discussions erupted, claiming that the provincial hospital's doctor had rejected a female patient's affections, leading her to madness and prompting her mother to take her own life. What a strikingly handsome doctor! Who wouldn't go mad over that? They exclaimed, "It takes two to tango." Perhaps this doctor toyed with her emotions, only to abandon her, colluding with the psychiatric hospital to label her a lunatic. The lecherous old men on the first floor should control themselves, and the second floor could donate their eyes to those in need. Just look at how Dr. Gu appears. Now compare that to Chen Xiaojuan's looks before you speak. Exactly. A toad wishing to eat swan meat. So what if one is not conventionally attractive? Everyone is born of parents. No need for personal attacks. Although personal attacks were unwarranted, promoting the notion of victim blaming was equally unacceptable. Dr. Gu is a genuinely good person. My aunt is a patient in his department, and I can vouch for him. One may know a person's face, but not their heart. Young lady, you have yet to experience the world. Let me tell you, there are many with the appearance of humans, but the hearts of beasts. This doctor, so young, performing surgeries at just 24, is not to be underestimated. Surely he has influential connections. Just because you lack ability does not give you the right to question another's competence. Professor Gu was already a PhD at 24. Who are you, a nobody, to belittle him? Instead of mindlessly criticizing, perhaps you should spend your free time reading more. In this day and age, are there not enough high IQ perverts? Who knows, maybe Dr. Gu prefers those deemed unattractive. Playing with others' feelings. How can the provincial hospital shelter such a societal scourge? If he were innocent, would that mother have committed suicide in anger? This is clearly a case of injustice with no avenue for relief. And she was left with no choice but to act as she did. A life has been lost. Human life is paramount. This callous doctor must pay the price. What a terrifying situation in this day and age. Such doctors exist, and I no longer dare to seek treatment at the provincial hospital. Not a single doctor is trustworthy. How absurd. The police had yet to lay charges, and yet the public was in an uproar. Not a single doctor is trustworthy. No one is forcing you to go. If you're ill, just burn incense at home. The online fervor continued unabated, with Gu Bin's personal information exposed, and the media camped outside the hospital, even tracking down his residence, a young prodigy. Gu Bin's predicament placed the hospital administration in a quandary. They wished to suppress the incident while simultaneously being reluctant to let Gu Bin leave. Chapter 23. A relentless struggle. Gu Bin disguised himself and evaded the journalists, making his way to the dean's office, where he submitted an application for overseas study along with a letter of recommendation. Dean Yin, this is a recommendation letter from the esteemed professor at T University. Dean Yin, though reluctant to see Gu Bin go, found no grounds to deny his request for further studies, recognizing that in light of recent events, a temporary departure might indeed be beneficial. That he spoke earnestly to Gu Bin. Young Gu, pursuing further studies in Germany will undoubtedly enhance your future prospects. Given the recent turmoil, perhaps a trip would serve as a welcome respite. Thank you. Dean Yan. The Gu Bin's tone revealed a hint of resentment, leading to a moment of awkwardness for Dean Yin. Perhaps we should not have compromised from the start. Things might not have escalated to this point. And I share some responsibility, the Gu Bin replied calmly. Please do not say that. None of us wish for this situation to unfold. That MY departure is not out of fear, but rather to prevent further complications for the hospital. Over the past few days, Professor Fong and I have discussed many topics, and I am quite intrigued by his academic direction. Upon my return from Germany, I intend to join his team. Dean Yin paused, ultimately feeling reluctant to let him go. That is well and good. Whether in research or clinical practice, it all contributes to the advancement of medicine. The hospital will always welcome you back. Thank you. Gu Bin departed without a backward glance, while Dean Yin watched his retreating figure, feeling as though his heart had been cut. Though he spoke of magnanimity, it did not reflect the true weight of his feelings regarding the departure of such an exceptional doctor. When I awoke, my body felt heavy. I had experienced such sensations before, but this time it was particularly uncomfortable. Fu Qingyue had yet to return from his night shift. Could it be that the item he had given me was ineffective? I removed the red string from around my neck and, in the early morning light, examined the jade pendant. Within the jade, a subtle red thread stretched outward before retracting, vanishing as if consuming something. When the red thread disappeared, I sensed my body returning to normal. Perhaps this object truly was safeguarding me that I end my dreams. Gu Bin appeared as a mere 24 years old, indicating that these events had transpired 9 years prior. Fu Qingyue returned, bringing breakfast, but instead of handing it to me, he splashed the soy milk beside me. Startled, I leaned back and fell to the floor, just as I was about to scold Fu Qingyue. I noticed a figure beside me. Goodness, a ghost. The female apparition, with disheveled hair and a thick layer of white powder on her face, had poorly drawn eyebrow tattoos that were all the rage recently, albeit in a rather unattractive manner. Her double eyelids were puffy, with black threads protruding, and her lips were coated in a shimmering pink hue, rendering her original appearance unrecognizable. However, she was significantly taller than Chen's mother. Could it be Chen Xiaowan? Are you Chen Xiaowan? I inquired. The ghost turned her entire body towards me, pleading, take me to see Dr. Gu. I miss him so much. Why not go see him yourself? Why bring me along? Chen Xiaowan caressed her uneven face. If I go to see him directly, I would frighten him. Please, let me possess you. I truly miss him, almost to the point of madness. Have some confidence. You are already mad. Besides, he would not be frightened by you. In fact, dealing with you in your current state would be far easier for him than handling the living you. He would be ruthless in his approach. Rest assured, he is quite bold. You won't scare him. Chen Xiaowan, irked by my indifferent demeanor, retorted, Humph. Whether you help or not, you must assist me. With that, she lunged at me, but I swiftly dodged, leaving her grasping at nothing. Fu Qingyue quickly crafted a talisman and pulled me along, and we found ourselves beneath Gu Bin's apartment building. What are we doing here? Didn't you say wearing the moonlight charm would suffice? Can't we just teleport directly to his room? I questioned as we walked. That Fu Qingyue explained. Chen Xiaowan absorbed her mother's soul. She initially intended to possess me, but was thwarted by the moonlight charm. In her desperation, she summoned Zhang Yehua's spirit. That it will take time for the moonlight charm to consume Zhang Yehua's soul, leaving us vulnerable against Chen Xiao. Atio confront her. We must seek Gu Bin's assistance. As for why we can't teleport directly to his room, it's because Gu Bin has placed a barrier that prevents me from breaking through. It became apparent that Gu Bin had intentionally allowed Fu Qingyue and me to enter last time. Finally, we reached the top floor, and as the elevator doors opened, I gasped in shock. Chen Xiaowan was glaring at us. She lunged to capture me, but Fu Qingyue was quicker, pushing me out of the elevator and locking Chen Xiaowan in his embrace. Knock on the door, he shouted at me. Dazed from the sudden movement, I stumbled to the door and knocked, but there was no response, so I began pounding forcefully. Chen Xiaowan struck Fu Qingyue with her head. causing him to wince and release her. Oh no, she's coming for me. Just then, Gu Bin's door swung open, and a beam of golden light struck Chen Xiaowan, propelling her back several meters. The Ji Bin shoved me inside and tossed Fu Qingyue in, slamming the door shut behind us. Did I in less than 3 seconds? A series of movements concluded. Outside, Chen Xiaowan was relentlessly battering the door, producing a cacophony of sounds as it rattled violently. The force of her kicks and blows had thoroughly exhausted me. It seemed I ought to enroll in a martial arts class or something of the sort, that I propped myself up, feeling the ache in my waist, and noticed the room was strewn with talisman papers, with a blood-red array etched in the center of the floor. Clearly, Gu Jian had set up a barrier around him for the purpose of performing a ritual. We had arrived at an inopportune moment. I glanced at Gu Jian, who appeared to be in a dire state. His complexion was ghastly, even more so than after the confrontation with Dai Li. Yet, despite his wretched appearance, there was an enigmatic allure about him. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaowan continued her relentless assault on the door, and it seemed she was on the verge of breaking through. That if this continued, we would surely be facing a significant predicament. Fu Qingyue struggled to rise, surveying the room before turning to Gu Jian. Have you invoked the Tianqin array again? It can be used no more than twice a year, yet you have resorted to it twice within mere months. Are you courting death? Gu Jian slumped on the sofa, ignoring Fu Qingyue. That I had witnessed Gu Jian in many guises, cunning, gentle, proud, and seductive, but never in such a state of defeat. Noticing Gu Jian's disheartened demeanor, Fu Qingyue softened his tone. You are not an impulsive person. You must understand the power of the Tianqin array. What compels you to activate it once more? I observed Gu Jian's reluctance to respond to Fu Qingyue and felt compelled to interject. I realize interrupting you at this juncture is rather disruptive, but we need to devise a plan to deal with the situation outside, lest we all find ourselves in dire straits. Professor Gu, I apologize, but do you happen to know anyone who could handle Chen Xiaowan? Crash. The door was breached by Chen Xiaowan, who entered with a gleeful cackle, initially advancing toward me, but then redirecting her attention to Gu Jian. Standing before him, her gaze shifted from sharp to infatuated. Dr. Gu, you are as handsome as ever. No, even more so than before. May I touch you? Why ask when you've already taken the liberty? Gu Jian turned his face away, denying her access. Chen Xiaowan paused, her hand hovering in midair. She touched her own face, a hint of guilt washing over her expression. Indeed, my current appearance is rather frightful. You must not find it appealing. Turning back to me, she exclaimed, I can't believe it. He doesn't like you, nor does he like me. Even if I possess him, he wouldn't welcome your touch. Do not approach. Chapter 24. A fight to the death. I turned to flee, only to find my feet seemingly frozen in place, rendering me immobile. With a flick of her finger, Chen Xiaowan severed the red string around my neck, causing the moonlight talisman to tumble to the ground. Suddenly, I felt an overwhelming force compressing my body. Once the pressure subsided, my arm was lifted against my will. Chen Xiaowan had successfully possessed me. You are an obstruction. With a swift motion, Chen Xiaowan sent Fu Qingyue crashing into the wall, rendering him unconscious. Brother, you truly are useless. And this lady here, you can use my body, but do not mimic my voice. It is utterly disorienting. Chen Xiaowan approached Gu Jian once more. Though this vessel may not be worthy of you, it will suffice for the time being. That I shall exchange it for a better one when the opportunity arises. Please endure a little longer. Unworthy means you cannot use it. Give it back to me. I cannot allow your beloved to suffer. Chen Xiaowan disregarded my resistance and began to lay her hands on Gu Jian, given his injuries. He lacked the strength to resist her, and it wasn't long before he was subdued. The weakness that afflicted him caused beads of sweat to form on his brow, his hair clinging to his fair, delicate face, accentuating his vulnerability. But a surge of guilt washed over me as I felt the sensations beneath my fingertips all too vividly. Gu Jian's face loomed closer, and I sensed what was to come. The touch of his lips was tender and soft, unlike the brief brush from before. This kiss lingered, evolving from mere contact to a gradual exploration, as if savoring the sweetness of the moment. It was indeed delightful, with a hint of sweetness that lingered. Wait! This is not the time for such thoughts. I must remain steadfast against worldly temptations. How delightful! You shall soon belong to me. Hearing my own voice felt jarring, as I struggled to regain control over my senses. Chen Xiaoan unfastened Gu Jian's clothing, caressing his smooth skin, and it seemed he had surrendered to the moment, easily subdued by her single hand. He was undeniably beautiful. Even from a man's perspective, it was difficult to resist such allure. You possess a man-esque body. What do you intend to do? Just as Chen Xiaoan reached to unbuckle Gu Jian's belt, he spoke. Indeed, the anatomy of men and women differs greatly. The removal of his trousers would be a pivotal moment. However, Professor Gu, is your mental fortitude not a touch too formidable? Chen Xiaoan purred. You need not worry. It is quite similar. Perhaps the experience will be even more pleasurable. Wait. Let me sort this out. This is all wrong. This cannot be allowed. My mind was in turmoil, yet my hands instinctively reached for my own belt. Before I could comprehend, a chill spread through my lower half. Something tightened behind me. Goodness. If this were to be discovered, I would never be able to escape this disgrace. Chen Xiaoan continued to unfasten Gu Jian's belt. And just as she succeeded, Gu Jian beckoned me with a finger. Come here and kiss me. His voice was enticing, and I found myself unable to resist. At that moment, I could no longer discern whether it was Chen Xiaoan controlling me or my own will. I lunged forward to kiss him, but my fervor was excessive, and I tasted blood. Perhaps I had bitten my gums that as I extended my tongue into Gu Jian's mouth, attempting to entwine with his. I felt a sharp pain as he bit me. The metallic taste of blood flooded my senses that he was indeed fierce. He had certainly broken the skin that I pulled back in pain, only to see him regarding me with a taunting gaze. A smirk playing at the corners of his lips, that I was about to kiss him again, when an overwhelming force flung me to the ground. Ancestors. You chose the perfect moment to awaken. Fu Qingyue grasped a yellow talisman, recited a spell, and directed it at me. Chen Xiaoan struggled momentarily before being expelled from my body, swiftly bound in place that I scrambled to retrieve my pants, though I had already lost considerable dignity. I could not allow myself to remain exposed. Let me go. Release me, otherwise I shall not spare you. I should have killed you earlier. If not for you, I would not have been thwarted. Chen Xiaoan continued to struggle in vain against the restraints. Fu Qingyue picked up the moonlight talisman that had earlier been cast aside by Chen Xiaoan. Now glowing softly, that it appeared the talisman had absorbed the spirit of Zhang Yihua and had regained its power. I wondered how Fu Qingyue had suddenly become so formidable again. Ji Yujian's earlier cooperation must have been a tactic to buy time. You are far too hasty. That has been your downfall. You are so blinded by your own desires that you would sacrifice your mother's soul. She cared for you deeply, yet you exhibit no regard for the bond of mother and daughter. Ha ha! Chen Xiaoan laughed raucously. She sacrificed herself willingly to fulfill my wishes. Without you, Dr. Gu would already be mine. What a madwoman! Gu Jian struggled to support himself, and I stepped forward to assist him. He straightened his attire and slowly approached Chen Xiaoan, who fell silent, her expression shifting from ferocity to delight. Dr. Gu, please release me that I merely harbor feelings for someone. Is that truly a crime? Gu Jian regarded the frenzied Chen Xiaoan with a slender finger, placing it gently atop her head, causing a brilliant red light to emanate forth. Chen Xiaoan recoiled in agony, her head shaking as visions flickered above her, depicting moments from her life before her descent into madness. In her student days, Chen Xiaoan may have appeared ordinary, yet she presented herself with care and poise. Like any adolescent girl, she would steal glances at the handsome boy in her class, yet she felt ordinary, lacking both beauty and outstanding grades. Though she studied diligently, her performance remained mediocre. She was acutely aware that she was unworthy of the boy who radiated warmth. Thus, she concealed her affections deep within her heart. When the boy's birthday arrived, he invited the entire class. After saving for a long time, she purchased a basketball as a gift. He was well-liked, with many girls vying for his attention, and she was merely one among several who gifted him a basketball. Failing to capture his notice, she had thought this secret crush would remain hidden for a lifetime. That the birthday party, a game of truth or dare commenced. The others urged her to participate, though she initially declined. However, several girls forcibly pulled her over and seated her opposite the birthday boy, causing her face to flush crimson the moment she sat down. Did I ask it all right for you to sit opposite the birthday star? Dante spoiled the fun. Come on. Chen Xiaoan could only helplessly agree, having already prepared herself. It would be just fine if everyone chose dares later. Throughout the entire game, she was not selected. And the 2 hours of anxiety felt like a mere jest. After the birthday party concluded, Chen Xiaowan pushed her cart home, her heart heavy and vacant. She had braced herself for everything, even how to face her classmates' mockery. Yet nothing transpired. The next day, while on her way back to class, she unintentionally overheard her classmates discussing her, and among them was the boy she fancied. Classmate A, did you see her reaction yesterday? Chen Xiaowan was so amusing. Sitting up straight, she looked as stiff as a statue. Jinan, aren't you touched that someone likes you so much? Jinan frowned in disdain, clearly irritated, a stark contrast to his usual sunny disposition. What is there to be touched about? A plain girl likes me. It's annoying to even see her. Don't ever mention her in front of me again. And don't tease her. How juvenile, classmate B. Yes, we were the ones being juvenile. Sorry, man, it was just a joke. You were quite cooperative yesterday too, weren't you? I was giving hints from behind her, and you seemed to enjoy it. Jinan, that's enough, or else we won't be friends anymore. Classmate A. All right, we'll treat her like a fart and forget about her. Chen Xiaowan felt a chill run through her entire body. She hugged herself tightly and slowly sank to the ground. Despite her desperate attempts to conceal her feelings, where did it all go wrong? Chapter 25. A fight to the death. How could she understand that the feeling of affection, even when unspoken, would inevitably seep from her eyes? Her gaze, brimming with love, was too naked to be concealed from others. Classmate A. What are you doing here? Hiss. You were eavesdropping on us. Chen Xiaowan looked up, realizing that the three had approached her without her noticing. No, I was just passing by. I wasn't eavesdropping. Classmate A. Hey, how disgusting are you? Do you have any self-awareness about your appearance? A toad wishing to eat swan meat. Take a good look in the mirror. After hearing his words, the tears she had just dried began to flow once more. She was inherently introverted and insecure, unsure how to defend herself. I really wasn't eavesdropping, the Jinan's expression faltered. And he shouted at classmate A, Enough, stop talking. Show some decency. He glanced at Chen Xiaowan, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent and left with the other two boys. Once again, Chen Xiaowan collapsed to the ground, burying her face in the earth as she wept quietly, her voice barely escaping her lips. Since that day, she had become increasingly distracted. Every time she saw her classmates whispering, she believed they were discussing her. She lived in a constant state of anxiety, often plagued by nightmares, and her grades plummeted, with multiple meetings with her parents proving futile. One day, while daydreaming by the garden, she lost track of time. Oblivious to the ringing bell signaling the start of class, remaining seated in a daze. The flowers were in full bloom, attracting a beautiful butterfly. Its patterns were stunning, with vibrant red and blue hues, fluttering its exquisite wings as it settled on a pink rose. Chen Xiaowan removed her jacket and swiftly enveloped it. She felt the butterfly struggling fiercely within the fabric, the tangible sensation igniting her excitement. It was hers now. She dared not leave any openings, fearing the butterfly might escape. Seeking to contain it, she found a glass jar, dreaming of confining it within, so it would belong solely to her. However, just as she attempted to place the butterfly inside, it seized the opportunity to flee. It flapped its wings desperately, striving for freedom. Chen Xiaowan panicked, swinging her jacket forcefully at the butterfly, striking it squarely. It fell to the ground, fluttering briefly before becoming still. Why did you want to escape? Do you find me unappealing too? Chen Xiaowan picked up the lifeless butterfly. It had lost all signs of life, yet it remained beautiful. She pressed it between the pages of her book, claiming it as her own. Even in death, it was hers. Chen Xiaowan's mental state deteriorated, instilling fear in her classmates, prompting the teacher to consider the welfare of others and insist that her mother take her home for treatment. Teacher, my daughter isn't ill. She is just under too much pressure. She'll be fine in a few days. Chen Xiaowan's mother. Chen Xiaowan is now severely affecting the learning environment of her peers. As a teacher, I have no choice but to act. She cannot return to school. Uncomprehending her daughter's plight, her mother heeded the teacher's words and took Chen Xiaowan for a medical examination. After testing at the city hospital, it was discovered that Chen Xiaowan had developed a tumor in her brain. Due to its precarious location, the city lacked the facilities to perform such a complicated surgery, leading to her being referred to the provincial neurosurgery department. The exorbitant medical expenses soon overwhelmed her mother, who sought assistance from every relative she could. Guan Yu and his student Gu Bai also leveraged numerous connections to aid her. Chun Shaoan's mother was immensely grateful, believing that once the surgery succeeded, her daughter would return to normalcy. However, reality doused her optimism with cold water. Ji Bai retracted his hand, the dark aura surrounding Chun Shaoan dissipating. Her figure gradually becoming indistinct. She lifted her head to gaze at Gu Bai, her eyes no longer wild but filled with regret, tears streaming down her face that "I'm sorry." With those words, she vanished. And the room brightened, the previously damaged door restored to its original state. The Ji Bai staggered, spitting a mouthful of blood, that I rushed to support him, along with Fu Qingyue, helping him to the sofa. After ensuring Gu Bai was settled, Fu Qingyue turned to me. "Give me a drop of blood," that I was taken aback, unsure of Fu Qingyue's intentions, but I complied. Grabbing a fruit knife from the coffee table, I made a small cut on my hand. Fu Qingyue took my hand, letting the blood drip onto the moonlight charm, which astonishingly absorbed it. Then he chanted something and placed the charm on Gu Bai's chest, continuing to mutter incantations. I dared not interrupt him, pressing my finger to staunch the bleeding. After a while, Fu Qingyue paused, lifting Gu Bai by the knees, seemingly intending to move him to another location. Just then, the door to Gu Bai's house swung open, and I glanced to see Jiang Qianyue, that he appeared taken aback to find us inside. Momentarily stunned before his expression shifted to one of intense anger, that he rushed towards Fu Qingyue, wanting to snatch Gu Bai away, but hesitating. Fearful of harming him in his haste, he could only yell at Fu Qingyue. "What have you done to him? Put him down." "Senior Jiang, you've misunderstood. Fu Qingyue hasn't done anything to Professor Gu." "Done nothing." Jiang Qianyue pointed at Fu Qingyue, his voice rising, that if he hasn't done anything, then why is Gu Bai covered in blood? His lips are torn, and what are those marks on his neck and chest? Well, let us set that aside for now. Professor Gu is injured, and treating him is the priority. We can't afford to delay, I explained, trying to divert Jiang Qianyue's attention, knowing I couldn't confess that I was responsible for this. Jiang Qianyue glanced at the weakened Gu Bai, his eyes reddening, teeth clenched. "You better fix him. Otherwise, I'll make sure you have no place to rest in peace." Fu Qingyue remained calm, seemingly unfazed by his words, placing Gu Bai on the bed in the bedroom. Next, he lit candles, using blood to draw several yellow talismans, burning them to ashes before administering them to Gu Bai. His breathing stabilized. He would wake up tomorrow. Jiang Qianyue sighed in relief and approached Fu Qingyue. "Don't you think you should explain what happened?" Fu Qingyue. "Why should I explain anything to you?" "You what?" It seemed Jiang Qianyue was about to take action against Fu Qingyue. So, I hurriedly stepped in between them. "Senior, don't be angry. He is just like that. You can't expect much from him." Jiang Qianyue turned to me, narrowing his eyes. "Then you explained that, how do I explain? If I say that the marks on Gu Bai are my doing, and that I almost assaulted him, wouldn't you just skin me alive? This is a long story, a very long story." Jiang Qianyue. "Make it brief, that I felt it was better to explain in detail. Many things could lead to significant trouble if not clarified." That I led Jiang Qianyue to the living room and recounted how Gu Bai had been injured while activating the Heavenly Capture Array, and how Chun Shaoan had taken advantage of the situation, simplifying my misdeeds while possessed. To my surprise, Jiang Qianyue was utterly unimpressed. Jiang Qianyue. "So you're saying you did that to Gu Bai? Have I wasted my breath on you? I was possessed. It wasn't my own will. Yes or no?" Jiang Qianyue stood up, his fists cracking ominously, that I knew a beating was inevitable, whether I admitted it or not. I might as well be forthright. "Yes." Jiang Qianyue landed a heavy punch on my face, sending me crashing to the ground. Dizzy that he approached, gripping my collar. "What have you done?" "What? What do you mean? What have I done?" My mind was in turmoil. Just as I was about to question him, he struck me with a punch. Darkness enveloped my vision, and I felt as though I were on the brink of meeting my great-grandmother. Jiang Qianyue bellowed, "Did you accomplish the final step? Speak." "The final step? What final step?" My consciousness began to blur, and as I braced myself for his impending third blow, the instinct to survive surged within me. No, I did not complete the final step." Fu Qingyue timely regained his senses and intervened. "You did not achieve the final step. Do you still wish to attain it?" Jiang Qianyue seemed even more infuriated, shaking me to the point where my brain felt ready to spill forth. Brother, I was possessed. I didn't want this. I swear to the heavens." Thunder rumbled. A sudden flash of lightning illuminated the sky. What in the world is this wretched weather? Both Jiang Qinyue and I were startled by the thunderclap. He stared at me with wide eyes, let out a furious roar, and struck me once more. Go to hell. And then I lost consciousness. Truly, this was an unwarranted disaster. Jiang Qinyue, that sycophant, struck with such force. Upon regaining consciousness, I found myself back in the dormitory, my face swollen to that of a pig, the pain unbearable. Several of my molars had loosened, my tongue was cut, and even drinking water felt like a form of torture. This Jiang Qinyue, he lacks discernment. I had already explained myself, yet he still beat me to this extent. Fu Qinyue was sketching something on a blank sheet of paper when he paused his writing and remarked, "You deserve that beating. How is that fair?" I retorted. Fu Qinyue continued, "Let me ask you, did you harbor any ulterior motives? Were all your actions under Chen Xiaozhuan's control? Were you in any way unwilling?" I found myself at a loss for words, despite my desperate resistance. Was my struggle in vain? The image of Gu Ling beckoning me with a finger flashed before my eyes, startling me. I slapped my face to regain composure. Could it be that I truly harbored feelings for that individual? Fu Qinyue cast a disdainful glance my way, choosing to ignore me, and returned to his drawing. Chapter 26. To the bitter end, seeing him engrossed in his drawing, I leaned closer to observe. It appeared to be a diagram of a formation, which struck me as somewhat familiar. That is this the Tianqing formation? Why does it seem slightly different from the one Gu Ling devised? Why are there 3 circles in the middle? Wasn't it supposed to be 1? Fu Qinyue tapped the center of the paper with his pen. To activate the Tianqing formation, a considerable amount of spiritual energy is required, while a single practitioner has a higher success rate. The demands on them are exceedingly high, necessitating a lengthy period of recuperation afterward. That in most cases, practitioners opt for a duo to mitigate bodily harm. However, if the two cannot synchronize their intentions, or if one possesses a wavering resolve, the primary practitioner will suffer double the backlash compared to a solo practitioner. You illustrated 3 positions. Are you suggesting a trio to execute the formation? While a 3-person formation is challenging, should it be successfully controlled? Its power is immensely formidable, capable of achieving nearly 100% efficacy. Yet if it fails, the primary practitioner is doomed. Since the inception of the Tianqing formation, there have only been 3 recorded attempts at a 3-person formation, with all primary practitioners being formidable cultivators. Yet success was achieved only once. Fu Qinyue had already shared the notion of a 3-person execution with Gu Ling, and I surmised he would devise a plan. Having attempted both the duo and solo formations without success, the 3-person formation remained his sole opportunity. The key was to find a 3rd individual. Fu Qinyue and I wandered outside for several nights. Yielding nothing, we encountered either frauds or those of no consequence. The last time we found Gu Ling, it was indeed a stroke of luck, and this time, the person we sought was no ordinary individual. Though my interactions with Gu Ling were limited, I knew that the individual he sought was of utmost importance, so significant that he was willing to risk his life, sacrificing his usual composure. The next day, Gu Ling located the individual with remarkable speed. Impressive, indeed, that we arrived at a desolate area, where an old man sat. The old man was frail, yet appeared quite spirited, greeting us with warmth, resembling an ordinary elderly gentleman found in the streets. However, appearances can be deceiving. The person Gu Ling sought was likely no ordinary character. Gu Ling seemed to be preparing for something, while Fu Qinyue approached to assist. The old man discreetly slipped 2 yellow talismans into my hand. "Young man, if the formation fails, wet these talismans with clean water and place them on both of their foreheads. What about you?" I inquired. The old man chuckled softly. "Having lived this long, I am not as fragile as a young child. Keep the talismans safe. Do not let that foul boy see them." That I was skeptical. Fu Qinyue had previously warned me of the perils facing the primary practitioner, and the old man's demeanor suggested he was prepared for a one-way journey. "Why don't you place them on them yourself after the event?" The old man cast a glance my way, his eyes glimmering with coldness. "Child, some things are best left unknown. The more you know, the more you ponder, and the less likely the task will succeed." That I fell silent, nodding in agreement with the old man. This ritual, should it fail, would undoubtedly come at a dire cost, and it was clear the old man intended to shoulder the burden himself. That I was unaware of the relationship between him and Gu Ling. But his willingness to risk his life for Gu Ling indicated their bond was extraordinary. The Ji Ling appeared to have completed his preparations and beckoned us over. There were 3 positions, 2 on the south side and 1 on the north. Fu Qinghua sat on the right side of the south, gesturing for me to take my place behind him, thus allowing me to sense the happenings within the Tianqing formation. The Ji Ling was about to approach the north side when the old man halted him. "Sit on the south side. That is not your position," Gu Ling insisted. "I refuse." "Then get lost. Consider it as though I never came here." The old man afforded Gu Ling no opportunity for rebuttal. Shoving him aside and taking his place on the north side, Ji Ling stumbled, his eyes reddening, displaying a pitiable demeanor. Then, as if he had reached a realization, he shut his eyes, and upon reopening them, he was devoid of hesitation, taking a seat on the left side of the south. The 3 of us simultaneously channeled our energy, and instantly, darkness enveloped my vision. Gradually acclimating, I sensed my consciousness could move as if exploring within a darkened space. Although the Tianqing formation was executed by 3, we shared our 5 senses. That I felt as though I were in a prison. The walls were composed of irregular stone blocks, with iron frames delineating individual cells on either side, all of which stood empty. Each cell was similar, yet bore subtle differences. Some lacked pillows, others mirrors, and a few contained a pair of crutches. After searching for an eternity, I finally arrived at a relatively open area where 3 figures sat. No, wait. They were not human. The 3 entities included one without a head, one devoid of a face, and another lacking legs. They seemed oblivious to our presence, merely swaying side to side, their mouths emitting nonsensical sounds that formed no melody. A cacophony utterly unpleasant. Their voices were shrill and grating. It was unbearably loud. I felt as though my head might split apart. The volume escalated to the point of nearly rupturing my eardrums. After a bout of ear-piercing ringing, silence abruptly enveloped us. The 3 entities continued to sway, yet the surroundings were eerily quiet, reminiscent of being submerged in a pool, where only the faintest whispers could be discerned. With most of my hearing diminished, the sharp pain in my head subsided, allowing my consciousness to resume its exploration. This place was a torture chamber. A myriad of torture devices lay arrayed before me. Rust marred the implements, and dried blood caked the crevices, emanating a nauseating stench that made me feel as though I might retch. Did I in the first room? A colossal guillotine bore a corpse, its head long severed and lying nearby. The guillotine continued its relentless descent, causing the body to tremble violently. Did I in the second room? A massive cauldron of molten iron bubbled. The heat radiated intensely, threatening to roast a person alive. That a man was bound hand and foot. 2 wooden puppets forcibly submerging his head into the molten iron, the extreme temperature instantly liquefying his face, leaving it a gruesome crimson, with flesh melting away to expose bone. I in the third room. A wooden T-shaped rack held a man nailed like Jesus, iron rods mercilessly striking his legs, breaking them apart with such force that they fell to the ground, splattering gore everywhere. That I felt utterly nauseated, as though my very insides were about to be expelled. Navigating through the chamber became increasingly arduous, yet I pressed on, likely hindered by the formation's resistance. The horrors within this prison were an overwhelming shock to me as an outsider. But they were even more profound for the practitioners directly involved. After probing deeper for what felt like an eternity, the darkness intensified, accompanied by a suffocating sensation, yet faint glimmers of light flickered ahead. Chapter 27. To the bitter end, I was getting closer. At the end of the cavern lies a chamber, within which hangs an object resembling a human figure. The rope suspending it possesses an unusual quality, intertwined with numerous golden threads of unknown material. Its entire form is shrouded in white strips, reminiscent of a mummy, adorned with countless yellow talismans, leaving only its face exposed. The visage is a striking stone blue, belonging to a remarkably youthful and handsome individual, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years of age. His brows and eyes are sharp and defined, the bridge of his nose prominent, and his features distinct. However, his lips possess a delicateness. Though his mouth is pressed shut and his frame is quite slender, the corners of his lips reveal 2 small, tender mounds of flesh, imparting an air of innocence. Each of his features, when examined individually, is beautiful, and their harmony as a whole is equally captivating. Just as I was about to gaze further, his eyes suddenly flew open. A beam of red light shot forth from his gaze, forcefully pushing my consciousness back. Upon opening my eyes, I found myself back in reality, where Fu Qingyue spat out a mouthful of blood, prompting me to rush to his side. That I am fine. He brushed my hand away and approached Gu Ling. We have succeeded. Ji Ling's face had lost all color. He raised his head to look at Fu Qingyue, tears glistening in his eyes, that he shut them and fainted, tears streaming down his pallid cheeks. Fu Qingyue caught him, lifting him up to check on the old man's condition. The old man, though appearing weary, seemed relatively unharmed. He stood up, turned his back, and said, "Take this little brat away. Tell him to never bother me again." With that, he departed without a backward glance. When Fu Qingyue handed Gu Ling to me, I nearly faltered under his weight. He looked quite slender, yet he was surprisingly heavy. Thankfully, we could teleport. Otherwise, I would have been thoroughly embarrassed. After all, Fu Qingyue effortlessly lifted Gu Ling. Even while injured, upon arriving at Gu Ling's home, Fu Qingyue settled him in the bedroom and then paid him no further attention, stating that Gu Ling would have to rely on himself to recuperate. Although Fu Qingyue's complexion was not particularly good, it was bearable that he urged me to return to my dormitory while he kept watch over Gu Ling. I sat beside him, unwilling to leave. Suddenly, I remembered the talismans the old man had given me. I retrieved them to show Fu Qingyue, who examined them closely, admitting he was unsure of their purpose. Indeed, this fellow was always somewhat clueless that I wondered how the old man was faring. Fu Qingyue, head bowed, fiddling with his fingers, remarked, "He won't die, but he won't be in good shape either." The Tianqing array was successful. The old man should survive, but he would endure some suffering. The talismans he provided were likely for protection. Later, when Gu Ling regained consciousness, I handed him the talismans. He merely glanced at them before stowing them away. After a while, my stomach began to protest that I rummaged through Gu Ling's kitchen, hoping to find some ingredients to whip up a meal. To my surprise, this fellow was indeed a young master. The refrigerator contained only eggs and bread, and the pots and pans were pristine, as if they had never been used, not even a hint of seasoning. I had no choice but to order takeout, opting for some light dishes and congee. Within 15 minutes, the doorbell rang. Was the service this efficient? I opened the door cheerfully, only to slam it shut again. Jiang Qinyue, ever the sycophant, was relentless. Outside, he incessantly rang the doorbell, and I felt my face sting with embarrassment. His fists were indeed quite hard. Gathering my composure and exhaling deeply, I reluctantly opened the door for him. Jiang Qinyue's face radiated fury, yet he refrained from striking me, simply questioning, "Why are you here again?" "Well, it's not just me," I replied. Jiang Qinyue strode directly into Gu Ling's bedroom, where he found Gu Ling looking extremely unwell. Lying weakly in bed, his eyes filled with concern, he refrained from directing his anger at Fu Qingyue, extending his hand, hesitating briefly before simply tucking the blanket around Gu Ling. Alas, what a fine young master from a prestigious family. Reduced to a mere sycophant. Though he may be slightly inferior to me, he certainly shouldn't struggle to find a partner. I recounted the events to Jiang Qinyue in detail, and his calmness was unsettling. His eyes brimmed with evident anger, as if on the verge of an explosion. The psychological shadow cast by his previous 3 punches loomed large. After all these years, I still could not measure up to him. It turned out that the little ghost Gu Ling was searching for was his childhood sweetheart. From Jiang Qinyue's words, this little ghost had been dead for many years, which explained the youthful appearance. He appeared to be only 17 or 18, indicating that Gu Ling had harbored feelings for this little ghost for at least 15 or 16 years. The fervor of youthful affection is often intense. During those days, emotions are pure and passionate, willing to sacrifice everything. Yet as time passes, love may gradually become mundane, tranquil, even commonplace. He perished at a time when Gu Ling loved him most deeply, leaving an indelible mark on Gu Ling's life. I was at a loss on how to comfort Jiang Qinyue. Perhaps he merely needed to nurse his emotional wounds in solitude, without any consolation. To dedicate the most beautiful decade of one's life to loving someone who does not reciprocate is a heavy price to pay. Perhaps in those initial days, he never considered the cost, believing that merely being by that person's side was enough. Yet when the harsh truth is laid bare, the heart inevitably aches that he must have always hoped that the person he loved would someday be moved by his sincerity. When the takeout arrived, I politely invited Jiang Qianyue to join us. To my surprise, he accepted. Thankfully, I had ordered enough food, or it would have been quite awkward. The three of us sat in silence, each lost in our own thoughts as we ate. After Gu Ling regained consciousness, Jiang Qianyue resumed his attentive care for him, as if the previous emotional turmoil had never affected him at all. He was fully aware that his feelings would ultimately lead to nothing, yet he persisted like a moth drawn to a flame. Now that we had located the individual, the next step was naturally to rescue him. Gu Ling and Fu Qianyue conferred about their plan, nodding in agreement from time to time. They exhibited a remarkable synergy, while Jiang Qianyue and I found ourselves sidelined, akin to abandoned dogs, exchanging glances that grew increasingly irksome. Lu Juefeng, Gu Ling called out that, "Oh, here I am." I hurried over, filled with delight. "Please, I need your assistance." The Jiu Ling's demeanor was serious and sincere. Was he truly seeking my help? However, I refrained from teasing him this time. "What can I assist you with? Just say the word," Gu Ling explained. "After we rescue him, we will need a vessel. He has been trapped for 16 years, and his soul is exceedingly weak. He can only inhabit the body of a living person." "So, you want me to be a test subject?" "That's no problem," I declared, patting my chest to convey my sincerity. "Count on me for this." Speaking of possession, I couldn't help but recall the incident with Chen Xiaowan, which had nearly gone awry, leaving me with a sense of guilt. This time, I was dealing with a genuine article that if those two were to get intimate. Stop right there. I quickly redirected my thoughts. After the three of us had finalized our plans, we prepared to set out. Once Gu Ling had sufficiently recuperated, the Jiu Ling made a phone call to one of his students, asking him to hold down the fort for the project. The voice on the other end sounded close to tears. The Jiu Ling was notoriously strict in academia and discerning in his choice of people. Although their project was enticing, with his name attached, it would garner accolades for some time. No one dared to meddle. If they did, they would likely be sent away. Initially, he had hoped that 2 graduate students could help with the labor, but now it seemed that the entire project had fallen solely on his shoulders, which would surely bring anyone to tears. The three of us ventured into a desolate mountain area. Jiu Ling mentioned that the location was nearby, yet we would have to locate the entrance ourselves. Although it was already early autumn, the elevation made the heat unbearable. My clothes were soaked several times over, and the sweat had crystallized into coarse salt, leaving my skin feeling raw. However, I dared not remove my outer layer, as the insects here were abundant, some of them soft and squishy. If one were to land on my skin, I would surely jump out of my skin. Exhausted, I contemplated resting on a rock, but found it too hot to bear. I fanned myself fruitlessly and hastily sought out a stream, dipping my hands in, which provided some relief. The cool water flowed gently, carrying with it a hint of sweet freshness from the streamside air. After a while, something clung to my hand. Upon inspection, it turned out to be a small fragment of rope. This rope bore a layer of golden threads, and it looked somewhat familiar. Wasn't this the very rope that had hung the little ghost? Indeed, fortune favors the persistent. This item had drifted down from upstream. Following the creek, we soon discovered a concealed entrance hidden behind vines. Upon stepping inside, I was immediately struck by a chill. This place was far colder than any cave I had visited during my travels. After walking for a while, I found myself in a location identical to that within the Tianqing array, my heart racing with anxiety. The prison cells and torture chambers were devoid of those objects, and there was no sign of activity. Even the iron vat that had once contained water was now empty, overgrown with cobwebs, indicating it had not been used in quite some time. We ventured deeper. I felt a palpable heaviness in the air, signaling that we were nearing our destination. Upon reaching the innermost chamber, we found it shrouded in darkness. Fu Qianyue ignited a torch, revealing that the cage was utterly vacant. What could this mean? Was this hillside merely a ghostly facade, and everything witnessed within the Tianqing array a mere illusion? Or had the occupants been relocated? As Gu Ling approached the cage, I followed closely, instantly feeling a chill seep into my bones. There was undoubtedly something lurking here. Gumi conjured a yellow talisman and cast it towards the prison door, which swung open instantly. Inside the cell, the scene morphed into the nightmarish visage we had encountered within the Tianqing formation. "Xiao Chun, I'm here to take you home," Gumi stated as he stepped inside, gently caressing Xiao Chun's face before deftly severing the bindings that restrained him. As the bindings fell away, Xiao Chen's body was fully revealed, marred with wounds. His face, once bruised, now bore the marks of scalding burns, while his neck appeared as if it had been severed and crudely stitched back together with fine hemp. His legs were shattered, crudely affixed with wooden planks and iron nails. The grim reality of the torture chamber was undeniably true. He had indeed endured these horrific torments. What conviction had sustained him through 16 years of such suffering? What malevolent conspiracy could drive one to inflict such cruelty upon a child? Gumi embraced him, trembling uncontrollably that we must depart swiftly. Delay may bring unforeseen peril. That Fu Qingyue produced a talisman, lifting Xiao Chen from Gumi's arms and urging me forward. A sudden heaviness enveloped me, and then I felt nothing at all that as we prepared to withdraw, something lunged towards us. Gumi yanked me aside, and I beheld the creature's grotesque form, towering over 2 meters. Its head was dominated by a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth, a drooping tongue drenched in saliva, and its robust arms contrasted starkly with its oddly short legs. How repulsive! What an affront to decency! I scoffed. Did it truly think it could obstruct our path? Gumi sprang into action, seizing the creature's tongue and tearing it asunder, blood spraying forth like a high-pressure jet. With a nimble sidestep, he remained untouched by the crimson splatter. The creature convulsed in agony on the ground, and Gumi inscribed a talisman upon it, eliciting muffled sounds of distress. "Do not slay it. It may yet serve a purpose." Fu Qingyue interjected. What use could such a monstrosity possibly have? Shall it be a specimen for the Research Institute? Or do you intend to roast it? Gumi paused, reconsidering. Fu Qingyue retrieved a strip of white cloth from the ground, muttering incantations, and to my astonishment, the cloth ensnared the beast. The creature's immense eyes caused the fabric to emit the sound of cracking bones as it was bound. Before long, the creature fell silent. Wrapped into a humanoid shape, Fu Qingyue secured it further, even drawing a face upon it, rendering it convincingly lifelike. What a cunning stratagem! You truly are insidious. We hastily retreated, and just as we exited the cave, a searing pain shot through my hand. The Gumi draped his coat over me, shielding me from the sunlight. In an instant, we reappeared at Gumi's residence. I tore off my clothing, overwhelmed by a sense of rebirth after the ordeal. My hand throbbed, likely scorched by that stone. Upon inspection, I discovered my knuckles were also swollen and reddened, as if burned. Previously, during my possession, it had always occurred at night, and given the events of my exit from the cave. Could it be that I was now incapable of enduring sunlight? The truth soon unfolded, for upon our arrival at Gumi's home, he immediately drew all the curtains shut, aside from the burns. Do I exhibit any other abnormalities? I inquired, shaking my head. Professor Gu, am I to live in perpetual avoidance of sunlight? Indeed, exposure to the sun for even a brief period of less than 10 minutes would render you akin to charcoal. You could have forewarned me, I lamented. What of my internship? What of my life? Gumi, unfazed by my distress, left to fetch a medical kit. Observing my dejection, Fu Qingyue placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder. Fear not. Once Xiao Chen's spirit regains some strength, he will be able to inhabit another vessel. It shall not take long. With that, I found solace, settling onto the couch, motionless. After a refreshing shower, I reclined upon the guest bed. Fu Qingyue returned to the dormitory, and thankfully, the project was set to commence in 2 days. Otherwise, I would have needed to request a leave from the hospital. Exhaustion soon overtook me, and I drifted into slumber, only to find myself once more in a dream. Xiao Chen arose from the bed, his appearance vastly different from the wretched figure imprisoned. He looked vibrant and handsome, resembling a youthful gentleman, a sight so striking that it explained Gumi's inability to forget him throughout those 16 years. He surveyed his surroundings, likely feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. Upon exiting the room, only the bathroom light remained aglow, and he made his way there, finding the glass fogged, indicating someone was inside. He pushed the door open. And indeed, Gumi lay within the bathtub, the temperature gauge indicating a regulated warmth. Fortunately, though devoid of bubbles or rose petals, the tub was filled with a concoction of traditional Chinese herbs, concealing Gumi's form. Otherwise, I would have been overwhelmed. Perhaps feeling overheated, Gumi extended one long leg over the edge of the tub. Xiao Chen knelt beside him, cupping his face in his hands. Wait, what are you doing? You're still quite young. Such bold intentions. Though you may be in your 30s, your body and psyche remain that of a teenager. How can you engage in such acts? Xiao Qin's hands wandered from Gumi's face to his neck, then to his chest, descending further, the skin beneath his fingertips soft and delicate, akin to exquisite satin. Suddenly, Gumi's eyes snapped open, and he seized Xiao Qin's misbehaving hand. What are you doing? Xiao Qin exhibited no hint of embarrassment at being caught. Xiaomi, I miss you so much. It feels like an eternity since we parted, though it has only been a mere week. Not a week, but 16 years. You have indeed been apart for a considerable time. Gumi's grip gradually loosened, only for Xiao Qin to grasp his hand firmly. With reddened eyes, Gumi gazed at the beloved figure he thought lost to him for 16 long years. Tears cascading down his cheeks like pearls. Xiao Qin panicked, fearing Gumi's sorrow. What is it? Who has wronged you? Tell me, and I shall seek vengeance. Gumi chuckled through his tears, embracing Xiao Qin. No one has wronged me. You have finally returned. Xiao Qin, bewildered, questioned Gumi's demeanor, unsure why he seemed as if he had been separated for ages, when in reality, he had only been gone for 5 or 6 days. Yet, Gumi's clinginess melted Xiao Qin's heart. His Xiaomi could not bear to be apart for even a moment. That Gumi wept for a time, eventually succumbing to slumber. Xiao Qin observed Gumi's fingers, now slightly wrinkled from the water, and prepared to lift him from the tub. No peeking. No peeking. He carried Gumi to the bed, tenderly drying his hair and body, but soon his hands began to stray. Oh, mighty Thor, could you strike him with a bolt of lightning? I cannot bear to witness this. Fortunately, after a brief while, Xiao Qin ceased his inappropriate advances. Yet, without shame, he lifted the covers and nestled beside Gumi, enveloping him in his embrace, contentedly drifting into sleep. You little rascal, how pleased you are! You have set my heart racing. I awoke, likely in the morning. Although the curtains remained drawn, the warmth of daylight seeped through, creating a sensation distinct from the night that I attempted to rise but felt a tingling in my left arm. Turning my head, I realized that last night was not a mere dream. It was reality. Gumi lay nestled in my arms, sleeping soundly. So close was he that I could perceive the fine pores on his face, his eyes peacefully shut, long lashes framing them, the outer corners delicately arched as if adorned with eyeliner. He was breathtaking. His lips appeared soft and inviting, and indeed they were. Before I could comprehend my actions, I found myself leaning in to kiss him. The instant we made contact, a cold sweat enveloped me. I attempted to pull away, yet my body refused to obey. Xiao Qin had awakened. Calm yourself. Young man, this body does not belong to you. Cease this at once. Of course, Xiao Qin paid no heed to my pleas. He plunged his tongue into my mouth, fervently kissing me. Meanwhile, his hands roamed down my back, lingering at my waist, which was indeed slender. The Gumi stirred awake, and upon seeing him, Xiao Qin beamed, preparing for another kiss, only to be pushed away by Gumi. Thankfully, Professor Gu was not easily swayed by infatuation. Xiao Qin, undeterred, wrapped his arms around Gumi, whispering sweetly into his ear, "Forgive me, Xiaomi. I could not help myself. I forgot our agreement. I swear, until you reach adulthood, I shall not take it to the final step. Which of your eyes sees Gumi as a minor?" I pondered. Well, with your hair down, you do resemble a youth. No wonder Xiao Qin had not yet perceived any discrepancies. Thankfully, they had been reunited. Had they waited several decades, Gumi would have aged, and this reunion would likely not have been so tender. Even if they continued to love one another, the significant age gap would surely present numerous challenges. Xiaomi, I wish to kiss you once more. No, you must not. Steady yourself. Can you not fill your mind with more wholesome thoughts? At 17 or 18, I was not like you. Oh, when I was 18, I was still single. Yet here you are, a minor, engaging in such intimate displays. Fortunately, Gumi maintained his composure, preventing Xiao Qin from pursuing further advances. Xiao Qin pouted momentarily before following Gumi into the living room, exuding enthusiasm akin to a playful puppy. Xiaomi, how is it you reside here? Did Uncle Gu arrange this for you? As he spoke, he approached the window. Why have you drawn the curtains in the living room? We must let the sunlight in. However, upon lifting a corner of the curtain, the sunlight outside struck his eyes painfully. Xiao Qin swiftly yanked the curtain shut, shaken, bewildered by his reaction, feeling as though the light could extinguish him entirely. Chapter 29. To live and not to die, Gumi merely gazed at him. And in that moment, Xiao Tan felt a sense of unfamiliarity with the young me before him. To me, a year younger, had always presented a charmingly adorable demeanor, sharing everything with him, never regarding him with such an impassive expression. Yet, undeniably, he was still his me. His features, the scent that clung to him, remained unchanged as a chime echoed from outside the door, prompting Gumi to open it, revealing Fu Qinyue and Jiang Qinyue. How had these two crossed paths? They quickly spotted Xiao Tan within the room. Jiang Qinyue appeared somewhat uncertain. Brother Tan. Xiao Tan found this peculiar. The person before him looked significantly older, so why address him as brother? Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that the boy's eyes seemed vaguely familiar. I am Jiang Qinyue, introduced. Xiao Tan was incredulous. You are Jiang Qinyue? What kind of joke is this? How could such a young lad have grown so much? Are you suggesting I've traveled through time? Jiang Qinyue's expression shifted to one of confusion, laced with a hint of anger. Do you not remember anything? Remember what? I haven't forgotten anything. My classmates and I went to a desolate mountain for fun. Only to be caught in a landslide. Xiao Tan trailed off, suddenly realizing the discrepancy, that I was buried under the rocks. So how did I return? Why can't I bear the sunlight? Could it be that? You have been dead for 16 years, Jiang Qinyue replied with a bitter smile, before suddenly erupting in rage, advancing toward Xiao Tan and seizing his collar. For a full 16 years. Gumi has searched for you for all this time. Don't you feel anything? What gives you the right to be indifferent? What about all his sacrifices over these 16 years? The wounds he's endured, the life he's fought for. What do they amount to? Fu Qinyue intervened, pulling Jiang Qinyue away. Stop it. His soul is unstable, and his body is still missing that he cannot possibly remember everything. This is not his fault. Jiang Qinyue shrugged off Fu Qinyue's hand. He is not at fault. But I cannot help but feel furious. Why should Gumi endure such suffering for so many years while he acts as if nothing has happened? Gumi is transformed beyond recognition for him, leaving no trace of his past. What will he use to compensate for this? Professor Gu, who had become unrecognizable, could no longer tolerate it. Jiang Qinyue, this is our matter. We do not need others to weigh in. Over the years, I have repeatedly told you that there is no possibility between us. Even if I never find him, I will not be with you. What do you mean by being together? Xiao Tan interjected, incredulous at Gumi's words. Since when did you start harboring feelings for me? When I died, you were still not even 10 years old. You've matured remarkably fast. How dare you try to steal my little me? You've got some nerve. Let me tell you, do not entertain such thoughts. Jiang Qinyue retorted defiantly. Whether I want to or not is none of your business. You currently lack your own body. So how can you claim to love him? Even if you regain your body and come back to life. Look at yourself now. Do you honestly believe you are worthy of him? Actually, we are quite compatible. Of course, if Professor Gu were to change into his work attire, that would be a different story, Xiao Tan asserted. Absolutely compatible. Me and I are a match made in heaven. You were not suitable before, being too young. And now, you are too old. What a sight to behold. Your words are truly venomous. Very well. You better hold on to that belief forever. We shall see. With that, Jiang Qinyue stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Gumi and Fu Qinyue conferred about stabilizing Xiao Tan's soul before finding a vessel for it, that as long as they located his body, Xiao Tan would be able to live again. Upon realizing he was inhabiting someone else's body, Xiao Tan felt his previous arrogance towards Jiang Qinyue deflate. Last night and this morning, he had lavished affection on Gumi, nearly losing control. Discovering he had been using someone else's body filled him with regret. Making him wish to collide with a wall, he kept his distance from Gumi, cautiously observing him, afraid to touch him even slightly. That night, Xiao Tan lay in the guest room, unable to fall asleep. Struggling to comprehend the events of the day, he raised his hand to examine it. The fingers were well defined, and there was a small, inconspicuous mole in the center of his left palm. This was undoubtedly his hand. Yet he had been buried, and me would not deceive him about such matters, nor would he go so far as to hire an actor to impersonate Jiang Qinyue. The mere thought of Jiang Qinyue infuriated him. He had a decent relationship with Xiao Jiang, and as children, Jiang Qinyue frequently visited the Xiao household. With a significant age gap, they had not played together much, yet this pesky little brat insisted on calling out Brother Tan every day, making it impossible to shake him off. Later, when he became acquainted with me, this little rascal often acted as a large third wheel, trying various ways to win me's favor. To think he had developed such ulterior motives so early on without Xiao Tian even realizing it. He tossed and turned in bed, growing increasingly restless, ultimately deciding to pay Gumi a visit. What could he possibly see? Had his earlier vexation been swallowed by a dog? No peeking. Xiao Tian approached the master bedroom, intending to enter directly, but thought better of it, and politely knocked on the door. Jiumi opened the door, inviting him in. "What's the matter? Are you feeling unwell?" It was past 10, and me typically would have been asleep by this hour. This realization made Xiao Tian feel a pang of guilt. "No, me, I can't sleep. May I lay on the floor here?" Gumi gently replied. "As long as you're fine. The floor is cold. Just sleep on the bed." "How can that be acceptable?" Xiao Tian protested to Jiumi, noticing Xiao Tian's anxious demeanor, understood his concern, and decided to tease him. "What is wrong? It's just sleeping together. We're not doing anything." Xiao Tian's face paled. "That is still unacceptable. I would rather sleep on the floor, brother." "If you want to sleep on the floor, I certainly do not. This is my body. Can we not return to the guest room?" Gumi observed as Xiao Tian spread out the bedding, chuckling with delight. That smile nearly shattered Xiao Tian's resolve. He quickly nestled under the covers, thinking, "Me has truly changed. He knows how to tease me now. Previously, it was I who made him shy and blush. Once I regain my body, I will be sure to pin him down." 3 days later, Gumi successfully drew Xiao Tian's soul into a pendant, which appeared to be somewhat antiquated. Regaining control over his body felt splendid. From now on, he must not casually agree to occupy another's body, especially if they were in a relationship. Our lives finally seemed to regain a fleeting sense of normalcy as we collaborated on projects and discussed academic matters, but if it weren't for the pendant around Gumi's neck, I would genuinely question whether everything I experienced was merely a dream. The Yumi's doctoral student, Jiang Yuan, seemed unremarkable, the kind of person who would easily blend into a crowd. Yet, he was exceptionally capable. Possessing strong professional skills and a kind disposition, he did not mind my lack of expertise, teaching me many things. However, Jiang, the doctoral student, was somewhat inept in daily life, being quite clueless about various matters, even struggling with his phone. The majority of my work involved assisting him with tasks that required software, for which he expressed immense gratitude, often praising my intelligence and promising to help me should I wish to pursue a doctorate in the future. His sincerity left me feeling somewhat bashful. After 2 months of diligent work, the project was nearing completion that I humbly believed I had contributed little of value. Any graduate student could have accomplished the same. Just 2 days into a brief respite, Fu Qingyue informed me that there was news regarding Xiao Tian's physical body. Chapter 30. A life unending in a desolate temple. It was rather small. I found it perplexing how such a place could exist in a first-tier city like N City. Temples are generally quite similar, and this one's structure resembled the one we had previously encountered, albeit long abandoned and in disrepair. Weeds had overtaken the path leading from the main gate to the main hall, with a narrow trail cleared through the center, indicating that someone frequently visited this site. Upon reaching the main hall, we discovered 2 stone coffins propped upon stone stools. The coffins were sealed tight and could not be opened, while a rather peculiar statue of a Buddha stood in the center. Most Buddha statues are plump, but this one depicted a gaunt monk, his eyes wide open, but with only tiny pupils, a sharp-nosed visage, and a lewd expression that lacked any semblance of Buddhist virtue. The 3 of us thoroughly explored the temple, but found nothing unusual, nor did we uncover any mechanisms. The Jiumi and Fu Qingyue attempted numerous methods to open the stone coffins, yet to no avail. I leaned down to inspect the area beneath the coffin, curious if anything was amiss, when suddenly I caught sight of a pair of eyes. Startled, I quickly recoiled. A black, flat object began wriggling out, possessing only a pair of eyes. After a moment, it seemed to find this pace too slow and transformed into a spherical shape, sprouting 2 legs and darting towards me. Fu Qingyue swiftly grabbed the creature and flung it aside, causing it to vanish instantly. "Corpse oil," he explained, "is merely a substance formed from the accumulation of bodily oils, posing no real threat." With that, Fu Qingyue approached the stone coffin from which the corpse oil had emerged, gripping its base with both hands, seemingly attempting to flip it over. "Are you out of your mind? That coffin must weigh at least several hundred pounds. How could you possibly lift it alone? To my astonishment, with a resounding crash, Fu Qingyue actually managed to overturn the coffin. When did he acquire such strength? At what time do you engage in your daily endeavors? Astonishingly, the bottom of the stone sarcophagus is made of wood, new wood, no less. With a sudden crack, the wood remarkably splintered open, and an arm emerged, reaching out as if to seize Fu Qingyue. Of course, my brother Yu is no pushover. His reflexes are exceptional, and he swiftly dodged the attack. The wooden planks exploded apart, revealing a figure resembling a monk, strikingly akin to the Buddha statue it was meant to honor. How shameless! The monk uttered no words and immediately launched into combat with Fu Qingyue. Gu Zhu also rushed to assist, facing the monk in a 1-against-2 scenario, and soon the monk was subdued. Gu Zhu pressed his foot against the monk's face, demanding, "Where is he?" Quite the skillful one, yet blind as a bat. In such a confined space, aside from the coffin, where could one possibly hide? Upon hearing his words, I crouched down to inspect the base of the coffin, discovering that the remaining stone sarcophagus was solid stone with no gaps whatsoever. Gu Zhu applied pressure with his foot, and I distinctly heard the sound of bones cracking. The monk, underfoot, pleaded for mercy. "Spare me. I'm merely tasked with guarding the sarcophagus. It's futile to trouble me, as I cannot open it. How about this? Why not try blowing it open?" I kicked the monk, exclaiming, "Old man, you're quite audacious. If it were to explode, not only the sarcophagus but everything within would be reduced to dust. You seem to think us easily deceived. Such tricks won't fool me." The three of us examined the coffin once more, yet yielded no results. This wretched coffin bore no markings, and the joints exhibited no seams, appearing as if hewn from nature itself. Bored, I idly ran my hands over the stone sarcophagus and felt a sharp pain in my palm. Curse it! There were tiny thorns embedded in its surface. These minuscule pricks were nearly invisible to the naked eye. Even if one were to touch the wrong spot, they might not feel them. Just a single drop of blood, and unexpectedly, it triggered some mechanism. The surface of the sarcophagus began to change color, ultimately transforming into a black base with red patterns, emanating a chilling aura. "What have you done? Who are you?" The monk's fear escalated upon witnessing the transformation of the sarcophagus. We had no time to heed his words, for the sarcophagus had opened. Inside lay indeed the body of Xiao Shun. In stark contrast to the shattered soul of Xiao Shun, his body was remarkably preserved, unblemished, and even exhibiting a healthy complexion. "No, you cannot take him away. The esteemed one will be furious." The monk screeched in a futile attempt to prevent us from claiming Xiao Shun's body, yet bound by ropes. He could only roll helplessly on the ground. "You cannot take him. The esteemed one is on the verge of gathering his soul. He requires this body. After all these years, we have finally found one that satisfies him. You cannot take him. Such madness. To take lives for the sake of another's body and to torment souls. What a heartless fiend." Gu Zhu coldly glared at him, revealing the ring on his finger, from which a piercing wail emanated. "Alas, your esteemed one shall never be able to gather his soul." The monk was so frightened that he urinated himself. Who are you? How can you imprison the soul of the esteemed one? He will not spare you. He will not spare any of you." Gu Zhu found him repulsive, hoisting Xiao Shun's body and departing. Upon stepping out of the temple, the entire structure unexpectedly collapsed, stirring up a massive cloud of dust. Such a temple was unworthy of existence. Once we returned to Gu Zhu's residence, he eagerly summoned Xiao Shun's soul. Upon seeing his own body, Xiao Shun was astonished, yet complied with the instructions to return to it. However, upon re-entering his body, Xiao Shun did not awaken immediately. Fu Qingyue explained that a period of integration was required. During this fusion process, he would recall all the torment his soul had endured over the past 16 years, being burned by molten iron, having his head severed by a guillotine, his legs shattered by iron rods, and countless other torturous experiences that no one knows just how many such tortures his soul has endured during these 16 years. How he too has suffered. If the depth of love could be measured by the hardships endured, then their love would certainly be considered evenly matched, equal in weight. Though I previously held no aversion to same-sex relationships, I found myself perplexed by Li Qinshin's fervent attempts to pair me with Fu Qingyue. I could not comprehend how two individuals of the same gender could fall in love. even during a fleeting moment when I harbored a slight infatuation for Guju. I dismissed it as mere physical attraction. Yet, witnessing their connection, I realized that love is love, unconfined by any boundaries or conventions. It is ineffable, beyond description, and must be felt with the heart that as the project neared completion. My year-long internship was also winding down. The members of the Phoenix team could be considered commendable, indeed. Thanks to the blessings of several esteemed individuals, director by the Provincial Hospital's Medical Affairs Department sought me out, expressing an intention to retain me, and urged me to persuade Fu Qingyue to stay as well. He remarked that we were both promising candidates, destined for significant cultivation within the hospital. However, even if I failed to convince Fu Qingyue, the provincial hospital would still welcome me with open arms. One must wonder how one becomes the director of a medical affairs department. Though his intentions may be veiled, his words convey a clear meaning without causing undue embarrassment. Leaving one grateful for his recognition, I inquired of Fu Qingyue why he chose not to remain at the provincial hospital, that he replied that clinical work was too cumbersome and that he intended to pursue a doctoral degree to engage in academic research. Having already identified a prospective advisor, my heart sank at this revelation. Brother, do you realize the invaluable opportunity you are about to let slip away? So many individuals strive desperately to enter the provincial hospital. While I internally criticized him, I couldn't help but envy his unwavering calmness, knowing precisely what he desired, and meticulously planning his path in life. Meanwhile, I remained indecisive about whether to stay at the provincial hospital. Feeling rather mediocre, lacking in intellect, as moving day approached, I began packing my belongings, feeling a twinge of reluctance. This year had been far more exciting than the previous 20-odd years of my life. I bent down to retrieve a box from beneath the bed, and the jade pendant tumbled down. Shouldn't this be returned to him? As I traced the intricate patterns on the jade, I found it quite beautiful after wearing it for so long. Yet it wasn't mine. I had to return it to him. Brother, you hear, this is for you. Fu Qingyue did not take it but instead asked, what will you do afterwards? Indeed, having given him the pendant, what would I do next? If I were to be possessed by a ghost, who would I seek for assistance? If it were a vengeful spirit, would I even survive? Perhaps I should first find a shaman for protection before returning the pendant to him. Fu Qingyue interjected. Senior Jiang Yuan mentioned that Professor Gu's research lab needs an assistant. He thinks you're a perfect fit. Would you consider it? I was taken aback, utterly stunned, given Fu Qingyue's prior connections. Could it be that his prospective advisor is Guju? Fu Qingyue smiled, a handsome grin. Brother, I shall cling to your leg for a lifetime. Chapter 31. To live and die together. I was overcome with excitement. Throwing myself into Fu Qingyue's embrace, he did not push me away, allowing my exuberance. As packing neared completion, Fu Qingyue mentioned he had rented an apartment near the research lab that I had initially planned to return home for a while, and thankfully did not inform Lao Lu in advance. Otherwise, he would have chided me for my indecisiveness and lack of stability. While moving, I encountered Li Chunxin and Zhang Luwan. They had successfully remained at the provincial hospital, and Zhang Luwan had even entered the 10-year talent training program. This was quite an achievement for newly graduated medical students. No big deal. If Fu Qingyue stays, this plan won't involve me. Just as Fu Qingyue approached with a box, he must have overheard my comment. However, Zhang Luwan spoke candidly, without any hint of sarcasm. True prodigies of heaven disdain such comparisons, focusing solely on their own improvement. Unwilling to be distracted by trivial matters, Fu Qingyue loaded the box into the car, signaling that it was time to go. I bid farewell to the two of them, and Li Chunxin, with a curious glint in her eye, asked, "Are you two together again?" I found her expression amusing, recalling how she had once been so flustered a year ago. It felt like a lifetime ago. In the future, it may be quite difficult to meet again. I leaned closer to her and whispered, "Yes, I truly cannot live without him." She looked at me with surprise, her expression seemingly affirming my ship was indeed real. Upon arriving at our new residence, I was dumbfounded. It turned out to be a quaint 2-story building within the Research Institute grounds. Brother, this place is truly close. The small building was slightly smaller than a villa, complete with a modest courtyard, though not large. It was ample enough for 3 generations to reside comfortably. Are you sure there's no mistake? Fu Qingyue replied, the house belongs to the Research Institute. The rent is cheap, while the cost of living in N-City is not exorbitant. Rent can be quite expensive. During my internship, I encountered newly appointed doctors whose salaries, after rent, barely covered their meals. This two-story building, devoid of neighboring residents, boasted an environment superior to most villa districts. How could it possibly be inexpensive? Seeing my skepticism, Fu Qingyue continued, "We'll occupy the first floor. Someone else resides on the second floor, so it's somewhat like a dormitory." Suddenly, I grew wary. Could it be what I feared? Who lives on the second floor? Fu Qingyue replied with a knowing smile. Who do you think? Can we please change locations? Who wants to live with their boss, let alone with Guju? The rent is merely 200 per month. Deducted from my salary that I pulled my suitcase towards the small building, calling out to Fu Qingyue as I walked. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and catch up. The vicinity of the Research Institute was surrounded by government offices and some state-owned enterprises, with a square in front and a large park behind. The nearest residential community was at least 5 kilometers away, lacking direct subway access, and the bus rides required 3 transfers. The rent was exorbitantly high. Only a fool would hesitate. What was wrong with Gu Pan? He was both handsome and wealthy. Should I encounter a formidable ghost that Fu Qingyue couldn't handle, he could very well save my life. My sense of security was through the roof. Fu Qingyue opened the door with his fingerprint and helped me register mine as well. As I pressed my finger in, I felt as if I had signed a contract of servitude. Upon entering, I discovered a person seated in the living room. Xiao Tan, who was bent over the table scribbling something, resembling a high school student tackling exam questions. Upon noticing our arrival, he lifted his head to greet us before returning to his work. Could he really be doing math problems? My curiosity piqued. I leaned in for a closer look. Good heavens! He was indeed working on high school mathematics. Although he was physically and mentally 18, legally he had surpassed 30 years of age. Was he preparing for the college entrance examination? What are you doing this for? I inquired. Preparing for the college entrance examination. Xiao Tan replied that I silently retreated to my room, deciding not to disturb Xiao Tan's studies further. After arranging my luggage, I found the room well equipped, requiring little to no additional items. Once settled in, I called Lao Lu to inform him of my new job, but he expressed some disbelief, questioning why anyone would take an interest in me. He added that if I couldn't manage and didn't want to pursue medicine, I could always return to B City, as he could still support me, although the Lu family had fallen from grace. They were not lacking in the means to support someone who was idle that I felt a surge of gratitude, but ultimately declined the idea of mooching off him, telling Lao Lu I would explain everything in detail once I officially started my job. Gu Pan returned only by evening, mentioning that he had been occupied with some paperwork. The Research Institute had originally been under Professor Fang Yue, who upon retirement had entrusted it to Gu Pan while remaining an advisor at the university. The institute was affiliated with T University, located just behind T University Square, with most members being professors from T University and the Provincial Academy, currently totaling 9 individuals. The contract was standard, consisting of a few pages. But an additional supplementary agreement caught my eye, filled with enticing clauses. Unless special projects were planned, aside from public holidays, weekends would be off, and we were entitled to winter and summer vacations, aligned with the T University Medical Department, with flexible scheduling and regular salary. During project-less periods, we could arrange our own schedules with standard pay. Accommodations would be provided for single employees at a nominal fee, with utilities waived and monthly rent deducted from salaries. The dense sheet of paper contained no superfluous information, and since it was already late May, with the Research Institute newly transitioned and lacking projects, we would soon be on summer vacation in just a month. Who could refuse summer break? No one could. For the first 2 or 3 days after signing, I frequented the Research Institute, only to find that aside from me, only Jiang Yuan was present. Naturally, the others were busy professors and directors. He mentioned that after a few more days, he would have little to do and was planning to return to his hometown for matchmaking, as the potential partner was also studying in N-City and would be home for the summer. Jiang Yuan was a decent person, somewhat naive, but his life was rather disorganized, and he didn't pay much attention to his appearance, which perhaps explained his single status that I hoped the girl would see his worth. As Xiao Tan prepared for the college entrance examination, Gu Pan was preoccupied, and Fu Qingyue was also studying for exams that I volunteered to take care of the child. Today was the final examination. Xiao Tan was taller than I, standing out among a sea of students. Yet his youthful face revealed he was still just a teenager, that I had no brothers or cousins. Watching Xiao Tan walk towards the exam hall felt akin to a parental experience. Once the door closed, security cleared the area of onlookers to 5 meters away, An exam typically lasted over an hour, yet few students left early. Initially, I planned to return as I had on previous days. But then I decided to stay, that I found a stone step to sit on, listening to parents quietly discussing their children. Although we were far from the examination venue, no one spoke loudly. Uncle Wang remarked. When I took my college entrance exam, although Lao Lu didn't accompany me, he stood outside for over an hour that I hadn't known he had come, and with his personality, he would never have mentioned it. That was simply how he was. Young man, are you expecting a brother or sister? An aunt seated across from me, evidently noticing something different about me, initiated small talk that oh neither. He's my boss's younger brother, and he's quite busy. So I'm just helping with the pickup. The aunt scolded playfully, what could possibly be more important than a child's college entrance examination? These bosses, honestly, business can wait. How many chances do kids get to take the exam? Spend more time with them. They have a lot of pressure, and it's easy to forget things. Having someone else around could be a great help. Yes, you're right, but as a subordinate, I can't say much. I preferred not to elaborate to her and simply nodded in agreement. Some matters do not require extensive explanation to outsiders. The aunt continued the conversation. Is your boss's younger brother doing well academically? What university is he aiming for? I genuinely didn't know. Xiaodan looked intelligent, but his actual capabilities were uncertain. That he's doing all right, just adequate enough to get into a school, I suppose. The aunt seemed pleased with my response. My child's doing well. It all depends on this year's exam questions, that if he doesn't get into T University, it might mean another year of studying. Getting into T University, your child must have impressive grades. Seeing my astonishment, the aunt took pride in sharing. Oh, it's not much. He missed the mark by just 2 points on his first attempt, but his scores have been declining ever since. Last time he fell behind by 13 points. What could be going wrong? Even with a 13-point drop, his scores are still commendable. He could certainly secure a place at Z University. How many times has he taken the exam? Chapter 32. Unyielding struggles, the aunt sighed. Counting this time, it's been 5 attempts that he's 24 this year. They say the year of one's birth brings challenges, so who knows if they will have any negative impact. I've spoken to his teachers several times. They assure me his regular performance is solid and that there's not much difference in scores, that if he focuses well, he should be fine. This year, I even prayed to Confucius in Shandong for him. This time should be no problem. Excuse me, how old are you? 24. Upon hearing my age, the aunt paused. You're so young and already working. A recent graduate, I presume? Where did you study? I just graduated this year. Not from a prestigious institution, just an ordinary university. The aunt appeared even more pleased, as people often feel a surge of joy when they receive the answers they expect. This aunt was quite talkative. Her son, now 24, had taken the college entrance examination 5 times. She shared that her son held high expectations for himself, considering only T University and dismissing all others. Since childhood, she and her husband had set strict standards for him, and he had consistently performed well, always ranking at the top of his class. The previous 4 attempts were merely misfortunes. This time, she was sure it would be different to Tio accompany her son. She had even quit her job, dedicating her days to studying with him. Often, she would not sleep until 2 or 3 in the morning, waking before 6 to prepare breakfast. As her son began studying at 6, that this meant her daily sleep was limited to no more than 4 hours. How exhausting! During my high school years, I considered myself diligent, usually asleep by 10:30 at the latest. When I first entered university, I attended a career planning class where a simple survey revealed that my classmates were indeed very competitive. They found it unbelievable that I would go to bed by 10. Who could believe a high school senior would sleep before midnight? Living at home, I was unaware of how late my classmates studied at school. However, Fu Qinwei generally preferred to sleep before 10 unless circumstances dictated otherwise, like dealing with a ghost. Time dragged on as the aunt began to recount stories about the child next door. Finally, the bell signaling the end of the examination rang out. Though the door had yet to open, parents surged towards it. They craned their necks, eager to see inside. When the door finally swung open, a wave of students rushed out. Most emerged with their heads hanging low, some even crying that IT was too difficult. I couldn't even answer the first question. I have no idea what I wrote. Hey, I guess I'll be repeating next year. Some questions were tough, but overall, it was manageable for me, that I felt I did reasonably well. Previously, I had encountered even more challenging practice papers, far harder than this one. I prepared some and just barely completed the questions. If I struggled, others likely did as well. This subject has never been my strong suit. A few points off one team matter too much that I'm counting on this moment to widen the gap. What do we do if it's this difficult? I had no advantage this time. The other subjects were about the same. I had no edge at all. After a considerable wait, it was only then that Xiaotan finally emerged. And I felt a twinge of worry. Why are you coming out now? Was it that hard? Xiaotan appeared relaxed. It was quite simple. I just found it too crowded, so I waited a bit. Let us go. It's sweltering. You rascal. You make it sound so easy. Some students fainted. Is there a doctor around? I am. Let me through. As I walked and shouted, the crowd swiftly parted to grant me passage. The security guard informed me that an emergency call had already been made. Upon inspection, I discovered that the student had no pulse. Without a moment's hesitation, I hurriedly commenced here. Fortunately, the provincial hospital was in close proximity, and the ambulance arrived promptly. That I exchanged a few brief words with Xiaotan, advising him to find a cool place to wait for my return. Thankfully, it was the last day. Otherwise, my child would surely be traumatized, and the college entrance examination would undoubtedly be affected. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. It was that Annie that I had no time to attend to her, as I followed the ambulance to the provincial hospital's emergency department. Due to the timely delivery, the vital signs had stabilized, yet the patient remained unconscious, necessitating further examination. It was the examination period. The student's information was readily accessible, and soon enough, his parents arrived, and to my astonishment, it was the very Andy I recognized. Upon seeing me, her gaze briefly evaded mine before she hurried to inquire about her son's condition from the doctor. Doctor, how is my son? The doctor replied. He experienced a sudden cardiac arrest. Thankfully, there were professionals on site who administered CPR promptly. Otherwise, he would have perished. Had we missed that crucial initial rescue window, not even a deity could have saved him. However, he is yet to regain consciousness, and further examinations are required to ascertain any other issues. Recognizing that I was the one who brought her son to the hospital, the auntie grasped my hand excitedly, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. So you are a doctor at the provincial hospital. That's incredible. Why didn't you mention it earlier? I would have avoided misunderstanding. It's nothing, Annie. I'm just relieved your son is okay. I have other matters to attend to. I returned to the examination hall to fetch Xiaotan, stopping briefly at the market to buy a few items before heading home to prepare dinner. Xiaotan asked, "You can cook?" When I returned to the small building, as dinner was nearing completion, Fu Qinwei emerged, drawn by the aroma. You can cook. It seems Xiaotan might indeed be a scholarly prodigy, as he posed the same question with exactitude. Not long after, Gu Zai returned, seemingly astonished by my culinary endeavors. You can cook. The case was cracked. Xiaotan is undoubtedly a scholar. Is it truly such an extraordinary feat that I can cook? What kind of privileged youths are you? Are you so detached from the mundane world? Delicious. Far superior to the cafeteria. Children truly are honest. Their preferences are written all over their faces, and they do not hesitate to offer compliments. After tasting a piece of rib, Xiaotan praised me effusively, even offering to wash the dishes later. I must retract my earlier statement. Both of them are indeed privileged youths, and Xiaotan is nothing short of a little angel. The soup is also delightful. Xiao Zai, you should try some. Xiaotan ladled soup for Gu Zai, attempting to feed him directly, only to be promptly stopped. There are guests present. What on earth is this child doing? Can he not be mindful of the impression he creates? As a single, older young man, witnessing a child feed his male friend is quite disheartening. To Fu Xiaoye, however, remained grounded, serving himself. The four of us devoured a table full of dishes. Before heading upstairs, Gu Zai handed me a card, stating that half of it was for food expenses and the other half was a token of appreciation, requesting that I cook on weekends to enhance our meals, and to let him know if more was needed. What a kind soul. Money truly does make one feel cherished. I felt elated, assisting Xiaotan in tidying up the kitchen, as I am a principled individual. How could I allow the child to do all the work? After we cleaned up, I returned to my room to freshen up, only to discover that my hand had been injured without my noticing. It must be due to my long absence from cooking. Chapter 33. To live or not to live, I prepared a first aid kit to tend to my wound when the moonlight suddenly brightened. By some strange twist of fate, I placed my bleeding finger upon it. The blood vanished, and the injury on my hand healed, leaving no trace behind that a red line appeared in the center of the moonlight. Reminiscent of the time it absorbed the soul of Zhang Yihua, drawing in my blood. After a moment, it returned to normal, but the patterns had changed, albeit slightly. Having carried this object for a year, I could distinctly sense that it was different. The last time I confronted a vengeful spirit like Chen Xiaojun, Fu Qingyue had also drawn upon my blood. Why was my blood necessary? Surely it was because his own blood could not be utilized. The student who experienced cardiac arrest today reminded me of that incident. It was only after my blood was involved that he regained the moonlight. Perhaps it is because this moonlight is activated by my blood, which means only my blood can awaken it. Could it be that anyone's blood could activate it? If only my blood holds the key, what connection does it have with me? Additionally, during that incident at the dilapidated temple, my blood was drawn by a small thorn on the stone coffin, causing it to open. The old monk's question, "Who exactly are you?" clearly indicated that not everyone's blood could unlock the coffin. Could it be that my blood possesses some unique quality? Is Fu Qingyue concealing something from me? I yearn to inquire about Fu Qingyue, but I am uncertain how to broach the subject. What if the answer is something I cannot bear? That night, I dreamed again, but this dream was unlike any I had experienced before. There were no scenes, just a solitary figure standing in a void. It was the student I had saved earlier. How could he be dead? Did the doctor not say that the rescue was timely and his vital signs stable? Could something have changed? The boy spoke. "Who are you?" He lifted his gaze as if to look at me. How peculiar. Could I communicate with him through thought? Such a phenomenon had never occurred before. "I am the one who saved you," he shook his head. "You should not have saved me. IT is over for me. Everything is ruined, and my existence holds no significance that I happened to chat with your mother outside the examination hall, and I know you set high standards for yourself. However, no matter how important the college entrance examination is, it is merely an exam. Do not be too hard on yourself." The boy replied, "Did she tell you that I hold high expectations?" He smiled, yet his expression was one of agony. "What expectations can I have? I am merely a puppet to them. I move as they pull the strings. For 5 years, I have toiled. Do you understand what it feels like to sit in the examination hall while the teacher repeatedly verifies my identity with my ID? Since childhood, they have told me, 'Hong Bin, you must attend the best university, or you will be unworthy of your parents' sacrifices.' In elementary school, I once scored 98 in mathematics, the highest in the school. They punished me by not allowing me to eat for 3 days. In my first year of high school, I painted shrimp with a brush, and after countless attempts, I finally succeeded. The teacher praised my talent and suggested I pursue art, claiming that with my academic performance, getting into T University would be no problem. I was overjoyed. I could meet their expectations. I returned to share the news, expressing my desire to pursue painting. They tore it up in front of me. What they tore was not just a painting, it was my dignity. It was my final plea to them. But they were blind to it. They said pursuing art would lead to gossip if I got into T University. And they couldn't afford that shame. Is it truly so? Such a suffocating family is terrifying. Hong Bin said, "When I saw myself lying on the rescue bed in the hospital, I felt liberated at last. A voice urged me to return to my body, but I was unwilling that I had already despaired before the final exam began. I knew I would fail again, that I no longer wished to live a life where even going to the bathroom required meticulous timing. I felt as if I had never truly slept, that I am so tired. Indeed, you are not dead. Your soul has merely departed from your body. 7 days hence. If you do not return, there will be no way back." Hong Bin asked, "Then tell me, if it were you, would you return?" "I would. But I would not compromise with my parents. I would steadfastly pursue what I desire and choose my own life," Hong Bin countered. "But how can that be possible? If I resist them, they will surely become angry, perhaps even sever ties with me." I could not lie. He should sense that my words were sincere, that if they truly sever ties, what would it matter? No, that is not right. What is right? What is wrong? Our parents brought us into this world and raised us. We ought to repay them. But what significance is there in sacrificing one's entire life in return? You say you do not wish to return. Is that then correct? You will become a vegetable, never to awaken again, and their hopes for you will be dashed. However, should you return and continue living the same life, can you bear it? Parents are not deities. They are merely ordinary people, capable of making mistakes. You are their child. You should not see yourself solely as a tool for their pride. You are your own. Am I my own? Do you not possess the correct answers within you? All your years of persistence and effort have sufficed. Let yourself go. Can I truly live my life as I desire? Hong Bin, of course you can. I do not pressure you to make any choices. Your life is your own, and no one can impose control over it. Whether you choose death or resistance is entirely your prerogative. However, I hope you live for yourself. Hong Bin covered his face and wept. Our communication had ceased, and I was left wondering whether I was a competent advocate. 3 days later, Hong Bin remained unresponsive. The results of the final exam were largely disappointing, with the provincial average score lingering at a mere 21 points. Yet there were still individuals who achieved perfect scores, such as Xiao Tan. Human intelligence varies greatly. Every year, numerous events surrounding the college entrance examination trend online. The news of Hong Bin collapsing after the exam and remaining unresponsive for 3 days also captured public attention. Even his 5-year journey through the college entrance examination was scrutinized. Alongside a myriad of incidents from his high school years, I shared an examination room with him. When he was taken away in an ambulance, his mother did not even realize it was him, casually mentioning how fortunate it was that it was the last day. Otherwise, it would have delayed her son's examination. How shocking to think such a mother exists. Had I achieved any of his grades, my mother would have taken extraordinary measures to support me. Our entire family would refrain from speaking loudly to me. He had been repeating a year in our class. There were dedicated classes for repeat students. But his mother insisted on placing him in our class that he was several years older than us, never mingled with us, and hardly spoke. He dashed to and from the restroom, sleeping no more than 4 hours a night. It was terrifying. The pressure he endured was immense. An incident like this was bound to happen eventually. Wow, such relentless dedication. I wonder how he fared this time. Will he be able to attend to university? Come on, let's be realistic. At such a time, when his very life hangs in the balance, why concern ourselves with that? What does it matter? Our neighbor has been asleep for 2 days and nights. He might awaken soon. If he manages to get into university, wouldn't that be a joyous occasion? After so many years of dreams realized, wouldn't it bring even more happiness? I do not care about Hong Bin's exam results, but I genuinely hope he awakens to live the life he desires. Daily updates flood the internet, and it is said that even top experts have been summoned, yet no cause has been identified. It seems he merely fell into a deep slumber, and regardless of the methods employed, he remains unresponsive. Today is the last day. I wish to see him, that he has been transferred to the neurosurgery department. Thankfully, the staff there recognized me. Otherwise, I would not have been allowed entry due to the overwhelming media coverage surrounding this incident. Annie, I've come to see Hong Bin. Upon seeing me, Hong Bin's mother quickly invited me to sit. Her expression somewhat cheerful. Dr. Liu, you've come. In this situation, I haven't had the chance to properly thank you. You even came to check on him. You know, Hong Bin has a chance this year. He scored 10 points higher than last year's cutoff for T University, and this year's exam was even tougher. He will undoubtedly get into T University. I glanced at Hong Bin lying on the bed, and then at his spirit standing in the corner, unsure of how to respond to his mother. His face revealed no sign of emotion. Noticing my silence, she felt a bit awkward, seemingly unaware of my reasons for not replying. That I sat for a brief moment before standing up to say, I will come to see you again. As I exited the hospital room, I saw Hong Bin crouched in the corner, crying, and I was left uncertain of the choices he might make. The following day, reports stated that he had awakened. As for what lay ahead, that was now in his hands. Chapter 34. Ghosts and Snakes. Everything was ready at the Research Institute, but with summer vacation approaching, we had not taken on any projects and could directly rest. Ji Yulin took Xiao Tan back to B City, claiming there were matters to attend to, and they would travel afterward, not returning until school resumed. I also wished to return home for a visit, yet I could not stray too far from Fu Qingyue. Perhaps I could invite him to B City for some fun. I entered Fu Qingyue's room, only to find him not studying but drawing peculiar designs on paper, suggesting that his academic pressure was manageable. Yugu, there are still 3 months until school starts. Do you have any plans? Do you wish to go home? Fu Qingyue replied, I have no home. His words struck a chord in my heart, evoking a pang of sympathy that I had never seen him contact his parents, assuming he was merely aloof and disinclined to socialize. Little did I know, the bond with his parents was so frigid. Although he appeared indifferent to everything, sometimes even lacking in warmth, he possessed a soft heart, valuing relationships deeply. He was far from being cold-hearted. I want to go home. Why not come with me to B City for some fun? It will be enjoyable. After some contemplation, Fu Qingyue agreed that I sensed he was growing increasingly accommodating towards me. Practically fulfilling any request I made that I longed to inquire about Yu Zhao but hesitated. Noticing my conflicted expression, Fu Qingyue queried, "Is there something else on your mind?" I sighed in relief and presented Yu Zhao to him. He studied it for a long while, appearing perplexed. "I have never seen it transform into this form. Your queries are ones I have pondered as well, yet I have no answers." Yu Zhao is the token of the long-standing Qingguan sect, and by the time it reached me, it had already seen its 1836 generation. The passage of time rendered it impossible for me to trace its origins. Following my grandfather in the cultivation of Taoism, he regarded me as his successor. Yet on his deathbed, he instructed me not to inherit the Qingguan sect, destroying all records concerning Yu Zhao and sealing it away. My grandfather even suppressed my memories related to Yu Zhao. Had it not been for the blood that re-established my connection with Yu Zhao, allowing me to recover my memories, I would have likely never found it in this lifetime. After acquiring Yu Zhao, Fu Qingyue endeavored to reactivate it. Due to limited spiritual power, the range of control was minimal. Last time, Gu Lin's reckless activation of the Tianqi formation resulted in severe injuries to To save him. I could only rely on blood drink. But only my blood could be used for that incident at the desolate temple. It was likely not mere coincidence. Fu Qingyue had no means of knowing why. The following day, Fu Qingyue and I boarded a plane to Bi City. Upon exiting the airport, Uncle Wang awaited us at the exit. He had met Fu Qingyue before and greeted him warmly. That he had lost his parents at a young age and was taken in by his great-grandfather. His grandfather's health was poor, and his great-grandfather did not expect him to have children. He merely hoped to have someone by his side to keep his grandfather company, that he was a few years older than me and had always been steady and composed. My father intended to secure him a position in the company, but he felt unworthy and declined repeatedly. My great-grandmother had died young on the battlefield, a common occurrence in that era, so it was nothing extraordinary. However, my grandmother and mother both passed away shortly after giving birth. Even Uncle Wang's wife had not fared well since childbirth, seeing improvement only recently. People often remarked that the Liu family was cursed when it came to wives. During my childhood, no girls wished to play with me. 1 year, I fell gravely ill and could not recover. Someone suggested to my father that he send me away, mentioning a notable family in the capital that had saved their child's life this way. With no better options, my father sent me south, and miraculously, I began to recover rapidly. Ever since, I have lived alone in the south, returning only for brief visits during winter and summer breaks, after which my father would insist I return to the south. In those days, I threw several tantrums and quarreled fiercely with my father, even refusing to call him that, which I imagine caused him considerable distress. Now that I am older, it has become a habit to call him Dad, though it still feels somewhat strange. Upon returning home, I opened the door to find my great-grandfather seated in the living room. While my father had not yet returned from work, I dropped my luggage and affectionately embraced him. He laughed heartily, clearly in good spirits, suggesting that life had been treating him well. Though I had seen him before, I had not properly introduced Fu Qingyue last time, so I took the time to do so now. My great-grandfather was very pleased with Fu Qingyue. Good. He is a fine child. Our Liu family has certainly seen better days, and we owe it to you. Fu Qingyue appeared quite obedient in front of the old man. There is no need for gratitude. Great-grandfather, I am a friend of Liu Zhuifeng. Furthermore, I intend to pursue the matter myself. My great-grandfather exchanged glances with Uncle Wang, who then handed over an exquisite wooden box. Your lack of inquiry shows your generosity, young lad. Yet, as an old man, I cannot neglect proper etiquette. My great-grandfather opened the wooden box to reveal a delicate golden bracelet, fine yet not overly feminine, adorned with dragon patterns that appeared somewhat sinister, distinct from the dragons typically seen in totems. Additionally, a small red jade stone was embedded within, seemingly held in the dragon's mouth, likely serving as a dragon ball of sorts. Clearly, my great-grandfather intended to gift this item to Fu Qingyue. Thankfully, the bracelet's fierce design prevented it from being an awkward gift, as it was not meant for a great-granddaughter-in-law. Upon seeing the bracelet, Fu Qingyue's eyes lit up, indicating his fondness for it. I had never witnessed him display such joy towards any material possession. My great-grandfather reminisced. This item was confiscated from the enemy after a battle. At that time, I was not yet a soldier, but merely a ruffian, following soldiers to fight the enemy, that I found it intriguing. So I kept it, and today it serves as a token of gratitude. This item was likely the last valuable possession my great-grandfather had. Over the years, the Liu family had faced hardships, and my great-grandfather had sold many of his belongings. Yet he had always kept this bracelet, signifying its immense sentimental value. Now, in gratitude to Fu Qingyue, he offered it as a gift that Fu Qingyue accepted it without hesitation, examining the bracelet. This is an item worn by the Japanese royalty, used for warding off evil. Generally, the dragon alone suffices, yet I did not expect this bracelet to contain the inner core of the Ghost Snake King. The inner elixir is not merely precious. It is singular in existence across the entire world. The spectral serpent, known as the Guai Exinshi, shares a common origin with dragons, yet it embodies darkness, treachery, and a ruthless thirst for blood, making its reproduction exceedingly arduous. Apart from mating with its kind or dragons, the possibility of producing offspring is non-existent. An extinction is inevitable within a mere few millennia that a serpent must cultivate for a millennium to attain the inner elixir. While the Guai Exinshi, despite its formidable strength, requires a staggering 10 millennia for the same. Once its inner elixir is perfected, even dragons may find themselves at a disadvantage. However, when the Guai Exinshi achieves its inner elixir, it will unleash cataclysmic tremors that could shatter the heavens and the earth, heralding a great disaster. Therefore, should a Guai Exinshi reach a pinnacle of power, the Dragon Clan would undoubtedly be alerted. In a bid to safeguard their supremacy, the dragons would inevitably strike against the Guai Exinshi that has attained its inner elixir. Ancient texts recount how dragons annihilated the Guai Exinshi to seize its inner elixir. Yet this dragon upon the bracelet exudes a sinister aura. The divine dragon, radiant and resplendent, could never embody such malevolence. It is transformed from the Guai. Yet this serpentine bracelet is sealed, concealing its true nature. After much deliberation, we resolved to visit the homeland of the serpent bracelet, having heard that the cherry blossoms were in bloom, that I end a few days while awaiting our visas. I led Fu Qingyue on various excursions. My time in B City had been brief, yet the years had wrought considerable changes. Each return felt like a frenzy of exploration that I had a particular fondness for a quaint alley, often discovering intriguing novelties. Typically, mornings were quiet, but today the entrance was congested, with a throng of police present. Ascending to a vantage point, I beheld a naked female corpse bound to a stone pillar at the street's entrance. The police laid the body on the ground, where it appeared grotesquely mutilated, with irregular wounds resembling those inflicted by a beast, drenched in blood, and her hair matted and tangled, suggesting she was at least in her 50s. The scene was horrifically brutal, prompting the police to disperse the crowd. Though many had already witnessed the atrocity, that it was unfathomable that in broad daylight, such a heinous act could occur in B City. What kind of hatred could drive someone to such madness? The following day, I learned that 3 similar atrocities had transpired overnight. The victims were bound at the entrances of 3 interconnected streets. All women in their 50s, their deaths bearing striking similarities. Clearly the work of a single perpetrator, Fu Qingyue asserted that this incident was the doing of a vengeful spirit, and that the 3 women must have shared some connection. The event's impact was immense, spreading like wildfire across the internet, instilling fear in everyone, making it impossible to suppress. The police were exerting every effort to investigate, yet they remained at a loss. The locations where the women were found were bustling old streets, teeming with surveillance cameras. Even in the dead of night, they should have left some trace, yet it was as if they had vanished in a thin air. 3 days later, 2 men met a similar fate, of similar age, with the only distinction being that their genitals had been severed. They were not displayed as the women had been, but were simply discarded on the street at the intersection of the 3 thoroughfares. It was evident that these 2 cases were the work of the same individual or gang. Chapter 35. Guai Exinshi 2. The brutality of these events was truly terrifying. The entire B City was engulfed in unease. With every individual fearing they might be the next victim, that I inquired of Fu Qingyue whether we could capture the malevolent spirit responsible for these acts. The Fu Qingyue replied, "Yes, but I cannot confront it. Gu Li might be able to, yet he likely won't take an interest in this matter. This spirit seeks vengeance, targeting those who deserve it. None are innocent." Upon uttering these words, Fu Qingyue's gaze sharpened, and I followed his line of sight to behold a female ghost. This specter was naked, her body marred with wounds, her plight reminiscent of those 3 women. You have avenged your great grievance. Do you have any remaining wishes? Fu Qingyue asked the ghost, his tone softer than it had been with other spirits. Upon hearing this, the ghost began to weep softly, her sobs overflowing with sorrow, nearly spilling from her frail form. Her cries held the weight of a tragic tale, piercing the heart like a needle, stirring a profound ache that rendered one breathless. She was a vengeful spirit, exuding the same malevolent black mist as Chen Xiaowan. Yet, she appeared utterly helpless. I could scarcely fathom her in the act of slaughtering those individuals. As she wept, she recounted her story, approximately 30 years prior. In a dilapidated warehouse in B City, Lin Jiejie was dragged there by Yi Lily and 2 men and women. They relentlessly beat and berated her. Yi Lily exclaimed, "You little hussy! You dare to flirt with my boyfriend?" Lin Jiejie cried out for mercy. "I did not. I do not even know him, nor have I spoken to him." After enduring a beating from the group, Lin Jiejie, covered in injuries, protested that she had no acquaintance with Yi Lily's boyfriend, and thus could not have tempted him. The blonde-haired man approached and slapped Lin Jiejie, causing her cheek to flush instantly, blood seeping from her lips. "Wretched woman! After enticing him, you still refuse to admit it. Wearing such a short skirt, you stood before me for quite a while. Was it not to seduce me? Am I to be the one wronged?" Lin Jiejie continued to plead for mercy, caught unawares by this unwarranted disaster. She yearned for Yi Lily and her companions to experience a moment of conscience and compassion, to spare her life. "I do not know. I truly do not know. I did not see you. Please let me go. I really know nothing. I beg you, please." Her pleas for mercy only seemed to fuel the sadistic pleasure of Yi Lily and her group. Yi Lily savagely yanked a lock of Lin Jiejie's hair, leaving a patch of exposed scalp. They bound Lin Jiejie tightly with ropes. In the summer heat, her limited clothing pressed into her flesh where the ropes gripped, causing her immense pain. The relentless dull ache rendered Lin Jiejie nearly incapacitated. And as she attempted to resist, she endured even harsher beatings. The agony and humiliation plunged this once docile girl into a hellish reality. She could not comprehend what wrong she had committed or why she was subjected to such cruelty. Was there no one to rescue her? After a while, Yi Lily and her companions grew fatigued, standing by to watch Lin Jiejie's disgrace. Lin Jiejie seemed to finally acquiesce, ceasing her struggles and merely sobbing softly. Her submission pleased Yi Lily immensely, who generously permitted Lin Jiejie a moment of respite. Yi Lily's boyfriend, Huang San, was the instigator of Lin Jiejie's plight, a delinquent who had dropped out of school after middle school. He met Yi Lily in an internet CAF, and they quickly became involved. Huang San's gaze lingered on Lin Jiejie, shifting to one of lecherous intent as he approached her, his demeanor unmistakably sinister. Human hearts always yearn for beauty and the good, yet simultaneously, they crave to shatter it. They pluck beautiful flowers, trample them into the mud, and twist them underfoot until the remnants are coated in grime, deriving a perverse satisfaction from their destruction. The act of reducing beauty to dust has always been cruel. Stop staring, Huang San. What's on your mind? Follow your instincts. I am not jealous. Yi Lily saw through her boyfriend's thoughts. This delinquent had long claimed she was too promiscuous, lacking modesty and femininity. Men are often such creatures, desiring the wild at heart while maintaining a facade of innocence, truly despicable. Yi Lily observed another man, restless and eager. What are you looking at? Are you lusting after her? You are no better. The vile actions of these 2 men need not be elaborated. Their intentions were blatantly clear. Yet, Lin Jiejie's plight evoked not a shred of sympathy from Yi Lily or the other women present. They watched with rapt attention, occasionally erupting in gleeful laughter, as if they were merely spectators at a movie. Lin Jiejie had vastly underestimated the cruelty of these demons. After the 2 men had indulged their basest desires, they seized her and dragged her outside. Before long, they found themselves in the bustling city center. Despite the late hour, there were still a few pedestrians about. Lin Jiejie was forced to walk in a public humiliation that Yi Lily referred to as parading her through the streets. She intended for the entire city to witness the consequences of seducing her boyfriend. Initially, passers-by were horrified, hastily avoiding the scene, but eventually, the number of onlookers swelled. Lin Jiejie was compelled to walk, her legs feeling detached from her body. Moving mechanically, She was acutely aware of the stares and whispers directed at her, but she lacked the strength to resist. "It hurts so much. My entire body aches. When will this torture end?" Lin Jejia could only pray for this hellish torment to conclude swiftly. As she was dragged along, she grew increasingly cold and desperate. Whether due to human apathy or the isolation of that era, Lin Jejia was paraded through 3 streets before anyone intervened. When questioned by the police, Yi Lily and her cohort spun a web of lies, casting all blame upon Lin Jejia, claiming she had consented to this treatment and reveled in the attention, asserting that they were merely helping her as friends. The police, of course, dismissed their fabrications, yet Lin Jejia remained utterly silent throughout, offering no defense for herself whatsoever. She relinquished her struggle and surrendered her very self. She abstained from food and drink, deprived of sleep and rest. Her eyes devoid of light, as if she were entirely blind to the world around her. Even her bodily functions were left to occur upon herself, with only medication allowing her a fleeting respite of slumber. Lin Jejia's parents were heartbroken by the suffering their daughter endured, wishing they could bear her torment in her stead. They exhausted every means at their disposal to ensure their daughter's survival. Alas, Lin Jejia ultimately succumbed to starvation, her frail body emaciated, her eyes wide open, not filled with hatred, but rather an abyss of despair. The inferno lay barren, with malevolent spirits roaming the earth. What is hell? If not this, Chapter 36. The Serpent of Ghosts and Trust. Lin Jejia's parents, having lost their daughter, were engulfed in profound sorrow, relentlessly pursuing justice for her case. Regardless of the pleas from Yi Lily and the parents of the other 4. They remained adamant about demanding severe punishment for the perpetrator. Yi Lily, relying on her father's minor official position, had grown accustomed to tyranny, with no one daring to confront her. Yet in the face of such outrageous events, even her father could not shield her from accountability to the mastermind. Yi Lily initially had her sycophants attempting to protect her, believing she would eventually extricate them from their predicament, reasoning that they had not committed murder and could merely serve a few years in prison, with her father surely compensating them. However, they did not anticipate that Yi Lily would fervently cast blame upon Lin Jejia, only to later confess every detail of the events surrounding her death, absolving herself of guilt. Since she had confessed, they agreed to shoulder the blame collectively, claiming they were coerced by Yi Lily into committing the heinous act, with Yi Lily's family being wealthy and influential. How could the common folk dare to offend them? Due to the atrocious nature of the incident, the group faced severe sentences. Yi Lily was sentenced to 28 years, and throughout those years, Lin Jejia's spirit incessantly haunted her, denying her peace. Upon her release, she hastily utilized her father's connections to seek out individuals capable of banishing Lin Jejia's spirit. Although Lin Jejia had become a vengeful ghost, she had not initially taken lives and had not transformed into a malevolent spirit, making her relatively easy to deal with. Unfortunately for Yi Lily, her luck turned sour when she encountered a fraudulent Taoist priest. This priest exhumed Lin Jejia's remains, striking them with lashes, proclaiming that such punishment would deter the vengeful spirit from haunting Yi Lily. Elated, Yi Lily paid him, only to be met with Lin Jejia's wrath that very night. That, of course, the 2 other women involved were not spared either. Yi Lily pleaded desperately for mercy, repeatedly bowing her head. "Lin Jejia, I was wrong. I truly was. I spent so many years in prison. Haven't I suffered enough? I implore you to spare me." Lin Jejia found it laughable. Enough? What does enough even mean? Back then, I begged you. I pleaded with all of you. Did you ever spare me? The memories of her torment were vivid, and Yi Lily could not refute them. At that time, it was Huang San who deceived me. He claimed you were seducing him. I acted out of anger. Lin Jejia laughed, blood oozing from her eyes, staining her pale face in a particularly chilling manner. You chose that boyfriend. Did you not know his character? He spoke slander against me. You tormented me without discernment. You are all unworthy of humanity. Allowing you to exist in this world will only bring further harm to others, even if it means eternal damnation. I shall ensure your demise. Lin Jejia tore at Yi Lily, returning the suffering she had endured. The thrill of vengeance momentarily consumed her, yet she quickly regained her composure. Having avenged herself, she drifted aimlessly. Her parents had long since passed. She pondered the purpose of her existence in this world, and whenever she witnessed a girl being bullied, she would step in to assist. She thought that perhaps this was enough. Until one fateful night when she nearly killed a man arguing with a girl. She could no longer contain her malevolent urges. Lin Jejia had been victimized by those demons, but refused to become like them. She searched long and hard, suppressing her inner fear, approaching two young individuals who possessed the power to obliterate her, hoping they could grant her release. "Do you wish for me to help you depart?" Fu Qingyue inquired. Lin Jejia nodded. Despite the cruel treatment she had endured, despite the inhumane torment she had suffered, she still harbored goodwill towards the innocent. Such a person should not be cast aside. Nor should they meet a tragic end, that if there truly is a divine order, why does it punish the virtuous while allowing demons to roam free? Lu Juefeng, illuminate my path. Fu Qingyue did not immediately employ a talisman to disperse Lin Jejia's spirit. Perhaps it was as he had stated earlier. He could not confront Lin Jejia alone and required the power of moonlight, that I handed him the moonlight, my heart heavy with sorrow, that I felt that moonlight was meant for salvation, not to scatter the soul of a kind-hearted individual, leaving them irretrievably lost. Holding the moonlight, Fu Qingyue, adorned with his great-grandfather's serpent ring, appeared to possess an unexpected harmony with it, that he pressed his palms together. And a single tear of blood fell from his eye, landing upon his fingertip. The blood tear glided down his finger. Emanating a dazzling crimson light, he recited an incantation, the red light transforming into glimmers of golden light, enveloping Lin Jejia's form, as if cleansing her soul. This scene, he intended to liberate Lin Jejia. To exorcise a vengeful spirit often invites backlash. Fu Qingyue's grandfather had perished while attempting such an act. Why was he compelled to proceed? Did Lin Jejia's plight resonate with him? Lin Jejia's sorrowful visage gradually morphed into that of a radiant girl, her smile sweet, adorned in a lovely dress. She expressed her gratitude before vanishing from our sight. Fu Qingyue's countenance faltered. I hurried to support him as he lay upon the bed. "That I am fine. I will recover in a couple of days." He reassured me that I felt a pang of concern. "Really? You are so strong now? You are undertaking what even your grandfather could not achieve, and you expect to be unscathed?" Fu Qingyue seemed unconcerned by my skepticism. Continuing his explanation, "It is not me. The moonlight has changed, likely due to alterations in its patterns, which have amplified its power. I am struggling to keep pace with its transformation. It feels somewhat uncontrollable. Yet it is not a grave issue." That I was surprised by his honesty, admitting his own limitations. "I assumed, given your temperament, you would simply use a talisman to send Lin Jejia away. Yet here you are, risking everything to liberate her." Fu Qingyue's gaze darkened. He lowered his head, obscuring his expression from me, but his tone was heavy. "She reminds me of someone to whom I owe a lifelong debt. Back then, I was powerless to assist her, merely a bystander as she suffered. This was also for my own sake. And that person was—" Fu Qingyue nodded. "She was my younger sister. She was only 6 when she departed." The sharpness of reality pierces us deeply, leaving us with countless wounds, each one a reminder of our pain, rendering us hesitant to live freely. That I dared not press further, feeling the chill of ice seep through my veins, saturating my very being. I could scarcely fathom where the depths of evil in this world might truly lie. During dinner that evening, Lao Lu and I discussed the matter further. The police had discovered that the only connection among the 5 was a potential link to an incident from 30 years prior. However, the victim and her parents had long since passed, leaving the identity of the perpetrator shrouded in mystery. This incident would, like the girl from 30 years ago, ultimately be buried beneath the earth, never to see the light of day again. Lao Lu remarked that he was still young at that time, having yet to meet my mother. The internet was not as developed back then. Yet the case had sent shockwaves throughout the entire B city. Lin Jejia had been a pitiful young girl, like a bud ready to bloom, full of promise and brilliance, an exemplary student with a gentle disposition. Having just completed her college entrance exams, she had a bright future ahead, yet she found herself ensnared in such a tragic fate. Lin Jejia was indeed beautiful, yet she seldom adorned herself in pursuit of her studies. That day, after her exams, her mother had gifted her a long-desired white dress, and she had been eager to seek out her classmates for celebration. That in the aftermath of the incident, Lin Jejia's mother fell into a deep depression that lasted for countless years, at times losing her sanity. Whenever she spotted a girl in a dress, she would become extremely anxious, seizing the girl and refusing to let go, murmuring incessantly, "Judge dear, let us not wear dresses anymore. Shall we? Wearing dresses invites torment." For a full 15 years, she stood daily at the crossroads, observing the ebb and flow of the bustling crowd, resolute in her refusal to leave, despite all entreaties, though she was deranged. She had never inflicted harm upon anyone. Her family, too compassionate to confine her, could only follow her silently. Whenever she would accost young women, they would intervene to diffuse the situation and offer apologies. Most bystanders were aware of her plight, perceiving her merely as a sorrowful mother yearning for her child. Even when halted by her, they remained unfazed that in contrast, unfamiliar girls found her erratic demeanor unsettling. Eventually, Lin Judge's mother fell ill and ceased to appear at the crossroads, perhaps having succumbed to death. Lao Lu lamented the unpredictability of life, expressing that as long as I lived well, he could accept anything, even the absence of grandchildren. Over the years, he had gradually come to terms with the notion that as long as his family found happiness, he need not demand anything further. "That I understand, Dad," upon hearing my call. Lao Lu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He masked his emotions by shifting the subject, but I knew he was filled with joy. After our visa was processed, Fu Qingyue and I set off for Japan. He had grown increasingly taciturn, as if burdened by unspoken thoughts. Upon our evening arrival at a certain island, we checked into a hotel we had reserved in advance. The staff's extreme politeness rendered me somewhat uncomfortable. Their smiles were uniformly synchronized, their movements and speech seemingly orchestrated by a single mind, akin to marionettes, which was disconcerting that we had booked a double room. And after entering, Fu Qingyue began to survey the space. The room was unremarkable, its walls a wheat-like hue, with a texture reminiscent of straw particles, exuding a faint scent of grain. The ceiling was black, and when the lights were turned on, it appeared to ripple, creating an illusion of movement despite its uniform color. After inspecting the room, Fu Qingyue spoke in a low voice. "Do not wash up or consume anything they offer. When we sleep, keep your luggage close and wear your clothes." He then lay down to rest, not even bothering to remove his shoes. That I mimicked his posture, but hesitated to fall asleep. However, after several hours of restlessness, fatigue overcame me, and I eventually closed my eyes. Drifting in a slumber, I was awakened by a chill. As I opened my eyes, I found myself lying amidst ruins, with not a single star in the sky, just a crescent moon hanging ominously, as if it were about to plummet. This desolate landscape appeared to have once been a small village, home to perhaps a dozen families, nestled at the foot of a mountain forest. The village was devoid of life, yet numerous scarecrows had been erected, crudely fashioned from wooden stakes. Their heads bore yellow talismans adorned with serpent-like totems, depicting a grotesque creature with a dragon's tail and feet. This was the legendary Ghost Message Serpent, a hybrid offspring of the Ghost Message Serpent and the Dragon Clan. These two creatures, having sprouted limbs and possessing draconic tails, were likely favored protectors of the Serpent King. However, their physical forms were now destroyed, their souls trapped within the straw figures, suggesting that the Serpent King had sealed something within this cave before his demise. Upon entering the cave, darkness enveloped me entirely. That I retrieved a fire starter from my bag, purchased online, reputed to last for 1,000 uses. With its feeble light, I examined the cave walls, which were etched with ancient stone carvings and inscriptions, now covered in dust. The depictions primarily featured dragons and serpents, some in conflict, others in harmony, and still others in mating rituals. The dragons appeared largely similar, while the serpents exhibited a variety of forms. Some were entirely serpentine, others half-dragon, half-serpent, lacking limbs, and still others bore dragon heads with serpent bodies. Judging by the content of the carvings, they seemed to chronicle the reproductive history of the Ghost Message Serpent. This creature could mate with dragons and produce offspring, yet the appearance of such progeny was not guaranteed to resemble either dragons or serpents. Most were hybrids of both. The forms of these dragons and serpents were undoubtedly majestic, but the half-breed creatures were grotesque and aberrant. The Ghost Message Serpent and dragons shared a common ancestry, originating as twin beings. However, during gestation, the dragon absorbed most of the spiritual essence, rendering the Ghost Message Serpent weak at birth. In the dragon lineage, strength dictated status, and such a deviation was destined for abandonment. As without maternal protection, survival was unlikely. Miraculously, the first Ghost Message Serpent survived after being cast aside, unable to absorb the ambient spiritual energy like a dragon. It forged its own path, albeit a sinister one. Ultimately, it carved out its own territory. All beings, upon establishing territory, sought to bolster their lineage. The serpentine nature is inherently promiscuous, lacking scruples, capable of mating with nearly all species. However, offspring produced from unions with species outside the dragon clan often perished. Even those that survived were weak, unable to engage in basic cultivation. Consequently, the ghost message serpent captured a dragon, coercing the dragon clan into producing offspring. The dragon clan, fierce and proud, proved difficult to subdue, and the ghost message serpent could only resort to ambush tactics. After several setbacks, it finally succeeded in capturing a dragon and returning to its territory. The dragon clan, proud and resilient, would not easily yield, and breeding offspring was an arduous process. The ghost message serpent forced the dragon to mate, yet no results materialized. This was hardly surprising, as the dragon captured was male. In truth, the ghost message serpent had realized this from the outset. Yet, this dragon was unlike others. After each mating, the ghost message serpent felt its power augment significantly, a phenomenon it had not experienced with any other creature, prompting it to experiment with other dragons. Initially, it intended to retain this dragon to enhance its strength while seeking a female dragon to bear its progeny. However, every attempt ended in failure, and the female dragons perished immediately after mating. The dragon clan, upon discovering this, fortified their defenses. Unable to contend with the entire dragon clan, the ghost message serpent had no choice but to relent. It imprisoned the dragon for millennia, when it finally achieved the cultivation of an inner core. The surrounding landscape buckled, rivers ran dry, and weaker beings withered, drained of their flesh and souls. The will of heaven grew incensed, dispatching divine dragons to subdue the ghost message serpent. However, the creature had already absorbed the souls of countless beings, its power far exceeding that of any ordinary divine dragon. That a protracted battle ensued, lasting a millennium, with neither side gaining the upper hand, forcing a stalemate. The divine dragons, in conjunction with the divine clan, erected a barrier around the ghost message serpent's mountain, entrapping both it and the captured dragon. Following the fierce conflict, although the ghost message serpent repelled the divine dragons sent to eradicate it, it remained confined within the barrier of Ghost Message Mountain. Escalating its torment of the dragon, it sought to grow stronger rapidly. One day, perhaps in a fit of whimsy, it desired to sample a different experience and compelled the dragon to mate with it, unexpectedly becoming pregnant. Upon hatching, most offspring bore a hybrid appearance of half-dragon, half-serpent, yet they were formidable, swiftly aiding the ghost message serpent in shattering the divine dragon's barrier. Nonetheless, the descendants of the ghost message serpent could not produce powerful progeny. The ability to reproduce remained solely within the lineage of the original ghost message serpent. Throughout the several 100,000 years of the ghost message serpent's existence, only one complete serpent-bodied offspring was born, possessing strength surpassing that of the original ghost message serpent. Once it cultivated its inner core, the divine clan would no longer stand a chance against the ghost message serpent's lineage. Yet for reasons unknown, just as it was on the brink of achieving full inner core formation, it inexplicably exploded, with the original ghost message serpent vanishing without a trace. The records here abruptly end, but the elder ghost message serpent was entirely serpentine, having absorbed the dragon's power nearly entirely during gestation, lacking the conditions to transform into a dragon. The dragon depicted within the serpent ring could only be the new ghost message serpent. Since the inner core had formed, why had no calamity ensued? And why had humanity not faced extinction? As we ventured deeper, we discovered a vast clearing within the cave, where two enormous iron chains dangled from the ceiling, their ends adorned with hooks that seemed evident that this was the place where the dragon was imprisoned. I was about to approach for a closer look when Fu Qingyue produced a yellow talisman, causing me to retreat several meters. Before us, a multitude of small snakes materialized out of thin air, slowly advancing towards us, halting about a meter away, creating a standoff. Their eyes glowed a menacing crimson, adorned with vibrant and bizarre patterns that seemed to be composed of countless eyes. A mere glance felt as though one's soul might be drawn in. The serpents oozed a viscous substance, leaving dark marks in their wake. The swarm of snakes spread out, encircling us, sending chills down my spine as I felt an inexplicable dread towards these cold-blooded creatures. Though they appeared fierce, they dared not approach. As if intimidated by something unseen, that Fu Qinwei grasped my hand, and astonishingly, they parted to create a path for us that we reached a spot at the end of the iron chains. And what had once been an empty space suddenly revealed a figure. That it was a man, seated there, who greeted us with a smile, that he was handsome, his visage so refined it could only be described as jade-like. There was not a trace of malevolence about him. Rather, he emanated an almost sacred aura, as if to say, "Humans, you have finally arrived. Have you found a way to take me out?" Chapter 38. The ghost-trusting serpent v. Fu Qinwei confronted him directly. "I am not the one to take you out. No one can." The man did not react with anger to her words. As if he had anticipated such a response, he was the divine dragon trapped here by 2 generations of ghost-trusting serpents. The new ghost-trusting serpent consumed the old one. The old serpent's essence had solidified, and it merely needed to merge, thus averting catastrophe while concealing the news of the new serpent's ascension. This was also the reason ancient texts recorded only one ghost-trusting serpent. What benefit would the destruction of the world bring to it? The new ghost-trusting serpent was astute. Unlike its father who charged recklessly, it adeptly manipulated emotions and subdued the dragon clan within mere millennia. It transformed into a dragon, basking in the worship of all beings, while secretly devouring those who recognized its true identity. After several millennia, no one would remember what it once was that it spun a web of lies, convincing the world that the new Serpent King had perished before forming its essence, thus masking its true identity. The only one aware of its true nature was this man, imprisoned by it. As the man languished in captivity, his power was continuously siphoned away by the old ghost-trusting serpent. Even after the old serpent met its demise, his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. He had hoped for freedom. But the new ghost-trusting serpent offered him liberation only if he agreed to a certain demand. Although it had taken on the form of a dragon, its essence remained that of a ghost-trusting serpent. No creature could bear offspring with it. Yet, unlike its worthless father, it desired a complete dragon offspring. Thus, it employed secret techniques to compel the man to father its young, since it devoured its father. It had never mistreated or humiliated the man, even aiding him in his cultivation with its own essence during its transformation into a dragon. It claimed it had never regarded that abominable creature as a father. It loathed its own serpentine form. Hence, when the time was ripe, it consumed its parent, and the reason for keeping the man captive was its fear of abandonment. The man naturally did not trust the new ghost-trusting serpent. But fearing its wrath, he could only feign compliance. Eventually, as the serpent wished, the man conceived a dragon offspring. That was then that he learned of the serpent's true intention, to devour the dragon offspring upon its birth and become a true divine dragon. While the man would perish from the backlash of dark sorcery, once the offspring was born, the TO ensured the smooth birth of the dragon cub. It, as usual, summoned its essence to protect the man. At that moment, it resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter, utterly defenseless against the man. Yet, it seemed the man had underestimated him, for he had a trick up his sleeve. After ensnaring the serpent with the ghost-trusting serpent ring, the man was immediately surrounded by a barrier, trapping him there forever. Over the years, the man gradually faded away, coming to understand certain truths. Why could that abominable creature only bear true offspring with him? Because the ghost-trusting serpent was, in fact, the brother discarded by their mother at birth. She had never mentioned him, only that he was a dragon clan elder who spoke of in his youth. He often yearned for a brother and would inquire about him. His mother merely told him that his brother was born weak and had died shortly after birth. That was only when that little creature aided the man in his cultivation with its essence that he began to doubt. Despite being tainted by dark energy, it was undeniably the essence of a divine dragon, devoid of any other creature's aura. The very being that had tormented him for millennia was, in truth, the brother he had longed for. As the man recounted his tale, his eyes were filled with sorrow and rage. However, he had not fully articulated his story, causing the entire matter to take on a different flavor. The birth of dragons was arduous, and pairs of twins were exceedingly rare. Originally, both the man and his brother could have been born safely, albeit weaker than the average dragon. The man, awakening his intelligence first, realized his own power was insufficient, and thus forcibly took his brother's energy, rendering him unable to maintain his dragon form. instead taking on the appearance of a serpent. Later, as the man described, he imprisoned the man and treated him cruelly. The man had thought escape was hopeless. But unexpectedly, the new ghost-trusting serpent was born. Serpent nature is inherently lustful, drawn to pleasure, and ultimately, mating with other creatures could not compare to coupling with one of its own kind. Thus, the man seduced the new ghost-trusting serpent and led it to consume its father. After devouring its father, the Serpent King began a ruthless slaughter of the Dragon Clan. Though this massacre was not of its own volition. Rather, it was a condition set forth by the man in exchange for the serpent's promise to bear dragon offspring. The Dragon Clan, unable to eliminate the weak creature they had once forsaken, sealed the man and the serpent together within the barrier. Despite adhering to their laws of strength, the man continued to suffer torment. Thus, he vowed to annihilate this despicable race. Fu Qingyue gazed intently at the man's calm visage and inquired, Song Ying, during the ghost-trusting serpent's slaughter of the Dragon Clan, were there any exceptions? Song Ying's expression turned to one of horror. He could no longer maintain his gentle demeanor, and his tone sharpened. Mother? No, impossible. You know my name. She could never know the intricate details. Do not attempt to deceive me, Fu Qingyue sighed. She was initially unaware, until the ghost-trusting serpent ensnared her soul. Within this serpent ring, do you truly believe you are powerful enough to bind the ghost-trusting serpent? If it intended to leave a contingency to trap you here, did it not consider that you might take advantage of the moment it summoned its essence and shed its true form? Had your mother not used her dragon soul to ensnare it, how could you have possibly remained unharmed? The ghost-trusting serpent ring has already sealed, although the war a century ago accumulated much malevolence. It is still far from sufficient to locate you. It was only upon my arrival here that I realized the dragon soul was attached to this ring. It was the dragon soul that guided me here. You are her child. Have you not sensed this? Song Ying shook his head. Years ago, he had made a deal with his son, but he had also pleaded for the serpent to spare his mother. Little did he know that the creature would betray him, leading to his mother's demise. He could not perceive the presence of his mother that Fu Qingyue spoke of. She must have been weakened to the brink. Once the dragon soul was entirely consumed, she would cease to exist. That time, the seal of the ghost-trusting serpent would be broken, leading to chaos and suffering across the world. This ghost-trusting serpent ring was originally crafted by a high-ranking deity and was not transformed from the serpent's body. It was originally called the Fool Ring. It was intended for the Dragon Clan to use against the old ghost-trusting serpent, but after much effort, the Fool Ring proved unable to be wielded. They had no choice but to utilize its powers to create a barrier to trap the ghost-trusting serpent. Later, when the ghost-trusting serpent broke the barrier, the ring fell into its possession. Eventually, that deity perished alongside the demon lord, leaving the Fool Ring without a master. Once the ghost-trusting Serpent King transformed into a dragon, the deities dared not reclaim it. They feared the Serpent King and recognized that the Fool Ring, now unbound, could not be controlled at that time. Aside from the ghost-trusting Serpent King, no one else could wield it, and no matter how powerful an artifact may be, if it cannot be utilized, it is but a useless relic, unworthy of risking one's life to reclaim. However, although it was compelled to serve the ghost-trusting Serpent King, it had never acknowledged it as its master. Otherwise, it could not have confined the Serpent King within. Song Ying clutched his head in anguish. Mother, why must it be this way? Your presence is futile. No one can take me out. You cannot escape. No one can help you. You have been here too long, merging with this barrier. Only the ghost-trusting serpent's self-destruction could free you. Song Ying lowered his head, hair cascading down to obscure his face, rendering his expression unreadable. He trembled all over, then suddenly burst into wild laughter. His face twisted with murderous intent as he growled. Then let you all die here with me. With a thunderous shout, he charged towards us, and I was flung back by a powerful gust, crashing heavily against the cave wall, my fire starter slipping from my grasp. The previously gathered small snakes immediately swarmed towards me, with several leaping directly onto my body. It appears they fear Fu Qingyue. Rather than me, they slithered into my clothing, their icy bodies writhing against my skin. In my panic, I jumped around haphazardly, but was still bitten several times. I cried out in pain, and although Fu Qingyue intended to rescue me, he was ensnared by Song Ying. The firecracker fell to the ground and extinguished at that moment, that I was left to rely solely on myself, that my body throbbed with pain from the bites. The small snakes, though not large, possessed sharp fangs that clung tenaciously to me, refusing to let go no matter how I tried to shake them off. Moreover, it felt as though more snakes were drawing near. And I sensed a venom coursing through me, causing an immediate chill to envelop my body. Blind and crawling on the ground, I sought the firecracker I had previously dropped. Perhaps fate was not yet ready to abandon me. For I indeed found it that I hurriedly blew on it, directing the flame towards the snakes. They recoiled in pain, finally releasing their grip. To be why the light, I noticed Fu Qingyue was in dire straits. Those small serpents were ever watchful of me. I cautiously retreated from the cave's mouth, and the snakes followed suit. Strangely, no matter how I tried, I could not escape the open space at the entrance that I surmised it must be due to some sort of barrier. Gazing at the scarecrows flanking the entrance, I resolutely ignited them. Instantly, the snakes were filled with terror and scattered, but as they fled, they seemed to be ensnared by an unseen force, struggling momentarily before falling still. I attempted to move outside again. Though the scarecrows had been destroyed, I remained trapped. The sounds within the cave grew quieter. Ignoring the pain, I raced deeper into the cave and discovered Fu Qingyue severely injured, seemingly unable to even rise. Evidently, even with Song Ying's dwindling spiritual energy, it was still more than sufficient to deal with Fu Qingyue. That I rushed to support him, but Song Ying struck again, aiming directly at my crown. This is the end. I shut my eyes, bracing for death. Yet unexpectedly, I was thrown aside. Song Ying's palm landed squarely on Fu Qingyue's head, that I heard the sickening sound of bones shattering. Blood streamed down from his hair, soaking his collar. Fu Qingyue! I cried out, unable to believe my eyes. That I crawled to his side and cradled him. Blood poured from his mouth, his body convulsed, and his eyes widened in terror as he gazed at me. Seemingly wanting to speak, but ultimately uttering not a single word, he was gone, his pupils dilating to their utmost limit. That no, Fu Qingyue, do not die. Who permitted you to save me only to perish? Come back to life. Live, I implore you. How heartfelt. How moving, alas. Even if he shielded you from this blow, the poison will claim your life soon. Song Ying concluded, waving his hand to cast me aside. That I felt as though I might be torn asunder. Yet inexplicably, I still possessed the strength to turn and crawl toward Fu Qingyue. Song Ying gestured toward Fu Qingyue's corpse, his intentions unclear. That I shouted, what do you intend to do to him? Song Ying chuckled. What do you think? I shall devour his soul. Although he is of little use, his spiritual root is pure and could grant me several millennia more life, that if not for my pressing time constraints, I could teach him and eliminate him later. That would be far more advantageous than now. Chapter 39. The sixth ghost snake. Do you dare? I exclaimed. What do I have to fear? Do you think a worthless being like you can stop me? Very well. I shall eliminate you first. With that, Song Ying launched an attack against me. And now, no one was left to save me. Fu Qingyue, my friend, we are fated to die together. Song Ying drew me in, gripping my throat with one hand, his fingers tightening slowly. That my head began to throb, as if it might explode. That I attempted to resist, but his hand did not budge even slightly. That I felt my strength ebbing away, my vision blurring into a red haze, and then I lost consciousness. Upon losing awareness, I found myself in a void, drenched in crimson, with no sense of direction. That I ran desperately, striving to escape, yet uncertain if I had truly left my original location. The expanse was boundless, devoid of landmarks or scenery. That I awakened, astonished to find myself alive. Yet there lay Song Ying, half dead, bloodied, and in disarray. That I crawled step by step to Fu Qingyue's side, wishing the recent events had merely been a nightmare. I touched his body. It was already cold, devoid of the warmth of life. Something shattered within my heart, countless fragments scraping against my soul. Why? Why must it be this way? The wretched one should have been me. Why did I survive while you lay here? Tell me. Rise and tell me, will you? I sat in despair for what felt like an eternity, uncertain of what to do. All along, I had followed Fu Qingyue, doing whatever he wished, for he always led me out of peril. But now he was truly gone, dead beyond any doubt. What was I to do? I felt a faint warmth in my chest. Upon feeling it, I discovered it was Yu Zhao, the very essence that had saved me. Why did you save me instead of your true master, Fu Qingyue? The surface of Yu Zhao revealed crimson fissures, yet remained smooth to the touch, the previous patterns entirely transformed. Who are you truly? How is it that you possess Yu Zhao? Song Ying recognized Yu Zhao as well. Wasn't this the emblem of the head of Changqing Temple? Could it truly carry such a history? Two individuals questioned my identity, yet I myself was at a loss as to who I was, and as for this object, it belonged to him. Song Ying, clearly incredulous, declared impossible. This object is fiercely protective of its master. If he were truly Yu Zhao's master, then when I struck him earlier, Yu Zhao would have done everything in its power to protect his life. Moreover, you possess no spiritual root, thus could not be its master. The only possibility is that Yu Zhao was commanded by its master to protect you with all its might. Neither of you is its true master. Isn't this all utterly irrelevant to you? I have no desire to engage in idle conversation. Seeing my tone harden, Song Ying seemed amused. What? Do you believe that because Yu Zhao blocked that strike for you, you could survive? I was well aware of the truth in his words. I was but a mere mortal. Even if he lacked the strength to kill me now, being trapped here meant I would inevitably starve to death. Had Fu Qingyue lost his wits? He was a clever lad. Yet he left me behind, that I too could not escape. It would be better for him to preserve himself and retain his life for vengeance against me. Now, we were both bound to perish here. I began to feel somewhat better, the pain from the snake bites subsiding, that I rose and moved Fu Qingyue away from Song Ying. Grasping a stone, I approached Song Ying, looking down upon him in his pitiful state. His gaze toward me was one of disdain. What? Do you wish to kill me? That object in your hand cannot slay me. Ignoring him, I raised the stone and struck him across the face. His visage was reduced to a bloody mess. He cried out initially, but soon fell silent. His blood splattered all over me, utterly disgusting, that I stripped off my outer garment, wiping my face vigorously before discarding it aside. I hoisted Fu Qingyue onto my back, intent on leaving this place. Even if I could not escape, I refused to share the same space with this beast. Approaching the cave's entrance, I discovered it had been blocked. There were roughly a dozen figures obstructing the entrance. Oh no, they were a dozen ghosts. Though they bore human shapes, there was not a trace of life about them. Their attire seemed familiar. I suddenly recalled seeing them among the scarecrows at the foot of the mountain. Given my injuries, I could not afford to confront them directly. Yet thankfully, they merely impeded my passage. Not attacking, that I took a few steps back and gently set down Fu Qingyue, that a wave of dizziness washed over me, accompanied by a rising sense of panic, likely due to my prolonged absence of food, that I grasped Fu Qingyue's hand. Whether it was mere perception or reality, it felt warmer than before, that I relaxed, fatigue enveloping me. Perhaps I should sleep. If I were to die in slumber, it would be a small gain that if I survived, I would devise a plan afterward. Upon awakening, I found I had not dreamt at all, which struck me as peculiar. Rising, I noticed Song Ying remained sprawled awkwardly on the ground, and I approached and kicked him. He glared at me fiercely, that if he were able to move even slightly, I would be in grave danger. Returning to Fu Qingyue's side, I glanced at him, sensing something was amiss. His face seemed a touch more vibrant than before. I examined him again. No breath, no heartbeat, his body still cold, that I couldn't help but scoff at myself. How foolish I was, harboring such expectations that I end this place. There is no daylight, only an endless night, that I am unaware of how much time has elapsed. The more I rest, the more fatigued I become, and the moments of lucidity grow increasingly brief. Each time I regain consciousness, I unleash my frustrations upon Kanji, and as the encounters multiply, his indifferent demeanor dissipates, replaced by vehement curses directed at my shamelessness. The more he scolds me, the more it affirms the righteousness of my actions. Though my methods may be unscrupulous, they do not bring about his demise. Rather, they momentarily divert his attention from plotting against Fu Qingyue's soul. After my final confrontation with Kanji, I sense my own end approaching. I dash toward the doorway, intent on scattering that horde of phantoms, but my efforts prove futile, that I tumble to the ground, unable to rise, and a blinding white light envelopes my vision. That am I truly dead? I can see angels now. This angel bears a striking resemblance to Gu Jiao. Perhaps I still harbor hope for salvation. When I next open my eyes, I am greeted by an expanse of blinding whiteness. Perhaps I have lingered too long in darkness, for this brightness stings my eyes so. This is what heaven truly looks like. You are awake. How do you feel? I am not mistaken. This angel resembles Gu Jiao, and his voice is equally melodious. Angel, you look like someone I know, I stammer. The angel raises an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, who might that be? Please share. Suddenly, I realize something is amiss and attempt to rise, only to discover that my entire body aches. Is it possible to still feel pain after death? The figure before me beams even brighter, and I tremble as I extend my hand to point at him, my mouth faltering. Goo goo goo. What are you doing? Are you calling for a pigeon? Xiao Chen. What is he doing here? Is he on vacation? Am I not dead? I quickly scan my surroundings and spot someone lying in the adjacent bed. It is Fu Qingyue. Gu Jiao smiles gently. Indeed, none of you are dead. Truly, Professor Gu. Thank you. Thank you so much. Xiao Chen rushes over, pulling me away. Let go, you can speak without hugging Xiao Jiao. Overwhelmed by joy, I disregard all decorum and embrace Gu Jiao. Crying, Professor Gu, I will serve you like a faithful steed for the rest of my life. Xiao Chen struggles to pry me off, his frustration evident, yet somehow he remains quite endearing that I release Gu Jiao. Feigning an intention to embrace Xiao Chen, who recoils in fright as if he has seen a ghost. After our rescue, we were taken to the hospital. The MY body bore the marks of countless snake bites. Wrapped like a rice dumpling, appearing worse than Fu Qingyue, the agony of changing my dressings was met with my cries. But rather than feeling ashamed, I found a strange sense of happiness in the pain's reality. During our confinement, over a month had passed outside. As for why Fu Qingyue had survived, I would have to wait for him to awaken to inquire. After 7 days in the hospital, Fu Qingyue finally regained consciousness. Initially, he appeared somewhat dazed, unresponsive to questions and indifferent to those around him. The doctor diagnosed him with a concussion, assuring me he would recover in a few days. Concerned, I consulted Gu Jiao again, who reassured me that this was merely a temporary state. Once I felt well enough, we returned to B City, taking refuge at Gu Jiao's home to alleviate old Lu's worries. How long will he remain like this? I wondered, glancing at the fridge stocked with fruit. I peeled an orange for Fu Qingyue. Despite his confusion, he clearly retained an interest in food, but he sat there obediently eating the orange, appearing no different from his usual self. However, if I handed him the orange whole, he would readily devour it, skin and all. At meal times, he struggled with chopsticks and spoons, often dropping food, and in his frustration, resorted to using his hands, resembling a 1-year-old child. Reluctantly, I found myself feeding him. Before long, he finished the orange and approached me, eyes wide with anticipation. Resigned, I retrieved another peeled orange for him, reminding him not to overindulge, as we would soon have dinner. He nodded enthusiastically while munching, demonstrating a surprising level of obedience, suggesting he must have been quite easy to manage as a child. Observing his docile demeanor, Gu Jiao sighed. His senses have been sealed, rendering him unable to communicate. Yet his spirit remains within his body. Awakening is merely a matter of time. The reason he survived likely relates to the snake ring upon his wrist. That I glanced at the bracelet encircling Fu Qingyue's wrist. Recalling Kanjing's words that it had been sealed and rendered unusable, the Gu Jiao explained, Kanjing cannot completely seal the ghostly snake. Thus, even if the snake ring is sealed, if it falls into the hands of a malevolent individual, it could spell disaster. Fortunately, it remains in the hands of your great-grandfather, a man of integrity, whose formidable aura prevents the ghostly snake from gaining strength. However, the seal is gradually weakening, and once Kanjing perishes, the spirit of the ghostly snake will awaken, which could lead to chaos across the land. That we must prevent this from occurring. There are 2 methods. One is to destroy the ghostly snake ring. The other is to find a way to tame the ghostly snake. However, its power is too great for mere mortals to annihilate. Thus, we must consider the latter option. This creature is cunning enough to scheme against its own progenitor, devouring one while imprisoning another, even compelling its own parent to bear offspring. It is unlikely to be swayed by emotions. As for Kanjing, he may have a few more years to live, granting us some time. In truth, taming such a beast is not entirely impossible. With the passage of time, its original form has been destroyed, and the Dragon Clan has long since ceased to exist, leaving no creature capable of bearing its immense energy. The connection between the divine and the mortal realms has been severed, and many events remain undocumented. Nevertheless, the original owner of the ghostly snake ring, that great divine official, should possess the capacity to endure. Others likely would not. Otherwise, the divine would not have allowed the ghostly snake to distort the truth, having long reclaimed the serpent. Typically, a divine official of such immense power would have numerous followers. And considering he sacrificed himself in battle against the demon lord, his deeds should be recorded. While the records may be scant, they are not entirely devoid of value. Perhaps we could investigate further. My eagerness amused Gu Jiao, who approached Fu Qingyue, taking his hand adorned with the ring, in a manner reminiscent of the time he freed Chen Xiaojuan's lantern. A vast array of images unfolded before us. I had anticipated merely revisiting the past to peruse ancient texts, yet I found myself gazing upon a realm of immortals. Master, I do not wish to practice swordsmanship, that a young celestial child, appearing around 5 or 6 years of age, clung to an ethereal elder, pouting. The elder merely chuckled, presenting the Fulong ring to him. De Younger, my lifespan draws to a close. Henceforth, this Fulong ring shall protect you. Upon hearing this, the celestial child immediately burst into tears, clinging to the elder and sobbing, Master, do not die. You are the mightiest immortal in the heavens. How could you perish? Do not be angry. I will practice swordsmanship diligently and will not be lazy anymore. I do not want this Fulong ring. I want Master. The elder embraced the celestial child, allowing him to wipe his snot and tears upon his garments. He placed the Fulong ring upon the child's wrist, and as if possessing sentience, it adjusted to fit perfectly. In time, the celestial child grew into a great divine official, but the elder had long since departed, that he took upon himself the mantle of guarding the divine clan. Beloved by all deities, until the emergence of the demon lord, who Xushi appeared abruptly, catching the divine realm off guard with his formidable strength, dominating the domain. Yin Yang battled him numerous times, and despite exerting his utmost, they could only achieve a stalemate. Why must you insist on a life-and-death struggle? You cannot kill me, nor can I kill you. You are far superior to those ineffectual beings. I find you quite likable, that if you are willing, how about I grant you half of the divine realm? Yin Yang had no interest in controlling the divine realm, that he understood that since the last divine sovereign's demise, corruption had infiltrated the divine clan, riddled with unspeakable secrets. Annihilation was merely a matter of time. Yet, the myriad beings were innocent. Should Hushi assume control, it would surely lead to devastation, that he burned his true essence, choosing to perish alongside the demon lord. Thereafter, a war between the demon and divine clans raged for hundreds of thousands of years, with both sides suffering losses. The dragon clan seized the opportunity to flourish. And eventually, after inflicting significant damage upon each other, a truce was established. Records concerning the Fulong ring are exceedingly scarce, primarily mentioned in the context of the great divine official's merits, briefly glossed over. However, one tome detailing the crafting of divine artifacts provides explicit instructions for its creation, though of little practical use it does. However, mention an individual. Gonemo. This Gonemo was a human capable of forging divine artifacts. A feat almost unfathomable. Based on his remarkable skills, his elevation to ascendant status should have been inevitable. Even if he could not become a divine official, he could still be a member of the divine clan. Yet, for reasons unknown, he met with failure each time. He was a man of unwavering resolve. His will as unyielding as his hammer, and he did not particularly care about becoming a deity. Rather, he lamented the inability to pass on his craft. Whether mortal or divine, none possessed his strength or unparalleled technique. Not even the strongest elder of the divine clan. The Fulong ring was the last artifact he crafted. After its completion, Gon Mo perished from blood loss. Having exhausted his soul's energy, his spirit was irrevocably damaged, rendering him incapable of reincarnation, and he subsequently vanished without a trace. That it was as though his essence had been shattered. Yet he did not dissipate. Instead, he was imprisoned by the divine clan. How utterly absurd. He poured his heart and soul into forging a divine artifact to aid the divine race in their struggle against the demonic clan. Yet ultimately, he found himself in such a dire predicament. With the cessation of hostilities between the gods and demons, the high divine officer was no longer present. The divine race could only rely on the artifact to turn the tide. But the Divine Lord was reluctant to grant a divine position to the humble humans, preferring instead to have them forge artifacts for his own gain. You have suffered damage to your soul and can no longer reincarnate. If you agree to forge another artifact, I shall assist you in repairing your damaged soul and grant you a favorable rebirth. What say you? Gan-Mo scoffed lightly. Pray tell, what manner of artifact does the Divine Lord require? I doubt a mere ordinary artifact would suffice to meet your lofty expectations. The Divine Lord, perceiving Gan-Mo's demeanor as not particularly defiant, felt contempt within but did not show it outwardly. Naturally, I seek an artifact more powerful than the Fulong Ring. Gan-Mo shook his head in resignation. I regret to inform you that the Fulong Ring has exhausted all my capabilities. It is impossible for me to forge an artifact more potent than it. Furthermore, without the infusion of divine power from the High Divine Officer, the Fulong Ring is but an ordinary artifact. The strength of an artifact is not solely determined by its inherent capacity, but more significantly by its wielder. Even if I were to create something superior, you would not be worthy to wield it. The Divine Lord was enraged. He could not tolerate anyone suggesting that he was inferior to the High Divine Officer, since the demise of the High Divine Officer alongside the Demon Lord. He felt not only sorrow but also a twisted sense of pleasure. The High Divine Officer's prestige far surpassed his own, and the other gods held him in higher regard than they did the Divine Lord. Outwardly, he feigned indifference, even adopting a demeanor of utmost respect for the High Divine Officer in the presence of the other gods, elevating the status of the High Divine Officer above their own. Yet internally, he simmered with jealousy, wishing for the day when the High Divine Officer would no longer exist. His threats and temptations could not sway Gan-Mo. Thus, he ordered the jailers to torment Gan-Mo day and night until he agreed to forge an artifact for him. The Divine Lord, eager to grow powerful and establish his prestige, knew that he could not remain fixated on a single avenue. After all, how could a mere human presume to manipulate him? The previous Divine Lord had indeed been formidable. Yet he too fell to his hand. One day, Gan-Mo vanished. Chapter 41. The ghostly serpent that no one knew where he had gone. Yet he was but an insignificant human, devoid of spiritual power. Even if he could forge an artifact, he would be unable to wield it. The lantern of fate flickered here, and I could discern no useful insights. However, Guyen mentioned he had some speculations that needed swift verification with Fu Qingyue. It appeared I must devise a way to hasten his awakening. That night, I bathed Fu Qingyue and then lay down beside him. It wasn't that I harbored ulterior motives, but rather that he possessed no self-sufficiency whatsoever. He would tumble to the ground in his sleep and could easily lie there all night, that I was uncertain how long I had slept, but I awoke with the disconcerting sensation that I had been possessed once more. Damn it. After bathing last night, I had forgotten to wear the moonlight charm. That artifact was now wandering through various rooms, seemingly searching for something, until it entered Guyen's chamber. Jiyu, young master, surely you are too alluring. Upon entering, Guyen was not asleep but sat up, his expression cold, while Xiao Yin, his little companion, slumbered peacefully beside him. What brings you here? The entity grinned lewdly. Ah, my lovely beauty, I have come to seek pleasure with you. Guyen threw off the covers and rose from the bed. The entity's eyes roamed over his entire form, leaving it feeling flushed that if you dislike this body, I shan't force you. The one on the bed is quite a catch. The Jiyu Yin, filled with indignation, shot back. How dare you? Haha, what do I have to fear? A little ghost who has cultivated for 100 years can use him as a vessel. What do I have to fear? Yet that little ghost is useless. Having floundered for over a decade without success, that I, however, am different. Once the serpent ring seal is lifted, I can claim any body I desire, and no one can resist me. It turned out that the spirit possessing me was the ghostly Serpent King. With a nature inclined towards debauchery, upon encountering someone as exquisite as Guyen, he could hardly contain himself. This was troublesome. Guyen, furious yet mocking, retorted, "What if the day comes when you cannot lift your seal?" In truth, there was no human capable of destroying the ghostly serpent ring. Yet as it was crafted by humans, the tales of its indestructibility were likely a falsehood. There existed one person who could indeed destroy it. The ghostly Serpent King narrowed his eyes. Do not indulge in fantasies. A human soul, especially one that is fragmented, has long ceased to exist after leaving the divine realm for centuries. Guyen smirked disdainfully. Oh, is that so? You were trapped within the Fulong Ring and at first, with your formidable spiritual power, forcibly altered it to serve as your serpent ring. Yet over the past century, have you not felt increasingly powerless? Do you sense something consuming your energy? A century ago, you could incite chaos across the realms. Can you still achieve that now? At the current rate of consumption, will you even live to see that old wretch? Song Xian, meet his end. He is, after all, akin to a father to you. You are most aware of his strength. The ghostly serpent licked his lips, his gaze sweeping over Gu Yan, as if he wished to devour him whole. Umph. Indeed, you are exceptional. Not only do you possess beauty, but you are also clever, that I find you even more appealing. Fear not. Even if Gan Mo's pitiful soul persists, he cannot threaten me that I ask for that old wretch Song Xian. I shall deal with him in due time. Although I cannot fully break free from the Fulong Ring, slaying him is still well within my capabilities that I cannot afford to keep you waiting too long. The longer it takes, the worse it will be, alas. Humans are truly feeble that I shall go and end his life. You may observe. With that, the ghostly Serpent King vanished, and a complete scene materialized on the bedroom wall. The ghostly Serpent King truly returned to confront Song Xian. Song Xian appeared not to have fully recovered from his injuries. He was shackled by iron chains, gazing coldly at the approaching ghostly Serpent King. Come to kill me? So eager. The ghostly serpent chuckled softly. Though you have plotted against me, without you, my status within the Dragon Clan would not exist. Moreover, I have schemed against you as well. I had no intention of killing you, but the Fulong Ring has undergone some changes, particularly in recent months, as my spiritual power has been rapidly depleted that I fear I may not last until your own demise. You have been imprisoned for millennia. Surely you are weary. In any case, death is inevitable, whether sooner or later. You might as well concede to me, for you are essentially a father figure to me. The ghostly Serpent King intended to grant Song Xian a swift end, but as soon as he made his move, he found himself immobilized. Despite his struggles, he could not achieve his goal. While he had not lifted his seal, he should have been able to handle someone who had been trapped for millennia. What have you done? Song Xian observed the ghostly serpent's futile struggles, his heart filled with satisfaction. Have you forgotten how you ascended to the throne of Serpent King? I taught you how to devour that old wretch. Why not take a guess as to why you could consume him? His entire cultivation came from me, as did yours that I have endured humiliation for millennia, waiting for this very opportunity. Now, your time has come. The ghostly serpent, filled with terror, inquired why. What is happening? Song Xian had no intention of allowing this creature to die with understanding. He directly devoured the ghostly Serpent King. Devouring was a skill the Dragon Clan excelled in. Since he had taught it to others, he could certainly wield it himself that he had mastered this technique even while still in his mother's womb. Centuries ago, Gan Mo had somehow found his way to him, likely guided by the Fulong Ring. His soul was on the brink of dissolution, and the Divine Lord, unbeknownst to him, had colluded with the Demon Clan to annihilate the entire dragon race. Unwilling to see his life's work fall into the hands of such a scheming Divine Lord, he revealed the secret of the Fulong Ring to Song Xian. After all, he was the last divine dragon. Although Song Xian was not a virtuous being, he had no better options. Gan Mo sacrificed the remnants of his soul to assist Song Xian in regaining some divine power. Song Xian, having endured for millennia, was in no rush to avoid detection by the ghostly Serpent King. He decided to slowly consume the energy within the Serpent Ring. Little did he expect that he would be discovered, had the ghostly Serpent King waited a few more years. Even if he lost some energy, he would have been able to largely break free from the Serpent Ring's constraints, perhaps even contend with Song Xian. Alas, he was too eager and underestimated this divine dragon who had been imprisoned for millennia. The ghostly Serpent King met his demise, and the iron chains binding Song Xian shattered, allowing him to emerge from the barrier that had confined him for countless years that he was finally free. Little ghost, I thank you. Song Xian raised his hand, and Fu Qingyue's spirit materialized. Fu Qingyue replied, it was merely a transaction. No thanks are necessary. Gratitude is still in order. I nearly ended your life, yet you willingly aided my escape. Regardless of your motives, I am simply grateful to be free from this place. After Tsang Yin finished speaking, he attached himself to Fu Qingyue's wristband, which transformed into the original form of the divine dragon. Subtly radiating a sacred brilliance that as the barrier shattered, the space threatened to collapse, and the cave that had imprisoned Tsang Yin for countless millennia began to cave in. When I awoke, Fu Qingyue had already risen, leaving me devoid of anger. Although he had allied with Song Yin, it was only after his death. His desperate attempts to rescue me were genuine. When Gu Yang and Fu Qingyue returned, Xiao Tan and I were preparing dinner. They appeared somewhat curious, yet welcomed the situation. Xiao Tan, ever cheerful, continued to serve Gu Yang with food. Caring for him as usual, that I ladled a bowl of soup for Fu Qingyue, intending to feed him with a spoon. Just as I did for the moon, no need to envy, just open your mouth, ah. Chapter 42. The ghostly trust of the nine-headed snake. Once Fu Qingyue had recovered, we departed from Gu Yang's home and wandered about, eventually returning to N City a month later. The small building had evidently been tidied up in advance, granting me a sense of leisure. That Fu Qingyue mentioned that our previous trip to the Great Wall was to seek the Dragon Vein, thereby fortifying the energy of the Fulong Ring. While we were out exploring, Song Yin found everything to be quite novel, yearning for us to take him out every day. That I occasionally inquired whether he intended to seek vengeance against the Divine Clan on behalf of the Dragon Clan. To which he responded with disinterest. He merely wished to enjoy life among humans. With his mother long gone, he felt no ties to the Dragon Clan that had abandoned him in his time of need. Now, he was the last remaining divine dragon in this world, his cultivation severely diminished, rendering him incapable of contending with the Divine Clan. The current Divine Lord was a quintessential hypocrite, adept at sabotaging others behind their backs, avoiding all forms of danger, and desiring only to live in peace. Once we dealt with that old scoundrel Matsushita, he intended to depart, wandering the heavens as a carefree dragon, devoid of desires. That I couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Truly, after living for countless years, one becomes indifferent to all. Song Yin recounted that the moonlight adorning me was originally an artifact belonging to a minor deity from the heavenly realm. This artifact was not particularly remarkable, nor difficult to create. Ordinary minor deities could produce it using low-grade spiritual stones, while those of higher cultivation would disdain to use it. This was due to its fragility. It would typically be rendered useless after a single use, leading to its gradual abandonment. The minor deity had recently ascended and, due to his limited power, was unable to wield even commonplace artifacts. The moonlight adorning him was a gift from a compassionate deity who could no longer bear to watch him struggle. The minor deity cherished the moonlight as a treasure, never daring to use it for fear of damaging it, even choosing to endure personal harm in danger's face. Eventually, he experienced a meteoric rise in strength, becoming a deity himself. Yet he continued to carry the moonlight with him. Crafted primarily from gentle spiritual stones, the moonlight thrived on kind energy. No moonlight had ever endured without shattering. This particular piece accompanied the minor deity for thousands of years, and his tenderness gradually endowed it with sentience, allowing it to cultivate independently. During the cataclysmic war between gods and demons, the Divine Clan faced utter defeat, with only the grand deity Yin Yang barely able to contend with the demon lord Hu Shi. The moonlight's master perished completely, leaving no trace of his soul. That I end the final confrontation. The grand deity unearthed the moonlight. Though evenly matched with the demon lord, he was isolated and unable to achieve mutual destruction. In that last moment, he invoked the moonlight, its radiance illuminating the entire divine realm, long plagued by demon incursions, akin to daylight, rendering all malevolence visible. Even the demon lord faltered for a fleeting instant. And it was in that moment of vulnerability that he met his demise. After the grand deity's extinction, the moonlight vanished without a trace. All deities assumed it had shattered into countless pieces, as all moonlights were considered one-time artifacts. This particular moonlight was exceptional solely due to its association with the grand deity Yin Yang. Ordinary moonlights bore no blood markings. Only the ones summoned by the grand deity possessed such traits, thus making this token of the headmaster of the Chongqing Temple the very moonlight of old. That a week after our return, Xiao Tan reported to the National Defense University, and the Research Institute finally welcomed its inaugural project. I delivered the preliminary project documentation to Professor Fong at T University and encountered a girl along the way. She sat on a bench by the roadside, a shadowy figure resting on her shoulder, which I discerned to be a cat. She appeared quite sorrowful, likely linked to that shadowy presence. "Hello, fellow student. Are you waiting for someone?" She glanced up at me, seemingly disinclined to engage. That I looked at the entity on her shoulder, unsure if it posed any danger to her. "Apologies, I'm from the adjacent research institute that I noticed you looked a bit down, so I wanted to check in. Have you ever had a cat? How did you know I had one? The girl found it hard to believe, and I regretted my directness. I should have approached more gradually, allowing her to share on her own. However, I pressed on. I was merely guessing. I used to have a cat, quite well behaved and adorable. For some reason, seeing you made me think you were also a cat owner. If not, I apologize for my forwardness that I do have one, but I can't find it now. The girl, Lu Fong, was a junior in the Chinese department at T University, and she had previously owned a small black cat, which she could only keep at the foot of her dormitory. As pets were not allowed, the cat was named Mao Tuan, entirely black except for its 4 white paws. Most university students are kind-hearted, and stray cats are common on campus. Girls often build makeshift shelters at the base of the dormitory walls. As long as someone tended to them regularly, maintaining cleanliness, the administration was generally supportive of such initiatives. Recently, however, several strays had mysteriously vanished over the past month that Lu Fong was worried about Mao Tuan, visiting it daily, yet it had been missing for 3 days. Mao Tuan was exceptionally intelligent, never staying away for such a prolonged period. Initially, her roommates reassured her, suggesting that perhaps local students or faculty had taken it in, advising her not to fret too much. Yet recently, a blogger known as Disemboweling Xiao Jie had gained notoriety online. This individual publicly showcased brutal videos of cat abuse, occasionally even live-streaming acts of cruelty, burning, strangling and skinning them alive, stabbing their eyes out, and playing with their eyeballs. His methods were horrifically vile, and the more people condemned him in the chat, the more he reveled in it. Disturbingly, Disemboweling Xiao Jie had amassed a dedicated following, supporting his heinous acts. His streams were repeatedly shut down, yet he continuously created new accounts, thriving on the outrage, with his supporters showering him with gifts. Does this man not have children? How can he commit such atrocities? Can't he show some kindness for the next generation? I do have a daughter. She's 5 that I raise her myself, not letting others interfere. When she grows up, I'll handle it myself. Is he out of his mind? Does he even consider himself human? Is there no one to rein him in? Why doesn't our country enact animal protection laws? Such cruelty poses a threat to society as a whole. Is his psyche so twisted? What's so twisted? You all are just a bunch of Navi do-gooders. I get annoyed when I see those cats and dogs. Cities are for people to live in. If you want pets, go back to the countryside. The blogger's cruelty was undeniable, yet stray cats could be bothersome, often howling at all hours, which could wear on anyone's nerves over time, just because you're annoyed. Does that justify slaughtering an innocent life? This planet is shared by both humans and animals, not just humans. Today you dare to kill a cat. Tomorrow you might kill a person. Oh, you're getting all philosophical now. Do you eat meat? Have you never stepped on an ant while walking? Reflect honestly. Who hasn't killed insects or rodents as a child? At the end of the day, they're just animals. You can't handle the killing of a cat. Yet I see no tears shed when fish are slaughtered at the market. How melodramatic. Human nature is inherently evil. Children cannot discern right from wrong, so they are often deemed innocent. Otherwise, why would we even go to school? Education teaches us to gradually restrain our actions, that if an adult still believes such cruel behavior is acceptable, wouldn't that throw our society into chaos? Chapter 43. The 9-lived mystic cat. The uproar online caught Lu Fong's attention. And when she discovered the blogger's IP address was from the neighboring city, her fear intensified. As Lu Fong spoke, she covered her face with her hands and wept. Why? Why is there no one to punish such a demon? The shadow on Lu Fong's shoulder gradually became clearer. It was indeed Mao Tuan. It stretched its paw, seemingly attempting to comfort her, yet unable to reach her, only able to fret in place. That I could surmise that Mao Tuan had met a tragic fate. But it would not harm Lu Fong. After offering her solace for a moment, it would depart. Caring for pets inevitably leads to the bittersweet experience of parting. That we shower them with love, and they accompany us. Yet their lives are fleeting, and we can never escape the moment of loss. That I thought I would never encounter it again. Yet upon returning to my room, I saw it perched on the windowsill, gazing at me. Though I could not discern its intentions approaching it, it mewed softly, and as I reached out to pet it, my hand hovered in the air before I lowered it again. Little Mao Tuan, I cannot understand your language. Let me fetch someone for you. Please wait a moment. That I went to find Fu Qingyue in his room, and he did not seem surprised by my alarm, accompanying me back to my room. Upon reaching the windowsill, he surprisingly caressed the fluffy creature, which affectionately nuzzled against him. That I understand now. I will assist them. After hearing the words of Fu Qingyue, the fluffball departed. This cat, entirely cloaked in black, with 4 paws resembling lanterns and eyes of one yellow and one blue, was known as the 9-live black cat. The folklore stating that cats possess 9 lives originated from its tail. However, this cat had exhausted its last life and yearned to save its companions. Having endured 9 lifetimes, each ending in untimely death, it sought to borrow strength, for ordinary beings were no match for it. Its visit to us was merely to request a modicum of spiritual energy that I end the dreamscape of its first life. The fluffball was a black and white patterned domestic cat. Its owner was an elderly farmer who treated it well, nourishing it to a plump, glossy state. One summer, a small grandson spent his holiday at his grandmother's and would embrace the fluffball daily. In a moment of misguided curiosity, he found the kitten's ears fascinating and, playfully biting down, left a tiny puncture. Despite the pain, the fluffball offered no resistance, merely letting out a pained yowl. The child's mother scolded him fiercely, leaving him somewhat fearful. As summer drew to a close, the child threw a tantrum, insisting on taking the fluffball home. Eventually, the adults relented. Yet, within a month of bringing it home, the fluffball was tragically fed rat poison. The child wept inconsolably, refusing to eat for days, prompting the family to procure a new kitten for him. The new kitten, however, had a feisty temperament and scratched the child, inciting his wrath, leading him to hurl the new pet to the ground, where it struggled briefly before succumbing. The child's affection was conditional. He loved only those who obeyed him. In its second life, the fluffball was a lively ragdoll cat, brimming with energy and even taken out for walks. Its owner was a young man who adored it and loved parading it around the streets, attracting attention from passing ladies. One day, while out as usual, a young boy approached to pet it. Initially harmless, the ragdoll showed no signs of aggression, and the boy's parents merely observed. However, the boy applied too much pressure, causing the fluffball discomfort. As it attempted to escape, the owner prepared to retrieve it. But the boy's parent raised an umbrella and struck the fluffball on the head. Startled, the owner swiftly intervened, pulling the boy's parent away. Seeing the owner defend the cat only incensed the parent further. It was trying to attack my child. Am I not justified in striking it? The owner, undeterred, retorted, It does not harm people. Your child hurt it. It merely sought to break free. The parent shot back, All cat owners claim their pets 1T scratch. What if it actually does? Is your cat more precious than my grandson? Enraged, the owner checked the fluffball and discovered it frothing at the mouth, legs stiffening. In fury, he called the authorities. The boy's grandmother scoffed at the young man. What can the police do? Will they really intervene in such matters? I could simply offer you $10. If my grandson contracts rabies, no amount of money could suffice for that. When the police arrived and learned of the incident, the grandmother, initially brash, claimed, Isn't this just about money? I can pay. However, when presented with the receipt for the fluffball, revealing its worth of over $10,000, panic washed over her, leading her to collapse in a fit, claiming that the fluffball's owner and the police were conspiring to extort her. Ultimately, it was the child's father who paid the compensation, a life claimed without even a simple apology. In its third life, the fluffball became a stray cat, tragically crushed into a pulp by a passing vehicle. In the fourth life, it was a week-old kitten, brought home only to fall ill and perish within days. The fifth life saw it as a genetically bred Scottish fold, suffering from ailments since birth, ultimately meeting a painful demise. The sixth life presented the fluffball as a gentle munchkin cat with a splendid tail, adored by its female owner. One fateful day, amidst a quarrel between the male and female owners, the male, in a fit of rage, bludgeoned the fluffball to death with a baseball bat, pointing at its lifeless form as a threat to his partner. See this? If you continue to disobey, this will be your fate. The female, terrified, pleaded for mercy. In the seventh life, the fluffball's owner, pregnant, discarded it into a trash bin. A heavy rain fell that day, rendering the bin too deep for it to escape. And it was discovered days later, drowned out. In the eighth life, the fluffball belonged to a girl suffering from depression. After learning that a pet could soothe emotional distress, her parents selected the lively and charming fluffball. Upon their first meeting, a spark ignited in the girl's eyes, and she carefully cradled the fluffball, gently stroking its soft fur, while it nuzzled her hand in return. So soft. So adorable. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Dad. Upon hearing her words, the girl's mother wept. Since her daughter's diagnosis, there had been little communication. Hearing her daughter express gratitude made her parents feel they had made the right choice. Nana, if you like it, that's wonderful. From this day forth, you shall be the best of friends. Please take good care of it. With the fluffball's companionship, a smile gradually returned to Nana's face, and she even ventured out to select toys and treats for it. Other girls in the neighborhood invited her to play, and occasionally, she would join in with the quieter ones. Day by day, she improved, and the doctor suggested pausing her medication for observation. Initially, her mother was apprehensive. Nana had been averse to taking her medicine, and she feared the consequences of stopping. Yet, after a month, Nana exhibited no unusual behavior, filling her family with joy as they cherished the fluffball like a treasure, a true gift from the heavens. Next door lived a large family that had rented the place a year prior. The mother was somewhat older and worked as a cleaner. She often collected cardboard boxes and stored them in the shared area. Nana's parents thought little of it, as the hallway remained spacious, and the cleaner typically organized her area well. They often gave her unwanted boxes. The cleaner, however, disapproved of Nana holding the cat, warning her parents that such pets could carry diseases. Nana's parents explained that the fluffball was regularly bathed, dewormed, and vaccinated, assuring that it posed no threat. Nevertheless, the cleaner remained unconvinced, albeit the fluffball was primarily indoors and seldom made noise. After several unsuccessful attempts to dissuade them, she ceased her complaints. One day, the fluffball ventured out on its own. All kittens fall prey to the allure of cardboard boxes, and the fluffball was no exception. The cleaner had yet to finish her shift, and a few boxes remained unassembled. It began to play within one. Upon returning, the cleaner, intending to tidy up, spotted the fluffball frolicking in her cherished box. Angered, she lifted the fluffball, inadvertently hurting it, prompting a loud yowl. Hearing this, Nana rushed out, reaching for the fluffball, but having not spoken with an adult outside her parents for so long, she could only emit muffled sounds. Being small, she could not reach the cleaner's elevated grip. The fluffball squirmed in the cleaner's grasp, leaving fur on her hand. Disgusted, she hurled the fluffball out of the window from the 24th floor, ending its life tragically. Chapter 44. The 9-Live Black Cat 2. Upon witnessing the fluffball being thrown, Nana screamed in a frenzy, jumping and sobbing uncontrollably. Even so, her cries drew no sympathy from the cleaner, who merely deemed her a mad child and distanced herself. As the elevator doors opened, Nana dashed inside, intent on descending to check on the fluffball. The cleaner felt no remorse, brushing off the cat hair from her clothes and resuming her task of organizing the boxes. By the time Nana reached the ground floor, a crowd had gathered around the fluffball. Several older boys shouted upwards, "Whose cat just fell?" A group of girls encircled the fluffball, their eyes filled with pity. "How tragic. I heard a loud thud and then saw it fall here, bloodied. Is it still alive?" "I don't know. Typically, cat owners secure their windows that I have a cat on the 3rd floor. Once accidentally fell and limped for over a month. Even breaking its fangs, it wouldn't eat for days, and it broke my heart. That very night, I had my dad seal the windows. Could it have been thrown down intentionally? No way. This cat is beautiful. With such a fine coat, it's clearly a cherished breed. Who could bear to part with it?" Nana dashed downstairs and soon discovered a crowd gathered around a furry creature that a wave of fear washed over her. Yet she ran toward them. As she approached, she saw the fur ball lying motionless on the ground. Softly, she called its name, but it did not respond. With a trembling hand, she unzipped her down jacket and cradled the fur ball to her chest, only to feel the warm, crimson blood seeping into her sweater. The adults nearby were taken aback by her actions, their hearts aching for the child. "Little one, is this your cat? Where are your parents?" At that moment, Nana's mother happened to return home. Passing by, she noticed a girl surrounded by several adults who bore a striking resemblance to her daughter, prompting her to investigate. As she approached, her heart sank. Her daughter was crying, and something wrapped in her clothing was stained with blood. Alarmed, she exclaimed, "Nana, where does it hurt? Tell Mommy." Seeing the mother's concern, a bystander quickly explained, "Are you the child's mother? Please don't worry. The child is fine. Your cat fell from the upstairs. That blood belongs to the kitten. A kitten?" Nana's mother attempted to pry her daughter's hands apart to see what she was holding, but Nana clung fiercely to it. Unwilling to let go, resigned, she lifted Nana into her arms and decided to head home first. When the elevator doors opened, a neighbor spotted Nana's mother holding her daughter. Nana was covered in dirt, her clothes stained with blood, and she seemed to be clutching something. After a moment's contemplation, the neighbor thought, could it be that dead cat? A wave of nausea washed over her. Indeed, only someone deranged could commit such an act. Nana's mother, that cat is dead. How could you let Nana hold it? It's filthy. Such bad luck. Nana's mother, feeling helpless, replied, she wouldn't let go. I'll deal with it later. The neighbor, exasperated, retorted, oh dear, you spoil her too much. It's just an animal. I reckon your child has become too pampered under your care to act like this. Her words pierced Nana's mother, prompting a defensive response. How can you say that? We've kept this cat for so long. It holds sentimental value. We've never wronged you. Why do you speak ill of my daughter? Unfazed, the neighbor adopted an air of superiority. What do you mean? I am your elder. Do you dare to talk back to your elder? That little beast was causing havoc in my cardboard box, so I threw it out. And now you've picked it up again. We share the same floor, and you can't think only of yourself. If you want a cat, go buy a villa. Nana's mother, incredulous, responded, have you lost your mind? You threw our cat away for a cardboard box? The neighbor dismissed her indignantly. So what if I did? The box was covered in cat hair. It was disgusting. Nana's mother had intended to argue further, but Nana began to scream uncontrollably, prompting her to focus on calming her daughter. As she closed the door, the neighbor continued to berate them from the hallway. Crazy. So noisy. Nana's mother, in distress, held her head and wept. Once inside, Nana quieted down, snuggling in her mother's embrace, wishing to comfort her. Fully aware that her mother was suffering because of her. Upon learning of the incident, Nana's father rushed to confront the neighbor, but Nana's mother stopped him. She was unwilling to hear anyone disparage her daughter further. Determined, Nana's father first comforted his wife and daughter, persuading them to bury the fur ball in the yard of their newly purchased villa, which they had yet to move into. He also accompanied Nana to a temple to seek a blessing for peace. Allowing her emotions to gradually settle. Due to the high-end neighborhood, the elevator lobby was under surveillance that Nana's father requested the property management to review the footage and reported the incident to the police. The fur ball was a comfort cat, certified with dual bloodlines, and they had spent $120,000 to acquire it. This amount was not substantial for Nana's family, but it was a different story for the neighbor's family, who struggled financially. The elderly neighbor had no pension, and their home was rented by her son to ensure a comfortable living for their family of 5. Her son had specifically rented an upscale apartment, spending a significant portion of his income on rent alone, leaving little for savings. That $120,000 could cover several years of expenses for them. The following day, upon witnessing Nana's family moving out, the neighbor felt a sense of relief. Finally gone. Living next to a lunatic was too perilous, especially with her daughter-in-law expecting a second child. What if Nana transmitted her madness to her grandson? It would be a disaster. Good riddance to them. She heard they were relocating to a villa area. She didn't believe it. Was money so easy to come by? Surely, they were merely putting on a facade. She wondered who the next neighbor would be that they would trouble. On the same afternoon that Nana's family moved out, the neighbor's son received a summons. With undeniable evidence, he was required to pay a hefty sum. The pressure was already immense, as he had to work a second job after his regular hours. Where would he acquire that $120,000? Furious, he stormed home, only to find a neighbor sorting through cardboard boxes, which ignited his anger further. He forcefully knocked the box from her hands. All you do is fuss over this rubbish. Do you even realize what trouble you've caused me? The neighbor, bewildered, retorted, I'm doing this for your sake. Do you think I enjoy working so hard? Do you have no conscience? These boxes could fetch a good price. How much could you possibly sell? How many boxes would it take to save up $120,000? That amount could cover over a year's rent for us. What on earth were you thinking, throwing someone else's cat away? The neighbor's son thrust the summons into her hands. Though she was not well-versed in reading, she grasped the gravity of the situation. How could a cat be worth so much? It was impossible. They must be trying to swindle her. Determined, she declared, I'm going to confront them. Her son grabbed her arm. What are you doing? The neighbor, resolute, replied, I'm not afraid. I'm going to reason with them. It's illegal to swindle people. Her son found her absurd, Mom. Can't you avoid embarrassing me? This is a court summons. What do you think you're doing? Do you think you can just waltz into the villa area? If you make a scene, not only will you end up in jail, but I'll lose my job too. We'll all have to go back home. I don't ask you for anything. Supporting you is my duty. But please, don't ruin me. Hearing her son's plea, the neighbor began to feel apprehensive. Their hometown had already been demolished. They had nowhere to return. Her son had worked diligently to secure his position at his current company, and losing that job would mean their family would face dire consequences. His wife already criticized their inability to save money, claiming her husband was too proud to live in anything but an upscale community. The more she pondered, the more frightened she became, glancing at her son for help. That I don't know, I really don't know. The son reassured her, recognizing her fear. Mom, just leave the rest to me. I'll handle it. Fortunately, the company remained unaware of the incident, but news of it spread throughout the community. Several of his colleagues lived in the same neighborhood, and the rumor mill was relentless. Faced with the escalating situation, the son proactively approached his supervisor to explain. The supervisor sighed. Xiao Zong, this doesn't reflect poorly on your family. The company won't take it out on you because of your mother's actions. You've handled this matter well, and I've heard good things about you from your neighbor. Everyone knows how hard you work, and this will blow over. Xiao Zong was always calm, reliable, and diligent. The weight of his family's responsibilities rested on his shoulders, and he never complained at that moment. Tears fell from his eyes in response to his supervisor's words. After work, he called Nana's father to express his gratitude. You should be thanking yourself, Nana's father replied, that I'm helping you not because I've forgiven your mother for the harm she caused my daughter. I'm not that magnanimous, Mr. Zong. You are a promising young man and shouldn't be burdened by this incident. Today, you encountered me, and I can empathize with your struggles, which is why this matter has been resolved amicably. However, remember that not everyone can isolate you from the consequences. When one person stirs trouble, the entire family suffers. That if your mother's behavior remains unchecked, trouble will inevitably arise. Xiao Zong, overwhelmed with gratitude, could scarcely contain his emotions. Thank you. Thank you so much. I am acutely aware that no matter how profuse my apologies may be, they can never atone for the harm my mother has inflicted upon Nana. Your words have filled me with a profound sense of shame. I recognize that this is not mere admonition, but rather sage counsel. I shall diligently restrain my mother's behavior, and I am resolute in my ability to do so. I am truly grateful to you. Chapter 45, The Nine-Lived Black Cat 3 in the Ninth Incarnation. After borrowing spiritual power, Mao Wan stealthily entered the home of the infamous Xiaojie, who was busy tinkering with his equipment in preparation for a live broadcast. The majority of those drawn to such gruesome, violent, and thrilling content are nocturnal creatures, and the ambience at night is far more conducive to his craft. Xiaojie typically opts to commence his broadcasts in the early hours of the morning. This profession has not only yielded him considerable wealth, but has also imparted a sense of purpose and exhilaration that he had never experienced before. It is far superior to the meager earnings of his previous dead-end job, where he toiled endlessly while enduring the disdain of others. The three kittens in the cage are the stars of the evening, two of which are mere infants. They huddle anxiously against the larger cat, desperately curling their bodies in an attempt to conceal themselves. Yet, where can they possibly escape? The cage is so confined that as Xiaojie activated the livestream camera, a multitude of viewers surged into his back. That demon, if you're not interested, feel free to leave. No one is forcing you to watch. You won't even spare a penny to support me. You worthless trash. Each live stream typically attracts around 2,000 viewers, with over 1,000 of them being mere nuisances. Who are you to deserve to watch my broadcasts? Huh? Oh, but it's all the more entertaining with such people around. I relish witnessing their impotent fury as they can't stand the host. Let us get started. I can hardly contain my excitement. Xiaojie proclaimed. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Tonight, we shall engage in something quite intriguing. Behold this yellow one, with pink paw pads. My daughter adores this color. In a rare act of mercy, I shall spare its life. However, I cannot allow it to harm my daughter, so I must remove its paw. Look, our Xiaojie is a good father. Indeed. Exactly. If the kitten were to lose its claws, I would find it far less repugnant. Xiaojie continued. Primarily, I fear it might scratch my face. If I mar my appearance, how could I possibly be worthy of having a woman? Damn. Truly perverse. I love it. Xiaojie is always full of surprises. It's all just talk. This coward only dares to torment small animals that if he were to touch his daughter, his wife would surely fight him tooth and nail. Good heavens! How does such a person even have a wife? Who would be foolish enough to fall for him? Xiaojie sneered. Women are merely playthings for men. Why elevate them so? Such a lowly creature dares to challenge me. If it weren't for her ability to care for my daughter, I would have discarded her long ago. That's illegal. Do you have no humanity left? Xiaojie laughed. Illegal? Call the police and have them arrest me. Haha, when the police arrive, I'll say the same thing. Oh my. Is he mentally unstable? His thoughts are terrifying. I can hardly bear to watch. Xiaojie brandished a pair of pliers, preparing to remove the kitten's claws. Oddly, the newly purchased pliers refused to open. He slammed them to the ground, and they shattered into 2 pieces. Seriously? Xiaojie, we supported you quite a bit, and you buy such cheap junk? Faced with the derision of his fans, Xiaojie felt his pride wounded that he retrieved a kitchen knife, intending to sever the kitten's claws, that it's much more entertaining to pull them out. I must cut off the root, lest they grow back, a true hassle. Damn, the upstairs is truly twisted. Xiaojie is indeed a master of cruelty. I hadn't anticipated this level. Xiaojie became distracted and accidentally cut his own hand instead of the kitten's in shock. He loosened his grip, allowing the kitten to escape. Many in the live chat expressed their disappointment, while others rejoiced at the kitten's escape. Xiaojie hastily wrapped a cloth around his wound, muttering curses before resuming the broadcast. That was an accident. It seems one must still engage in some good deeds, for good people are rewarded. What is happening? Is the host turning over a new leaf? Remarkably, he possesses a semblance of conscience. Otherwise, he might truly face retribution. It's not too late to turn back now. Unfollow. Unfollow. Return the gifts I previously sent. Xiaojie retorted, Indeed, one must occasionally perform good deeds that I've been observing this large cat in the neighborhood for years. It's a prominent male. Most of the female cats in the area have been with it. There are already too many offspring. It must be neutered. Neutering will extend its life, will it not? What do you think? This is indeed a noble endeavor. Who would have thought it would be such a benevolent figure? I had anticipated a peaceful resolution, but this is outright barbaric, at the very least. Let us have a proper boxing match. I practice boxing. I could be of service. I could smash its head into a pulp. I'm terrified. I thought I would never see Xiaojie's broadcasts again. I even misjudged you earlier. Well, here's a big rocket for you. Why are you acting like a woman? But I'm a woman. Sister, you're quite bold. This host treats women as playthings, and you dare to support him? Do you have no self-respect? What is self-respect? I am Xiaojie's little pet. Xiaojie loves you. Is this woman's brain coated in filth? To prevent the large cat from escaping, Xiaojie prepared to bind it before neutering. As he opened the cage, the large cat leapt out and bit him fiercely, leaving several bloody punctures on his face. Xiaojie, in pain, flung the cat away, which promptly leapt through the window to freedom. Xiaojie, now bloodied and in agony, ensured all doors and windows were securely shut, leaving no chance for the last cat to escape. The wheel of karma turns. Who can escape its grasp? At last, retribution has arrived. Truly a formidable male. What's wrong with Xiaojie today? Stand tall. Don't let anyone look down on you, surely. He hasn't truly faced retribution. Has he? I've heard that black cats possess spiritual powers. In the last broadcast, the host brutally dismembered a black cat, yet it didn't utter a single sound. It was quite eerie. Indeed. My grandmother used to tell me that black cats are very ominous and can summon unclean entities. Perhaps the host should refrain from any further actions today. Fear not, my Xiaojie is not one of your cowardly lot. There's still one left. With all the doors and windows secured, I refuse to believe this one can escape as well. Xiaojie attended to his facial wounds and reappeared on camera, his head and hands wrapped in bandages, giving him a rather comical appearance. The live stream audience surged past 50,000, the highest it had ever been. And he was determined not to abandon the broadcast. He produced the final kitten, a small calico, and unceremoniously tossed it into a barrel filled with gasoline. The calico immediately climbed up, but Xiaojie forcefully pushed it back down. This continued until the kitten's fur was thoroughly saturated with gasoline. This particular calico was the smallest of the three, barely a month old. Once drenched, it stumbled clumsily. Oh heavens! There is no escaping this time. Xiaojia approached the calico, igniting a match and tossing it into the barrel. To everyone's astonishment, the calico summoned an unexpected surge of strength, knocking over the gasoline barrel and making a dash for freedom. The match fell into the barrel, igniting the gasoline within, which splashed all over Xiaojia, engulfing him in flames. He intended to find something to extinguish the fire consuming him when a pitch-black cat, with striking blue and yellow eyes and snow-white paws, burst through the window. It swiftly seized the kitten and carried it to safety outside. Then it turned and lunged at Xiaojia, viciously tearing at his face. It remained silent, its eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. Look, it's that black cat. The black cat has manifested. It is the one that saved its companion. It truly possesses spiritual powers. Good heavens. It is so brave. The black cat's spirit is real. I'm utterly overwhelmed. I once believed black cats were ill-fated. How foolish I was. Tomorrow, I shall acquire a black cat. This cat is past. This must be its spirit appearing. See, the flames cannot touch the kitten. Call the police. A life is at stake. What is the point of calling the police? Such scum deserves it. One cannot say that. After all, human life is far more precious than a cat's. Chapter 46. The nine-lived black cat. For suddenly, the live stream plunged into darkness, likely due to the burning of the camera equipment. Upon awakening the following day, news broke on the headlines of a man severely burned after igniting gasoline in his home. The majority of netizens, upon learning the truth, cheered while expressing disbelief. Yet the general populace found satisfaction in the poetic justice of the situation. That it was a pity that no one had recorded that segment of the stream. It would have undoubtedly been a spectacle. Xiaojia faced a united boycott across all platforms for promoting violence and gore. This incident escalated for nearly a month, leaving many to wonder what the platforms had been doing during this time. Those who had once cheered for him in the live stream had seemingly vanished. I went to T University to find Lu Feng, who appeared to be in a significantly better mood than before. Although I had not watched the live stream, I knew what they said must be true. Mount Wan truly saved its companion. Seeing her spirits lifted, I felt elated for her. Yes, I saw it. It is indeed true. It is a courageous little cat. In its next life, it shall surely be reborn into a better situation. Yes, it will. It certainly will. Lu Feng, after finishing her words, covered her face and wept. I glanced at the tuft of fur on her shoulder, which then leapt down, carrying with it the souls of a dozen kittens. For the severely burned Xiaojia, his body was a canvas of agony, every inch of his skin marred by injury. Initially, his wife stayed by his side, enduring the long recovery and undergoing skin graft surgery. However, the exorbitant medical expenses soon drained the income he had earned from his live streaming endeavors, due to his wretched character. His wife found it impossible to borrow money and could only resort to loans to cover the subsequent rehabilitation costs. Prolonged immobility had severely damaged his muscles, rendering multiple joints unusable. Xiaojia's temperament grew increasingly volatile, and he would lash out at his wife whenever things did not go his way. Some family members of his fellow patients, unable to bear the sight, privately urged his wife to concoct a reason to leave him, fearing for their future child's well-being. Yet his wife remained ungrateful, relaying their words verbatim to Xiaojia, who upon hearing this was naturally infuriated. However, he could do little more than lie in bed, hurling insults at her. After his discharge, in order to repay the massive debt, his wife took up Xiaojia's former profession and began live streaming, peddling tales of woe and some merchandise, surprisingly managing to thrive. They gradually became affluent, while Xiaojia, terrified of pain, obstinately refused to undergo rehabilitation, remaining bedridden. Initially, his wife harbored hope for him, but as time passed without fulfillment, her disdain for Xiaojia grew. Her live streams took a turn. What began as a display of misery morphed into complaints about Xiaojia's inadequacy, eventually leading her to provocatively entice fans in her broadcasts. She even invited fans to her home for live performances. This world truly has all kinds of people. Remarkably, some accepted her invitation. Thrilled, she set up the camera, positioning Xiaojia on one side of the bed. The viewership skyrocketed, exceeding 100,000. However, to avoid being banned, she discreetly removed Xiaojia from the frame. Truly, Not a single family member could share the same door. This woman was ruthless. Not only did she let her fans watch the live stream, but she also made her husband witness it live. Surely, this was crossing the line. It was already 3 in the morning. Even the rats should be asleep. No talking, just focus on watching. Soon, the invited male fans arrived, albeit wearing masks. What was with the masks? Initially, they were a bit reserved, but quickly loosened up, engaging in suggestive acts. And it wasn't too long before they were fully immersed in an explicit performance. The live stream was utterly disgraceful, surpassing even the previous cat abuse videos, continuously challenging moral boundaries. The masked man, after enduring a vigorous session, fainted, only to be discarded by Xiaojia's wife. Unfortunately, they were not as fortunate this time. The live stream was abruptly interrupted as a swarm of police officers burst through the door, arresting her. The couple's horrifying actions finally caught the attention of law enforcement. The woman was apprehended for profiting from the dissemination of obscene images and for causing death through negligence. Xiaojia, left without care, starved to death in their home. This loathsome creature, despised by all, finally received his due punishment. The identity of the masked man remains unknown. It is likely his family felt ashamed and chose to remain silent. For committing such acts, he truly deserved his fate. Xiaojia's daughter was secretly sent by the police to an orphanage in another city. Many worried about the kind of child such parents could raise, fearing she might grow up to be yet another societal blight. However, the girl should not bear the sins that are not hers. Regardless of her nature or future, we must not punish her for her parents' transgressions. Nowadays, live streaming takes on many forms, with numerous content creators exploiting viewers' curiosity, continually pushing the boundaries of morality. Some even resort to illegal activities for profit. Even respected veteran artists, unable to withstand the lure of enormous rewards, have plunged into the murky waters of live streaming. They wield their fame and influence to ruthlessly exploit their fans, engaging in deceptive practices. Ultimately, they tarnish their lifelong reputations, becoming infamous and reviled. Despite numerous cautionary tales, many fans still flock to idols' live streaming products, willingly emptying their wallets. Some fans even audaciously urge their virtuous idols to join in. So. You should sell products too. With your looks and popularity, you wouldn't have to toil in acting, just a few months, and you could earn enough to break free from your contract. Become your own boss and never be constrained again. Fortunately, this top-tier idol, named So-and-so, did not heed the fan suggestion. When a host once asked why he didn't consider live streaming to sell products, suggesting he must want to regain his freedom to pursue his desires, he calmly replied, "I don't believe that live streaming or selling products is inherently a bad thing. Sometimes it serves as a wonderful platform for interacting with fans that I've live streamed before. However, this matter is not currently on my agenda. I don't find it suitable for me. I prefer to work diligently within my group, taking steady, concrete steps that I will continue to strive to be worthy of everyone's affection. I'm not one to idolize. But this top-tier star truly shines. Even researchers from my institute have asked me to secure tickets for his play, claiming their daughters are fans that he'll be adored by so many. He is clearly more than just a pretty face." Chapter 47. Miss of the West Tower. What initially seemed a trivial matter, akin to scrambling for red envelopes, turned out to be futile. Despite my 24 years of singlehood honing my speed, I still failed to secure a ticket. How peculiar. Logically speaking, the audience for a play is not vast, making it unlikely that tickets would be so fiercely contested. However, this performance was at the West Tower Theater in N City, and many local girls went into a frenzy. This included Li Chunsheng, who called me to help procure 2 tickets that I helplessly informed her that I was already busy trying to get tickets for a professor in my institute and could offer no assistance. Li Chunsheng, in a state of anxiety over the phone, urged if you can't do it, Professor Wood definitely can, just ask him. I thought this girl was being naive. Did she think Professor Guo was some kind of genie? He was merely a university professor. Had he performed surgery on that top-tier star? Li Chunsheng, flustered, retorted, "Pa, you're the one who is a big idiot. You're the one who has had your brain operated on. Don't you watch television or videos? You don't know what Guyun looks like. What do I care what a man looks like?" I replied. Upon hearing this, Li Chunsheng became cheerful again. The thoughts of a girl are truly strange. Done all right? You're a married man. You really shouldn't be looking at other men. Just open a webpage and you'll see why I said that. I can't believe there are still people who don't know what Guyun looks like. What is so special about a man? Can he possibly look better than Gu Yang? Unable to withstand Li Qingqing's relentless insistence, I reluctantly searched online. What? Is my phone broken? This top-tier star, Gu Yun, looks remarkably similar to Gu Yang. Although this resemblance is likely due to the typical refined hairstyles and makeup of celebrities. I can confidently say that if Gu Yang walked down the street, he would undoubtedly be mistaken for Gu Yun. Fortunately, Professor Gu has distanced himself from the celebrity scene. Had he still been working in a hospital, the place would be swarmed with admirers. I agreed to give it a try. For Li Qingqing, Ji Yang left for a meeting in the morning and had yet to return by noon. After finishing lunch, I stepped outside for a stroll and noticed someone lurking suspiciously not far from the entrance of the research institute, glancing inside from time to time while concealing something with their clothing. What a misfortunate soul. I'll have some fun at your expense today. I called over the security personnel, and upon seeing them, the individual attempted to flee. However, our two security guards, robust and youthful, were veterans and no mere elderly men who could barely muster a tooth. In just a few steps, they apprehended the individual as if they were lifting a chick. Who are you? Please don't call the police. I'm not a bad person. I'm a journalist. That was a misunderstanding. The person hurriedly handed me a business card, claiming to be a reporter from an entertainment outlet. Then aren't you just a paparazzo? I cleared my throat, feigning seriousness. What is an entertainment journalist doing at our research institute? There are no stars here, only prominent figures in the medical field. The projects we undertake are of great importance, many being national level. You must understand the severe consequences of infringing on national privacy. Right? The journalist appeared startled, quickly waving his hands that no, I absolutely have no intention of prying into national secrets. While this is important, it's of no use to me that I've been lurking here for 2 days to wait for Professor Gu. You seem young. You must have guessed my purpose, right? How would I know your purpose? This is all so baffling. What is your purpose? The journalist was surprised by my inquiry, but quickly adjusted his expression. Oh, I see. I was being presumptuous. You highly educated research types probably don't pay much attention to the entertainment industry. Then my apologies. It so happens that the most popular rising star in the industry right now is named Gu Yun. He is set to perform in a play at the end of the month in our city. Let me show you his photograph. Zhuan opened a certain social media app on his phone and pushed it towards me, prompting me to feign surprise as if I were seeing it for the first time. So, what are your intentions? Zhuan, not seeing the expression he anticipated on my face, appeared somewhat disappointed. Previously, someone had leaked photos of Professor Gu and Gu Yun, leading the public to speculate on their relationship. The Ji Yun has remained tight-lipped on the matter. Hence, you know how it is with us journalists. It's how we earn our living that I affected a tone of authority. Try my best to sound imposing. There's no use in cornering him. Professor Gu will only become more secretive. There are plenty of people in the world who bear a resemblance to each other. You cannot invade someone's privacy simply based on that. Professor Gu is not a celebrity, nor does he have an obligation to satisfy the public's curiosity that we will enhance security, and should there be another incident, we will report it directly to the authorities without granting you another chance to explain. Zhuan was escorted out by the security personnel, clearly feeling somewhat aggrieved that my concern was not that Gu Ji would be unable to handle him, but rather that it would be a hassle. It is best to avoid such petty individuals if possible. That Ji Ji returned only after dinner, appearing somewhat weary. Xiaochen had gone for military training and wouldn't be back until the end of the month. I resigned myself to attending to the young Master Gu, serving him a well-prepared meal and thoughtfully inquiring if he needed assistance with feeding. He shot me a glance of disdain before commencing his meal. The weather was unbearably hot. Returning from the outdoors felt like enduring a trial. Although the air conditioning was on inside, my heart felt restless that I had made some dried plum soup and placed it in the refrigerator. As both Gu Ji and Fu Qingyue enjoyed it, particularly Gu Ji, who detested the heat. Every time he returned from outside, his first act was to open the fridge. This concoction is not difficult to prepare. One simply needs to wash and salt the hawthorn, dried plums, and dried tangerine peel. Allow them to cool. Chop them finely. Sprinkle them with dried osmanthus, preferably tender and unbloomed. Mix it with melted rock sugar to mold. Freeze it, and then cut it into small pieces and seal it. When it's time to drink, one can place a piece in a cold water jug and refrigerate it, and soon enough, it will be ready to enjoy. One batch lasts about 10 days, and the process is not overly cumbersome. The challenge lies in finding all the ingredients in one place, necessitating trips to several locations each time. Having a bit before a meal enhances one's appetite. Given that it is summer, there were more cold dishes on the table, making for a refreshing meal that I relayed to him the incident of the paparazzi tailing Gu Ji near the research institute. But he seemed rather unperturbed. However, the institute has its own regulations that prevent these individuals from observing freely from the periphery that he instructed me to discuss with the security department at T University tomorrow about increasing the number of security personnel to patrol the area at irregular intervals. With a hint of curiosity, I asked, "So, boss, what exactly is your relationship with Gu Yun?" Gu Ji replied in a decidedly nonchalant tone, "We are indeed related. He is my younger brother Dado, by the way. He is giving me a few tickets to the theater. Would you like to go? While other bosses merely make empty promises, mine genuinely delivers." I was contemplating how to broach the subject when he already stuffed the offer in my mouth. "Yes, please. Thank you, boss." Gu Ji looked a bit puzzled. "I don't usually see you so enthusiastic about these things. Do you have a fondness for Gu Yun?" How could I possibly articulate that I was unfamiliar with him? After all, he is your biological brother. Moreover, he is currently quite the sensation. I merely wish to see him in person. Chapter 48. The young lady of the West Tower. Gu Ji nodded. "All right. I will send you both the necessary identification information shortly. Xiaochen also wishes to attend, so we will go together." That, oh dear, I had completely forgotten about the real name ticketing system. I couldn't very well give Li Chunchen the ticket. Reluctantly, I mustered the courage to ask, "Could I possibly request an additional ticket?" Gu Ji was quite generous. "Just send me his information when you get a chance." When I sought Li Chunchen's identification information, her voice on the other end was so excited it was nearly hoarse that I advised her not to disclose how we obtained the tickets, and she readily agreed that I conducted an online search for Gu Yun. And indeed, he lived up to his status as a top-tier star. Every move he made seemed to trend online, both good and bad. The most talked-about event was the play he would be performing at the West Tower Grand Theater in N-City at the end of the month. Another thread also garnered considerable attention, naturally regarding the relationship between Gu Yun and Professor Gu from T University. Initially, the thread consisted of fans sharing beautiful images of their idol, stunning photos, candid shots, stage pictures, all of which were gushingly praised, a simple admiration of aesthetics prevalent among young girls. However, it seems someone initiated a comparison using photos of various internet celebrities they felt resembled Gu Yun. Some claimed similarities in their eyes, others in their noses, and still others in their mouths. Most indeed bore some resemblance, but a few were purely contrived, with images that barely resembled the individuals. Fans berated these comparisons before muting the offenders. Yet those individuals did not relent, continually creating new accounts to return. One would be banned, and another would take their place until the imposters had dwindled to a mere few, leaving only casual onlookers in the discussion. After some commotion, a fan uploaded a large photo of Professor Gu's work ID, which immediately drew the attention of fellow fans. "What is this? Look at this. Now this is a true resemblance. Wow, no signs of Photoshop whatsoever. Is this a new look for the play? It looks stunning. I have saved it." Saved. Thank you for sharing, sister. I suddenly realize how well my brother suits this look. Wrong guess, this ISNT my brother. He is my father's boss at the Research Institute, a professor at T University, and a doctoral supervisor. I couldn't believe it when I met him last month. He is simply too handsome. So beautiful. I was left speechless. I had never seen what my brother looked like in real life, but this professor appeared even more striking than my brother on screen. For 3 or 4 days after returning home, I was in a daze. It was no exaggeration. His name is Gu Ji. Everyone can find information about him on T University's official website. No way, I just searched and he is indeed real. He shares the same surname as Gu Yun. Could they possibly be twins? Could it be that one was modeled after the other? Who could have modeled after whom? Look closely, Professor Gu is 33 this year. He looked like this 8 or 9 years ago when he worked at the hospital. At that time, your brother was likely nowhere to be found. What do you mean by illiterate? Gu Yun only entered the industry after graduating from B University. Although his education may not match that of Professor Gu, it is hardly low. Huffed. Who doesn't he know that many in the entertainment industry are dropouts? Who would a respectable person want to become a star? Haha, which feudal era as scrap metal are you from to come here and shout? Does Professor Gu even know who you are? Our T University is not a soft persimmon to be squeezed. What dirty business dares to intrude? Since you mentioned 8 or 9 years ago, you ought to know how T University protects its own. Don't go looking for trouble. The moment this reply appeared, the detractors scuttled away, clearly a bully who feared the strong. The thread creator pinned this comment, and fans expressed their admiration for how fortunate it was to have T University backing Professor Gu. If only my brother had such a strong support system, he wouldn't have to endure so much grievance. Indeed, last time he was crammed on a plane, he had to apologize personally, even though it wasn't T's fault. Beautiful professor, hissing and gasping. Indeed, the older fans exhibited the most stable emotions, solely focused on admiring aesthetics. Covering my face, I felt embarrassed to share the same fandom, yet I desperately wanted to join them. For they were genuinely happy, sister, who has a father working at the research institute. Can I be your good friend? The kind that goes to pick up our uncle after work. Unfortunately not. The research institute has strict regulations. Even as a family member, I can only wait outside the main gate. The gate is currently surrounded by patrolling security, so I wouldn't dare get close. That IT is said they have heightened security to catch paparazzi in the vicinity. Sisters, please don't impulsively confront anyone. Security will directly hand you over to the police. I'm not scaring you. Several have already been taken away. The thread's popularity showed no signs of waning. Occasionally, troublemakers would try to stir things up, but upon seeing the pinned comment, they dared not drag Professor Gu into the fray, only venting their frustrations toward Gu Yun, that if they were to discover that Gu Yun was Professor Gu's biological brother, they would likely have some reservations. The thread was indeed hot, capturing the attention of some media outlets. Entertainment reporters love to dig into the private lives of celebrities, especially for someone like Gu Yun, whose every meal could make headlines. That Gu Yun is known for his gentle humility, yet he is also meticulous in his actions. Despite the relentless pursuit of paparazzi, nothing particularly scandalous has surfaced in their eyes. How could an artist possibly be devoid of any dark secrets? It is inconceivable for someone in this industry to be completely untainted. His family remains shrouded in mystery, making it impossible to ascertain their identities. All that is known is that Gu Yun grew up in Sea City in the south and moved to B City only after starting his career. This lack of knowledge is one reason many online do not believe he and Professor Gu are brothers. After all, Professor Gu is a genuine local of B City, a third-generation Red descendant, only transitioning to medicine in his generation. Others hold a differing opinion. If Gu Yun truly came from an ordinary family, why has no one dared to expose his family's identity? With the information age being so advanced, uncovering the details of an ordinary person is exceedingly easy. The only explanation is that the media cannot afford to offend the individuals behind Gu Yun. Or to put it plainly, Gu Yun is indeed the second son of the Gu family. The reason for being sent away to another location lies in the shameful nature of the situation. It is possible that it pertains to a child born from an extramarital affair. Hence the decision to keep them apart, that is for the claims that he was covertly suppressed by his management agency in the past 2 years. It appears that a family like the Gus would refuse to acknowledge the child born from such an affair, naturally offering no assistance in advancing his career within the industry. However, Gu Yun, this obstinate young man, could have achieved great success 2 years earlier had he been more compliant. After finally gaining widespread recognition through a particular drama, he was met with a wave of online criticism, and his agency shockingly provided no public relations support whatsoever. Fortunately, after extensive scrutiny lasting over 6 months, no damaging evidence was uncovered against him. In contrast, several other prominent individuals faced scandals, yet he remained unblemished. As pure as his striking appearance, the peak of his career, Gu Yun vanished for a full 6 months, leading many to believe he had been knocked down and would never recover. A malevolent crowd concocted baseless stories to slander an innocent young man, attempting to drag him into their abyss of despair and corruption. But how could the world allow them to succeed in their endeavors? Chapter 49. Miss Lu after a 6-month hiatus. Gu Yun made a triumphant return, once again becoming the focal point among the stars, rendering everyone else dim in comparison. His massive fanbase compelled even the most powerful capital to yield. The rabble, terrified, resorted to their old tricks, attempting to pin unfounded accusations upon him. Yet, the public began to see through their lies. Without substantial evidence, their fabrications crumbled under scrutiny. The moment Gu Yun returned, their chances were lost. As the sun emerged, illuminating every corner, the foul creatures lurking in the shadows were banished. Leaving them unable to utter a sound in the light of day, the Gu Yun refused to endure the slander of these small-minded individuals any longer. Instead, he gathered compelling evidence and took these pests to court. The detractors finally recognized that this seemingly gentle man was far from a meek, submissive figure. He was a master of restraint, waiting for the opportune moment to strike with precision. The current play, titled Miss Shi Lu, is inspired by the tales behind the Shi Lu Grand Theater, where the performance aligns seamlessly with its narrative. Thus, regardless of fan affiliation, the audience exhibited great enthusiasm, with even distant northern fans eagerly vying for tickets. The story is set in the Republican era, a time when most works are imbued with tragic undertones. In such tumultuous times, individual fates seem insignificant compared to the chaotic landscape. Originally named simply the Grand Theater, the establishment acquired its current name after being passed down to the second-generation owner, Shen Yiming, in his youth. Shen Yiming was quite the troublemaker, constantly opposing the elder Shun, who had built a prosperous business, perhaps exaggeratedly described as wealthy enough to rival nations. Yet he was indeed a titan in the in-city business scene, the sole heir. Shen Yiming refused to take on the family business, opting instead to pursue a career in journalism, criticizing his father for being a typical wealthy man who only cared about making money and lacked any sense of patriotism. In those days, being a journalist was no easy feat. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. Had it not been for Shun's father's persistent support, Shen Yiming would likely have met an untimely demise due to his reckless nature. Aside from his journalistic endeavors, Shen Yiming also immersed himself in student movements. This group of young idealists, fueled by a desire to serve their country, seemed to possess an unquenchable passion that he listened intently as they discussed new ideologies and shared stories from the front lines, never growing weary of their tales. Had it not been for his father's stringent control, he too would have joined the revolution, plunging into the fervent crowd that stirred his blood. His father's allowance for him to become a journalist was already a significant concession. Initially, when he expressed his desire to join the revolution, his doting father nearly beat him to a pulp. It was only through his grandmother's intercession that his father relented, determined to oppose his father. Shen Yiming resolved to starve himself, refusing food and drink even when his grandmother and mother begged him to relent. He remained steadfast in his resolve. Seeing her son suffer pained his mother. Yet she understood that should he join the revolution, the entire Shen family would likely face dire consequences. In a moment of desperation, she stabbed herself in the chest with scissors before being stopped by a servant. The wound was not deep, and her life was spared. She aimed for her left breast, fully intending to dissuade Shen Yiming with a show of fatal determination. This event made Shen Yiming wary of his impulsive behavior that had harmed his mother, and he ceased to mention the revolution again. Later, he learned of several acquaintances who had participated in the movement and whose families were annihilated, awakening him to the harsh realities of his naivety. How could he have been so foolish? He had been so consumed by his own ideals that he had failed to consider the lives of the hundreds within the Shun family. With his newfound clarity, the flames of ambition within Shen Yiming were extinguished. He spent his days at the theater, watching actors perform melodious and romantic lyrics, numbing himself with alcohol, drinking to excess. It seemed the only way to escape the memories of his once passionate, hopeful self. In recent years, the popularity of theater had surged, a trend imported from America. This art form captivated both the elite and the youth, proving far more engaging than traditional opera. 2 months prior, a theater troupe rented the venue to perform a new story. The troupe's leader, a woman known as Miss Shi Lu, was said to have been sold to a theater company in her youth to learn the art of acting. Gradually, she gained some fame, saved enough money, and became a producer. In the past 2 years, she had ventured into theater. Though her age limited her to playing roles of older women, in this production, her character is a traditional Chinese woman, delicate, intelligent, fond of poetry and freedom. Yet, her heart is wild. She can love a man with fervor, sacrificing everything for him. But upon discovering betrayal, she transforms into a fierce predator, ready to tear him apart. Though her heart longs for freedom, she is shackled to a selfish, hypocritical husband, trapped in a stifling home where even breathing becomes a challenge. She forces herself to remain composed and restrained, fulfilling the duties of a mother. Yet in her clandestine encounters with her stepson, she rediscovers the yearning for liberation. She believes she has found true love, willingly devoting herself entirely. However, fate reveals that the man she loves is no different from his cold-blooded father. To him, she is merely a plaything. She feels anguish and suffocation, increasingly aware that she cannot breathe in this household. On the brink of despair, she rends the fabric of her stifling life, exposing all truths in the most brutal manner. She demands that everyone mourn with her, sharing her despair. After witnessing this play for the first time, the ashes of Shen Yiming's long-dormant passion began to smolder anew. Miss Shilu's performance was exceptional. Every gesture and expression flowed effortlessly, as if she embodied the very woman struggling to break free from her shackles. Her remarkable acting shone brilliantly in Shen Yiming's eyes whenever Miss Shilu performed. Shen Yiming would undoubtedly be in attendance. The outside world mocked Shen Yiming for his affection toward a woman of advancing years. Indeed, Miss Shilu had been a beauty in her youth. But now, how many years of allure could she possibly have left? If he were to bring her home, his father would surely strip him of his privileges. Yet Shen Yiming was indifferent to public opinion. Unlike other wealthy heirs who clandestinely courted courtesans, he merely sought to witness Miss Shilu's performances. However, rumors began to circulate that Miss Shilu had become involved with a Japanese officer. Chapter 50. Miss Shilu continued. As their affair heated up, it seemed she might be putting a green hat on Shen Yiming. Some even claimed that she had previously performed exclusively for Japanese audiences and had long been kept by the invaders. Shen Yiming initially dismissed these rumors, but one day, in the lounge of his own theater, he saw a disheveled Japanese man emerge from Miss Shilu's dressing room. What he had believed to be a deep connection was merely a figment of his imagination. From that moment on, as he watched Miss Shilu's performances, his feelings transformed from affection to overwhelming disdain. The merchant's daughter was oblivious to the hatred for a fallen nation, still singing her songs of seduction. Ultimately, she was just another piece of merchandise. Anger surged within him. He could no longer bear to gaze upon this detestable woman. She had brought him hope and then ruthlessly shattered it. After the day's performance, Shen Yiming confronted Miss Shilu. "I will double your remaining rental fee. Please take your troupe and leave my theater." Miss Shilu signaled for her company to exit and closed the door. Calmly inquiring of Shen Yiming the reason behind his outburst, he looked at her and declared, "My theater has no place for a woman who sells herself to the Japanese. If you find the double fee inadequate, I will compensate you based on the previous performance's earnings. I will ensure you do not suffer a loss. Alternatively, propose a more satisfactory price." Miss Shilu pondered for a moment. "Could you grant us a few days' extension? We shall leave after our next performance." Shen Yiming, infuriated, retorted, "Not even a single day. You shameless woman. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware. The next performance is to be graced by a Japanese officer. Shen Yiming, do not strike women, yet do not provoke my disgust. Depart by tomorrow." Miss Shilu is also in a state of urgency. "I must perform here for the next show. This is the largest theater in N City. The Japanese would never demean themselves by granting me the honor of performing elsewhere. They would only perceive my refusal as a lack of appreciation. And in that case, not only I, but even you, Mr. Shun, shall face the consequences. I warn you to cease your threats. I am unafraid. You do not wish to leave by tomorrow, do you? Very well. I shall instruct my servants to cast you and your ilk out immediately." With that, Shen Yiming truly moved towards the door, prompting Miss Shilu to hastily clutch his leg. Kneeling upon the ground, dressed in a Chong Sam, her knees quickly reddened. Yet, she dared not release her grip. "I have other reasons, Mr. Shin. I am not doing this for myself." Upon seeing her attempt to argue further, Shen Yiming had no desire to engage. He sought to kick aside this troublesome woman, yet the education of over 20 years restrained him. He could only strive to pry her fingers away, but she was remarkably tenacious, akin to the character she portrayed. Seeing that Shen Yiming remained unconvinced, Miss Shilu felt compelled to reveal her motives to this young man. "It is for N City, for the citizens of N City as a whole." Shen Yiming found her laughable, truly the master of performance. To appease the Japanese, she would utter such words. He gazed at her with disdain, attempting to pierce through her vile facade. Yet her acting was so convincing. Her eyes radiated an irresistible light. Knowing full well that she was merely acting, Shen Yiming's heart softened. He found a stool to sit upon. His head bowed, lost in thought. As Miss Shilu observed him calming down, she realized that if this young man were to expose her to outsiders, her years of disguise would come to ruin. At this moment, she had no choice. She was aware that the Japanese were conspiring to seize N City, and she had to seize this opportunity to gather valuable intelligence to Mr. Shun after the next performance 2 days hence. I shall take my people and depart, causing you no further trouble. If you intend to report me to the Japanese, I have no words to offer. But please, for the sake of this land that bore you, I implore you to wait. I shall not flee. I only wish to convey their insidious plans to my organization. The horror of these plans is beyond your imagination. It pertains to the lives of millions. Once this matter is resolved, whether you hand me over to the Japanese or deal with me as you see fit, I shall not utter a word. Shin Yiming stood up, gazing at the woman before him, a flicker of the initial brightness igniting within him. Tears welled in his eyes as he embraced Miss Shi Lu, as though he were embracing the radiant self he once was. That I will help you. I shall assist you. Miss Shi Lu returned his embrace, gently patting his broad back. Thank you, Mr. Shin. The flame within you has yet to extinguish, but I cannot allow you to take such risks. Shin Yiming pushed Miss Shi Lu away, holding her frail shoulders, gazing sincerely into her eyes. Why, do you not trust me? Miss Shi Lu smiled. Mr. Shin, there are many paths to revolution, and this path is not suited for you. We are revolutionaries, yet we are also ordinary individuals, harboring the common fears and frailties of humanity, that if there exists a way that spares us both, why not embrace it? We engage in revolution not to abandon our loved ones. You are a merchant, yet that does not preclude you from serving our nation. It merely requires a different approach. However, the unfolding events did not yield a favorable outcome due to their fervent passions. Miss Shi Lu's identity was revealed, and as she was taken away by the Japanese, she held her head high, adjusting her cheongsam, smiling as she boarded the vehicle meant for prisoners. That it was as if she were merely going to the Japanese command for tea, not being led away in chains. Thereafter, no one saw Miss Shi Lu again. She was presumed dead, a fate that befell many, and she was soon forgotten. That winter, N City was shrouded in an unprecedented calamity. Following the invasion, a massacre lasting over 40 days enveloped the city in a veil of terror. Lives were treated as mere fodder, subjected to experiments, mockery, and even slaughter contests. Wails filled the air, corpses piled high, beyond the capacity to bury or burn. Shin Yiming fled with his family, and upon their return, everything had changed. 8 years later, having squandered his family fortune to support national reconstruction, he was left with only this theater. He renamed it the Shi Lu Theater, a tribute to the woman who forever shone with sacred brilliance in his heart. Others believed him to be pining for a lost love, yet he offered no explanations. He indeed loved Miss Shi Lu, her unwavering revolutionary spirit, her indomitable faith, her selfless devotion, and her delicate shoulders bearing the weight of national dreams that even men could not uphold. With captivating allure and radiant smiles, who could discern the hero within? This nameless woman was profoundly etched in his heart. That on the eve of the play's commencement, young Xiao Tan returned, his face surprisingly unblemished by the sun, yet his hands were a sight to behold. Clad in a short-sleeved shirt indoors, the disparity between his arms and hands was stark, resembling a pair of black gloves. The following day, the four of us attended the play together. It felt rather peculiar for 4 grown men to be in a car. Chapter 51. Miss Shi Lu v. Fu Qinghua drove, while the 2 couples in the back seat engaged in lively conversation, primarily driven by young Xiao Tan. Upon arriving at the theater, we were surprised to find Li Chunchun waiting for us outside. Was she not hot? Though it was already afternoon, the heat of N City remained oppressive, the sunlight still harsh. Professor Gu, you have arrived. Li Chunchun swiftly scanned our quartet, her eyes sparkling with excitement. This girl seemed to be concocting all sorts of fanciful thoughts in her mind. Professor Gu, disliking the heat, preferred not to converse under the blazing sun. Let us head inside. Indeed, if we do not hurry, we shall turn into roasted pigs. To accommodate Professor Gu, we all donned masks. But after merely a few steps out of the car, it felt as though the masks were beginning to cling to our faces. The 5 seats were connected, and I had reserved a spot beside Li Chunchun. Yet to my surprise, the girl was ungrateful. May I sit in the middle? Very well, very well. The thoughts of women are exceedingly difficult to decipher. I sat beside Fu Qinghua, while Gu Zhan and Xiao Tan occupied the other side. Little Xiao Tan cast a fleeting glance at Li Chunchun, furrowing his elegantly shaped brows before exchanging seats with Gu Zhan, allowing him to sit next to me. Well, it seems that not only the thoughts of women elude me, but also those of children. After a considerable time had passed, I finally felt the heat enveloping my body begin to dissipate. Once the play commenced, with the exception of Gujan, we all removed our masks. For the audience area was shrouded in darkness, and no one would take notice of us. The young boy promptly fetched a bottle of water for the young Master Gu, unscrewing the cap and presenting it to him with remarkable thoughtfulness. I harbor serious doubts that were there no onlookers, he might have fed it directly to him. The story unfolded much like what had been passed down among us, albeit with a plethora of added intricacies. The actor portraying Shin Yiming, Gu Yun, drew a brief gasp of surprise the moment he appeared. For a young master from a wealthy family, it was indeed a role he embodied effortlessly from the outset. He portrayed a spirited scion of affluence, transitioning into a disheartened youth and eventually evolving into an elderly man reflecting upon his past. Each phase of his performance was masterfully executed, moving the audience to tears. In contrast, the leading lady left something to be desired, not due to a lack of acting skill, but rather because her youthful appearance was too pronounced. Her eyes sparkled with vitality, which starkly contrasted with her character. This dissonance was particularly pronounced when she portrayed the woman in the role of the Miss of the West Tower. She appeared more like a headstrong young lady than a middle-aged woman suffocating under the weight of life's burdens. Later, Lee Chun-shin informed me that this actress had been a last-minute replacement. The original performer was a seasoned and talented actress, renowned for her stage experience and acting prowess. She was notably low-profile, seldom sharing anything beyond her work on social media. This esteemed actress, aware of her upcoming performance in N-City, the origin of this tale, had even made an unprecedented post on Weibo last month, sharing a childhood photograph taken at the entrance of the West Tower Grand Theater, marveling at the wonders of fate, and expressing her eager anticipation for the show. It was evident that she was genuinely thrilled. Having not returned for over a decade and had solicited recommendations from friends in her hometown for the best places to dine. Aside from Gu Yun's star power, a significant portion of the audience had come specifically to witness this actress's performance. However, unexpectedly at the beginning of the month, she was involved in a car accident. Though her life was not in peril, a broken leg rendered her unable to stand, thus preventing her from continuing the performance. She issued a lengthy apology to her fans. Whispers of discontent began to circulate among the audience. How could the director opt for such an inexperienced newcomer for such a crucial role, when the part of the leading lady was evidently the most significant? Though only 20 days remained, surely a more capable actress could have been chosen to avoid such a debacle that a fine ensemble had been tarnished by a single rotten apple. As the plot reached its second climax, wherein the Miss of the West Tower beseeches Shin Yiming, revealing her true identity, the actress initially struggled to project her voice, resorting to calling out hoarsely. Nevertheless, her dramatic kneel before Shin Yiming stunned the audience, eliciting palpable discomfort. To my astonishment, this actress was quite resolute, willing to go to such lengths for the sake of her performance. The moment she stood, her gaze transformed. Although her makeup remained unchanged, she somehow appeared to have aged several years. Her once youthful and innocent eyes now bore a determined depth, filled with the weight of experience. Her tone remained consistent, yet each utterance resonated from her very core, imbued with conviction as she declared her resolve to meet her fate, devoid of any trepidation, as if she had truly become the Miss of the West Tower. An aura of brilliance seemed to envelop her as she embraced Shin Yiming, silencing the audience and dispelling any remaining doubts. As the scene transitioned, the lights dimmed entirely, and I noticed a shadow looming behind the actress. She glanced back at me, grinning widely, her eyes betraying a sinister intent, her lips stretching unnaturally as if someone were forcibly pulling them upward. I was taken aback, standing up abruptly. "What are you doing? Why are you standing? How will those behind us see?" I quickly apologized and sat back down, casting a glance at Fu Qingyue, who nodded at me and pressed my hand down, signaling me to remain still. Gu Zhan was seated a bit farther away, and I was uncertain if he had noticed. Seeing my startled reaction, Lee Chun-shin leaned in quietly, asking, "What is the matter?" "Nothing, I just remembered something. Let us continue watching." Although Lee Chun-shin appeared puzzled, he did not press further. The next scene depicted the Miss of the West Tower's arrest, with Gu Yun's role being quite limited, the weight of the performance resting primarily on the actress's shoulders. She did not disappoint, rendering the Miss's resolute character with profound depth. The final scene showcased Shin Yiming reminiscing about the Miss of the West Tower, consisting of but a brief segment. After the performance concluded, All the actors took to the stage to bow, paying tribute to the valiant martyrs who sacrificed their lives for the revolution. Revolution is fraught with challenges, rarely a smooth endeavor. Even when all is given, success is not guaranteed. Yet when one person falters, countless others rise, boldly forging ahead, undeterred by peril, laying down a path of triumph with their blood, constructing a formidable wall with their ideals, and crafting a resounding cannon with their very souls, driving away the invaders and expelling the scoundrels who have humiliated our people. After the performance, Li Qinshan departed first. The Yu Zhan led the three of us to a secluded location, where we were instantly transported to a lounge. Before knocking, he cast a glance at the surveillance camera, and it was none other than Gu Yun who opened the door. "Brother, what brings you here?" Gu Zhan replied. "Let me in first." The Ji Yun stepped aside to allow us entry, then closed the door. The actress was present in the room as well, and upon seeing us, she was startled. "Who are you? What do you want?" "This is the actor's lounge. There are so many security personnel outside." "How did you get in?" Gu Zhan approached her, and upon recognizing his face, she gasped. You are." With his left hand, Gu Zhan swiftly cast a protective barrier, while his right hand pressed against the actress's head, eliciting a piercing scream of agony from her. She attempted to pry his hand away, but was unable to succeed. "Brother, what are you doing?" Gu Yun moved to intervene, but Fu Qingyue held him back. "Don't move. Just watch." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gu Yun quickly composed himself. An insubstantial entity was being gradually extracted from the actress's body. Under Gu Zhan's control, the Fu Qingyue produced a yellow talisman and pressed it against the actress's forehead. The paper absorbed into her mind, rendering her vacant-eyed as she staggered out, resembling a zombie from a film. "What is that thing?" Gu Yun seemed taken aback. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door, and we all turned to face it. Ji Zhan exchanged a glance with Gu Yun, who understood the unspoken cue and collected himself, asking, "Who is it?" "Brother Yun, it's time to go. The conditions here are unsuitable. Let us return to the hotel to rest." "All right, you wait by the door for me. I'll be right there." Ji Yun looked at Gu Zhan, concern evident in his eyes, while Gu Zhan responded with a reassuring nod. Gu Yun took 2 steps back and froze upon seeing Xiao Tan, seemingly recalling something. Yet he recognized that this was not the appropriate moment for inquiries, and he turned to leave. The entity appeared complex. Gu Zhan had been controlling it for a while, but his clothes were already soaked through, and Fu Qingyue prepared to assist. Suddenly, the entity went berserk, breaking free from its restraints. It lacked a physical form. Vaguely resembling a humanoid figure, its skin seemingly flayed, exposing muscle and veins, with patches of yellow fat and white connective tissue, emanating a white mist. Its eyes had been gouged out, leaving only hollow black sockets. Its teeth were broken, and its lips swollen grotesquely. The chest muscles had been entirely removed, revealing a pulsating heart and contracting lung tissue. The abdominal organs were a chaotic mess. The liver had been crushed, oozing blood incessantly. Intestines hung limply from its thighs. The spleen was fragmented yet still connected, resembling the shape of squid flowers. The stomach was opened, stained with a crimson substance that resembled chili, and its fingernails had been systematically pulled out, leaving its fingers deformed. Ji Zhan and Fu Qingyue appeared to hold back their full strength, their attacks contrasting with their previous efforts, and they soon found themselves at a disadvantage. Xiao Tan and I grabbed whatever objects we could find in the room and hurled them at the entity. But it seemed impervious to pain, disregarding our efforts entirely. After tossing Gu Zhan and Fu Qingyue aside, it turned its aggression toward Xiao Tan, leaving Gu Zhan startled. In an instant, he stood before Xiao Chun, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. With a swift kick, he sent the object crashing to the ground, slapping a yellow talisman onto it. Immediately, the creature let out a pitiful wail. "No, brother, if you possess a trump card, why did you not use it sooner? Both of us, devoid of spiritual power, have already been battered and bruised. Is it a technique that harms the body, only to be employed when your beloved's life is in peril?" Gu Zhan was poised to take action, seemingly intent on finishing off the creature, when his wrist was seized by Fu Qingyue. "Do not kill her." Gu Zhan paused, as if awakening from a trance. He turned to Xiao Chun, searching him thoroughly, repeatedly asking if he was injured. "I'm fine now." "Xiao Zhan, please calm down." Xiao Chun comfortingly embraced Gu Zhan, gently patting him, as if the person who had just appeared as a terrifying specter was now a fragile porcelain doll at a mere touch. In Gu Zhan's face, I discerned fear. I had thought that after all this time, their relationship was thriving and their lives blissful, to my astonishment. The once strong and proud Gu Zhan had succumbed to post-traumatic stress disorder. Upon witnessing Xiao Chun in peril, he immediately lost his customary composure and rationality. Disregarding everything else, Ji Yuzhan was terrified. Afraid of losing Xiao Chun once more, he had tasted the bitterness of losing a loved one for 16 long years and wished never to return to that abyss of despair. Seeing Gu Zhan regain his composure, Fu Qingyue activated the Fulong Ring, summoning Zhang Xian from within. Once released from the barrier, Zhang Xian abandoned his previously gentle demeanor, his emotions now fully exposed on his face. He expressed disdain for Fu Qingyue and Gu Zhan's ineptitude, circling the creature once before retreating to the Fulong Ring. The creature transformed into the likeness of a woman, one who, though no longer youthful, still exuded charm. She wore the exquisite makeup fashionable during the Republic of China era, with fine lines at the corners of her eyes, clad in a vibrant qipao that accentuated her graceful figure and distinguished aura. "Are you Miss Shi Lu?" Miss Shi Lu smiled sweetly, nodding her head. "Thank you, young gentleman." With that, she departed the room, and for reasons unknown, I felt compelled to follow her. That I trailed her to the very stage where the play had taken place, where she seated herself upon a stool. She sang a folk tune, one I had never heard before. Her voice was clear and gentle, and judging by her expression, she relished the freedom of singing. On her face, I beheld happiness and contentment. She had been sold to the theater as a child, enduring considerable hardships before rising to become a boss with her own troupe. Later, in order to appease the Japanese and gather intelligence, she chose to perform in dramas. Although there are similarities between traditional arts and drama, they are ultimately distinct fields. Her ability to portray her role so vividly surely required immense effort, the struggles of which only she could truly comprehend. The audience adored her performances and the character she portrayed, yet no one ever inquired about the life she desired, that I knew that being taken away by the Japanese would subject her to inhumane abuse. And all that had transpired with the earlier monster was likely a reflection of her final experiences, that I listened intently as she sang, each note a yearning for a better life. She vanished from the stage. Yet her voice lingered in my ears. Chapter 53. The death of Xiao Chun. Upon returning to the small building, it was already deep into the night that Ji Yuzhan made a phone call to Gu Yun to report his safety. The response came almost immediately, suggesting Gu Yun had been waiting by the phone. The following day, a Sunday, someone rang the doorbell early in the morning that I opened the door to find a figure whose face was thoroughly concealed. Seemingly unconcerned about the summer heat, that I wondered how the security had allowed this person entry, only to realize as he hastily removed his sunglasses and mask that it was Gu Yun. No wonder security permitted him to enter. This face served as a passport of sorts that he must have been anxious about finding Gu Zhan, so I stepped aside to let him in and knocked on Gu Zhan's door. After a while, Xiao Chun, still bleary-eyed, opened the door to Ji Yun. Seeing that the person who answered was not Gu Zhan, wore a displeased expression, furrowing his brow slightly, that "Where's my brother?" "Xiao Zhan is still asleep." Xiao Chun seemed oblivious to the disdain directed at him. His gaze flitting mischievously towards Gu Yun, Ji Yun peered into the room, confirming Gu Zhan was still resting, then turned his attention back to Xiao Chun. "That we need to talk." The two of them sat in the living room, and I poured them some refreshing drinks before tactfully excusing myself. However, my curiosity got the better of me, and I left the door ajar, eavesdropping through the crack. That my room was the closest to the living room, and the normal volume of conversation was audible. "Why does my brother allow you to call him Xiao Zhan? How old are you?" "That seems rather inappropriate." Ji Yun spoke to Xiao Chun with a solemnity befitting an elder reprimanding a younger. Although he was not much older, his tone carried a sense of reliability. Xiao Chun, unfazed by Gu Yun's admonition, replied, "I have always called him Xiao Zhan. I do not find that title inappropriate." The Ji Yun's expression twisted in confusion, as though unsure whether to voice certain thoughts, but he ventured on to, "Do you know that my brother once had a lover? Do you know how long he cherished him?" "Of course, I know everything you wish to say." Xiao Chun's nonchalant demeanor sent Gu Yun into a frenzy, but he sprang up, as if having uncovered something shocking. You two have already. Xiao Chun casually touched his neck, adopting a nonchalant attitude. "Hey, sit down. Xiao Zhan and I are lovers. Isn't that perfectly normal? Haven't you ever been in love? Even if you haven't, as an actor, you must have seen enough to know how it goes. That Ji Yun slumped back onto the sofa. Disappointment etched across his face. But how can someone willingly become another's substitute? Oh dear, it seems there's been a misunderstanding. What substitute? Gu Zhan had awakened and descended from upstairs, noticing his brother's disappointed expression and Xiao Chen's mischievous demeanor. He grasped much of the situation, dressed in a light-colored, collared nightgown, the neckline revealing half of his collarbone. The pale skin accentuated the conspicuous marks around his neck, indicating a night of intense activity. Gu Yun's expression shifted from disappointment to despair as he stood there for a moment before saying, "Since you're all right, I'll take my leave." As Xiao Chen noticed Gu Yun rising to grab his hat to leave, he quickly detained him. "Wait, Xiao Yun, I was wrong. I shouldn't have teased you. I'm your brother Xiao Chun. Remember when I used to carry you around and play horsey? Do you recall?" Gu Yun looked at him in confusion. "Horsey?" Xiao Chun continued, "Yes. You were so small back then, insisting on riding at the horse farm. Uncle Gu and Xiao Zhan wouldn't allow it, so I secretly carried you a couple of times. This is something only the two of us know. You haven't forgotten, have you?" Gu Yun staggered back a few steps, unable to believe his ears. Tears filled his eyes as he looked at Gu Zhan. "Brother, is it a resurrection? Have you truly achieved this? Big stars certainly have vivid imaginations. It makes sense. Ordinary people cannot easily accept such a reality. Seeing a deceased person return is quite the shock." Gu Zhan sighed, stepping forward to ruffle Gu Yun's hair, wiping away his tears, and embracing him. "No, Xiao Yun, he has truly returned, completely and entirely." Upon hearing this, Gu Yun wept even harder, though it was a cry of joy. "This is wonderful. Brother, you truly did it." Fu Qingyue opened the door to find the two of them wrapped in a warm embrace. Upon seeing an outsider, Gu Yun quickly released Gu Zhan and broke into a broad grin. With an extra person present, breakfast was prepared in larger quantities that Ji Yun showed no airs, eagerly biting into a meat sandwich, his manner of eating pleasing to anyone who cooks, elegant yet hearty, making it look utterly delectable. Delicious. Exquisitely tasty." He soon finished one, and I handed him another. That Dio stars not get enough to eat. He cheerfully thanked me, explaining that the people in his studio were not overly strict about his diet, often treating him to high-calorie snacks. However, due to recent role demands, he hadn't had a hearty meal in quite some time. "That my poor little thing," Gu Zhan remarked, handing him his fried egg sandwich. "You don't look good when you're thin. It's better to stick to your previous appearance." The Ji Yun, unabashed, responded in a tone reminiscent of a playful child. "Then I'll eat more. If I get fat and no one likes me, I'll come to rely on you, brother, and you mustn't find me bothersome." Gu Zhan nodded. "Did you come out by yourself? Didn't your assistant follow you? How will you get back? Do you want me to drive you?" "The performance is concluded, and they have all left. I wish to stay with you for a couple of days and explore this." Oh, this big star is unaware of his own fame. What audacity to venture out. And isn't his studio a bit too lax? Doesn't he fear being recognized? Gu Yun shrugged off my concerns. Wearing a mask and hat should suffice. Who would recognize me? Everyone is too preoccupied with their own affairs. Besides, with my brother around, what do I have to fear? I unceremoniously shattered his illusions. If the two of you were to go out together, the chances of being discovered would undoubtedly be much higher. Gu Yun was taken aback. What should we do then? We can't just change our appearances, can we? Change appearances? Wait, perhaps that's actually feasible. I patted Fu Qingyue's shoulder. With brother Yu around, of course it's possible. Gu Yun was overjoyed and immediately joined in the revelry, calling out for brother Yu alongside me. His laughter was sweet, even more so than his words, and soon he had persuaded everyone in the room to accompany him on an outing. Except for Fu Qingyue, the homebody, the four of us went to Lao Miao Street for some fun. The Ji Yun transformed into Fu Qingyue's likeness, and his sunny smile made Fu Qingyue's usually expressionless face come alive, making him significantly more attractive. That one's appearance indeed changes with the shift in temperament. Perhaps it was due to our similar ages, but we had a splendid time, wandering through the flea market in the evening. Admiring various trinkets, that Ji Jian and Xiao Tan were in line to buy candied hawthorns, claiming they were both crispy and fragrant, sweet and sour. The Ji Yun was drawn to a stall, run by an elderly woman with a head full of white hair, who seemed quite advanced in age. She was slightly hunched over, adorned with a pair of somewhat tarnished gold earrings, and wore an old gray-blue cotton dress that was clearly from a bygone era. Making her stand out amidst the vibrant crowd, Ji Yin chose a coin-sized object adorned with some archaic patterns, which was rather exquisite. Chapter 54. The Death of Xiao Tan. Part 2. Excuse me. How old are you, dear lady? Why are you selling alone? 90-something, my partner and son have both passed, leaving just me, an old woman, that I sell some small trinkets to earn a bit for my meals. The elderly woman was unable to use a mobile phone and could only accept cash, but we had no change to offer her, and she refused to accept what we tried to give. I had no choice but to go exchange some money, and by the time I returned, she had already wrapped the item. As mealtime approached, I called Gu Jian to inform him that we were waiting for them at the northern exit. And shortly after, they arrived at Ji Jian asked me to drive, and just as Xiao Tan was about to sit in the back, Gu Jian pulled Gu Yin back there instead. But what's going on, brother? Gu Jian fixed his gaze on Gu Yin. In just a short while of not watching. How did you manage to attract unwanted attention? Huh. What unwanted attention? I didn't do anything. I just bought something to Ji Yin handed the recently purchased item to Gu Jian, who did not reach out to take it. Suddenly, the object emitted a burst of white light, rendering us all momentarily blind. As our vision gradually cleared, I discovered that we had been transported to an unfamiliar place. This place was vast, approximately 10 meters high, with a circular stone platform at its center, surrounded by several circular pillars of varying heights and thicknesses, arranged in a seemingly chaotic manner, resembling a formation. The elderly lady stood beneath the platform. Her back no longer hunched. We meet again, Mr. Gu. Last time you spared my life. Today, I have come to express my gratitude. Ji Jian raised an eyebrow. Is this your way of showing gratitude? The old woman replied calmly. Ah. You are indeed quite impatient. I had no intention of causing trouble for your lovely brother. He is truly a beautiful and kind-hearted child. As long as you return to me what I desire, I will not trouble him further. Not a problem. Ji Jian pressed a ring on his finger, and a dark, amorphous object appeared on the ground. Matsumoto, to my surprise, this elderly lady was actually Dai Li. Dai Li smiled with satisfaction, then revealed the coin-sized object in her hand, which she promptly incinerated, before collecting the dark mass into a bag. Mr. Gu, you are truly a straightforward person. Trading with you is a pleasure. Gu Jian was unimpressed by her flattery. You are no match for me. Break the seal so easily. Do you not fear that I might kill you? Dai Li appeared unfazed by Gu Jian's threat, as if she had some support. Mr. Gu, how could you think such a thing? I told you, I am here to express my gratitude. This place Mr. Xiao is no stranger to, is he? Here, your soul was stripped away from your body. A memory you should find unforgettable. That it was here that your soul was forcibly separated from your body, a tremendous force scattering my adoptive father's spirit, leaving it incomplete to this day. That I was on the verge of reclaiming my youthful appearance. But you ruined it. Yet I do not harbor hatred towards you, Mr. Gu. Come to the altar. Do you not wish to know how Mr. Xiao has fared over the years? Xiao Tan grasped Gu Jian's arm. Xiao Jian. I forbid you to go. Dai Li regarded us with disdain, turning to walk towards the altar. Upon reaching the center, she inexplicably vanished. Ji Jian brushed aside Xiao Tan's hand and in an instant arrived at the altar's center, leaving us unable to catch up. Ji Jian had also disappeared. What were we to do now? The altar radiated white light, and scenes began to unfold before us. The 18-year-old Xiao Tan was enjoying an outing with friends at a scenic spot. They had climbed halfway up the mountain and were resting in a pavilion. The pavilion was built in an ancient style, indistinguishable from most pavilions found in scenic areas across the country. Xiao Tan took out his mobile phone to make a call, but waited for quite a while, only to find that the other end remained unanswered. His friend, Zhang Tingjun, approached him with a teasing grin. What's wrong? Still no answer? You've called over a dozen times on this trip. This Gu Jian seems so soft and adorable, yet who knew he had such a stubborn temper? Xiao Tan shook his head. It's not his fault. I was too much the other day and angered him. Upon hearing Xiao Tan's words, Zhang Tingjun's expression turned inquisitive. Too much? What do you mean? You treat him like a revered ancestor, catering to his every whim. What did you do to make him so angry? You didn't force yourself on him, did you? He's still underage, after all. Though he may be a boy, he's not that delicate. We shouldn't go that far. His father is no pushover. We wouldn't even survive one punch from him. If he finds out, he could break all your legs, you know? Xiao Tan quickly interrupted his friend. Hey, stop it. I'm not that beastly. While I did fall in love with Xiao Jian at first sight, it's not the kind of fleeting passion that fades away. that I plan to be with him for a lifetime. Despite being only a year younger than me, he knows nothing of the world that I enjoy taking care of him. Seeing him comfortable makes me happy. However, we are still young, and such matters are too early for us. I would never cross that line. Yet sometimes I find it hard to resist. Nevertheless, I have my boundaries. I would never take it to the final step that a few days ago, after everything was done, he cried. And it took a long time to soothe him, that he even asked if I found him repulsive, that I explained everything, but he still ignored me, telling me to stay away for a few days, or else he would break up with me. Zhang Tingjun relished the drama. Huh, look at you now. Getting a taste of your own medicine. Huh. You must have been caught in his grip. I reckon you are thoroughly ensnared for life. Xiao Tan proudly lifted his chin. Caught in his grasp? I willingly submit. Zhang Tingjun could hardly contain himself. All right, stop feeding me dog food. We've rested long enough. We need to keep climbing, or we'll miss lunch. As they exited the pavilion, they encountered several young people and decided to walk together. Upon reaching a narrow passage, they could only proceed one by one. Just as Zhang Tingjun crossed through, a sudden tremor shook the ground violently. What is happening? Is the mountain collapsing? Suddenly, countless boulders began to tumble down from the mountain peak. And Xiao Tan noticed one stone about to crush Zhang Tingjun's head. He pushed Zhang Tingjun forcefully to the ground, only to see the boulder land squarely on Xiao Tan, rendering him unconscious. Zhang Tingjun attempted to rush back to help him, but was pulled away by others in the group. More rocks cascaded down from above, and soon, Xiao Tan's figure was buried beneath a pile of stones. Zhang Tingjun was dragged to a safe spot, away from the falling rocks. As the mountain continued to shake violently, in a state of panic, Zhang Tingjun suddenly tried to run back, but was stopped by fellow tourists. What are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Zhang Tingjun, frantic, exclaimed. My brother is buried. I have to go back to save him. He was buried trying to save me. I can't just leave him. The tourists were furious. Going back now is useless. You'd just be signing your own death warrant. At that point, neither of you would survive. I've already called the police. We need to wait until there are more people before we can think of a plan. Your reckless behavior is just foolish heroism. Can you really save him like that? Can you? Chapter 55. The Death of Xiao Tan. Part 3. Zhang Tingjun was left dumbfounded by the scolding, helplessly crouching down. In moments of despair, one instinctively adopts a defensive posture. When the police arrived, the tremors had ceased, but the number of boulders was overwhelming, and they were massive. There was no chance for anyone trapped beneath to survive. Yet the police still dispatched cranes to remove the stones. They urged Zhang Tingjun to rest at the service area, but he refused, insisting on waiting nearby, due to the treacherous conditions on the mountain. It took a long time for a small crane to arrive in the narrow space. Only manpower could be utilized. After a grueling 20 hours of labor, all the stones were finally cleared, but aside from a large boulder stained with blood, there was no sign of Xiao Tan. The police once again confirmed with the other tourists and Zhang Tingjun that Xiao Tan had indeed been buried beneath the rubble. It was impossible for everyone to be lying. Was it possible that the violent shaking of the mountain had caused Xiao Tan's body to tumble over the cliff? Beneath lies an abyss of unfathomable depth, devoid of any possibility of survival. The authorities have searched for months, yet they remain empty-handed. Xiao Chen believed himself to be dead. That stone, 5 times the size of his body, had fallen upon him with relentless force, sealing his fate. He never anticipated awakening again. Bound in the center of a circular platform, surrounded by several stone pillars, he found himself in the very place we had arrived. Struggling against his restraints proved futile. The ropes were tied securely, offering no leeway. Before him stood 3 figures, a woman and 2 men. The woman was none other than Dai Li. One of the men was the one who had previously assisted her, clad in white attire, while the other, younger man, wore a black baseball jacket. Awake? The man in black approached Xiao Chun, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Sister Li, this one is quite impressive. The master will surely be pleased. Xiao Chun struggled to comprehend their words, perplexed as to why he felt no pain despite being crushed so severely that he should have been reduced to mere pulp. Who are you? What do you intend to do? The man in black struck out with a palm, stopping just short of Xiao Chun's face, as if something within him was being drawn out, akin to skin being torn away, flesh being pulled from his very being. After a moment of this torment, the man ceased his efforts. What is happening? Why can't the soul be extracted? If you could do it, why would I have gone through the trouble of bringing him back? The man in white mocked that I attempted it on the mountain. It simply cannot be done. It seems we must trouble the master to intervene personally. Xiao Chun found their exchange unnervingly bizarre. You, who are you? What are you talking about? Wait, you will know soon enough, Dai Li replied, producing a jade-like stone, slightly larger than the three she had offered at the temple. Muttering incantations, the stone emanated tendrils of inky black mist, which coalesced into a humanoid form that a frail, diminutive old man appeared, clad in a yellow Japanese military uniform that hung loosely from his gaunt frame, his shoulders padded to compensate for his slight stature, rendering his neck appear even shorter, an absurd and grotesque sight. Upon seeing Xiao Chun, the old man nodded in satisfaction, his eyes gleaming with greed. Excellent, excellent, such a perfect vessel shall soon be mine. He mimicked the gesture of the man in black. Yet this time, the sensation of tearing intensified, revealing an ethereal shadow being drawn from Xiao Chun's body. The anguish of his soul being wrenched from him compelled him to scream in torment. With a final, agonizing cry, Xiao Chun felt his essence violently extracted, leaving him in a disoriented state. Staggering a few steps, he beheld his semi-transparent self and the body bound to the stone pillar. Realizing his soul had indeed been severed, uncertain of where his spirit would journey, the conversation among his captors revealed their intention to allow the grotesque old man to inhabit his body, instilling in him a profound sense of revulsion that spurred an instinctive desire to intervene. Yet, the man in black immobilized him with a yellow talisman, rendering him powerless to act. He could only watch in horror as the vile figure entered his body. Just as it settled within, it began to convulse violently, and Xiao Chen's body radiated a crimson glow. The old man's spirit was expelled, bursting into countless black shards that either disintegrated upon contact with the surrounding walls or scattered into the ether. Panic ensued among the three as they witnessed the chaos. What is happening? The man in black exclaimed, his composure fraying. Dai Li, though anxious, quickly regained her composure, urgently commanding the collection of the dispersed souls. Dante, just stand there. Gather the scattered spirits. We cannot afford delays. If the master encounters an accident, we shall all perish. The man in black and the others hastily began to gather the fragmented spirits. But their efforts were in vain. They managed to collect barely a fraction before the remnants evaporated. I'll destroy him, the man in black shouted, but Dai Li intervened just in time. The master has only just acquired a satisfactory vessel. We should not act recklessly. Let us await the master's direction. The remnants of the old man coalesced into a murky cloud. What a divine gift from the master. Such a treasure bestowed upon me. Preserve this body well. With it, I shall not only be reborn, but shall also gain unparalleled power. For now, collect the scattered souls, and I shall instruct you on how to proceed. During this time, you must find a way to make him submit, to instill despair within him, that as long as he relinquishes himself willingly, offering his soul to me, this body shall no longer resist my presence. Remember, it must be voluntary. Should his soul be destroyed, this vessel will be rendered useless. With that, the dark mist retreated into the jade stone, as if its energy had been depleted. The three exchanged glances. The man in black secured Xiao Chun's spirit, binding it tightly to as for preserving the body. Leave that to me. Convincing him to submit is my responsibility. At last, I've found a worthy plaything. The man in white spat in disgust. Ugh, such perverse inclinations. You will ultimately pay for this folly. I have my own methods to ensure the body remains intact. Exercise caution. If you ruin it, the master will spare you no mercy. Fear not. I am well aware of the limitations, of where the boundaries lie. What followed was a scene reminiscent of the torment we had previously witnessed within the celestial trap. Yet now, the suffering figure was replaced by Xiao Chun. What once was a horrific and brutal tableau became unbearably personal, as the instruments of torture seemed to be directed at someone I knew that I could scarcely fathom the anguish Xiao Chun must endure. The thought was heart-wrenching. In a moment of desperation, I attempted to break through, but found my efforts futile. The formation merely ensnared Gu Yin within, leaving the three of us outsiders helpless. That I fervently wished for Fu Qingyue's arrival. If only he were here. Who approached but Fu Qingyue himself? My heart leaped with joy as I rushed towards him, but he ignored me, stepping into the formation, vanishing as Gu Yin had before long. He emerged bearing the wounded Gu Yin in his arms. Xiao Yin! Xiao Chen cried, rushing forward, while Gu Chen exclaimed, "Brother!" They rushed to Gu Yan's side, nearly brought to tears by his grievous condition. "Let us move," Fu Qingyue commanded, teleporting us back to the small building that he gently laid Gu Yin upon the bed. Blood still oozing from his mouth, that Fu Qingyue pressed several acupuncture points along Gu Yin's body, staunching the flow of blood. Yet his appearance was harrowing. Not a single part of him appeared unscathed. His hands and arms were crimson and emanated heat, as if on the verge of being cooked. His once graceful fingers were blistered. His right shoulder bore a deep, gaping wound, as if cleaved by a massive axe, oozing dark blood, while his legs bore evident signs of trauma, though less severe by comparison. Images flashed through my mind, threatening to overwhelm me. Fu Qingyue lit 3 incense sticks, arranging them methodically, then handed me a bowl of blood. "It must be full." I hesitated not, slicing open the artery of my left wrist, filling the bowl in short order. Weakness washed over me, and I collapsed at Ji Yu Chun. Trembling, pressed a clean towel against my wound. The Fu Qingyue produced a stack of yellow talismans, laying them out in sequence, inscribing symbols upon each one, then affixing them to Gu Yan's body. The bowl of blood was nearing its limit. The Fu Qingyue paused, regarding me with an unfamiliar gaze, one of desperation. That I understood the blood was insufficient, that I grasped the knife, preparing to cut again, but Xiao Chen seized it from me. "Use mine." He attempted to slash open his own wrist. That I fought to reclaim the knife, but my previous blood loss rendered me too weak. I shouted at him, "Yours is useless. It won't suffice. The priority now is to save him. It's not the time for heroics. If you wish for him to survive, give me the knife." Tears brimmed in Xiao Shun's eyes before finally cascading down his cheeks. That I sliced open my right wrist, feeling the pain intensify compared to the left. As I filled the second bowl, a chilling sensation enveloped me, akin to being trapped in an ice cellar. The Ji Yu Yun held my hand firmly, while Xiao Shin cocooned me in a quilt, both of their faces streaked with tears. The Fu Qingyue's actions came to a halt once more. My vision blurred, and I vaguely noticed the blood in the bowl had vanished. Struggling against the confines of the quilt, Xiao Shun held me tightly, preventing any movement. That Fu Qingyue approached, pressing down on me, saying, "That's enough, it's sufficient now." "He is going to be fine." That I relaxed entirely, slipping into unconsciousness. That I drifted into a lengthy dream, where the scenes shifted too rapidly for me to recall upon waking. When I regained consciousness, my body felt alien, immobile. After a considerable time, I managed to turn my head, catching sight of Gu Yun resting by my bedside. His face bore a resemblance to Gu Jian, yet it was distinctly different, perhaps due to age or experience. Their expressions were entirely dissimilar. Even in slumber, Gu Yun's eyes, swollen from crying, exuded a sense of tranquility, offering a comforting aura, while Gu Jian, despite being gravely injured and unconscious, frowned slightly. I had only witnessed him relaxed on the first day Xiao Shun returned. That I attempted to lift my hand, only to discover the wound on my wrist had vanished. That I reached out, wishing to touch Gu Yun's face, but ultimately withdrew. That I questioned myself. Had I fallen in love with Gu Jian? The answer eluded me, and I felt foolish for such absurd thoughts. Would I not have acted similarly to save Xiao Shun or Fu Qingyue if they were in peril today? The answer was undoubtedly yes. Yet, would I be unable to resist the urge to touch them? I pondered deeply, but found no satisfactory answer. This question felt even more perplexing, leading to a growing sense of self-loathing. You reawake. How do you feel? Should I call Brother Fu? Gu Yun, awakened by my movements, spoke gently, his voice carrying a typical southern accent. That I shook my head, assuring him I was no longer in dire straits, urging him to rest. Time passed, and I sensed my body felt lighter, prompting me to attempt sitting up. Thankfully, aside from a slight dizziness at first, I encountered no significant issues. That I made my way to Gu Jian's room, where Fu Qingyue rested on the sofa, his eyes squinted, while Xiao Shin stood vigil by the bed. That I approached to inspect him. His wounds had nearly healed, the blisters on his hands vanished, though some redness and swelling persisted. His legs were covered, rendering them invisible, but given they were the least injured, they likely had healed. Upon noticing my presence, Xiao Shin gently released Gu Jian's hand and helped me sit down. "How are you?" he inquired. That I waved my hand dismissively, just a bit dizzy upon rising, "But I'm fine now. That I came to check on you." Xiao Shin hesitated, gazing at me for a moment before lowering his head. Lost in thought that he appeared fatigued, bloodshot eyes and dark circles indicating he had likely not slept in a while, that I patted his shoulder reassuringly. That it's all right. He will awaken. You both have a long road ahead. Thank you, Xiaoshen replied. That I ruffled his short, stiff hair, feeling uplifted. Let us save the gratitude for later. I shall certainly collect on this favor. Just remember, you cannot evade repayment. However, Xiaoshen, the most pressing concern is not this. The three Dailies may not even be Gu Jian's match. Even that old fool Matsumoto, before fully recovering, would find Gu Jian manageable. Yet, he had easily succumbed to the Dailies formation, resulting in his grievous injuries. Had Fu Qingyue not arrived in time, he might have met his demise. That we had rescued him once, perhaps twice, should those vile creatures employ the same tactic repeatedly. What then? Yes, you have returned, but Gu Jian's heart remains in turmoil. As long as that old Matsumoto exists, he will constantly worry about losing you again. He seems stronger than any of us, yet his heart is in disarray, shattering with the slightest touch. That we must devise a way to alleviate his insecurity. I racked my brain for a solution, but knew you could achieve it. Xiaoshen lifted his head to meet my gaze, and I could not decipher his thoughts. That he seemed to have made a resolute decision. Nodding in agreement, Fu Qingyue approached to check on Gu Jian, then signaled for me to step outside with him, and he assisted me back to my room, where I was drenched in sweat. That I sat for a while to recuperate. The Dailies had gone to such lengths to plot against Gu Jian. It was unlikely they would cease their machinations. Their failure to act directly indicated the time was not yet ripe. Matsumoto's soul was likely not fully gathered, but it would be soon. They had imprisoned Xiaoshen for 16 years without success. Targeting Gu Jian directly would eliminate the greatest threat while shattering Xiaoshen in an instant. Should anything happen to Gu Jian, Xiaoshen might very well abandon himself. Fu Qingyue remained silent, his brow furrowed in contemplation. His expression stirred feelings of guilt within me. He was merely a mortal, still vastly overshadowed by Gu Jian. Faced with such a troublesome dilemma, he likely felt utterly powerless. Chapter 57. The death of Xiaoshen. I instinctively shifted the burden of the issue onto him. An act of sheer irresponsibility. That he activated his wristband, rousing Song Ying from within. It's you. I had forgotten we still had a divine dragon to rely on. Song Ying emerged, displaying an impatient demeanor. Humans are truly troublesome, with their endless romantic entanglements. That little brat has achieved his current level, which is commendable. He must have been no ordinary individual in his past life. That if it weren't for this rubbish called love binding him, attaining immortality would merely be a matter of time. Yet here we are, and it has come to this. Forget enlightenment, he might struggle to live to 100. What a misfortune! Then, is there any solution now? I inquired. Song Ying became increasingly agitated at my question. What solution could I possibly provide? In the past, such matters could have been resolved with a mere swipe of my claw. Now in this state, I can hardly maintain my true form. Relying on you all is utterly unreliable. However, Song Ying glanced at Fu Qingyue. Kid, I can teach you a method that will sever his ties to love. Without affection, his heart can naturally recover. What absurdity! Gu Jian would never consent to erase his feelings for Xiaoshen. Otherwise, why would he endure such hardship for over a decade? He bore a scarred heart. Waiting a full 16 years for this love, whether he agreed or not, was irrelevant to me. I merely provided the method, and whether to use it was up to them. After imparting his knowledge, Song Ying inscribed several lines in Fu Qingyue's palm. Before retreating back into the Fulong ring, it struck me that he and Gu Jian shared a common trait, pride. Yet, his heart was immensely strong. So robust that even after millennia of imprisonment and countless years of humiliation and torment, he had not crumbled. His fortitude inspired a sense of respect within me, though I knew I did not wish to become like him. I was entangled in far too many emotions. Even the misfortunes of strangers could trouble me for long periods. They often brought me pain, yet more often, they imparted joy, revealing the meaning of existence. Fu Qingyue urged me to rest, suggesting we would address everything once Gu Jian awoke. Early in the morning, Xiaoshen banged vigorously on Fu Qingyue's door, waking even me from next door. That I followed them upstairs. My anemia leaving me weak, that by the time I reached Gu Jian's bedroom, he had already regained consciousness. That a few of us were in the room, and the atmosphere felt heavy. Fu Qingyue nodded at me, indicating he had shared Song Ying's method with Gu Jian. All right, I agree. Gu Jin stated, and I thought I had misheard. Clearly, aside from Fu Qingyue, both Xiao Xun and Gu Yun's expressions mirrored my own thoughts. Xiao Xun seemed lost in contemplation, silently stepping outside, while Gu Yun remarked he would check on him and followed suit, that I wanted to question why, but I sealed my lips. What right did I have to ask? Fu Qingyue once again sought confirmation from Gu Jin. Gu Jin, have you thought this through? Can you manage what follows? Gu Jin nodded slightly, and I found myself unable to meet his gaze. I fled the suffocating room as if escaping from a trap. After that day, Gu Yun returned to B City, that I did not see Xiao Tan for an entire week. He must have gone to school that Jiyu Jian recovered swiftly, returning to his usual self in just a couple of days. He attended meetings daily, and life seemed to fall back into a rhythm so normal that it felt disconcerting. Even Dai Li had no subsequent actions. Today, the project meeting was held at T University. Since it was Saturday in summer, the entrance typically would not be crowded. Yet today it was packed tightly. As I squeezed through the throng, I spotted Xiao Tan standing under a tree, dressed in his school uniform. The uniform of the National Defense University, complemented by his slightly cropped hair, made him look remarkably handsome, especially given his height of 1.83 meters. It was no wonder he drew so many curious onlookers. I observed him standing straight, his expression serious and focused, evoking a sense of paternal pride within me, akin to a father witnessing his child's success. Yet there was an underlying pang of sympathy. He had deliberately donned this attire, likely to attract Gu Jin's attention. Alas, at that moment, Gu Jin had severed all emotional ties, rendering Xiao Tan's efforts futile. Jiyu Jian and Fu Qingyue approached from behind. Fu Qingyue passed me. He mentioned that he was going to fetch the car, instructing us to wait under the tree. I was uncertain whether to greet Xiao Tan, so I awkwardly stood at a distance. Jiyu Jian soon joined us, exhibiting no signs of awkwardness as he stood beside Xiao Tan, eliciting gasps from the crowd. The two were of similar stature, with Gu Jin being slightly leaner, dressed in a blue and white striped shirt and light-colored trousers, exuding a refreshing charm. Are you a student from the National Defense University? Waiting for someone? Gu Jin inquired. Xiao Tan's expression instantly softened, the tension he had maintained for so long dissipating with Gu Jin's words. His lips trembled, and he averted his gaze from Gu Jin. Yes, I am. Waiting for someone. Jiyu Jian smiled, and I felt dizzy just watching, hastily bracing myself against the tree. Xiao Tan's demeanor stiffened, his fists clenched, and his collar damp with sweat. Oh dear, how painful to witness. The poor child was utterly ensnared. What could be done? Fu Qingyue soon drove up, and I quickly took my seat in the passenger side. Noticing my support against the tree, he asked if I was still unwell. I quickly reassured him that I was fine, gesturing towards the outside. My ride has arrived, so I'll take my leave. You can continue waiting. Jiyu Jian opened the car door and settled into the back seat, while Fu Qingyue prepared to drive off. However, he soon realized that Gu Jin had not closed the door. What are you doing, Professor Gu? Did you forget something? Should I go back and fetch it for you? Gu Jin removed his glasses, placing them in their case, pinching the bridge of his nose, a smile gracing his lips. I haven't forgotten anything. There are still those who haven't boarded, aren't there? I was momentarily stunned. Suddenly realizing something, I called out to Xiao Tan, "You silly boy. Hurry and get in the car." True to the agility of a well-trained national defense student, he slipped into the vehicle within seconds. Fu Qingyue immediately started the engine, leaving behind a crowd of bewildered onlookers under the scorching sun. I felt a surge of joy, constantly glancing at the rear-view mirror. Jiyu Jian's expression remained calm, his gaze fixed ahead, betraying no signs of distress. But it was evident he was in high spirits. In contrast, Xiao Tan appeared exuberant, as if rejuvenated, his eyes sparkling as he sat at an angle, gazing at Gu Jin like an eager puppy, nearly wagging an imaginary tail. Upon returning to the building, the door barely closed before Gu Jin seized Xiao Tan's arm, leading him upstairs, unable to contain his eagerness as they entered the room. Just before the door shut, the two were already locked in an embrace. I instinctively moved to follow, only to be yanked back by Fu Qingyue. What are you doing? I paused, pondering. What am I doing? Although it happened rather quickly, isn't this precisely what I wished to witness? Yet, a sense of unease washed over me. Jiyu Jian had professed to sever all emotional ties. How could he so easily disregard that? Was it possible he was simply being driven by base desires? Fu Qingyue furrowed his brow, looking at me with confusion. Who said he severed all emotional ties? If he hasn't, then how has he mended his heart? Fu Qinghue seemed to realize something, that it's not so, that he merely temporarily forgot about Xiao Tan. Now he remembers that I've said before, although what Song Yin said holds some truth, one cannot take his words at face value. He often employs such tricks to deceive. The methods he taught could indeed lead one to forsake love entirely, even extinguishing feelings of familial and friendship bonds. How treacherous Song Yin is! I had foolishly considered him an ally. I must remain vigilant against him. I returned to my room, lying down. The cool touch of the moonlight drew my attention, that I caressed it, sensing its warmth, and felt as though it were not simply a cold piece of jade, but possessed a kind of awareness. I longed to understand how it had shielded me from Song Yan's attacks, and whether I truly shared a profound connection with it. As I closed my eyes, I found myself in a desolate realm. This place was a post-battle wasteland, with flames still flickering in scattered locations. As I walked through the desolation, a dull ache filled my heart, and my steps felt as though they were dragging me forward one agonizing inch at a time. Beneath a pile of rubble, a gentle light shimmered that I approached, struggling to clear away the stones, and there lay the moonlight that I wished to pick it up, but my hands felt unresponsive that I raised my hand. Attempting to close my fingers, yet I could not manage it. My hands were stained with filth and blood. Devoid of any strength that I sat down, using my right fingers to hook the moonlight-esque braided cord. Placing it in the palm of my left hand. Even this simple action drained all my energy. It rested in my palm, small and radiating a faint glow, as if it wished to do something for me. A footstep approached, but I lacked the strength to look up. He stood before me, and all I could see were a pair of white brocaded boots. He crouched down, and I beheld his face. It was the high priest Yin Yang. He always radiated divine light, never displaying such desolation as he did now. His glass-like eyes had never revealed any emotional hue, yet now they shimmered with sadness that I naturally did not believe he felt sorrow upon seeing my wretched state. He merely saw the countless priests slaughtered by the demon clan reflected in my suffering. Ling Feng, I have come too late, the high priest said, patting my shoulder, that I longed to speak, but found myself utterly immobilized. Knowing I had perished, yet for some reason, I could still see him and feel his presence, that he picked up the moonlight, holding it tightly in his hand, lowering his head as he began to weep. He was the foremost figure in the divine realm, unmatched by anyone, and had always concealed his emotions. Yet now, witnessing the slaughter of his kin by demons, even he could not withstand the weight of despair. When he raised his head again, there was no trace of defeat upon his face. He gently closed my eyes with his hand, and I could no longer see him, only perceive a shadowy presence. This deceased priest was evidently the master of the moonlight mentioned by Song Yin. Then my consciousness was transported to an expansive ocean, where waves roared violently. The water was ink-black, crashing as if malevolent spirits threatened to swallow all who dared approach. I beheld the fabled demon lord Hu Shi, a towering figure clad in a long crimson robe adorned with blood-red patterns, his flowing black hair cascading to his waist. His crimson eyes exuded a bone-chilling, murderous intent. Were he to possess ordinary eyes, he would be an exceptionally handsome man, yet the sinister hue of his gaze and his pallid complexion rendered him terrifying. His lips, a vivid red, accentuated his ghastly visage, making him all the more forbidding. Behind him, a chaotic throng of demons danced wildly, none worthy of notice, an endless sea of malevolence that in stark contrast. Yin Yang's side was occupied by but a handful of individuals, most of whom bore injuries, their appearances lacking any semblance of vitality. Only one person stood out, brimming with divine energy, shielded by the others, exhibiting no signs of damage. Judging by his attire, he undoubtedly held a position of great esteem. Yet in this divine realm, the only figure whose status could rival that of the high priest would be the divine lord himself. Song Yin had claimed the current divine lord was a hypocrite, and during the soul probe of Gan Mo, I had indeed perceived that he was not a commendable character. The previous divine lord had not merely been defeated by him. Perhaps he had fallen into his cunning trap. Demon Lord Hu Shi, we are not strangers through conflict. Yin Yang declared that I shall repeat myself. I admire you greatly and am quite fond of you. I am willing to share this divine realm with you. Should you wish to become the divine lord, you need not worry about the suffering of the populace. I simply desire the disappearance of these useless beings in the divine realm. In a million years. Another divine realm shall emerge anew. and all shall return to its rightful state. Chapter 58. The Death of Xiao Tan. Ha 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 ha. Hu Shi threw his head back and laughed heartily. His mirth exaggerated to the point of clutching his belly, wiping away non-existent tears from the corners of his eyes. The old man's face turned a ghastly green. Yin Yang. Oh Yin Yang, is it this cowardly rabble that you risked your life to protect? Upon finishing his words, Hu Shi extended his hand, raising it halfway in the air, his fist clenched in an empty gesture. The elder who had spoken was instantly shattered, dissipating into a wisp of green smoke. Unable to even utter a cry for help, the gods were thrown into disarray. With one less in their ranks, they could barely maintain their formation. The demon clan behind, Hu Shi laughed mercilessly at the once proud gods. Their movements more exaggerated and their expressions lewd, relentlessly provoking the now precarious divine assembly, and no one among the gods dared to utter a word, nor did anyone attempt to flee. It would be a mere trifle for Hu Shi to extinguish their lives. Now, who will persuade the esteemed high priest to save your miserable lives? The gaze of Hu Shi swept across the terrified priests, who trembled in dread, fearing that they might be the next to be singled out by the demon lord Hu Shi. They all lowered their heads, shaking like chaff in the wind, huddling together like a flock of quails, desperately trying to diminish their presence. That Hu Shi coldly regarded the supposedly composed figure behind Yin Yang. What is this? Lord God, do you dare to hide like a turtle behind the high priest? The named deity feigned calmness, yet his frantic eyes betrayed him. He was afraid that Hu Shi found it amusing. Yin Yang, you must understand that I am the demon lord. Unlike your righteous divine clan, I am a rogue. You wish to engage me in a fair contest. Do you think I would acquiesce? Very well. Let me take a step back. I only require Fu Zhao's death. As for the others, their divine power shall be stripped and cast down to the mortal realm. What say you? Some priests, upon hearing Hu Shi's proposition, showed signs of wavering, glancing at the god Fu Xiao who was encircled by them. They received a fierce glare from Fu Xiao, silencing them. With their cultivation, they could not contend against Fu Xiao. If they were to confront him directly, being so close to him would mean immediate death. Priest Hu Shi, is your word trustworthy? If you kill Fu Xiao, we shall support the high priest as our new god, and you shall not trouble the entire divine clan. Priest B, Chongqing, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you dare to slay the god? The Chongqing priest pointed his sword at Fu Xiao, exuding a murderous aura. What is wrong with killing him? He has been god for millions of years. Do you not know the vile deeds he has committed? How can we jeopardize the entire foundation of our divine clan for such a god? Supporting the high priest will only make our clan's future stronger. This crisis we face today is merely a reflection of thoughts I have long harbored. The remaining three were somewhat swayed by his impassioned words, their protective stance wavering. They certainly did not believe that Chongqing's righteous rhetoric was in the interest of the divine populace. Their concern was solely for their own survival. The guardians of their realm, who ascended as god, bore little consequence for them, that if supporting the current god meant their demise, they would simply replace him. God Fu Xiao realized at this moment that he had become a pariah. The only reason these petty individuals did not join Chongqing in pointing their swords at him was that they were weighing the risks, afraid that he would dispose of them in an instant. His sole reliance now lay with Yin Yang. Yin Yang, the former god, had known him since their childhood as celestial companions. Yin Yang possessed unparalleled talent, yet he was somewhat indolent, having apprenticed under the mightiest high priest, who treated him like a beloved grandson, lavishing affection yet lacking in discipline. Thus, Fu Xiao and Yin Yang's contests often ended in a stalemate, with Fu Xiao occasionally managing to win a few bouts. The former god, being of lesser aptitude, had never bested him in their three-way contests. However, his kind-hearted nature made him more closely bonded with Yin Yang. That Fu Xiao understood that his own talent paled in comparison to Yin Yang's. He had merely managed to hold his ground through tireless effort. Winning was often due to Yin Yang being annoyed and choosing to forego the match, that if Yin Yang were to devote himself to rigorous training, Fu Xiao would no longer stand a chance against him. Upon learning of an opportunity to train in the supreme celestial realm, he felt a glimmer of hope that he diligently honed new sword techniques, believing that if he could best Yin Yang, he would secure this chance. However, Yin Yang did not participate in the contest for this opportunity. That Fu Xiao triumphed and, as desired, ascended to the supreme celestial realm. Yet he found no joy in this achievement. The opportunity he had long coveted was trivial to Yin Yang, and thus a seed of resentment began to take root in his heart. In this world, those who incite hatred need not necessarily commit evil deeds. Indeed, it could be that their unworthy actions stemmed from misguided goodwill, much like the bright moon hanging in the night sky, shining radiantly. Yet some would resent its brilliance, for it cast light upon their own masked facades. The Fu Xiao returned from the supreme celestial realm after over 100,000 years, only to hear that Yin Yang's master had passed into the cosmos 10,000 years prior. A sense of secret delight welled within him. Thus, even if Yin Yang were to possess extraordinary talent, he would undoubtedly fall short of Fu Xiao. At this moment, Fu Xiao felt a twinge of pity for Yin Yang and decided to visit his childhood friend. Arriving at the place where they often sparred, he found Yin Yang engaged in a duel with the former god. With a mere glance, Fu Xiao realized that he could never catch up to Yin Yang. Even the former god, whom he had once looked down upon, now surpassed him in cultivation. What on earth was happening? Intense jealousy morphed into vehement hatred. It was evident that after training for over 100,000 years in the supreme celestial realm, facing countless life and death situations, he had anticipated finally standing above Yin Yang, yet he now found himself at the very bottom. Yin Yang had always been more gifted than him. Had he possessed any secret manuals left by the old master, it would be understandable for him to surpass Fu Xiao, but what right did he have? Soon, Fu Xiao discovered the reason. The old master had left the Fu Long Ring to assist Yin Yang in his training, which contained a significant portion of the master's own cultivation, an abundance of energy, inexhaustible and inexhaustible, requiring no arduous effort to absorb as in the supreme celestial realm, nor the constant vigilance against external risks. Moreover, Yin Yang, though slightly less talented, was still considered gifted among the celestial youths of the divine realm. Their camaraderie allowed him to naturally harness the unique energy of the Fu Long Ring, swiftly surpassing Fu Xiao. Such fortune was coveted by many, yet those of lesser aptitude could not withstand the energy of the Fu Long Ring and thus relinquish their ambitions. When Fu Xiao first returned, some young priests advised him to train alongside Yin Yang. His aptitude was commendable, and having known Yin Yang since childhood, they believed it would be effortless. However, what appeared easy to others proved insurmountable for Fu Xiao. His pride prevented him from broaching the subject with Yin Yang. Yin Yang had always been indifferent towards him, but upon his return, he had transformed, exuding an air of cold detachment, shunning all company. The shame in Fu Xiao's heart rendered him incapable of speaking out, and when questioned by others, he feigned indifference. The gods praised his refusal to accept charity, often showering him with compliments. Thus, the bitterness in Fu Xiao's heart gradually subsided. Yet the obsession he harbored could only be temporarily set aside, never truly extinguished with the passage of time. It would only deepen, like a thorn embedded in his heart. The more he ignored it, the deeper it would embed itself. Millennia later, when the then god deemed that person suitable to succeed him, it shocked not only Fu Xiao, but all the gods of the divine realm. Yin Yang, wholeheartedly devoted to cultivation, had no interest in this. However, that individual was not the best candidate. To govern the divine realm, one needed not only virtue and cultivation but also cunning, the wisdom to command all beings. If the three realms remained tranquil, that person could indeed serve as God. Yet with the demon clan poised to strike and the dragon clan instigating border disturbances, the divine clan was beset with internal strife. While both strength and virtue were not lacking, the issue lay in his excessive benevolence, failing to command the trust of the divine priests. Chapter 59. The Evil Spirit of Black Mountain. However, the then god did not perceive this as a significant issue. The individual was simply too youthful. With experience, this flaw could certainly be rectified. When that person succeeded as god, he indeed made strides. Yet regrettably, in a confrontation with the demon clan, he fell in battle while protecting Fu Xiao. Yin Yang raised his gaze to the overcast skies above the divine palace and suddenly summoned the moonlight. The moonlight instantly illuminated the entire divine realm, momentarily disorienting Hu Xi in that fleeting moment. Yin Yang ignited his true essence, choosing to perish alongside him. The demon horde, now leaderless, saw the god fleeing with a few timid souls, leaving only the Chongqing priest to face millions of demons alone. With the high priest deceased, his faith crumbled. He fought valiantly, yet was ultimately overwhelmed, falling beneath the blades of the demon clan. Upon awakening, I felt as though my entire body had been mercilessly crushed. As I glanced around, yet nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Based on previous experiences, it was likely that the enigmatic shaman had once again visited me in a dream. Undoubtedly, his spirit had attached itself to the moonlit ambience surrounding me. That I turned my gaze towards the moonlight, but it appeared unchanged. Attempting to rise, I was besieged by excruciating pain, forcing me to relent. I reached for my phone on the pillow and dialed Fu Qingyue. When Fu Qingyue entered, he promptly placed a talisman upon me, and I immediately felt a significant alleviation of my discomfort. I sat up on the bed and recounted the events of my dream to him. He remained silent for a moment before expressing his uncertainty about the situation, yet assured me that this possession bore no ill effects. The reason for my bodily pain was attributed to my previous loss of blood. My body was unable to withstand the overwhelming divine power. I inquired about Song Yin, only for Fu Qingyue to inform me that he had declined to communicate. Our only recourse was to await another opportunity. Perhaps the shaman's divine power had indeed taken effect, for by lunchtime, I felt rejuvenated, brimming with energy. During lunch, Xiaoten finally descended the stairs and, upon seeing Fu Qingyue and me, appeared somewhat embarrassed. He selected some light, easily digestible food and brought it upstairs, resuming his role in attending to the esteemed young Master Jiyu at a tea dinner. Young Master Gu finally made his appearance, radiating an air of languor. His limbs seemed to lack strength, leaving him feeling utterly drained. After the meal, an unexpected guest arrived at the small building. Following Gu Yun's departure, the number of individuals loitering outside the research institute had diminished, compounded by the experiences of those who had been sent away. Thus, no one dared to linger. Security had relaxed its restrictions, confining patrols to the main building. To be candid, I was somewhat taken aback to find Jiang Qianyue at the door. A remarkably sturdy and well-built man, he was reputed to have trained in boxing for an extended period. Each time I heard his name, a pang of discomfort would strike me. This time, however, he seemed devoid of vitality. Appearing considerably thinner and somewhat haggard, his complexion poor, a far cry from my own pallor after losing blood. Upon entering, he sank into the couch, remaining silent for an extended period, avoiding eye contact, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. With his head bowed, he repeatedly fidgeted with his fingers, seemingly contemplating how to articulate his thoughts. Ji Yubing, I have a matter to discuss with you. He finally spoke. Ji Yubing nodded, encouraging him to continue. Jiang Qianyue proceeded. Last month, while on a business trip out of town, I was at a hotel discussing a potential collaboration. The deal was nearly finalized, and I thought little of it. However, upon my return, I began to frequently glimpse a shadow. Initially, I dismissed it as mere fatigue, but 3 days ago, it manifested directly before me. I had been drinking that day, feeling somewhat disoriented. The figure approached me, and "What did you do?" Gu Bing interjected, incredulity evident in his voice. "Were you so inebriated that you engaged with a complete stranger? It seems you may have encountered a spirit of some sort." Gu Bing displayed no signs of disdain, but rather a hint of exasperation. "That if you find it inconvenient, we can discuss the rest privately. This entity you encountered is likely not an ordinary seductress. It may be harnessing other powers. Regular seductresses sustain themselves by consuming human essence. Lacking significant capabilities, they typically pursue a gradual approach, never attempting to drain a person entirely at once, as they cannot sustain such an endeavor." Fu Qingyue interjected. "Indeed, not all are ordinary seductresses. They rely on their former appearances to entice, and their influence wanes against those with strong willpower, impervious to allure. However, this particular entity seems to have acquired additional powers, enabling it to masquerade as the embodiment of one's deepest desires, down to the minutest detail. Thus, escaping its grasp becomes nearly impossible. Given your entanglement over the past 3 days, it is inconceivable you could have extricated yourself without external assistance. Who aided you?" No wonder it was so difficult to broach the subject. Jiang Qianyue remarked, somewhat taken aback by Fu Qingyue's insight. "Previously, I encountered some troubles, and Gu Bing provided me with an exorcism talisman that I kept with me. I had felt a burning sensation throughout my body. And when the talisman emitted a golden glow, the entity revealed its true form, allowing me to escape." Xiao Tan, listening intently, erupted in anger, so it was only upon revealing its true form that you managed to flee? Had it not done so, would you have perished at the hands of the seductress? What sort of guise did it assume to ensnare you so thoroughly? Do you lack common sense? How dare you covet another's partner? Xiao Tan, you should return to your studies, Gu Bing interjected, attempting to redirect Xiao Tan's ire to "I refuse." Xiao Tan retorted, clearly incensed that he was well aware of Gu Bing's intent to dismiss him and recognized his own immaturity. Yet his anger was palpable. Gu Bing gently caressed his face. "Be good, listen." Feeling wounded, Xiao Tan pouted and stormed upstairs, each step laden with exaggerated force. Seemingly oblivious to the discomfort in his feet, that it was evident that Fu Qingyue possessed a deeper understanding of such entities. And with Gu Bing also being partially involved, I felt reassured to leave this matter in their capable hands while I tended to the irritable child upstairs. Jiang Qinyue's condition was dire. Summoning the seductress at this juncture could lead to disastrous consequences. Therefore, we resolved to allow him some time to recuperate before addressing the matter of the seductress. Lacking the means to return home and with no additional guest rooms available, I graciously offered him my quarters. Opting to share a space with Fu Qingyue, I instinctively ventured into the realm of dreams. Yet this time, the perspective felt peculiar, akin to surveillance footage. The setting was a rather ordinary establishment, displaying the time as 3:10 in the morning. Within, there were only 3 tables occupied. At the large table sat 5 individuals, 3 men and 2 women, all appearing to be in their 30s or 40s. Their voices were the loudest, nearly bordering on raucous, with the men exchanging crude remarks while the women either remained silent or offered muted laughter. They were clad in a riot of colors, making them easily distinguishable. The men included a lanky figure in green, a portly man in black, and another slender man sporting a red hat. The 2 women were dressed in a long red dress and a floral blouse, respectively. Closer to the back was a couple, seemingly nearing the end of their meal, engaged in light conversation. Near the entrance was a table of young women, likely students, identifiable by their attire. There were 3 of them, one with shoulder-length hair clad in a white t-shirt, another in a black long dress, and the third in a checkered shirt. The trio laughed and chatted animatedly, with the girl in white appearing to be the lively one, steering the conversation and eliciting hearty laughter from her companions. Initially, everything seemed harmonious. The man in green approached the bar, muttering something to the owner, his gaze occasionally darting towards the table of 3 girls, clearly harboring ulterior motives. Chapter 60. The Black Mountain Demon, the owner replied, though his words were inaudible, reminiscent of a disrupted signal. The man in green scoffed dismissively and made his way over to the table of girls that he boldly initiated a conversation. "Ladies, care for a drink?" The girls politely declined, stating they were about to leave. However, the man in green persisted, unrelenting, and brazenly reached out to touch the back of the girl in white. Reacting instinctively, she sprang to her feet, backing away. Yet, the man was undeterred and continued his inappropriate advances that in a moment of desperation, the girl in white delivered a resounding slap to his face. This action incited the green-clad man's fury, resulting in him retaliating with a forceful slap that sent her tumbling to the ground along with her chair. The girl in the checkered shirt rushed to help her. Observing this, the girl in the black dress seized a beer bottle from the table and hurled it at the green-clad man's head. The bottle shattered upon impact, catching the green man off guard and momentarily disorienting him. Seeing their comrade attacked, the other 2 men at the green man's table stood up. The hefty man in black, towering and imposing, yanked the hair of the girl in the black dress, delivering a brutal kick. After knocking her down, he grabbed a stool and brought it crashing down upon her. The wooden stool splintered into pieces. The couple nearby were startled as the girl attempted to assist the girl in the black dress, only to be restrained by her boyfriend, who whisked her away from the chaos. Panicking, she cried out, desperately kicking against her boyfriend's hold. Yet her petite frame proved insufficient to break free. He whispered reassurances in her ear as he carried her out, shielding her from the impending turmoil. Even when she bit him, drawing blood, he refused to release her. These men exhibited ruthless and seasoned tactics. It was evident they were affiliated with a gang. Such individuals were not to be trifled with. The girl in the checkered shirt was utterly terrified, as the girl in white was dragged to the doorway by a man in a red hat. Assaulted mercilessly, he struck her face with a shattered bottle and relentlessly kicked her head. The girl in the black dress was battered repeatedly by a hefty man clad in black. The girl in the checkered shirt, momentarily at a loss as to where to direct her attention, saw a man in green approaching. Observing that his companions had already engaged in the fray, he felt compelled to join in. Grabbing the collar of the girl in the checkered shirt, he unleashed a flurry of slaps. And in no time, blood trickled from her mouth. Outside the establishment, an increasing crowd gathered to witness the scene, while someone discreetly slipped away to call the police. This small shop was a mere 5-minute drive from the southwestern precinct of Haishan City. And once the authorities were alerted, they would arrive swiftly. Yet, no one dared to intervene against this group of thugs. Their violent methods were too fearsome, and merely watching was enough to instill dread. Those who recklessly approached would only invite their own demise. The man in black appeared to tire, while the girl in the black dress lay motionless on the ground, having lost her will to resist. She might even have perished. The man in black stood to the side, resting, as a woman in a red dress from their table handed him a tissue to wipe his hands, even tenderly dabbing the sweat from his forehead. The man in the red hat was in high spirits, but when a woman in a floral top passed by, he accidentally struck her. Instantly, he transformed from a menacing fiend into a considerate gentleman. Rushing to embrace and comfort the distressed woman at 4 o'clock in the morning, the police had yet to arrive at BY 4:15. The man in black received a phone call and immediately exchanged a few words with 2 other men. They ceased their assault and fled the scene at BY 4:20. The police finally arrived, but the assailants had long since vanished. The 3 girls lay barely conscious, the one in black having lost all awareness. The girl in white was covered in blood, her face marred by countless visible wounds, while the girl in the checkered shirt could barely stand, her visage rendered unrecognizable. They were loaded onto an ambulance. And the onlookers shook their heads in sorrow, their vision fading into a blur. This dream left me feeling oppressed and suffocated, for I knew it was rooted in reality. Yet, I remained perplexed as to how this incident connected to Jiang Qianyue. Could it be that one of these 3 girls had perished, becoming a vengeful spirit? But how would she seek out Jiang Qianyue? The scene shifted, revealing what appeared to be a hotel room. Inside, a man in black sat, his tall and stout figure oddly familiar. Though his back was turned to the camera, he bore a striking resemblance to the man in black from the previous dream. As the door swung open, 2 men entered, escorting a woman. These 2 men were unmistakably the green-clad man and the man in the red hat. They forcefully shoved the woman into a small iron cage, which was barely large enough for her to curl up inside. When she resisted, they electrified the cage, causing her to scream in agony. The man in black kicked the cage, warning her, "Don't push your luck. You will accept this job whether you like it or not." The woman sobbed, pleading, "Brother Chen, spare me. I've just had an abortion. This is my 5th time. I can't endure it anymore. I beg you." The man in black was indeed Brother Chen, and he showed no mercy to her pleas, instead shocking her with the electric baton until she screamed uncontrollably. The green-clad man found amusement in her cries, exclaiming, "Ha ha, Brother Chen, listen. Her screams sound just like my dog." The 3 of them laughed derisively, continuing to torment her with electric shocks. After a while, the man in black grew bored, barking, "Hey, you wretched creature. How about you imitate a dog? If you do it well, I might consider your plea." The woman merely wept, unsure of how to respond. The green-clad man, dissatisfied with her lack of compliance, shouted, "Will you bark or not? If not, I'll slice off your ears." Terrified by the threat, she hastily complied, barking like a dog. "Not like that," the green-clad man scoffed. "You need to kneel to do it right." Humiliated, she knelt down and followed their orders. Yet no matter how she tried, the green-clad man deemed it inadequate. "Your voice is too low, not right. It doesn't sound like a female dog. How can you cry while you bark? That is not right." Each time he dismissed her efforts, the man in black would shock her, while the red-hatted man merely watched. Before these beasts, the woman's dignity as a human was trampled upon, subjected to utter humiliation. The most terrifying aspect of this world was not the demons, but rather these beasts clad in human skin. A wave of nausea washed over me. The scene shifted once more to a storefront. Unsurprisingly, it featured the same trio of villains, who were now vandalizing a noodle shop. The proprietors were an elderly couple, already battered and bruised. This establishment has been passed down through generations. It has a history of over 100 years. We will never relinquish it, unless I am dead. The shopkeeper, with graying hair and a frail physique, embraced his trembling wife, attempting to shield her and protect the family business that had sustained 3 generations. Only willing to concede in death, are we? Very well, old fool, I shall oblige. At the command of the man in black, the other 2 retrieved 2 barrels of gasoline from their vehicle and doused the elderly couple in the interior of the shop. The old woman, horrified, broke free from her husband and attempted to flee, only to be kicked back by the green-clad man. They barricaded the entrance and sealed the windows, leaving only a small takeout window. The man in black tossed a lit lighter through the window. The flames rapidly engulfed the small shop, and the unfortunate elderly couple writhed in agony amidst the inferno, crying out for help as they pounded on the door. The door rattled loudly from their desperate attempts, yet there was no sign of it opening. Thick smoke billowed, and the crackling fire drowned out the elderly couple's cries for mercy that he merely gazed at me, his eyes appearing gentle, yet I felt a chill run down my spine. Surely, this couldn't be what I feared. I fumbled to touch my neck, the familiar sensation of Yu Zhao providing me some comfort. Fu Qingyue smiled, though there was an unsettling quality to his grin. He crossed his arms and simply laughed, not drawing nearer. Moments ago, I had been drenched in sweat, yet now, the perspiration turned icy, trickling down my neck and back, causing me to shudder involuntarily. Fu Qingyue's smile grew even more eerie, revealing nearly all of his teeth. Since the presence of Yu Zhao, I had rarely felt such fear. Yet it was evident that this entity remained wary of Yu Zhao's influence over me. Otherwise, it would not merely stand there grinning at me. That it was tormenting me psychologically, perhaps waiting for my inevitable breakdown. For the first time, I felt the oppressive weight of the possibility that I might be killed in my dreams. When one begins to harbor fear towards those they trust most, no matter how trivial that fear may be, it expands infinitely. Chasing wind. Wake up. Hurry and awaken. Was someone calling me? My head throbbed painfully, but I vaguely recognized the voice as Fu Qingyue's. Suddenly, he leaned closer. I screamed, jolting awake. As I regained my composure, catching sight of Fu Qingyue's face made me scream even louder. He grasped my shoulders firmly, trying to steady me. Calm down. You're awake now. Look closely at who I am. Seeing clearly only heightened my panic. My fear had reached its zenith. I pushed him away and flung open the door, only to be startled once more. Holy hell! A ghost! Jiang Qinyue stood at the door, his face as pale as a sheet, with deep dark circles under his eyes, nearly causing my soul to leave my body. He had likely awakened from my screams, and upon opening the door, he was equally startled. Naturally, I was horrified by his ghostly appearance, offended by being called a ghost. Jiang Qinyue retorted, "What else with all the shouting early in the morning? Are you even a man?" His reprimand jolted me back to reality. That moment, Fu Qingyue emerged from the room, his demeanor as calm as usual. That I glanced between the two, struggling to grasp the reality of the situation. As I ascended the stairs, repeatedly looking back at them, that I hastily knocked on Gu Mu's door. "Who is it?" A voice from within clearly conveyed annoyance. After a moment, Xiaotan opened the door, still groggy from sleep, his eyes slightly puffy and dazed. "What do you want?" It's only 6 o'clock. That I reached out to touch Xiaotan, finally feeling a sense of reality, but he disdainfully swatted my hand away. "What are you doing touching me?" "I only like Xiao Mu." Feeling a sense of relief wash over me, I realized my actions had been somewhat inappropriate, so I could only apologize. "I'm sorry." "Brother, I'll explain later, but could you please wake Professor Gu?" Xiaotan was still somewhat irked, resembling a wronged young bride, and he replied sternly, "Wait. You'd better explain yourself clearly later." However, I do not perceive it as menacing. On the contrary, I find it somewhat endearing, and the tension in my heart has eased. After a considerable period, young Master Gu finally rose from his seat, leaving 5 of us in the living room in an atmosphere of profound awkwardness. Once I recounted the events of my dream in meticulous detail, Xiaochen regarded me with a look of intense disdain. Though it seemed his anger had somewhat diminished, the Fu Qingyue pondered for a moment. It seems I underestimated this seductive spirit. It possesses not only the power of disguise, but also the support of an unseen ally. It had managed to breach the defenses of Yu Zhao and directly infiltrate the realm of dreams. The reason for its formidable strength lies in the amalgamation of several malevolent spirits. Although each is only practiced for a brief period, when united, their power multiplies exponentially. I found it astonishing that the visage of that spirit was indeed a composite of faces. What circumstances could have led to such an aggregation of evil spirits? Under the current situation, this malevolent entity could even masquerade as any one of us that IT must be resolved swiftly. Yet these spirits, or rather these spirits of malice, were pitiable souls in life. They had no outlet for their grievances while alive, and in death, their power was insufficient, forcing them to resort to such insidious methods. Though they are vile, they are not beyond redemption. I was uncertain how Fu Qingyue and Gu Jian would choose to handle these malevolent spirits. He was present here, and Gu Jian glanced around. Realizing that their restraint from attacking us was merely due to our collective presence, Jiang Qianyue could no longer remain seated. Grievances have their origins, and debts their masters that I end their quest for vengeance. They ensnare the innocent. How is this any different from the tyranny of these bullies? While I sympathize with the tragic fates of these spirits in life and understood their unavoidable hardships, I also recognize that, for the victim Jiang Qianyue, the actions of these malevolent entities were equally despicable. They are pitiable, they are innocent, but this does not justify their indiscriminate slaughter. Ji Jian stood up, raised his right hand above his head, and snapped his fingers. Instantly, the entire living room was engulfed in darkness, and in a nearby corner, that malevolent spirit stood before us. That IT resembled exactly what I had seen in my dream, exuding a dense aura of darkness. It glared at us with fury, particularly directed towards me. If looks could kill, I would have perished. Of course, its hatred for me was not unfounded. First, I had interrupted its attempt to siphon Jiang Qianyue's essence, and later, it had attempted to possess me, only to be thwarted by Yu Zhao. Indeed, it had every reason to despise me. Though I had initially been terrified of these entities, their actual presence invoked a sense of pity within me. Perhaps because we shared a commonality in our frailty, that I am all too familiar with the feeling of being powerless to resist, devoid of the strength to protect, suffocating and despairing, that I wished to assist them. I rose and approached it. Hatred has blinded your eyes. Do you not realize that once you taint your hands with the blood of the innocent, your souls will be irretrievably damned, and there will be no turning back? The malevolent spirit widened its eyes, straining to speak, but unable to produce a sound. Its mouth gaped open, hollow, devoid of a tongue. Someone had rendered them incapable of speech. It extended its emaciated hand, and I instinctively grasped it. I heard it say, "Help us." They numbered over a dozen, hailing from various walks of life, yet all had met their demise, or indirectly perished, at the hands of Chen Jian's and his accomplices. Besides those I encountered in my dream, many ordinary citizens had long suffered under the oppression of Chen Jian's and others. They yearned to employ just means to punish the wicked, but every attempt had met with failure. Among them was a restaurant owner who sought to present a video documenting the brutal beating of a girl to death by these thugs to the southwestern division of Heishan City, only to be met with the grim reality that his effort did not lead to the imprisonment of these demons, but instead brought upon him a death sentence. Chapter 62. The malevolent spirits of Heishan having learned a harsh lesson. A woman from the hotel narrowly escaped death, determined to take her recorded evidence directly to the authorities. Surely, these lawless fiends could not have allies at the central level. She tread carefully, refraining from lingering along the way. Yet her vehicle was ultimately overturned by a massive dump truck mid-journey. The car rolled several times, and she felt death brush past her on multiple occasions. Several individuals emerged from the vehicle, dragging her, barely clinging to life, from the wreckage into the middle of the road. Then they drove the dump truck back and forth over her, reducing her to a pulpy mass. The third individual was a journalist, who was evidently more cautious. That he aimed to harness the power of public opinion to draw attention from the authorities. Anonymously, he created numerous accounts with no visible addresses, exposing these notorious, nefarious scoundrels one by one. Yet his posts sank without a trace, generating not a ripple of reaction. The influence of the Heishan underworld was unfathomably vast, akin to a monstrous beast, devouring anyone who dared to oppose it. The power of the individual paled in comparison to its might. Before long, this journalist was located by them. They severed his fingers, tore out his tongue, and left him to suffer a slow death in an abandoned warehouse. That in death, they united, yearning to retaliate against these villains. However, their power remained woefully insufficient. They helplessly witnessed their family, friends, and loved ones fall victim to the intimidation and violation of the underworld, yet were powerless to intervene at this juncture. A man clad in a black baseball jacket approached them. He claimed to be there to assist them, requiring no recompense, for he harbored an even greater desire for the demise of these bullies. Initially, they were skeptical, with only two brave souls agreeing to his proposal. Their hatred for these demons was overwhelming. They watched as the man in the black baseball jacket tore apart the souls of two individuals and reassembled them. The newly formed malevolent spirits instantly gained immense strength, capable of crushing a metal safe with a single blow. However, when the spirit attempted to strike a wall, it yielded no response. The man explained that a life of an ordinary person was required as a catalyst. Otherwise, the power could only be utilized once. They hesitated, as they sought vengeance without wishing to harm the innocent. The man found their reluctance laughable. What is the life of an innocent person worth? If you do not make a decision, someone innocent may perish every day. This opportunity is singular. If you decline, then so be it. You may as well await reunion with your loved ones in the afterlife. They could no longer afford to hesitate. The desire to keep their loved ones alive outweighed their meager sense of conscience, sacrificing one innocent soul to save countless others. This calculation has been made throughout history. Yet no matter how it is weighed, it remains wrong. Ultimately, they acquiesced to the man in the baseball jacket's proposal, becoming what they are today. Because upon taking form, their first encounter with someone linked to these scoundrels was Jiang Qianyue. They chose him as their target. After hearing my retelling, Jiang Qianyue was no longer as volatile. He stood, gazing at the seductive spirit before him, his expression devoid of anger or fear, stating, "What you cannot achieve, I shall undertake." All four of us, along with the spirit, turned our attention to him. "Buddy, are you not speaking a bit prematurely? You, a small-time entrepreneur whose career has just begun, albeit a wealthy second generation, have fallen out with your family. How do you intend to contend with the entirety of Heishan's underworld? Once you provoke them, you may very well find yourself eliminated on your way back to be city seeking refuge with your family." Jiang Qianyue, unhurried and composed, replied, "A few days ago, when I secured this project, my father told me that as long as I returned, the entire Jiang family would be mine, that I have been away for too long. It is time to go back. Alone, I may not stir great waves, but the Jiang family, kin to a prodigal son returning home, is invaluable. After 10 years, this fellow has finally seen through it all." Jiang Qianyue's expression did not reflect the nonchalance of his words. He was in turmoil, conflicted. Yet he compelled himself to let go of a 10-year-long affection, a burden he had carried for far too long. Perhaps the moment Xiaoqin returned, he had already harbored such a decision, but it was only through this incident that he resolved to ACT da Jiu Jian, "I no longer wish to love you." Having uttered these words, Jiang Qianyue departed. The IT was not that he no longer loved her, but rather that he no longer wished to love her. Whether he had come to terms with reality and relinquished his feelings, or felt unworthy of loving Gu Jian in light of these events, I could not ascertain. Within less than a week of Jiang Qianyue's return to B City, major media outlets clamored to report on the heinous actions of the Heishan underworld, with various influencers on social media platforms fervently voicing their opinions. Following the revelations from official media, those who had long suffered under the yoke of the underworld could no longer contain themselves. They began to file real-name reports against Chen Jian's and his violent criminal acts, some even revealing recordings and videos they had hidden for over a decade. If I remain silent today, I may be the one facing oppression tomorrow. We must resolutely resist these evil forces. Let these scoundrels be expelled from our society. She wore no revealing attire, merely a simple white t-shirt, yet the demons still extended their claws toward her. What has become of our society? What is happening? What kind of respectable family allows their daughter to venture out for a midnight meal? The insidious forces of society are inescapable. We must do our utmost to safeguard ourselves and avoid unnecessary peril. It is the height of folly to place our safety in the hands of human decency. Today, this group of fiends has been brought to justice, yet others will inevitably surface in the future. How terrifying! I had initially intended to visit Heishan City, but now even the police force is tainted by corruption. How alarming! Our guardians have become the very protectors of darkness. Must we now live in perpetual fear? Who can we trust? Trust whom? Wherever there are people, there are bound to be wrongdoers. That I have faith that the state will not turn a blind eye to such chaos. That I have lived in my city for 40 years. And in my youth I encountered the underworld, but such encounters have become rare. Our nation is gradually improving. We must believe in it. Chun Jianji and his associates, along with their hidden protectors, have been completely apprehended. The government will not tolerate any infringement upon the safety of its citizens. It will strike ruthlessly against malevolent forces and will show no mercy to the termites that lurk among the public servants. Disregarding party discipline. This extensive campaign against organized crime has persisted for 6 months. Not only in Heishan City, but other cities have also begun to take serious measures against these malevolent forces. The flickering flame of hope has finally illuminated the skies over Heishan, dispelling the shadows in the hearts of the victims. That as the events in Heishan gradually calm, the individual who aided the temptress remains elusive. The soul of the temptress has been shattered, rendering her secrets and past inaccessible to us. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that the person she described bears a certain familiarity. The fragmented soul. The patchwork, the black baseball jacket. Could it be? I sense I am edging closer to the truth. Dai Li and her group have meticulously plotted against Gunan, but are left without a backup plan. Not due to oversight, but rather because Gunan must have done something with the returned fragments of the soul, compelling them to prioritize resolving that matter over confronting us. That I shared my thoughts with Fu Qingyue, who also suspects a connection between this incident and Dai Li's faction. Those with heavy malevolent energy are often those who have taken lives in their past. The more lives claimed, the heavier the malevolent energy. In times of peace, even the most frontline soldiers engaged in perilous duties likely have taken fewer lives than these criminal elements. Most of them lack moral integrity, and posthumously, they are easily swayed by desire, making them a prime choice for malevolence. However, they do not become the optimal choice because these ruffians are often met with righteous judgment. After facing justice or punishment, many evildoers may feel fear or remorse, which diminishes or even eradicates their malevolent energy after death. Of course, there are a few peculiar individuals who not only refuse to acknowledge their wrongdoings, but also disdain judgment and punishment. These are their preferred candidates. Hence, the man in the baseball jacket gathers malevolent spirits, combating evil with evil, ensuring that the souls they acquire are bound to be vicious and filled with malevolent energy. Having stirred the pot, they will not take this lightly. They may even vent their anger on Jiang Qianyue. However, the Jiang family in the capital is not to be trifled with. They will not provoke them lightly at this time. This fellow is quite cunning, leaving no trace behind. It seems we can only bide our time and wait for them to come to us. The National Day holiday is approaching, and our department is about to enjoy an extended break. Fu Qingyue is uncharacteristically planning to return to his hometown. Although he did not explicitly invite me, his intention is clear. He is merely SHY your hometown remote. Should I bring along more daily necessities? I asked. Fu Qingyue, seeing me pack, appeared somewhat speechless yet resigned. Bring whatever you like, but the village is a bit far from the town, and transportation is not very convenient. That if you don't want to go, just stay behind. With Gunan around, they wouldn't dare to touch you. How can that be? It's a rare opportunity to go out and have some fun. I cannot let it slip by. I observed that Fu Qingyue had only packed a few simple toiletries and a change of clothes, as it was just for a few days. Men can manage with less. Thus, I followed suit and packed a small travel bag. We took a bus to the local town, a journey of 4 hours, and then waited over an hour to rent an electric convertible tricycle. Quite the stylish ride. It felt somewhat like flying on a sword, albeit low enough to kick up dust that coated my face. The road was thick with sand, uneven, and before long, my backside felt numb from the jolting. By the time we reached the village, it was already evening. That I felt utterly exhausted, my legs shaky and unsteady. Thankfully, I hadn't brought too much luggage. The village was picturesque with a sizable clear water lake, and the air was fragrant with the scent of earth and grass. A hint of sweetness lingering. The paths were dirt roads, well-trodden and relatively even, and the abundance of trees and flowers kept the dust at bay. As we approached a fork in the road, an elder waved us over. He was the village chief of Yushi Village, a good friend of Fu Qingyue's grandfather, who often looked after the duo. That he invited us to stay at his home. assuring us it was ready. Fu Qingyue initially declined, but the chief was not upset. He merely remarked that the old house had fallen into disrepair, and despite the autumn chill, mosquitoes were still abundant. They couldn't allow outsiders to witness the village's shortcomings. The chief's home was a clean and spacious two-story building with a decent yard. This village boasted several such buildings. Even the least impressive were large tile roof houses, indicating a prosperous development. Encountering such impressive structures in other villages was rare, often only finding mud huts. Moreover, the presence of many young people here is a rarity in rural areas across the nation. Upon entering, the aroma of cooking filled the air. We hadn't eaten all day, and the bread we nibbled on during our journey had long since been digested. The food in the village was surprisingly fragrant, not from artificial seasonings, but from the essence of the ingredients, a flavor unique to rural settings. Even if the same dishes were served at a city table, the taste would differ, that a large spread awaited us, making my mouth water. The chief's wife was overjoyed to see us and hurriedly invited us to sit down. She gazed at Fu Qingyue with tearful eyes, as if looking at her own child. Fu Qingyue comforted her, and she, feeling somewhat embarrassed, wiped her eyes and called for dinner to be served. The food tasted extraordinary. I nearly swallowed my tongue in delight that Fu Qingyue's eating speed was noticeably faster than usual. The village chief, named Fu Shisan, was a senior relative of Fu Qingyue, while his wife was called Zhang Yuemei. They had a son studying at a university in another city, who could not return for the holiday, as his internship company would not release him. I couldn't help but envy him for having such a good employer. This family exuded warmth. Zhang Yuemei was gentle and virtuous, and Fu Shisan was upright and just, creating a cozy atmosphere that enveloped me in warmth. Zhang Yuemei watched us devour our meal with a smile, ladling us soup while cautioning us to eat slowly. Xiao Yu, you used to love coming to my house for meals when you were little. Xiao Yu? Who is that? I was taken aback by this unexpected nickname and glanced at Fu Qingyue, who remained unfazed. Fu Shisan chuckled lightly, then chided his wife. The child is all grown up. Let us not use that childhood name anymore. Zhang Yuemei wore an awkward expression on her face, repeatedly apologizing, explaining that she was simply overwhelmed with joy, since the esteemed individual bore no resentment. I felt that there was indeed no harm in it. The use of a nickname is endearing. Only those close to one would affectionately use such terms for a child. After finishing our meal, I gently caressed my pleasantly rounded belly, overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of contentment. The village chief, having shed his earlier calm demeanor, entered our room with a grave expression that he initially intended to speak with Fu Qingyue privately, but upon learning that I was there to assist, he no longer felt the need to exclude me. Chapter 64. Chongqing Temple. Ayushi Village, under the protection of Chongqing Temple, has always enjoyed a harmonious and prosperous atmosphere. This region is renowned for its abundant and high-quality jade, which has historically enriched many through the jade trade. While some chose to relocate to the city after achieving wealth, many decided to remain. However, extensive mining has led to a depletion of valuable jade, prompting the village chief to encourage the community to take up carving as a historically significant jade-producing area. The craftsmanship here is unparalleled elsewhere. Naturally, jade with high artistic value commands a steep price, enticing an increasing number of young individuals to inherit this craft. With their agile minds, the youth prefer to translate their ideas into practice, transforming the traditional method of passing down skills from family to family into a systematic and organized form of classroom instruction, thus attracting more participants. They consult seasoned artisans, delve into ancient texts, and meticulously document techniques on the verge of being lost to time. What began as a flourishing scene has since deteriorated following the inexplicable collapse of Chongqing Temple, plunging the village back into turmoil. Several elderly artisans perished overnight, scattering in fear, which terrified the young learners who fled in panic, never to return. The village chief organized the reconstruction of the temple, ensuring it was once again a place of worship. Yet after the passing of Fu Qingyue's grandfather, Fu Jiuling, no one remained to inherit his legacy. Without a temple master, the structure stands as nothing more than an empty shell. Although it may be merely a husk, the village's progress remains stagnant. However, since the temple's restoration, no peculiar incidents have transpired. The village chief has since directed the community's efforts towards other enterprises. While they earn less than before, they managed to avoid dire straits. After Fu Shisan became the village chief, He continued to regularly clean the temple, which the villagers now regard merely as a tourist attraction. In their leisure, villagers often stroll here, and the children, drawn by the novelty of the temple, frequently climb the mountains to play. However, a recent event shattered the village's tranquility, and on that day, Fu Shisan went to the town for supplies and returned to find the temple entrance crowded with people. Upon inquiry, he learned that someone had died inside, presumably Wang Wu's wife and child. That Fu Shisan attempted to enter, but was restrained by the villagers, who claimed that Wang Wu had just gone inside and had let out a horrific scream before vanishing. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Fu Shisan refrained from contacting the authorities, knowing that they would likely be unable to resolve the matter. According to the villagers, Wang Wu's wife had entered the main hall searching for her child. And after a scream, silence ensued. The same was true for Wang Wu's the village chief. Fu Shisan steeled himself and ventured a few steps inside, stopping short of entering the main hall. Just those few steps were enough to terrify the villagers at the entrance. They anxiously questioned him with each step he took. Upon halting about 5 meters from the main hall, he observed a thick black mist enveloping the interior. Throwing in a torch revealed no light. The mist was sinister, seemingly luring individuals closer, ready to devour them the moment they approached. Fu Shisan dared not linger and quickly retreated. Upon exiting, he dispersed the gathered villagers and appointed 2 robust men to guard the entrance, preventing any unwitting intruders. This couldn't continue. Whatever resided within the temple would not remain hidden forever. Should it emerge to cause harm, the blame would rest squarely on Fu Shisan as village chief. Apart from Fu Qinyue, he was at a loss for whom else to turn to. Even without formal rituals, Fu Qinyue could at least be considered the 1,836th temple master of Changqing Temple, possessing knowledge beyond that of ordinary villagers, perhaps offering a solution that Fu Shisan repeatedly cautioned Fu Qinyue to cease if matters became unmanageable, promising to seek the assistance of other masters, that he urged her not to act recklessly. Yet I sensed that he had likely already consulted other masters. But there are simply too many charlatans. Had he not been desperate, he would hardly wish for Fu Qinyue to take such risks. After resting for a night, we arrived at Changqing Temple early the next morning. The temple is perched atop a small peak, and when we arrived, 2 men were in the midst of a handover. Upon seeing us, they greeted us warmly, assuring us that nothing significant had occurred in the temple the previous night. They mentioned that there had been some indistinct voices during the latter half of the night, but they could not discern any specifics. Perhaps merely the sound of wind rustling through the leaves. That Fu Shisan expressed his gratitude for their efforts, to which the 2 men humbly replied that it was nothing. Fu Qinyue instructed the village chief to wait at the entrance while we proceeded towards the main hall. As I took a few steps forward, I sensed a palpable resistance growing stronger with each step. And when I was around 5 meters away, I could hardly move my feet. Fu Qinyue glanced back at me, extending her hand, which I grasped as she pulled me forward. I nearly stumbled into her embrace. Suddenly, the resistance I felt dissipated, and as I prepared to release her hand, she shook her head, indicating that it was not advisable. Upon stepping inside, the black mist initially surged forth aggressively, assaulting my senses before retreating in fear, quickly distancing itself from us. This eerily familiar sensation was quite unsettling. Once the mist cleared, a foul stench assaulted my senses. Lying on the ground were the bodies of Wang Wu's family, already decomposed, with wriggling maggots visible in their eye sockets, both white and black. Wang Wu's corpse showed relatively less decay, his expression frozen in terror, devoid of any visible wounds, as if he had been frightfully scared to death. A robust man, he clutched a scythe, which was sharpened to a lethal edge, suggesting he had come prepared. However, the entities within the temple were neither human nor ferocious beasts. Weapons were of no use against them. We ventured deeper, and despite the main hall's exterior appearing modest in size, it felt as though we were traversing an endless abyss. At last, Fu Qinyue and I arrived at a less cavernous area. Here, the ground had been excavated, and judging by the freshness of the soil, this had likely occurred only a few days prior. Within the dug pit lay a stone coffin, its lid ajar, from which the ominous black mist emanated. Inside the coffin rested a desiccated corpse, so withered that its features were unrecognizable. Dressed in the garb of a Taoist priest, the figure held a whisk in its hand, and its attire appeared disheveled. As if it had been rummaged through, Fu Qinyue examined the coffin's interior. The accompanying items had been removed. Typically, a Taoist buried with their remains would include personal talismans to prevent vengeful spirits from seeking retribution in the afterlife. A single whisk was evidently insufficient. At the very least, a peachwood sword, some talisman papers, and various other implements were necessary to be why the attire of this Taoist. It was evident that he must have been a former master of Chongqing Temple. Possessing considerable cultivation. Chapter 65. Chongqing Temple Tu Fu Qinyue inspected the corpse once more, prying open its mouth to examine the teeth. From the age of the teeth, it was clear that this temple master had exceeded 300 years. And according to the records of Chongqing Temple, only the founder, Lien Chongqing, matched this criterion. His origins remain a mystery. Prior to establishing the temple, he was likely a wandering practitioner. Initially, Chongqing Temple had but one inhabitant, himself, residing in a simple thatched hut atop the mountain. The villagers regarded him merely as a drifter, ignoring him completely, and no one came to the temple to offer incense. Lien Chongqing, in turn, did not engage with the villagers, occasionally descending the mountain merely to wander, never soliciting food from them, distinguishing himself from other fraudulent Taoists. This peculiar behavior piqued the villagers' curiosity. Decades later, the villagers found it even more perplexing. Why had this old Taoist not aged at all? It has always been this way. Not only has he not aged, but he also appears vibrant and robust. 1 year, the village chief attempted to invite him down from the mountain to perform a ritual for his ailing grandson. He agreed without mentioning any form of remuneration. Lien Chongqing merely recited a spell and burned a talisman for the child to consume. The village chief, initially harboring little hope and considering it a last-ditch effort, had previously sought the assistance of many masters, all following a similar process. Yet to no avail, that as he watched his grandson grow weaker by the day, now devoid of consciousness, the entire family was engulfed in anxiety. Yet they felt utterly powerless. Resolutely, the village chief decided to give this peculiar old Taoist another chance. After completing the ritual, Lien Chongqing turned to leave without demanding any fee, merely instructing that if the child recovered the following day, the family should visit the temple to burn incense in gratitude. Despite the slim chances of success, the fact that the old Taoist required no payment led the family to conclude that there was little to lose. The next morning, the child awoke, declaring his hunger, and after eating, expressed a desire to take a walk. This delighted the village chief, who hurriedly gathered a substantial reward and led his family up the mountain to express their gratitude. However, Lien Chongqing refused monetary offerings, only requesting that they burn incense in thanksgiving. The family felt as though they had encountered a divine savior and expressed their profound gratitude to Lien Chongqing. From that day forth, the village chief ascended the mountain daily to burn incense and assist in maintaining the temple. The temple master did not decline his help, and thus this tradition has been passed down through generations. News of this event spread throughout the village. Initially, some doubted whether Lien Chongqing was a transformed demon, but after several incidents, skepticism dissipated. They began to revere him as a deity. The incense offerings at Chongqing Temple flourished. Yet Lien Chongqing accepted no remuneration from either the affluent or the impoverished. The amount of incense offered was left to the donor's intentions. Even if they offered nothing, the temple had provisions available, and it sufficed for the devotees to burn 3 sticks of incense and bow in reverence. The common folk held this immortal being in immense gratitude and admiration. Wealthy patrons wished to construct a more spacious and grander Chongqing Temple, but their requests were denied by the temple master. Consequently, they could only strive to enhance the temple on its modest mountain peak. That as the fame of Chongqing Temple grew, many came seeking it. Yet Lien Chongqing steadfastly refused to take on disciples. All mundane tasks within the temple were willingly carried out by the villagers under the village chief's direction. That it was not until a century later that a young Taoist named Xiao Mingxing arrived at Chongqing Temple. It is said that despite his youth, he had achieved remarkable cultivation and received Lien Chongqing's true teachings shortly before the latter's ascension. Thereafter, Chongqing Temple continued to thrive, its lineage unbroken. However, due to the ravages of modern warfare, the temple suffered destruction on several occasions, resulting in a significant loss of personnel. After numerous trials, by the time of Fu Qinyue's grandfather, Fu Jiuling, only a handful remained. Following Fu Jiuling's death, the temple became deserted. The records document little more than this. However, in truth, Lien Chongqing did not ascend to immortality. He was buried, which contradicts the recorded accounts. Whether there lies a conspiracy within remains uncertain. Fu Qingyue placed my hand on his shoulder, both of us supporting one end of the coffin, presumably intending to lift it. Although I had witnessed him raise a stone coffin before, I still felt a surge of trepidation. How could he possess such strength? It was not something a mere mortal should be capable of. His arms tensed, and with a crack, the stone coffin was raised. He rotated the coffin 180 degrees. And a foul stench rushed forth. Beneath the coffin was an entrance resembling a well. Once the coffin was moved, the black mist dissipated entirely, and our surroundings became clear that we found ourselves still within the main hall. Albeit behind the ranks of offerings, Fu Qingyue bent down to peer inside, and in a moment of distraction, I lost my grip, yet it was of no consequence. Clearly, the black mist that had previously obstructed my view was now gone, leaving no barriers in my way. The interior was shrouded in darkness, and Fu Qingyue searched the temple for a source of light before he jumped down. The well was not particularly deep, and with determination, I followed him, landing on uneven ground that nearly caused me to twist my ankle that I trailed behind him, the underground passage damp and cold, reeking of decay. As we walked, a large rat darted out, its eyes glowing red, and its size comparable to a small dog. It emitted a series of squeaks, and upon seeing us, it showed no fear, instead appearing to guide us. That we followed it to an entrance, where it suddenly vanished. Fu Qingyue stepped in and stood still, as if frozen in place. That I squeezed past him and was startled. The chamber was vast, housing no fewer than 100 corpses, neatly arranged. Each wore the robes of Chongqing Temple, with a dust whisk in their left hand and a sword in their right. Were it not for their desiccated forms, they could easily be mistaken for the living. Fu Qingyue wore a look of shock, lingering for a moment before he began to walk among the corpses, inspecting them row by row, seemingly searching for something. That I refrained from interrupting him as he meticulously examined each one. Tirelessly, after a considerable time, he finally reached the last row. The third-to-last position was conspicuously empty, while the final corpse wore a simple tang suit instead of a robe. His face had not shriveled excessively, allowing me to discern his features from life. Fu Qingyue paused at the last Taoist, an ordinary old man, perhaps in his 60s or 70s, lacking any indication of profound cultivation, rather than scrutinizing him as he had with the others. Fu Qingyue simply gazed at him, tears streaming from his eyes. That he seldom revealed such vulnerability, that I surmised that this man was likely Fu Qingyue's grandfather. Chapter 66. Chongqing Temple 3. The 107 dry corpses likely belonged to the successive masters of Chongqing Temple. Yet, the reason for the empty third-to-last position remained a mystery. That a thought struck me, and I contemplated asking Fu Qingyue, but before I could, the last corpse suddenly stirred. Its eyes shot open, appearing somewhat sunken and eerie, and it reached out to grasp Fu Qingyue by the throat, applying such force that Fu Qingyue's face turned crimson. Yet he did not resist. With his terrifying strength, breaking free from that corpse's grip would have been an easy task. I hurried forward, attempting to pry the corpse's hand away, only to find it as unyielding as iron. However, my intervention drew the corpse's attention to me, and it released Fu Qingyue, lunging toward me. I quickly dodged, narrowly avoiding its grasp. Its speed was astounding, and after several evasive maneuvers, I grabbed a wooden sword from one of the corpses to defend myself. Yet it showed no fear of the peach with sword's power. After all, it had wielded one in life. Fortunately, Fu Qingyue regained his composure just in time. He placed a yellow talisman on the corpse's forehead, rendering it immobile. Though he had faltered moments ago, he ultimately saved me in a critical moment. Fu Qingyue hoisted Fu Jiuling's corpse onto his back and began moving toward the exit. That I was uncertain of his intentions, but felt compelled to follow. Upon exiting the cavern, he burned dozens of talismans and tossed them inside, igniting a fire that blazed within the confines of the cave while remaining contained. That we reached the entrance, where the village chief, Fu Shisan, and the gatekeeper were startled to see Fu Qingyue carrying a corpse. Fu Qingyue informed them that the malevolent spirits within the temple had been dealt with, and normalcy would return in 3 days. That as Fu Qingyue attempted to leave with the corpse, Fu Shisan stopped him, concern evident in his eyes. Qingyue, your grandfather is gone. Let him rest. Fu Qingyue did not look at the village chief, but simply stated, I will take him home, before striding purposefully away. That he moved swiftly, and I had to jog to keep up. my instincts urging me not to leave him alone, that we headed down the mountain in the opposite direction of the village, until we reached a dilapidated wooden cabin nestled halfway up the slope. The cabin appeared long abandoned, its roof partially collapsed. This must be the home Fu Qingyue had mentioned, that Fu Qingyue placed Fu Jiuling's corpse on the porch and entered the cabin. Inside, cobwebs and dust were abundant. He began to tidy up, and I joined him. Fortunately, the cabin was small, and it was not long before it resembled a livable space that Fu Qingyue laid Fu Jiuling's corpse flat on a bed, carefully arranging his clothing, and afterward he sat at the door, lost in thought that I hesitated before asking if the matter was resolved. Not yet. He hasn't arrived, Fu Qingyue replied, gazing outside as if awaiting someone. I obediently took a seat to rest. After a long day, I was utterly fatigued and ravenously hungry. Suddenly, Fu Qingyue stood, his eyes fixed outside, that I rushed over and saw a figure approaching us. It was none other than the familiar face of Chu Yuan. This wretched old Taoist was still alive. His countenance was ghastly, his face turning ashen with rage. Chu Yuan regarded us as if we were specters. "You brat. You've thwarted my plans. Do you know the consequences?" Fu Qingyue remained unperturbed, merely questioning him. "And you? Do you understand your fate for resorting to such vile methods to prolong your life?" As Chu Yuhan laughed grotesquely, his face transformed into a triangular visage reminiscent of a fox, with horns sprouting from his back, as if he were possessed by the spirit of Cheng Huang. Upon his metamorphosis, he charged directly at Cheng Yu, unleashing an attack that stirred a tempest, uprooting the roof of the wooden hut. Cheng Yu engaged him in combat, unable to overpower him as before, yet he did not find himself at a disadvantage. In my moment of distress, I suddenly felt a chilling breeze sweep past me. I turned sharply to find Fu Jiuling right behind me. It became clear that Chu Yuhan had overturned the roof for this very purpose. The talisman that had been affixed to Fu Jiuling's forehead had vanished, likely swept away by the gust of wind that I glanced around, but its trace was nowhere to be found. Soon, I had no time to fret over the talisman, as Fu Jiuling began his assault upon me. Relying solely on his physical strength, he fought with such force that I could hardly withstand it. Feeling the agony of each blow, that in stark contrast, Fu Jiuling, a mere corpse, exhibited no sense of pain. The wooden stick struck him with no discernible effect. Fortunately, his movements were not as agile as they had been in the cave, perhaps due to the previous talisman that I evaded while countering him. Managing to hold my ground for the time being, that I circled around, gradually expanding my range while observing the fierce battle between Cheng Yu and Chu Yuhan, hoping to locate the talisman. The struggle between Cheng Yu and Chu Yuhan raged on, without any prospect of a swift resolution. While I began to feel the fatigue setting in, that it seemed inevitable that I would be the first to perish in this confrontation. Despite having maintained my training through various tribulations, the limits of humanity pale in comparison to those of the otherworldly beings. As dusk approached, I was utterly exhausted, my vision blurred, making the search for a small talisman feel as daunting as scaling a mountain. Both Cheng Yu and Chu Yuhan bore wounds to varying degrees. With a resounding crack, a heavy blow struck my back. I collapsed, struggling to rise, my head spinning uncontrollably. Fu Jiuling wore a sinister smile as he lifted the wooden stick, preparing to deliver another strike. In a desperate struggle, I turned my body, narrowly avoiding his aim, causing the stick to shatter upon impact. Had that blow landed, I would surely have met my demise. He appeared perplexed and enraged, turning back to dismantle the wooden posts in front of the hut. I could not afford to remain idle. Gritting my teeth, I staggered toward a nearby boulder. Having removed the wooden posts, Fu Jiuling began advancing toward me. That I hastened my pace, though my dizziness intensified, and I fell to the ground. Unable to rise, I had to roll toward the stone. At the very least, this rock could afford me a moment of respite. Just as Fu Jiuling raised the wooden post to strike, I pressed myself against the boulder, and the post came crashing down upon the stone instead. This post was thick and sturdy, unlike the previous stick that had easily broken. That I did not expect Fu Jiuling to relent after this strike. I swiftly concealed myself behind the boulder, pressing my body tightly against it, that if Fu Jiuling sought to attack me with the post, he would be forced to collide with the boulder, unable to bring it crashing down, thus significantly reducing the impact. That I resumed my circular evasion, though dizziness plagued me and my speed had diminished. Nevertheless, Fu Jiuling, wielding a massive wooden post, could not move swiftly either. Chapter 67. Chongqing Temple. For I began to slow down. My legs feeling as if they were weighed down by 1,000 pounds, my stamina nearly depleted. Thankfully, Fu Jiuling seemed to have lost his senses. Otherwise, he would have surely cast aside the post to come and strangle me. At this moment, there was no way I could evade such an assault. Cheng Yu was now drenched in blood, and one of the horns on Chu Yuhan's back had been severed, discarded somewhere unknown. A sharp pain shot through my right calf as Fu Jiuling brought the post crashing down upon me, that I slumped to the ground, drenched in sweat from the agony. The moonlight cast a faint glow upon my chest, and in its dim radiance, I glimpsed the yellow talisman beneath Fu Jiuling's feet. One I had searched for tirelessly. Summoning my strength, I staggered to my feet and charged at Fu Jiuling, knocking him to the ground. Having retrieved the talisman, I smeared it with my own blood and crawled to Fu Jiuling, preparing to affix it to his forehead. However, I had underestimated his strength and overestimated my own limits. My hand was close to his forehead, yet I could not reach it no matter how hard I tried. That he seized my shoulder and squeezed with such force that I heard the sound of cracking bones. What could I do? I was utterly helpless. My arms could no longer extend, leaving only my head free from his grasp. In a desperate maneuver, I pressed the talisman against my own forehead, mustering every ounce of strength to strike Fu Jiuling's forehead. At last, he fell still. I had succeeded. I had managed to escape peril through my own efforts. Though I was in a pitiable state, I could not suppress a laugh. After a brief respite, my dizziness persisted. But I endured the severe pain in my shoulder and removed my jacket to wrap and secure Fu Jiuling's head. That I'm sorry, Grandfather Fu, but I truly cannot withstand another encounter. Once this ordeal has passed, I shall bow an apology to you. Leaning against the stone for rest, I soon discovered that my shoulder injury was not as severe as I had imagined. I could still manage to move, albeit with great discomfort. Chu Yuhan, having lived for over 2 centuries, displayed formidable technique, showing no signs of weakening despite the prolonged battle. The Fu Jiuling, on the other hand, bore a grim countenance, yet the cold malice in his eyes remained undiminished. Cheng Yu struck Fu Jiuling with a palm, sending him crashing down the mountainside. Unable to rise, that I yearned to crawl over, but the excruciating pain thwarted my efforts. The distance that should have been only a few steps felt insurmountably far, as if I could never reach it. Even if I could make it, what could I possibly do? Merely witness his demise. Cheng Yu hunched over, preparing to deliver a final blow to Fu Jiuling. In a sudden shift, Fu Jiuling pressed his right hand against Cheng Yu's face, forcefully pulling outward. That a monstrous figure, bearing the visage of a fox, was gradually extracted from Cheng Yu's body, clearly Cheng Huang. As Fu Jiuling drew it forth, the flesh on his arm began to rupture, and by the time Cheng Huang was completely expelled, his entire arm had crumbled into a skeletal state. That Fu Jiuling discarded the writhing Cheng Huang before me. The creature, bloodied and with only one horn remaining, cried out in a voice reminiscent of a child. This was the sound monsters often made in desperation, seeking the mercy of their foes. Once Cheng Huang was expelled, Chu Yuhan's body immediately withered, becoming a lifeless husk, akin to those beneath the Chongqing Temple. That Fu Jiuling also succumbed to unconsciousness. That I grasped the wooden stick once more, inching closer to Cheng Huang. It gazed up at me with pleading eyes, whimpering softly, resembling a small dog I had once raised, a dog that had been my salvation during my solitary days in the South, preventing me from succumbing to madness. Its cries evoked a sense of pity within me, yet as I surveyed the carnage surrounding me, some dead, others wounded, I found it ludicrous to feel compassion for this beast, that a creature that had existed for countless millennia, having taken countless innocent lives, now sought to evade retribution with its feeble theatrics. How absurd! With all my might, I struck its head repeatedly until the creature's body ceased to rise and fall with the breath of life. The lifeless form of Cheng Huang dissipated into a cloud of black mist, gradually vanishing, leaving behind a small fragment, no larger than a half of my pinky finger, resembling a miniature version of the horns on its back. Unsure of its utility, I cautiously tucked it away. Having dealt with Cheng Huang, I climbed to the side of Fu Qingyue. His right arm was gone, leaving only a cold, white bone. Yet, the wound had ceased to bleed, and his breathing and heartbeat remained steady. That I felt a wave of relief wash over me, and consciousness slipped away. When I awoke, I found myself in the village chief's home, resting in the very spot where I had slept on my first day. My right leg was secured with a splint, and the other wounds on my body had been treated. Fu Qingyue was in the next room, his right arm fully healed. Village Chief Fu Shisan entered, and upon seeing that I was awake, he meticulously examined me, confirming that there were no issues, and instructed Zhang Yuemei to bring me a bowl of porridge. The porridge, made from white rice, was irresistible in the face of my extreme hunger, especially with the added bits of minced meat and scallions, which made it particularly fragrant that I could not stop until I had consumed 2 bowls. That Fu Qingyue did not awaken until the afternoon. Apart from his pallor, he seemed to suffer no significant harm, that he too was ravenous, devouring his food with gusto, which made Zhang Yuemei watch with concern as she turned away to discreetly wipe her tears. 3 days later, the village chief led the villagers up the mountain to tidy the Taoist temple, while Fu Qingyue attended to his grandfather's remains. That I lay uselessly for 3 days, my bones feeling numb. As the pain in my shoulder lessened, I leaned on a cane and ventured outside the village, finding a relatively flat stone by the lake to sit upon. In the days I had been here, I had failed to truly appreciate the beauty of the surroundings, a lamentable waste. The lake shimmered with an emerald hue, cloaked in a silvery crystalline veil under the dusk, and when the wind brushed against it, the crystal shattered, scattering light in a dazzling display. In the shallows, I could see the water plants and fish swaying languidly, epitomizing tranquility. Across the lake stood Yushi Mountain, where a stream cascaded down to form this very lake. Viewed from above, it resembled a circular jade stone, thus lending its name to Yushi Village. Typically, such places are rich in spiritual energy, capable of nurturing many treasures, which explains why Lien Chongqing was reluctant to relocate the Taoist temple. The temple was modest, and after a full day's work, the villagers descended the mountain. That evening, the courtyard of the village chief's home was lively, filled with laughter, singing, and the occasional impromptu performance, met with generous applause from the others. Except for me, the lame one, the weary men took turns helping in the kitchen, while the women gathered to share stories. It was delightful. I found myself yearning to retire here, on the day of our departure. Zhang Yuemei cried once more, and this time the village chief did not stop her. His own eyes reddened. He accompanied us to the road, producing a bundle wrapped in burlap, which contained 2 books. These books had been salvaged from the pile burned by Fu Juling. He deemed them of little use for himself, and asked Fu Qingyue to keep them as a memento. He repeatedly urged the uncle driving us to the town to be cautious, to drive slowly and not to injure my leg again. With soft cushions under my legs, the uncle piloting the tricycle did not speed, and the journey took more than thrice the time it had on our arrival. Yet my backside still grew numb from the jolting ride. The scenery along the way had not changed since our arrival, yet my perspective on it had done. A multitude of questions swirled in my mind, clamoring to be asked of Fu Qingyue, my thoughts relentless. Chapter 68. Chongqing Temple V. Once on the bus, I felt somewhat better. Fu Qingyue thoughtfully placed my bag beneath and lifted my feet. Exhausted beyond measure, I nearly slept the entire journey, waking only when Fu Qingyue gently roused me upon our arrival in N City. We took a taxi to the Research Institute, where Fu Qingyue bent down to offer me his back. Under normal circumstances, I would have adamantly refused, but the weariness from the past few days had not allowed me to recover from my previous fatigue, igniting a desire to lean on him for support. I rested against his broad back, struggling to hold up my head, my face pressed against him, feeling his warmth through the soft fabric. A wave of nostalgia washed over me, and my eyes grew misty. The last time I had been carried like this, I was not yet 10 years old, back in my home in B City, surrounded by my great-grandfather, grandfather, father, and Uncle Wang, who often indulged my whims of being carried and played with me joyfully every day. I had believed I could be happy for a lifetime, until a grave illness sent me southward. I recovered from my illness in the south, yet it seemed I had succumbed to a far graver affliction. Outwardly, I could laugh and jest with anyone, yet in secluded corners of my room, I would weep, often without reason. I had once caused quite a ruckus, nearly severing ties with Lao Lu. Yet in the end, I found myself alone in the south. As we entered the small building, Xiao Tan hurried over to assist upon seeing my condition. After I was settled, I drifted into a deep sleep, devoid of dreams. It was not until the following evening that I finally awoke. After a visit to the restroom, I noticed a change in Yu Zhao while washing my hands. All the red fissures had vanished. leaving only a ring of red along the edges that I sought out Fu Qingyue to share this observation. To my surprise, he briefly exhibited a look of fear, though it was fleeting, yet I was certain I had seen it. He chose not to elaborate, and I refrained from pressing him, but he spoke to me about the formation beneath Chongqing Temple, known as the Chongqing Formation, whose purpose was evident from its name, to grant immortality. It required the body of a great practitioner as the focal point, complemented by the corpses of 108 cultivators to assist the formation. Clearly, this formation was merely a step away from completion. All 109 individuals must share the same lineage of practice, and the 108 assisting cultivators could not be of insufficient skill. Otherwise, all prior preparations would be in vain to ensure the formation's success. The practitioner chose the most prestigious Chongqing temple of the time, with most of the 108 assisting practitioners being the temple's masters. The focal point was naturally Lien Chongqing, who indeed was the strongest among them throughout the ages. Although eliminating him was no simple feat, gathering the 108 supporting individuals proved even more daunting. For an individual, no matter how formidable, cannot possess the lifespan necessary to sustain such a plan. Tio realized this ambition necessitates an abundance of time. Ironically, this very prerequisite is the desired outcome sought by the practitioner. Why pursue this formation if one already possesses sufficient longevity? Yet there is significance, even if some individuals have acquired extended lifespans through various means. Those methods do not grant them true immortality. I initially surmised that the individual Fu Qingyue referred to as Chu Yuan, as he was indeed employing malevolent means to prolong his life. However, Fu Qingyue indicated that the timeline was inconsistent. Chu Yuan had lived no more than 200 years, rendering such a hypothesis untenable. The practitioner, therefore, must be among these 108 individuals, and it was evident that the foremost among them was Qiu Mingxing. Only he possessed the means to eliminate Lien Chongqing and the conditions necessary to deploy the Chongqing formation. That an objective condition that supports the hypothesis of Qiu Mingxing as the practitioner is that Lien Chongqing was not human, but a divine being who fell to the mortal realm when severing the connection between the divine and human worlds. Upon Lien Chongqing's death, Qiu Mingxing could absorb his cultivation, achieving a semi-divine physical form, preserving his soul, and merely needing to change bodies repeatedly. This explains why all the corpses were desiccated. The flesh and essence had been completely drained, leaving no conditions for decay. Chu Yuan was his final vessel, and the semi-divine form is what allowed him to maintain his consciousness even while possessed by Qing Huang. Divine beings cannot be possessed by Qing Huang, and humans cannot withstand it. Only a semi-divine being could seamlessly coexist with Qing Huang. This is the only explanation that holds water. Moreover, what solidified Fu Qingyue's conjecture was the transformation of Yu Zhao. The jade represents the moon, and the changes in Yu Zhao correspond to the phases of the moon, which are divided into 8 stages. New moon, crescent moon, first quarter, waxing gibbous, full moon, waning gibbous, last quarter, and waning crescent. After the waning crescent, it returns to the new moon, and thus Yu Zhao shatters.